While this young man was watching the idle Hirasaka, Lenny was explaining how to become a gold tier hunter like him. Just then a sparkling 5-star gold tier gate suddenly appeared next to Subaru. Subaru blankly reached out his hand trying to open the gate and enter. At that moment his 13-year-old best friend Tiger came thundering over, pushed him hard and went in instead. Thus Subaru's first chance to change his life was snatched away. After that his life took a complete turn. His friend who emerged from the gate became Japan's youngest gold hunter. His fame skyrocketed. Women surrounded him, and he was adorned with gold and treasures. Meanwhile Subaru began a wretched existence at school. He was mercilessly bullied by his traitorous friend and his gang, even to the point of wetting his pants. At home he lived in a bug-infested, shed-like place, hot in summer and cold in winter. He was abused by his parents and his friend Tiger, toiling day and night. Sometimes he was even treated like a pet. He had to do whatever he was told. For example, he was forced to buy water in the middle of the night. Subaru wanted to resist, but lacking strength he sadly accepted the wad of cash thrown at him and had no choice but to go buy water. He walked down the street disheartened, reflecting on his life. Recalling his friend's arrogant gaze, he fell into despair again. He imagined himself, old, sick and staggering, still kneeling with outstretched hands to receive money from his friend and run errands for him. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. He'd rather die. Subaru recalled bitter memories from the past. If he had jumped into that gold gate back then, he would have everything by now. What kind of life was this? His thoughts had indeed come to pass. No sooner had he wished to die than he encountered 3 of his friend's subordinates. They had just returned from monster hunting and looked very unpleasant with their ugly faces further marred by scars. And of all times they met Subaru right then. He was truly a heaven-sent outlet for their frustration. Subaru was submissive but not entirely foolish. Knowing he would be beaten again, he dragged his body and ran. But how could his strength match theirs? They chased him, making his pants fall off and even severed one of his arms. They played with him like an animal. Just moments before he had wanted to die, but with death staring him in the face he clung desperately to life. They cornered him and he tumbled down. Subaru wailed in despair, but they were not about to forgive him easily. They mercilessly punched and kicked him, blood splattered everywhere, and he thought he was about to die. Just as one of them was about to finish him off with an RH bronze tier secret technique, a gate suddenly appeared. It split his body apart and he died instantly. The gate that appeared before Subaru was a 5-star bronze tier gate, but strangely it cracked and turned silver. It didn't stop there, it kept cracking and turned gold again. And then something unprecedented happened. The gate continued to shake and then transformed into a rainbow-colored gate. Subaru saw that gate and the sun of truth illuminated his heart. This time no one would snatch his opportunity away. He tried to crawl step by step into the gate. The 2 bronze tier thugs weren't about to leave him alone. They used their skills with all their might and cut off one of Subaru's legs. But Subaru, the limping successor of Leatherman, wasn't one to give up so easily. With motivation X10 he rushed into the gate with all his might. He had to gain everything. The rainbow gate closed, Subaru collapsed onto the floor and a monster slowly appeared. The monster grinned slyly and said, "The rainbow trial has begun." Subaru was prostrate and completely unaware of what was happening. The monster approached him, hooked a finger into his head, lightning flashed, and a system update notification began. Physical upgrade, myopia removed, his 2 severed legs grew back and his heart and lungs returned to their original state. Subaru's eyes flashed open, he came to his senses and suddenly sat up. His gaze met the monster's, and he was so startled that he fell backward with a thud. The monster turned its back and went to sit in a chair. Subaru was still in a daze, as if bewildered. Where is this and who am I? After loading the update for a long time, he finally realized that he was inside the rainbow gate and that the monster sitting arrogantly cross-legged in the chair was the gate's owner. Subaru trembled, recalling the story of the trials his idol had gone through. His idol had said he met a golden knight and had to defeat him with a sword to gain power. Subaru broke out in a cold sweat. Do I have to defeat that monster-like being? The monster, sitting with its arms crossed, seemed to be losing patience. It sighed and called out to Subaru. The monster scratched its head and asked him, "Your body is fully recovered, right? Is there anywhere you're feeling unwell?" Subaru, called by name, broke into a cold sweat and with a trembling voice said he was fine. This slow-witted young man still hadn't fully grasped the situation and had no idea he was talking to a monster. As he was questioning his reality, the monster waved its hand and said, "Come here and follow the D-test procedure. If you can land a single punch on me, I'll give you power." Subaru quickly interrupted and asked the monster who it was. The monster had a look that said, "Damn it, what the hell are you babbling about?" Subaru hastily explained and clarified, "There are 3 types of gates, gold, silver, and bronze. But I've never seen or heard of a rainbow gate." The impatient monster interrupted the young man without letting him finish. "I don't care." As it spoke, the monster waved its hand and an immense current of power pierced through Subaru. The rainbow gate reappeared. Subaru was completely paralyzed. He clutched his head, terrified, and thought, in this situation, could I even lift a finger against that monster? The monster had already lost its patience and kept drumming its fingers on the back of the chair, yelling, "Subaru, get your butt up and fight. I want to finish this damn thing quickly and go home to sleep." "Damn it, what a waste of time." Hearing the insults hurled at him, Subaru replied with a trembling voice, "I want to stand up but my legs are trembling too much. I can't possibly stand, please help me." The monster covered its face as if utterly dumbfounded. Seriously, damn it, how was such an idiot chosen? Is he getting protagonist favoritism or something? The monster waved its hand a few times as if resigned, and immediately several weapons fell from the sky, embedding themselves around Subaru. The protagonist, thinking he was about to die, screamed like a woman in childbirth. The monster pointed to the weapons as if offering food, saying to use them if he was too afraid to fight. If you can't even do that, go straight, turn right and get out of here. Subaru trembled and thought, should he hit this monster or return to his previous life? He pondered blankly for a moment, then dragged his trembling legs towards the gate. The monster stroked its chin and said, "Are you really going to do that?" The monster added a few more words to sting Subaru's pride, calling him weak as a snowflake. "Didn't you open this gate because you wanted power? You're worse than a disgusting bug." The monster's sneering laughter continued to echo in the protagonist's ears, especially the words that condemned him as a bug. He recalled past events, how many people had called him a bug, trampled him underfoot, his life worse than livestock. Seeing no sign of him returning, the monster sighed in boredom. "Fine, whatever happens, happens. I'm going to sleep. You can spend your whole life kneeling on the floor or take responsibility for your own choice." Subaru shed copious tears, faintly seeing his 70-year-old self reflected in the gate. He gritted his teeth and furiously punched the gate, an action that even surprised the monster. It cocked its head, wondering what the hell he was trying to do. Subaru furiously and incessantly punched the gate, showering it with curses. "Damn it, what the hell is this? Effing bastards, beasts like you always think so arrogantly of yourselves." The monster looked pleased, sensing some progress. "Can I go home and sleep now?" Subaru clenched both fists and ceaselessly screamed and cursed at the heavens and earth. "Do you think you can do anything if you have power? Is it okay to call others bugs, you bastards?" The more the monster watched, the more interested it became, seizing the opportunity to constantly provoke Subaru like fanning flames. The monster burst into loud laughter. "Of course it is, you idiot." Subaru's rage reached its peak. Subaru cried out loudly, pouring out all his humiliation. "It hurt when you hit me too. You treated me like trash. Why are you so despicable?" The monster seemed to find it increasingly amusing, laughing. It seized on Subaru's weaknesses and constantly prodded them. As the words "bug-like fellow" were repeated once or twice, Subaru became even more enraged. He yelled, "Shut up, I don't want to hear it." Subaru's courage surged a billionfold as if infused with a powerful stimulant. Before the monster's expectant gaze, Subaru charged. Without hesitation, he punched the monster directly in the face. Only after punching did he realize he had done it. The monster stood up contentedly, patted Subaru's shoulder, praised him, and exclaimed repeatedly, "That was truly amazing. You can do it if you set your mind to it. I felt a fierce resentment in your punch. My prediction wasn't wrong at all. I acknowledge you now." Immediately, the monster bared its teeth and bit hard into Subaru's shoulder, shocking him. An immense power surged into him. Subaru screamed in pain. He thought the monster was trying to kill him. But this time Subaru was different. He no longer simply opened his mouth and waited for death. He immediately came to his senses and bit the monster's shoulder hard. The monster laughed gleefully. "Interesting. I shall bestow a few more special blessings upon you." A far vaster current of rainbow power flowed in than before, and Subaru no longer had the strength to even bite back. He simply collapsed and rolled over. The trial was now confirmed as passed. Subaru's current physical composition had become that of a hunter. The monster gazed at its creation with satisfaction and smiled. The monster said its name was Vanquish, bid farewell, and expressed hope of meeting him again. Vanquish slowly disappeared, truly delighted this time. The protagonist, Alex Subaru, had become a hunter. His current tier was 1, and he had inherited the abilities of the dragon demon lord Vanquish. Subaru regained consciousness, and a series of skill updates appeared before his eyes. Secret technique Blood Sword Shui Jian level 1. Furthermore, the secret technique Rainbow was added, and several other secret techniques were also supplemented. Blood Stealer, those who loathe the light of glory, shadow beneath the sun. Subaru's eyes sparkled and he still trembled, muttering Rainbow. And then a series of notifications changed to a gate disappearance alert. Subaru read the message, "You must exit the gate within 30 seconds, and was dumbfounded. "Damn it, the ground is collapsing and I can't even move my body." He watched the gate gradually disappear, free-falling downwards. Outside the gate, the two thugs were looking at the shattered rainbow gate. They presumed that the damn bug-like Subaru had failed. What a truly useless endeavor. As they turned to leave, another fluctuation occurred from the remnants of the gate behind them. The handsome and cool protagonist, Subaru Bion, burst out, no longer limping. The two thugs, startled by his appearance, gritted their teeth in fury. "This bug-like fellow dares to become a hunter?" The two thugs yelled at Subaru, demanding to know if he had become a divine being. Subaru was still dazed and disoriented. He vaguely remembered gaining power from Vanquish. Before Subaru could say anything, the two thugs drew their swords and rushed at him, slashing. But he was no longer the useless bug he once was. He easily tilted his body as if possessed, dodging the thug's attack. He hastily raised a hand, telling them to wait a moment. Instead, the thug brazenly accused him of stealing, shouting and demanding to know why he dared to steal his gate. Subaru was confused. "That gate was mine." The thug swung his sword again, continuing to attack. However, his attack seemed as slow as a snail to Subaru. Subaru ducked and easily dodged the thug's blade. Now he could see through all of the thug's swordsmanship, dodging every swing. The other thug's jaw dropped. As he kept swinging and failing to hit, the thug grew increasingly angry and continued to brandish his sword. Seizing the opportunity, Subaru grabbed the thug's sword-wielding hand and told him to stop. The thug cocked his head in surprise that his arm was blocked. But seeing Subaru's legs shaking like an aspen, he felt fully confident. He sneered, making a menacing face to threaten Subaru. Subaru, trembling like a coward at the threat, released his hand. "I'm sorry." The thug took this chance to punch him in the back. He then raised his fist again, launching another attack at Subaru's face, cursing as he hit him. "This cheap piece of trash dares to compare himself to me." Subaru took a few blows. He expected his jaw to shatter from the pain, but it didn't hurt as much as he thought. A status window appeared before his eyes. The system informed him that the HP bar symbolized his life. If HP reaches 0, abilities will be lost. Therefore, he should avoid attacks as much as possible. Subaru suddenly realized this was the divine being's vision, and the punch hadn't hurt because he had truly become a divine being. The thug gritted his teeth in irritation when his attacks proved ineffective. The other thug loudly tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. He didn't want to be outdone by the guy who had wet his pants that morning. His blood boiling, he began to use the secret technique Red Rose. He gathered power in his hand and threw it at Subaru. Subaru took the full force of the attack and blood began to stream from his face. He writhed in pain from the heat, thinking he was about to die. Subaru looked at the status window again. He was flustered. "I've lost too much blood, a few more hits and I'm in danger." The thug froze. "Are you messing with me? My Red Rose can destroy a car. That bug like Subaru took that attack and was only hurt that much? I can't believe it." The other thug still tried to persuade him relentlessly. He advised the thug to quickly come to his senses. The gate Subaru entered must be far more powerful than a gold gate. But the thug wouldn't listen to a single word. "Subaru is level 1 right now. We need to deal with him immediately while we have the chance. If he levels up, our chances of winning will be less than 0.1. We have to eliminate him now while we can." Subaru didn't know what the two thugs were whispering about. He looked around, trying to use this chance to escape, but before he could even flee, he was entangled in countless ropes. This was the other thug's secret technique, rope bind. After a long discussion, the two decided to cooperate. Subaru was tied up and couldn't move. The thug who had held the sword earlier rushed forward to attack him again. Subaru was in a state of confusion. He had no idea how to use his secret techniques. He had to do something. Just as he closed his eyes, waiting to be stabbed, some power activated his secret technique. Red swords erupted from his body and pierced the thug. The thug coughed up blood and fell. It was Vanquish who had used the secret technique. He had just used the blood sword, Shui Jian's secret technique, and thought that as a divine being he had a responsibility to personally teach his successor. Vanquish grumbled and complained, but still taught Subaru how to use his secret technique. The blood sword Shui Jian's secret technique allows the user to control the state of blood for 10 seconds. Just now blood had turned into swords. That was all he explained. The rest was for the protagonist to imagine himself. After 10 seconds, the swords reverted to their original blood form, and Vanquish instructed Subaru to unleash his rage before disappearing. Without giving Subaru a moment to react, the thug, despite his severe injuries, grabbed his sword and forced himself to attack. Subaru twisted his body to dodge and backed away. "This guy is so persistent, still attacking despite this. I can't believe it." The thug coughed up blood, constantly spewing curses at Subaru. He cursed Subaru, telling him to damn well die. "You murderer who killed your friend." The more the thug spoke, the more agitated he became, accusing Subaru. "Why didn't you just die earlier? Even if you died, no one will mourn or miss you." Subaru was used to such insulting words. He recalled Vanquish's words and decided he had to unleash his rage. This time he wouldn't silently endure the insults any longer. Subaru decided to attack. Radiating a rainbow light with a single punch, Subaru easily broke his opponent's sword. Then, with a direct hit to the face, he sent him flying 8 meters away, scraping his face against a wall and launching him skyward. The remaining thug started trembling, seeing his friend flying around like trash. Seeing Subaru confidently approaching him, he used his secret technique rope and fled with his friend. Subaru couldn't believe his eyes. Did that guy just run away? He fled like crazy. Afraid Subaru would chase him, he couldn't believe his eyes. That punch just now was incredibly powerful. What the hell was it? He was only level 1. What kind of monster did that useless Subaru get his power from? Subaru knelt down. He raised his hands in joy. He won. It was his first victory in life. He looked back at the chaotic scene in the alley. Kanasaki's body was also cut in half. What should he do with all of this? The next morning, the police found Kanasaki's body. A body cut in two like that was clearly not the work of a human. They suspected it might be an underworld monster. Just then, Subaru's idol, Hirasaka Renji, appeared. He said he had searched the surroundings, but there were no traces of an underworld monster. They found Kanasaki Shutero's hunter registration card. Hirasaka Renji speculated that any accomplice capable of cutting a hunter in half would be at least as strong as a silver tier hunter. Hirasaka Renji felt his mind strangely disturbed, but it wasn't his mind, it was his hunter's mind. Louis Hirasaka Renji returned the card to the police and said, "Now is not the time for hunters to fight among themselves. Their mission is to destroy as many gates as possible." Hirasaka Renji looked up at the sky. A clock was counting down, signaling that something bad was about to happen. Even though it was broad daylight, Subaru hadn't returned home yet. His close friend and self-reliant brother Ari Tiger burst into his bug-infested room. He swore in irritation. Subaru hadn't even read his like messages. Tiger opened his phone and saw news updated 2 hours ago. It was about a bronze tier hunter being assassinated by another hunter. Tiger scrolled down to confirm the information and recognized the person. This guy was one of the three who used to bully Subaru. Alex Tiger suddenly had a bad feeling. He recalled how a golden gate had spontaneously appeared before Subaru in the past. If he hadn't snatched that opportunity, Subaru's life would be different now. Tiger gritted his teeth. No way, he punched and broke Subaru's bug-infested room. Did that bug-like guy become a hunter? At the Japan Hunter Federation headquarters, the official organization for awakened hunters, Subaru timidly looked around. In this skill department store, everyone was a hunter. He headed to the reception desk for registration. He said he wanted to register as a hunter. In Japan, it is illegal for non-members to enter gates. Therefore, to become stronger, he had to become a member. Yesterday's incident was considered a murder, and the investigation into the hunter's death was also a hunter's duty. There was a high probability of a strong opponent appearing, and a gold hunter would show up. If it's Tiger, I'll die. He had to destroy as many gates as possible. Only then could he level up and steal his resolve. The receptionist began to explain the rules at length. Subaru didn't pay much attention. He had already done his homework at an internet cafe. A few things to remember. First, to destroy gates he needed to level up. Second, the more stars a gate had, the harder it was to clear. Third, after destroying a gate he could exchange the stars for money. Subaru suddenly pulled out the stars Sawada had dropped yesterday and asked the receptionist if he could exchange them for money. His pockets were empty right now. He was sorry, but there was nothing else he could do. The receptionist, who had been cheerful a second ago, instantly stiffened. She widened her eyes, examined the stars, and pressed Subaru. "Whose are these?" Subaru turned pale. He stammered an excuse. He said that right after becoming a hunter yesterday, a gate suddenly appeared before him and he obtained these after destroying it. The receptionist explained that unauthorized entry into a gate by a non-member was punishable by 5 years in prison or a 1 million yen fine. Subaru froze at the mention of prison time. He had been careless. He hadn't realized the penalty was so severe. His mind went blank and he didn't know what to do. Meanwhile, Subaru's cousin Tiger was strutting down the street asking the police about yesterday's hunter assassination. In the meantime, Subaru was finally able to exchange the stars for money. Normally the crime of a non-member destroying a gate was very serious, but in this case the receptionist turned a blind eye and he got off without any trouble. After successfully exchanging them for money, he was surprised by the amount he received. He hadn't known hunters earned so much. 1 star was 1 million yen, so 5 stars were over 100 million yen. It was like a dream to him. Subaru had to risk his life to obtain this. For now he needed to find a gate, but his eyes fell upon a barbershop and a clothing store. Subaru looked at his tattered body again and decided to spruce himself up. The old saying was true, money can do anything. With money, Subaru's appearance completely transformed. He was no longer the lowly bookworm he used to be. Subaru, carrying bags and bags, sat in a cafe again waiting for his water. Subaru had never felt this way before. It was truly euphoric. He bought clothes himself and he went to get a haircut himself. It was his first time doing such things. It was also his first time sitting in a cafe. Subaru sipped his coffee. It was a caramel macchiato. It had been too long since he had anything sweet. Subaru was suddenly moved. He wiped away tears, recalling his past life living like a bug. Now he was different. For the first time in his life he was enjoying freedom. Subaru gripped the cup tightly. He vowed that after finishing his coffee he would definitely find and destroy a gate and then come back here to drink again. Now that he was a hunter, he was no longer the bug he used to be. Before his bottom even warmed up, a shadow suddenly enveloped him. Damn Tiger had found him. He reached out and broke through the cafe window. He grabbed Subaru by the collar and flung him hard outside. Subaru had to bleed before he could even collect himself. As soon as he realized he was about to hit a mother and daughter, he quickly used his blood spirit secret technique to control his body so he wouldn't fly any further. Subaru shouted at the mother and daughter to quickly escape. He had only taken 1 hit but was already severely injured. Subaru silently cursed 10,000 times. Blood continued to flow. This was truly the worst. Damn Tiger approached him with a murderous aura. He spoke in a low voice, disbelief in his tone that Subaru had also become a hunter. Subaru gritted his teeth to stop the bleeding. Fighting a gold hunter, even if he was only level 1, he wouldn't give up. As the two exchanged blows, traffic on the road came to a standstill, especially since the opponent was the gold hunter Alex Tiger. He didn't care about anything. Subaru asked him how he had found him, but Damn Tiger scoffed. He didn't answer and punched Subaru in the face, telling him to use his own head. Subaru narrowly dodged the punch. He retreated a few steps. He shouldn't have turned on his phone to check the transferred money. His phone had GPS. Tiger found the whole thing too trivial and amusing. He used his secret technique, Golden Arm. His right arm was covered in glowing golden armor. Subaru, no matter how foolish, realized the fight had begun. He closed his eyes and felt the Vanquish within him. Vanquish told him one more thing about the blood spirit secret technique. It was a secret technique that allowed him to convert HP into blood and control it freely. However, using it too much would quickly deplete his HP. Subaru, you don't need to win today. You need to survive. This was the only thing he was thinking about right now. The difference in skill between Subaru and Tiger was 22 levels, so fighting head-on was like hitting a rock with an egg. Tiger used his ultimate move Golden Impact and fired an explosion at Subaru. However, Subaru created a rope of blood, soared into the sky and tried to escape. Tiger wasn't foolish either. He immediately recognized that Subaru was imitating his subordinate's secret technique. He reacted instantly. Tiger leapt powerfully and punched Subaru from the sky. But this time Subaru quickly dodged and Tiger's attack slammed into the ground. Subaru sighed. He almost died. This guy was too strong. One hit would send him straight to the underworld. Tiger, though outwardly aggressive, was analyzing Subaru's techniques. In his rough assessment, Subaru had a technique that allowed him to shoot ropes from his hands, moving freely and grabbing objects. Truly a useless technique. Tiger charged at Subaru again, attacking. He was determined to kill Subaru. Subaru calmly used his HP to create a smokescreen around his body. He seized the opportunity to sneak behind Tiger and hit him with the same punch that had taken down Sawada yesterday, but it had no effect on Tiger. Instead, blood flew from his hand and he screamed in pain. Tiger took the opportunity to graze his chest with his hand. His blood splattered. The HP bar continued to decrease. Subaru clutched his bleeding chest. Tiger laughed coldly. He grabbed Subaru's head, intending to end the game, but suddenly several sharp thorns shot up from the ground towards Tiger. Subaru hadn't given up yet. He threw the blood clots he had just shed at Tiger, transforming them into bones and blood clots to attack Tiger. He put all his strength into making the blood clots as hard as possible. However, they had no effect on Tiger. Subaru froze, falling into despair. Speed, strength, defense. In every aspect, Tiger was on a different level. Tiger crushed the blood clots he had created, stepping closer to him with each stride. Subaru was dazed and lost. Even when he became a hunter in the face of death, no matter how many secret techniques he used, he couldn't defeat Tiger. Subaru blankly watched Tiger's hand grab his face. Tiger could no longer let Subaru live. If he leveled up, he would become very annoying. He had to kill him now. Subaru blankly watched the punch coming towards him. Tiger punched hard, sending Subaru flying far away. However, contrary to his expectations, Subaru blocked it. He used almost all his HP to create a soft, sticky substance that blocked Tiger's punch. He had created something that could disperse the impact like an airbag. The soft, sticky substance clung to Tiger's hand and slowly spread. Tiger shook it hard, but he couldn't get free. What Subaru imagined was an unbreakable piece of rubber. He saw his dwindling MP bar and thought this was the crucial moment. Subaru raised his hand and summoned a few more blood clots. The blood spirit's duration was 10 seconds, and even if he used all his MP, he had to stop Tiger. The blood clots clung to Tiger, making him unable to move. Tiger was frustrated but couldn't do anything. He could only stand there foolishly. While Tiger kept questioning himself, Subaru took the opportunity to escape. His goal was survival. After 10 seconds, the blood spirit lost its effect and returned to normal blood. Tiger tried to chase him, but Subaru created a smokescreen, causing him to lose his bearings. Tiger gritted his teeth, filled with rage. He had been tricked like a fool by Subaru. As he continued to try and chase Subaru, he was suddenly blocked. The people who arrived were Hirasaka Renji, along with Udu and Shikishima. At this moment, Tiger also realized he had gone a bit too far. But he couldn't give up so easily. He had to chase Subaru. But before he could even finish speaking, he was bound by chains from behind. Tiger broke out in a cold sweat at a loss. All 7 gold hunters had gathered here. Hirasaka Renji raised his sword and pointed it at Tiger's neck, subduing him. Tiger gritted his teeth but could no longer growl. Meanwhile, Subaru, after leaving the scene, ran like crazy before stopping on a building rooftop. He had successfully escaped. Subaru gritted his teeth. He couldn't do anything to that guy. If he was caught by him again, he would be finished. Subaru looked down at his tattered clothes. They were newly bought, but the rest of his clothes were all left behind at the cafe. Subaru sat on the rooftop enjoying the thought of shopping. He resolved to fight to regain his freedom. He never wanted to return to his old bug-like life. He would become stronger. At a certain gate, a girl was arguing with a group. She pointed at the gate, claiming she had reserved it first on the web. The others weren't trying to reason. They didn't care about reservations. How could a weak girl stop them? It was best to meekly hand over the gate to them. The girl was no pushover either. With a very confident demeanor, she put her hands together and took a fighting stance. She was the bronze hunter Amamiza Sajaka. Just a moment ago she had been swaggering confidently, but the next moment she was beaten by them. Even they felt their lives were questionable, seeing someone so weak dare to act tough. It was a miracle she was still alive. Amamiza Sajaka was only level 8, but she had to contend with a level 13 team, so naturally she couldn't win. They mocked her, taunting that she could only fight them when she was older. Amamiza Sajaka was frustrated but couldn't say anything. Their skills had overpowered her, so she couldn't do anything to them. They relied on their numbers, mocking her and telling her to give up the gate. They said that someone as unqualified as her had no need to exist in this world. Amamiza Sajaka's heart ached from such insulting words. In the past she had been kicked out of her team for being untalented, so she would never give up or lose to these people. The blonde man clicked his tongue. What a nuisance. He raised his hand, intending to end the game. Amamiza Sajaka also thought she was about to die. Just then Subaru appeared out of nowhere. He politely asked if they were deciding who would enter the gate based on the criteria of being the most qualified. All eyes turned to Subaru. With a pale face he raised his hand and asked if he could also participate. Everyone was puzzled, asking the same question. Who the hell is this guy? The blonde man approached Subaru with an arrogant attitude and asked where he came from. He grabbed Subaru by the collar, intending to drag him away, but Subaru quickly used his blood spirit secret technique to trip the blonde man, sending him sprawling on the ground. Subaru said in a low voice, "I don't have much time. I have to become stronger by any means necessary." The others who witnessed this also froze. They asked, annoyed, what level Subaru was. He replied that he was only level 1. The people didn't believe him, thinking he was bragging. They speculated again. Did he perhaps have a long-range attack skill? If he was truly level 1, they could just crush him with the level difference. Immediately they all rushed forward to attack him, but Subaru easily brought them to the ground with his immense secret technique after his confrontation with Tiger. Those people seemed to crawl slower than snails in Subaru's eyes. It didn't take long to defeat them. The blonde man who had been knocked down first regained consciousness. He stood in the corner, seizing an opportunity to use a secret technique. From who knows where, he pulled out a gun and furiously shot at Subaru. He thought he could take Subaru down, but he couldn't. Subaru's blood spirit nullified everything. He didn't move an inch, hitting his opponent one more time, knocking him out and sending him spewing blood onto the ground. Amamiza Sajaka, watching from the side, couldn't close her mouth. In her eyes, Subaru had handled all of them with a single blow. What kind of monster was he? If he was truly level 1, his skill level must be incredibly high. Amamiza Sajaka speculated that Subaru's level might be on par with a gold hunter. Meanwhile, Subaru stripped them of their clothes and put them on as his own clothes were tattered. After getting dressed, he approached the gate under Amamiza Sajaka's astonished gaze. Subaru smiled lightly, bowed his head in greeting, and then entered the gate. Sajaka thought something was strange, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. Her gate had been completely taken by Subaru. Subaru entered the gate, and before him appeared an information window. Karakon Volcano Dungeon. Difficulty 2-star. Subaru marveled and looked around. So this is what the inside of a gate looks like. It was dangerous and monsters appeared easily, but the scenery was truly beautiful. While he was marveling, the door behind him suddenly opened and hit him on the head with a thump. Subaru rubbed his head in pain and looked at the suddenly entered Amamiza Sajaka with incomprehension. What is this? Amamiza Sajaka entered very naturally and locked the door. A notification window appeared. Gate lock confirmed. Hunters cannot leave the dungeon until the boss is defeated. Amamiza Sajaka giggled mischievously. Now even if those guys wake up, they won't be able to get in. Subaru still didn't understand what was happening. Hadn't he claimed the gate boldly? Where did this woman come from? Amamiza Sajaka denied it. This gate was originally reserved by her, but the people outside tried to forcefully take it. Gates were registered on a website, and hunters could pre-book the right to destroy them there. Subaru said, and realized the problem. He couldn't destroy the gate alone. He hastily apologized to Amamiza Sajaka, explaining that this was his first time entering a gate and asked her to accompany him. He absolutely had to level up. Amamiza Sajaka saw his pleading attitude and believed he was truly level 1, agreeing to accompany him. She understood his desire to become stronger. So, Subaru went with Sokka, but there was a condition. When exchanging stars for money, she would take 70 and he would take 30. Subaru agreed immediately without a second thought. During the introductions, Amamiza Sajaka told Subaru her name. As Subaru was about to say his, he suddenly remembered that he was currently a criminal accused of assassinating a hunter. In a panic, he hastily made up Vanquish's name. Just as they were about to set off, a rock suddenly flew from behind towards Amamiza Sajaka. Subaru hastily warned her and tried to use his secret technique to help her. However, Sokka turned around and easily shattered the rock. While the two were off guard, a group of goblins appeared. Amamiza Sajaka's face lit up. Saying she would handle them, she clenched her fists and charged towards the group of goblins. For a hunter to defeat underworld monsters, they need to enhance their physical abilities and reaction speed beyond human limits and most importantly, possess secret techniques. Subaru watched from the side as Sajaka swiftly defeated the goblins using her secret technique, marveling with an open mouth. Before long, the group of goblins was quickly defeated. Subaru said with a face full of admiration, "You took them all down with one hit. You're really strong." Meanwhile, Amamiza Sajaka's confidence doubled after defeating the goblins. Her skill was to stun opponents and hit them with her fists, while long-range attack skills could suppress her in close combat. She was invincible. Just as she was boasting, a larger and stronger group of goblins suddenly appeared. Amamiza Sajaka's skill stunned opponents, but the effect only lasted for 3 seconds from the moment of impact. This meant she had to either defeat the enemy or escape within 3 seconds, otherwise it was obvious what would happen. Amamiza Sajaka felt like crying. Surrounded by the group of goblins, she screamed at Subaru to save her. Subaru still didn't move an inch. He had absolute faith in Sajaka's words, believing, "I'll handle it myself," and didn't move an inch. It took Subaru a while to understand Sajaka's situation. He realized her technique, like Blood Spirit, had a time limit. Sokka was currently too far from him. She was in the middle of the goblins, so he couldn't send blade like blood. He had to try a new method. Subaru used Blood Spirit to extend blood vessels towards the goblins, tightly strangling their necks. He flexed his abs and butt, pulling his body back with a powerful tug, causing the goblins to fall to the ground and die, much to Sajaka's surprise. A moment later, light enveloped Subaru. The system announced a level up and he immediately gained 4 levels, with the Blood Spirit secret technique also reaching level 2. The time limit increased to 15 seconds, and its power was enhanced. Subaru examined his body front and back. All the injuries he sustained from Tiger were healed, his strength increased, and his HP and MP were fully restored. It was truly amazing. The feeling of leveling up was exhilarating. Amamiza Saka finally ran over. She was surprised and couldn't believe it when she saw all the monsters around them defeated. Subaru alone had taken care of this entire horde at once. What kind of monster was he? Subaru looked at Saka with sparkling eyes and praised her, saying her secret technique was truly amazing. Amamiza Saka didn't understand what he was talking about. She should be the one saying that. Subaru was confused. Wasn't Saka's secret technique meant to stun opponents without exception? Saka added, but it only works if there's a difference of at least 3 levels. If the difference is more than that, the effect lasts for less than 3 seconds. Subaru explained, but if that's the case, then in a solo fight, if you use your secret technique every 3 seconds, aren't you invincible? Amamiza Sajaka stared blankly for a while after hearing that, then finally realized. She seemed to have learned something profound. Subaru pointed to a few monsters still standing. Sajaka, seemingly regaining her confidence, told him to stay put and hurried towards the cliff. Sajaka applied the theory Subaru had just taught her. First, she punched to stun, and then after 3 seconds she delivered another punch. Indeed, the monster couldn't react. Saka continued to unleash her punches and finally succeeded in defeating the monster. Her face was filled with joy and her eyes sparkled as she immediately rushed towards the other monsters, shouting for them to come at her. Subaru, watching from the side, was also happy. Sajaka seemed fine now, and he had other things to do. While Amamiza Sajaka was happily eliminating monsters, a boss appearance notification suddenly popped up. She hurriedly called out to Subaru, but found him already facing 2 bosses, a level 17 boss and a level 12 boss. Subaru showed no fear. He told Saka to handle the remaining monsters. He would take care of these. The 2 sides fought fiercely from the ground to the air. The level 12 wolf swung its claws at Subaru. He blocked the consecutive attacks. The remaining level 17 goblin boss, sitting on the wolf's back, seized the opportunity to activate his level 2 secret technique, flesh-splitting arrow. Numerous green arrows were fired at Subaru, even dispersing in multiple directions. Subaru quickly activated Blood Spirit to wrap around his body and defend himself. Many arrows pierced the sphere he created, exploding with a thud. Subaru free fell downwards. These 2 were too strong. If Blood Spirit hadn't been level 2, he would have died. Is this a boss? It was an overwhelming technique. Saka, standing outside, was worried. The battle was too intense for her to help him. The level difference was too great, making her secret technique completely useless. She had to deal with the smaller monsters first. Meanwhile, Subaru used his Blood Spirit secret technique again, gathering numerous blades and throwing them at the 2 bosses. However, it had no effect. The wolf easily nullified his technique and leapt. The goblin continued to shoot arrows at him. Subaru had no choice but to defend against the barrage of arrows. Subaru defended and attacked simultaneously, but to no avail. The giant wolf was too agile, approaching and evading, and the goblin chief attacked from a distance with highly skilled archery. He couldn't find an opening. He couldn't even bind them with blood vessels. Without giving him a moment to think, the goblin activated another secret technique. This time it fired a level 3 ice arrow, piercing Subaru's shield and making a hole in his shoulder. Subaru gritted his teeth in pain. He had a second secret technique. His blood shield couldn't block the attack. He had read the situation too well. This boss was not an easy opponent. The previous arrow barge was a decoy and he had fallen into a trap. Subaru clutched his arm and slumped. The goblin prepared to shoot another arrow at him. Just as the arrow was about to be fired, Amamiza Sajaka suddenly ran from somewhere and punched the wolf's face, causing the goblin to lose its balance. Subaru was speechless, seeing the wolf stunned. Wasn't that secret technique only effective against opponents with a level difference of 3 or more? The wolf fell. Subaru looked back and saw that all the enemies in the passage had been defeated. Amamiza Sajaka had reached level 9. Sajaka, precisely timing the 3-second window, delivered another punch to keep the wolf stunned. The goblin, judging the situation to be unfavorable, dismounted from the wolf and flew into the air. Sajaka broke out in a cold sweat. She handed the goblin over to him. Subaru slowly stood up. He changed his blood into rubber to tightly bind the wolf's head. Then he charged and changed his blood into rope again, pulling hard to successfully defeat the wolf, reaching level 6, and his body HP and MP were fully recovered. Subaru began to think about delivering powerful close-range attacks. He recalled Tiger's massive golden fist secret technique. Subaru mimicked and applied it. He changed his blood into a fist, destroying the goblin's level 3 arrows and even defeating the goblin. Subaru successfully leveled up to level 9. The Blood Spirit secret technique also upgraded to level 3. The duration of use increased to 20 seconds. Karakon Volcano Dungeon, difficulty 2-star complete. Alex Subaru jumped straight to level 9. All his stats also increased significantly. Outside, the man whose clothes Subaru had taken was still sneezing and shivering from the cold. He vowed to tear apart the bastard who stole his clothes. The blonde man didn't care at all. What he was interested in was the gate destruction index. The gate displayed the completion time. The people saw it and broke out in a cold sweat. It usually took about 2 hours to clear a 2-star gate, but these two only took 15 minutes. It was unbelievable. Just then, Subaru and Sokka also emerged from the gate, and immediately upon exiting, they were bombarded with questions from the people. They still couldn't believe that the two of them had been able to destroy the gate in such a short time. At this moment, the notification window reappeared. Karakon volcano cleared. Remaining time will be added to the clock. Immediately, time was added to the giant clock in the sky. This clock was so massive it could be seen from anywhere in the world. When the clock counted down to 0, life would end. The only way to stop it was to destroy gates and add the remaining time. Subaru realized this was why hunters had to fight endlessly. The orange-haired man stood with his mouth agape. The two really cleared a 2-star gate. A 2-star gate was usually for hunters level 10 or higher, yet only 2 of them, one level 1 and one level 8, destroyed it. While he was deep in thought, Subaru approached him, startling him. He apologized for tearing his clothes and promised to compensate him. The orange-haired man was now terrified of Subaru, his face turning pale. He hastily waved his hand saying there was no need for compensation and to just take the clothes. The blonde man appeared from somewhere and pressed his teammate. He asked the orange-haired man if he hadn't said he would tear Subaru apart. The orange-haired man dared not do so now. He hastily denied it, saying he was just joking. He told them not to worry about it. Then, changing the subject, he told everyone to leave. The people who had been arrogant just moments ago now lined up, politely bowing to Subaru and leaving. Subaru was still bewildered, unable to understand why those people changed their attitudes faster than an ex-girlfriend. The door behind the two suddenly shattered. 2 stars clinked and fell out. Sajaka picked up the stars and said, "Let's go exchange them for money." Subaru hesitated, having something to say. The two sat in a cafe. He said he wanted to receive the money in Sajaka's name. She rested her chin on her hand, looking puzzled and finding it hard to understand. The money split was 7-3. What would happen to Subaru's money then? Unlike Sokka, Subaru didn't care about money at all. He stared blankly at his coffee cup, tearing up with emotion. After destroying the gate, he had finally returned to this cafe. He was truly grateful. Sajaka, seeing Subaru wasn't paying attention to her words, got annoyed and asked him what he would do with the money. Subaru hesitated, saying he would share the money with her later. Sajaka suddenly asked an unexpected question, causing Subaru to spit out his coffee. She asked if Vanquish wasn't his real name. Seeing Subaru's reaction, she was sure she had hit the mark. Subaru was using a pseudonym and didn't want anyone to know he had destroyed the gate. Above all, his power was extremely strong despite being only level 1. Subaru had no excuse for Sokka's words, but Sokka had no intention of blaming him. After standing shoulder to shoulder with him, she knew he was a good person, and beyond saving her, she wanted to continue destroying gates with him in the future. She wanted to be his comrade. Sokka felt a little embarrassed after speaking for so long. She said she didn't know if she could, but she was willing to help him. Subaru's eyes widened. Comrade. No one had ever said that word to him before. This was the first time someone had said it to him. Subaru suddenly felt happy, as if warm water was flowing through him. He gripped the cup tightly and sincerely thanked Sokka. She had helped him a lot. If she truly wanted to be his comrade, he would be very happy. Subaru decided to tell Sajaka his real name, his past, and everything that had happened to him over the past 2 days. After listening to Subaru's story, Sokka's head throbbed. Who knew his situation would be far more complicated than she thought? A rainbow gate and an assassination accusation. Sajaka couldn't believe it. That Subaru was Alex Tiger's brother. Moreover, that bastard had stolen his gate and become a gold hunter. He was an unforgivable bastard. The more Sokka cursed, the more agitated she became. She asked Subaru if he wanted to become strong enough to defeat that bastard tiger. Subaru scratched his head. His life was threatened, so he just wanted to become stronger. Sajaka also told her story. Her family had 3 daughters, all hunters. Her older sisters and younger sisters' gates were both silver, but she was the only one with a bronze gate. At first, the 3 of them formed a team, but eventually she was kicked out for being a hindrance. So her goal was to become stronger and prove herself to them. Sajaka blushed and felt embarrassed, as it was her first time opening up to someone. She said her goal was similar to Subaru's, and she wanted to become stronger with him. Sajaka smiled brightly and extended her hand. She wanted to be his comrade and promised not to betray or abandon each other. Subaru was speechless. No one had ever said such words to him. He gripped Sajaka's hand tightly and accepted. Thus the two became comrades from that day forward. At the Hunter Federation headquarters, on the top floor of the political conference room, the gold hunters sat around a table holding a meeting. Now that they had subdued Eureka Tiger, they were the only gold hunters who could act. The remaining deities didn't seem to care much. 6 of them were enough. Everything was smooth without that damn tiger. After all, everyone disliked his arrogant attitude. The The other deities also seemed to agree, but the problem was that, apart from 4-star gates, only gold hunters could destroy 5-star gates. Their numbers weren't enough to handle such difficult gates. Hirasaka Renji suggested increasing their forces until the forced summoning order was lifted. He planned to include silver hunter groups in 5-star operations. Upon hearing this proposal, Shakishi Maru was surprised. Was he sure? Hunter Udu rubbed his chin and calculated. 10 people with an average level of 30 or higher seemed possible. Currently, 7 5-star gates needed to be destroyed quickly. The 4-star gate operation in Meguro City was assigned to the Juliet team with an average level of 31. This team was led by the level 38 playboy Hazaki Juliet. Subaru and Sajaka, after setting up a gate, came out and passed by the Juliet team. As expected of the strongest silver team, they had a really large number of members. But whatever that team did was none of their concern. Subaru and Sajaka were triumphantly preparing to destroy another 2-star gate in Meguro City. The name of that gate was Soldier's Armor Site. The two entered the gate, and what greeted them was an endlessly long staircase. They slowly descended. Subaru asked Saka if they could know in advance what was inside the gate. Sajaka explained, as long as you don't lock the gate from the inside, you can go in and out freely. So the investigation deity brings back information, for example, like this endless spiral staircase we're currently descending. Subaru understood. Sajaka saw the long narrow staircase. This might be the perfect place for her skill to take effect. Sajaka told Subaru to lock the gate. Then the mission would begin and enemies would appear. Subaru locked the gate as instructed. The system announced the mission start. Sajaka, in high spirits, continued to prepare for battle. Thumping sounds began to be heard from below. Subaru suddenly felt an ominous premonition. He got goosebumps. Looking down the stairs, he saw skeleton soldiers marching up in a line. At this overwhelming number, even Sajaka tensed up, saying there are too many of them. While she was momentarily stunned, a skeleton soldier swung its sword to attack her. Fortunately, Subaru quickly blocked the sword with his blood spirit. Sajaka also snapped out of it and punched the skeleton soldier in the face. The skeleton soldier flew away and disappeared. But they couldn't lower their guard yet. Another group charged. These skeletons must be level M or higher. They had to deal with all of them to get out of here. The two cooperated, with Subaru defending and Sajaka attacking. The narrow terrain was Sajaka's strength, but the number of enemies was too great, and there was also an eerie presence from underground that she had felt earlier. It was far more terrifying than the goblin boss they had faced before. The skeletons kept falling, but Sajaka's stamina was also reaching its limit. She was already panting. Subaru judged the situation to be unfavorable and told her to switch with him and fight so as not to exhaust her stamina as much as possible. Sajaka looked back at Subaru with a questioning gaze. Isn't it the other way around, leveling up inside a gate fully restored HP and MP? The best way was to do their best until they leveled up. So Sajaka's current condition was perfectly healthy, with 10,000 HP. She was ready to fight again. Subaru also cheered up at Sajaka's "let's fight with all we've got." He used his blood spirit to transform all the skeletons into a frozen tide of blood. Sajaka giggled, watching the skeletons struggle in the blood. Secret techniques are truly the best, Subaru, panting, told Saka to move quickly. It won't last long. Sajaka's eyes sparkled, and she leapt up, stepping on the skeletons' heads. She defeated as many skeletons as possible at her fastest speed, raising her to level 15. She left the remaining skeletons to Subaru. Understanding her intention, he used his crushing technique on the remaining frozen skeletons, sending them to their ascension, and he himself reached level 16. There was nothing more to say. Subaru had done what she expected as crazy, to the point where even the enemies were terrified. Suddenly, a skeleton that wasn't completely dead yet ambushed Sajaka from behind. But that skeleton was instantly defeated by a blood arrow shot by Subaru. Subaru reminded her not to let her guard down. Sajaka could only apologize regretfully. The deeper they went, the more monsters the two defeated. But the ominous premonition in Subaru's heart didn't disappear, and the pressure from below grew stronger and stronger. By the time they reached the end of the stairs, Subaru was level 19 and Saka was level 20. The two finally met a giant boss. The boss was a skeleton wearing a dress and a crown. She was Queen Judith, level 29. The skeleton suddenly opened its eyes and swung its whip to attack. One swing of the whip seemed to make the surrounding ground and stones crumble. Subaru used his blood spirit to protect them both. He assessed this boss as having long-range attacks and unrealistic trajectories. As Saka said, it seemed they couldn't win. Subaru gritted his teeth. He kept wondering if the persistent eerie feeling he had first felt really came from this boss. The boss swung its whip in all directions again. Subaru and Saka dodged and evaded. Sajaka almost wet her pants. She asked Subaru what they should do. No matter how close they tried to get, they probably couldn't last long. Subaru quietly assessed. This boss's technique seemed to be swinging its whip using MP. But if its MP ran out, would it stop swinging its whip like he did? If so, this technique would counteract Sajaka's technique. With too great a level difference, her instantaneous stun would be useless. It was best to use blood spirit for both offense and defense. But then Sajaka wouldn't get any experience from this boss. He was truly happy when Sajaka said she would be his friend and they would never abandon each other. Subaru called out to Saka loudly. He said he would block the whip and Saka should keep attacking until she was satisfied. Sajaka didn't understand what he was going to do but agreed. Subaru used blood spirit to increase its viscosity to 100. The monster also seemed to have caught on to what he was trying to do. It swung its whip, attacking the lump of blood he had just created. The lump of blood separated and clung to the monster's body, controlling its movements. Subaru told Sokka, "Move quickly." She did as he said, incessantly punching the monster in the face. For Sajaka to gain experience, her HP had to decrease by at least 20. Defense and recovery specialized deities really had to put in a lot of effort to get stronger. Subaru glanced at the countdown clock. He reminded Sajaka that the blood spirit would lose its effect in 5 seconds. Sajaka understood his intention and retreated. At that moment the monster broke free from his control. It started swinging its whip at Sokka again. She was protected within Subaru's blood spirit and returned safely. Just as the two were about to attack again, a resonance suddenly came from the monster. It growled, asking Subaru where he had gotten that power from. He stared blankly, wondering if he had misheard. The monster had just confirmed Subaru's judgment. The skeleton muttered, "He cannot give power to mortals." Subaru quickly deduced what problem the skeleton was talking about. It was probably referring to Vanquish. He hastily told the skeleton to calm down slowly if it wanted to speak. Why was it so angry? But the skeleton didn't listen and, as if insane, tore off its skirt and began to transform. This was a secret technique used by the boss. It used all its MP to transform into another form. The skeleton began to activate its secret technique. Subaru used blood spirit to wrap around them both. The skeleton continuously fired its whip during the transformation, making even his blood shield boil and evaporate. If he didn't constantly replenish blood, he would soon fall. Watching his MP bar gradually decrease, he didn't know what to do. At this rate, his MP would run out. Furthermore, Sokka was right behind him. Subaru also gritted his teeth. He converted blood spirit into a blood shield and stepped forward. The skeleton also raised its arm to attack him, but it was too slow. Subaru extended his blood shield into a spear, piercing the skeleton, and its head fell off. Before dying, the skeleton slowly disappeared, unable to believe that it had fallen. Subaru successfully defeated the boss and rose to level 20. Although he had defeated it, he couldn't be satisfied. The boss earlier seemed to know about Vanquish, but he had no choice but to finish it. He speculated that the gate owner might be a monster from the underworld. Sajaka jumped for joy, seeing Subaru succeed. At the last moment she decided to hide behind him and rose to level 21. Subaru was also happy to see Sajaka level up. He felt like they had now achieved their goal of becoming stronger. "Next time I meet a boss I'll have to ask," Sajaka exclaimed. "We defeated the boss, but there's no gate open notification yet." Subaru was astonished. "So we can't get out?" Sajaka was also helpless. She had never encountered such a situation before. Suddenly a rainbow gate appeared behind Subaru. Subaru was startled and turned around. Sajaka also gasped. This was her first time seeing a rainbow gate. Sajaka was delighted, saying it was Subaru's second gate. Subaru also thought it was strange. Wasn't it unusual for so many gates to appear? Sajaka, on the other hand, didn't see it as a bad thing. Each gate had different conditions, and she had heard that passing the trials could grant more secret techniques. Subaru rubbed his chin and said, "Conditions? Is it because I reached level 20? Sajaka happily added that she had heard the strongest gold hunter Hirasaka Renji had opened 7 gates so far. Subaru's mouth dropped open at that number. It meant they were doing incredibly well. At this rate, they would become the strongest duo in the world. Subaru looked at his hands. He had come this far with just blood spirit. If he could acquire other techniques just as powerful, he could become on par with gold tier. Sajaka urged Subaru, "Hurry and go in." He was startled and came to his senses. Seeing Sajaka's sparkling, expectant eyes, he suddenly felt warm. Subaru turned and twisted the doorknob. As soon as the door opened, Subaru's left arm was severed, and at the same time a long gash appeared across Sajaka's body. Subaru watched his arm fall off and saw the focus in Sokka's eyes gradually fade. She said sorry to Subaru in a trembling voice, then collapsed. Subaru ignored the blood flowing from his arm. He rushed towards Sajaka, but he couldn't take more than a few steps before collapsing. Subaru saw a person with a sword standing in front of the rainbow gate. The man smiled a bloodthirsty smile. He acted as if cutting a person just now was nothing. Subaru was dazed. Shikeo, this feeling was exactly the same overwhelming fear he had felt at first. Subaru rushed to Sajaka. He hugged her with his remaining arm. Subaru called her name many times, but Sokka didn't respond, and blood continued to flow from both of them. The zombie standing at the rainbow gate said sorry as if nothing had happened. Weak bugs can't even withstand one blow, so they don't deserve to live. Subaru's face darkened, hearing the zombie insult his friend. He rose from the ground and a rainbow aura surged. The zombie was intrigued and laughed loudly. Subaru was so angry that he didn't even care about the blood flowing from his arm. That zombie was also extremely excited. It introduced itself as one of Vanquish's subordinates, the Zombie Emperor. It was going to test Subaru. Subaru passed through the rainbow gate and faced the Zombie Emperor. He was one of Vanquish's subordinates. Subaru closed his eyes and saw the Vanquish within him. He yelled at Vanquish, asking why his subordinate had attacked him. What the hell was going on? Subaru was trembling with anger, but Vanquish remained indifferent and didn't respond. The Zombie Emperor chuckled. It said that the Vanquish inside Subaru wasn't real. It was just a guide to teach him how to use blood spirit, and it wouldn't say anything other than questions about blood spirit. The Zombie Emperor licked its lips. What it was interested in now was battle. The zombie emperor gave a polite bow. The condition to pass this gate was to injure it. It wanted to see how strong Subaru had become before he could finish speaking. Subaru immediately attacked the zombie emperor. But the zombie easily blocked his attack with its sword. It clicked its tongue, blaming Subaru for being too impatient. Shouldn't he at least listen to what it had to say? The zombie emperor raised its sword and swung it. It said that if Subaru successfully passed the trial, he would receive one of Vanquish's treasures. It would give him this divine sword it was currently holding. But what the zombie said didn't enter Subaru's ears. He was extremely angry right now. He didn't have time to listen to the zombie babble on again. What he wanted to do now was tear that zombie's body apart. Subaru activated Blood Spirit and several strings shot out from behind his back, extending towards the zombie, but it hunched its body and easily dodged. The zombie sneered, praising Subaru for using Blood Spirit well, but said he was still too slow to catch it. As soon as it finished speaking, more strings flew towards the zombie. It dodged and laughed loudly. It understood. The blood whip earlier was something Subaru had stolen and learned from the boss's secret technique. It had watched Subaru's battles from this side with Vanquish for quite some time, and from what it had seen, Subaru could adapt enemy fighting styles into his own. Subaru grew even angrier as he kept failing to hit the zombie. He yelled at the zombie not to run away. "Fight me, I don't have time to waste here. Sajaka is waiting for me." The zombie emperor laughed pleasantly. "That's not a funny joke." Subaru gritted his teeth and he began to fight seriously. The zombie leapt up and easily cut all of Subaru's blood strings. Subaru froze. He couldn't figure out how the zombie could hurt him. Subaru touched the wound on his face. That attack earlier was the power of the divine sword. The zombie emperor held up its sword and boasted. Vanquish had also upgraded this spirit. It was the ultimate blood sword that could even pierce heaven. With this, any shield Subaru created would be as thin as paper. The zombie emperor was boasting like it was dancing when it suddenly felt the ground shake. It was extremely delighted, seeing that something interesting was about to happen. Another group of blood strings shot up from under the ground. The zombie turned and dodged. The zombie exclaimed, "Oh, how interesting." Subaru swung a whip from under his feet. The zombie giggled. It was so good, it chuckled maniacally. "Truly amazing. This child can create attacks in various ways. Perhaps he will become a great warrior." The zombie emperor continuously attacked from the thorn field Subaru had set up. He gritted his teeth. He couldn't believe the zombie could dodge everything. In an instant, the zombie emperor was standing in front of Subaru. He was also surprised. Subaru could do so well. Before Subaru could react, the zombie punched him in the stomach. He coughed up blood. The zombie threw its sword into the sky. It landed another blow on Subaru, almost killing him. The zombie gathered its arms and sent Subaru flying 8 meters away. At that moment, the divine sword also fell. The zombie caught it perfectly. He sneered, "Did you think you were stronger and underestimated me? You're like a frog in a well. My trial is no joke." The zombie looked at Subaru, who lay motionless in the sand, and urged him to get up and attack again, or he wouldn't be able to defeat it. Before he could even finish speaking, the zombie emperor took a stance. In contrast, Subaru, despite the incessant flow of blood, forced himself to his feet. He reactivated Blood Spirit. Subaru paid no heed to anything the zombie emperor said. Sajaka's life was in danger, and there was no more time to waste. Subaru reactivated Blood Spirit. This time he transformed the Blood Spirit into armor, enveloping his entire body. Subaru furiously fanned the flames of his rage, just as Vanquish had instructed. Subaru charged at the zombie emperor and attacked, but he easily dodged again. Without wasting a second, Subaru whipped out a blood whip from behind his back. The zombie emperor dodged the whip with his foot. Subaru seized the opportunity to rush forward and attack. He would not let this beast escape. The zombie emperor laughed again. He raised his fist to block Subaru's attack. This time, Subaru blocked his punch. The zombie emperor, sounding satisfied, said, "Strong." Then he added, "But can you withstand this attack?" Saying this, the zombie emperor swung his sword, attempting to strike down. At that moment, Subaru also raised his fist and attacked. The divine blade cut off his arm, but Subaru's arm reattached itself in the blink of an eye. He punched the zombie emperor in the face. The zombie emperor turned and cut off Subaru's remaining arm, but Subaru reattached it again and landed another blow on the zombie emperor. The zombie emperor severed Subaru's limbs several more times in quick succession, but he quickly reattached them and retaliated. The zombie emperor instantly understood the problem. No matter how many times he cut Subaru, Subaru would use his own blood to reattach his body. If his MP ran out in this state, his body would automatically disintegrate and ascend. Damn it, he couldn't take it anymore. The zombie emperor was intensely intrigued. It truly felt like he had met a madman. The zombie emperor recalled his conversation with Vanquish. Vanquish had praised Subaru as an interesting fellow. He said that even while agonizingly receiving power, Subaru had bitten back. Vanquish had promised the zombie emperor that he would like Subaru. He hadn't believed it then, but now he did. The zombie emperor burst into laughter. He was starting to be captivated by Subaru. However, those weak attacks were still not enough to hurt him. As the zombie emperor grinned broadly, his opponent stiffened. Subaru growled with burning eyes and a rainbow aura surged. "What the hell are you babbling about?" Subaru grabbed his arm and transformed its shape again. His left arm turned into a blood spear. It was the zombie emperor who was underestimating him. As the blood spear pierced the zombie emperor's body, he coughed up green blood. Subaru furiously screamed, "You cursed bastard, get out of this world!" The rotten zombie's body was split in two, its upper and lower halves falling in different places. He shouted, "Are you serious?" Instead of injuring him, Subaru was trying to kill him. Is he trying to level up, this guy? Subaru was no longer in the mood to listen to his nonsense. He urged him to die quickly. The zombie emperor struggled. Truly persistent, Subaru knew well. If the zombie emperor didn't die, the gate wouldn't open. He had to get Sokka to the hospital as soon as possible. The zombie emperor let out a long sigh. Time outside stops when you're inside a gate. How do you plan to survive? You healed your wounds using a secret technique. If your MP runs out, your body will disintegrate and ascend. Subaru paid no attention to his own body. He couldn't find any other way to defeat the zombie emperor. It was his trial, but Sokka was involved. Therefore he had to take her to the hospital before he died, at least. Subaru again urged the zombie emperor to die quickly. The outside time had stopped, but his MP continued to decrease. The zombie emperor grew increasingly unsettling. Sajaka, this guy, has he fallen for her?" Subaru said with tears streaming down his face. "It's not love. I promised her we would never abandon each other. She's my first friend in life." The zombie emperor froze. He recalled his past, standing at the edge of a cliff. Vanquish had extended a hand and saved him, and Vanquish had sworn on the honor of a vampire never to betray or abandon him. The zombie emperor shed his frivolous demeanor. He thought he had played too hard. The zombie emperor pointed to the rolling sword. As an apology, he offered Subaru this divine sword and his abilities as a trial completion reward. Subaru couldn't understand. What was the point of giving him anything if he was going to die anyway? The zombie emperor slowly disappeared, assuring Subaru that he wouldn't die. This rainbow gate was inside a gate, and therefore if Subaru leveled up, all his injuries would heal. After defeating the zombie emperor, Subaru instantly rose to level 26, acquired the divine sword and the secret technique fusion vibration, and his blood spirit also reached level 6. Subaru, as if remembering something, loudly asked the zombie emperor, "Are all gate masters underworld monsters?" The zombie emperor confirmed that they were all the same. Vanquish was also one of them. Seeing that time was running out, the zombie emperor pointed a finger and admonished Subaru, "Someday, if a friend dies, use Bloodstealer to revive them." The zombie emperor was extremely satisfied before disappearing. Subaru's aura just now was exactly like Vanquish's. The system announced mission complete and instructed the player to leave the gate. Subaru hurriedly carried Sajaka out of the gate. He wasn't interested in the mission or the clock. He quickly called 911. At another gate, Mobid's lair, Juliet's team, led by Hizaki Juliet, was in a dire situation, like a dog chasing chickens. Juliet stood dumbfounded, facing a gigantic whale. The whale fired water columns, sending Juliet's subordinates to their ascension one after another. Moreover, this whale wasn't even the boss. A subordinate clung to Juliet, asking for instructions on how to defeat this boss. They couldn't exit until most of the awakened hunters had died. Juliet's expression hardened as she asked her subordinate how many were left. The subordinate didn't understand what Juliet was asking. Suddenly, Juliet turned to her subordinate with a menacing look and growled, "How many more have to die before we can escape?" The subordinate was startled. He never imagined Juliet would abandon his comrades and try to escape. Surely this mission was assigned to Juliet. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, Juliet pierced his head with her sword. Her face had completely changed. Her own life was several times more important than the lives of ordinary subordinates. Useless and ugly individuals weren't worth living. Suddenly, the system's red notification sounded. Most of the awakened hunters had died, so the gate would open immediately. Juliet laughed loudly and kicked the subordinate's corpse. Just then, other subordinates also rushed over. They too had received the notification that if the gate opened, the monsters inside would pour out. But Juliet had no interest in such things. She turned and yelled at her subordinates, asking what they were doing. She demanded they go back and stop the monster. The subordinates flinched at the scolding. They didn't know how to stop the monster. Juliet had no interest in that at all right now. She turned wildly and fled. Now the subordinates also realized their team leader's rotten personality, but they were awakened hunters. They couldn't let this monster escape and harm ordinary citizens. So they continued to resist. Outside the gate, Juliet pushed hard trying to get out. Before he could even step 2 feet out and rejoice, he received a notification that no one inside the gate had survived and the monster would soon escape. Juliet's eyes widened. It hadn't even been a minute. Immediately, an enormous power erupted from inside the gate. Juliet was hit and flung 8 meters away. He fell to the ground. Tears and snot streaming down his face, clenching his fists and cursing. Damn useless subordinates couldn't even last a minute. The gigantic whale slowly crawled out of the gate. Juliet received a notification that the monster would target the awakened hunters who had been in the gate. Juliet screamed and began to flee desperately. On the other side, a rescue team arrived at Subaru's location. They were giving first aid to Sokka. Subaru stood by, his heart burning with anxiety, praying for her safety. Suddenly, a red notification window appeared. Mission failed. The 5-star gate Mobid's lair was abandoned. Remaining time 5,837 hours. Penalty: remaining time will reduce the time on the giant clock. Immediately, 240 days were deducted from the giant clock, leaving 49 days. Subaru froze. He didn't know who had done such a thing. Suddenly, Juliet ran desperately towards them. Subaru also recognized him as a member of Juliet's team. He screamed, demanding an ambulance for himself. Subaru didn't understand what he was saying. Juliet grabbed Subaru's clothes and shouted, "That whale is chasing me. You stop that monster. Buy as much time as possible so I can escape in the car." After speaking, Juliet went to the medical staff and demanded a car. The medical staff were flustered. They said they needed to prioritize the injured first. But Juliet didn't care at all. He pulled one of the medical staff to the driver's seat, stating that his life was more important. "Don't bother with that injured kid. He's just a small bronze awakened hunter. You should prioritize me, a silver awakened hunter." Juliet held onto the medical staff's clothes, not letting go, continuously urging them. Subaru's face hardened. He grabbed Juliet's shoulder and told him to wait. Juliet growled, "What are you dawdling for?" The whale had already fully escaped the gate. It was flying towards the city center. The Awakened Hunter Federation began issuing warnings. An underworld monster had appeared in Meguro City. Danger level 5 stars. An immediate evacuation alert was issued for Meguro City, Setagaya Ward and Shinagawa City. All residents were asked to evacuate to a safe place immediately. Subaru turned and told the medical staff to go. He entrusted Sokka to them. The medical staff, seeing the urgency of the situation, did not hesitate and quickly loaded the people into the car and left. Juliet, seeing his lifeline disappear, began to scream, "What are you doing? I'll kill you." Before he could finish speaking, Subaru activated his secret technique and grabbed Juliet's shoulder. "Kill me, go ahead and try." Juliet knew even with his knees that he was finished. A moment later, Juliet, his face swollen like a pig, hung upside down from a tree by Subaru. He struggled desperately but couldn't escape. Now, Juliet treated Subaru like his father, spilling everything he knew. That whale was targeting him. Monsters target the awakened hunters who were in the gate. Juliet was terrified after witnessing Subaru's power. Subaru had defeated him without breaking a sweat. He had never heard that name before. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. Good, as long as Juliet is alive, no one will be harmed. He also had to prevent the whale from chasing Sokka. He had to defeat the whale right here, right now. Subaru clenched his fist and whipped Juliet's face with a blood whip. He asked what the whale's technique was. Juliet frankly revealed it. The whale could summon and create water jets, and the technique was super fast and powerful, so they simply had to give up. As soon as he finished speaking, the whale spewed out many water droplets. Juliet almost wet his pants. A water column fired towards him. Subaru didn't move an inch, transforming his blood spirit into an azalea flower to block all the water columns. The water columns instantly evaporated. Juliet felt an itch and couldn't believe Subaru had blocked that attack. That attack could easily penetrate any silver awakened hunter's shield. Subaru crouched and took a stance. He was glad this whale was floating in the air. Thanks to that, he could fight with all his might. Subaru enveloped his body in blood armor, flew into the sky, and attacked the whale from top to bottom with a blood fist. But the attack had no effect, and the whale actually grew larger. It realized a new target was attacking it. It opened its mouth wide and unleashed a sky-shattering roar that shattered all the glass in the high-rise buildings. Subaru gritted his teeth. This was a 5-star monster. The level difference was too great and his attack had no effect. Subaru decided to test a new weapon. He summoned the divine sword. At this moment, the whale also opened its mouth wide. An eye popped out from its mouth. The whale spat out a series of rockets towards Subaru. Subaru grabbed the divine sword and used 1/3 of his MP to slash through all the rockets the whale spewed out in one go. Juliet couldn't believe his eyes. The whale actually recoiled. It was only then that Subaru read the divine sword's instructions. It consumed the user's MP to deliver a single blow. The more MP poured in, the more it could cut, and the effect also increased. Subaru calculated whether to use less MP. He still couldn't gauge how much to use. Of course, the previous blow alone was not enough to defeat the whale. It returned with a more aggressive appearance. The whale gathered a gigantic mass of water in its mouth, ready to spit it out again. Subaru could roughly estimate the power of that attack. He had to stop it from firing. Subaru raised the hand holding the sword. He decided to use another 1/3 of his MP for the next blow. The whale was hit and shattered into many pieces. The gigantic mass of water fell, becoming a torrential rain. After all the water bubbles disappeared, a rainbow appeared. The system announced the whale's defeat. Subaru was soaked like a mouse. Juliet watched the entire battle in HD, frozen. He couldn't believe this man had defeated the whale with a single blow. Was he perhaps a new golden awakened hunter? Subaru checked his status again. As he had thought, defeating a boss outside a gate didn't grant a level up. But fortunately there was no major damage. Subaru clenched his fist. He had to go to Sujaka right now. Subaru used his blood spirit to create armor under his feet and flew away. Unbeknownst to him, all his actions just now were captured by an old man with a camera. The old man was equally surprised and immediately promised to upload the video to the Bluebird app to make it trend on social media. At Shinagawa Hospital, Sokka was in critical condition. When Subaru arrived, Sokka had already been moved to the morgue. He pulled back the cloth and saw her lying motionless. Subaru fell into despair. He knelt on the floor and began to blame himself. It was all his fault. Sujaka had been involved because of him. Subaru felt anger surge again as he thought of that rotten zombie. But he recalled what that corpse had said before dying. Someday, if a friend dies, use Bloodstealer to revive them. Subaru suddenly snapped out of it. He opened his skill window and scrolled to find it. He clicked on the currently unlocked skill to open it. Transforms a close awakened hunter into a clan member and revives them. Valid within 1 hour after death. Current target, Amamiza Sajaka. 17 seconds remaining until time runs out. Subaru froze. Did this mean Sokka could come back to life? The countdown continued to decrease, with 15 seconds left. Subaru didn't hesitate and cast the Bloodstealer skill. He prayed that it wasn't too late. A red aura enveloped Sokka and the time still counted down second by second. As the final second ended, the red aura enveloping Sajaka disappeared. Subaru's face turned pale. At that moment, two people suddenly burst in, calling out to Sokka. These two were Sajaka's older sisters. They pushed Subaru aside, crying, and rushed to their younger sister. The older sister said bitterly, "This is why I told Sokka not to be an awakened hunter anymore." The second sister still couldn't stop sobbing. She couldn't believe her sister was dead. Subaru stood blankly, unable to say anything. It was then that the older sister paid attention to him. She turned and asked him who he was. Subaru hesitated. Thinking of Sokka, his heart ached. Tears welling up, he said he was Sokka's friend. Her older sister, enraged by his words, lunged at Subaru and attacked him. Subaru didn't resist. The older sister cried, blaming Subaru for dragging Sokka into dangerous missions. She said they hadn't meant to abandon Sokka from the start, but merely intended to return and protect her once they were strong enough. They were almost there, she claimed, when someone like Subaru appeared and took their sister's life. Just as the older sister was about to land another blow on Subaru, sudden movement behind them caught their attention. Sokka, who moments ago had been a cold corpse, suddenly shot up into the air. A red symbol appeared on the back of her neck. Sokka gradually transformed into a different being. She descended to the ground before the horrified eyes of many. Sokka, seeing her older sister's murderous gazes, glared at them and shouted for them to remove their filthy hands from Subaru. As soon as she finished speaking, Sokka charged, attempting to attack her older sister. The older sister, frozen, couldn't comprehend what was happening. Fortunately, Subaru quickly moved to block Sokka's attack. Otherwise, her sister would have died. Subaru's hands trembled as he blocked Sokka's attack. Why was she so strong? Sokka immediately released her hand and knelt before Subaru, begging for forgiveness. The two sisters found this sight strange. Subaru also turned pale. What on earth was happening? He asked Sokka again if it was really her. Sokka affirmed that she had been resurrected as a bloodkin thanks to Subaru's secret technique. She said she had no prior memories but would be absolutely obedient to Subaru. Subaru stood frozen in fear. Sokka's two sisters heard this and their faces hardened. They no longer held back and activated their secret techniques. They accused Subaru of being evil and perverse, demanding to know what he had done to their younger sister. Subaru, sweating coldly, was at a loss when Sokka asked one more question. She asked if he was evil and perverse. Subaru shook his head vigorously. Of course not. Sokka was now Subaru's subordinate. She drew her sword, intending to attack her two sisters on his behalf. Subaru hastily stopped her. He screamed terribly. Subaru had no choice but to use his secret technique to bind Sokka's two sisters to the back wall, then dragged Sokka and fled outside. Subaru swore as he ran. Damn it, this is horrible. What kind of cursed skill is this? This isn't Sokka. Sokka, being dragged, was bewildered. Didn't Subaru intend to kill those two just now? Subaru didn't pay attention to Sokka's question. Now he didn't know what to do. He had to ask Sokka about this strange bloodkin. The two came out into the lobby. Subaru froze, his face drained of color. Seeing himself on the large screen, he never imagined his fight with the whale had been filmed by someone. As he stood dumbfounded, someone suddenly approached and said Subaru was about to become something. The two people who approached were Shikishima Ryu and Udu Ryus, the second and third strongest gold hunters, respectively. Shikishima ground his teeth in irritation. Damn it, I didn't know Tiger had a brother. Subaru was even more flustered when he saw the two approaching. It seemed there was one more person besides those two. The important person always appeared last, and that person was Hirasaka Renji, the leader of the gold hunters. Hirasaka Renji politely told Subaru that he was accused of destroying commercial property in Shinagawa City and assassinating a fellow hunter. They asked him to come with them to discuss further. Subaru, of course, knew this person. He had been his idol since childhood. He was the strongest hunter in Japan. He never imagined he would meet him like this in his lifetime. Subaru nervously placed Sokka behind him in a protective stance. Hirasaka smiled and explained that all of Subaru's problems had already been resolved. Subaru and Sokka were invited to get into a car with the other three. He told them everything that had happened to him over the past 2 days, his entire story. He poured out everything he knew, but he was still confused, not understanding why he was no longer a suspect. Shikishima threw a tablet at Subaru, asking him if he knew how many surveillance cameras there were in Tokyo. First, the destruction around the shopping area was recorded from beginning to end on camera. Subaru was a victim targeted by Tiger. Next was the alleged assassination of Kanasaki. The gate that made him a hunter appeared and split Kanasaki in two, and the other two people present at the scene also testified for him. Subaru never imagined that the two people who had bullied him would testify for him. It was now clear that Subaru was no longer a suspect. Moreover, news that Subaru had defeated a 5-star monster without any casualties spread widely, and he was now a hero. The two words hero were so unfamiliar to Subaru. He never imagined he would become a hero. After hearing Subaru's story, Shikishima understood many mysteries about Tiger. Alex Tiger only possessed the secret technique Golden Arm. Even if a hunter took a gate from another hunter, a second gate would never appear. This was how they came to know Subaru. This was probably why Tiger kept Subaru by his side. That is, when another gate reappeared, he would snatch it again. Only then did Subaru understand everything. Why Tiger wouldn't let him go, it was because he wanted him to. The Gold Hunter team took Subaru to the dungeon on the 6th floor below headquarters. It was a solitary confinement prison for hunter antagonists. Alex Tiger's eyes widened when he saw the approaching people. He called Subaru in a very affectionate tone. Tiger was restrained by golden chains and could do nothing. Shikishima kicked the prison's iron door hard. He already disliked that guy, and now that he had heard Subaru's story, he would continue to investigate based on Tiger's statements. Tiger furiously slammed against the prison's iron door, continuously insulting Subaru's parents. He swore to heaven and earth that he would tear a bottom-feeder bug like Subaru to shreds. He claimed that all of Subaru's gates were his. Subaru was drenched in Tiger's insults but showed no reaction. Sokka, standing beside him, was seething, but Subaru was as calm as water. He himself felt it was strange. Even standing before the furious and repulsive Tiger, his heart didn't waver in the slightest. Tiger grew even more enraged when Subaru showed no reaction. He couldn't accept that a pathetic bug like Subaru dared to look at him that way. Subaru didn't want to hear any more of Tiger's nonsense, so he turned around and Tiger continued to bark behind him. Udu saw Subaru leaving and asked if it was okay to let him go like that. Hirasaka gazed thoughtfully at his tablet, saying he also intended to give Subaru some privileges. They needed him to become stronger because there was information that a 6-star gate had appeared. Subaru took 2 stars to the receptionist and exchanged them for money. The receptionist confirmed that Subaru exchanged 2 stars for 300,000 yen. Moreover, he received an additional 20 million yen for defeating the 5-star monster. Subaru got goosebumps. The receptionist handed him a black card. Subaru was granted additional privileges by the Federation. If he presented this black card, he could use all facilities belonging to the Federation, such as hotels and convenience stores, for free. Subaru still didn't understand what she was talking about, but the people behind him were already whispering. They marveled that Subaru had defeated the blue whale bare-handed and immediately received privileges. Subaru couldn't believe he had become famous. The receptionist was the one who had made him known to everyone. Now Subaru was strong. Power, money, fame, everything was in his hands. The receptionist asked Subaru again what he wanted to do next. On the 6th floor underground, Tiger was still throwing a fit, continuously insulting various people's parents. The elevator door opened again, and another person descended. She waved her hand, firing golden chains that immobilized Tiger. He fell to the ground. The person who had just arrived was Kiyokawa Sakura, the 4th strongest gold hunter. She was the receptionist from before. Her real name and face were secret. She was working as a receptionist because of her own wishes. Tiger ground his teeth in irritation. Kiyokawa tightened her grip, constricting the chain so Tiger couldn't utter any more nonsense. He now realized the bitter truth. Subaru was now overwhelmingly strong. He had passed 2 gates, and furthermore his indifferent attitude. He didn't even bat an eye at Tiger. To Tiger, that was nothing less than an act of contempt. He absolutely couldn't accept it. Tiger gritted his teeth. He began to curse the world. He thought this world no longer chose him. He wished everyone would die. Tiger's resentment towards the world summoned a dark gate. Kiyokawa was startled to see the dark gate summoned and shouted at Tiger, asking what on earth he had done. Tiger only then noticed the gate behind him. The gate continuously spewed resentment and curses. It stung Tiger's sore spot, attacking him. It said this world didn't choose him. A hand shot out from inside the gate, pulling Tiger in, promising to eliminate everything for him. Numerous hands shot out from inside the gate, grabbing Tiger and trying to drag him in. Kiyokawa, of course, wouldn't let that happen. She activated her golden chains and held onto Tiger. However, her chains were instantly destroyed by the dark energy emanating from the gate. It attacked Kiyokawa, gradually eroding her limbs. Tiger was shocked to see Kiyokawa fall so easily. What kind of monstrous power was that? The gate scratched Tiger's itch. It promised to give him this power. Tiger gradually sank into the gate. Subaru and Sokka were sitting on a building rooftop. Sokka, seeing her master was silent, asked what he was pondering. Subaru placed a hand on his forehead, rethinking Kiyokawa's question. Money, power, fame, everything was in his hands. What did he want to do from now on? Subaru stood up abruptly. He glanced at Sokka beside him. He asked what he should call her now. Calling her Sokka felt a bit strange. Sokka told him to call her she. Subaru asked her if there was any way for her to return to her old self. Sokka, seeing Subaru's worried expression, she blinked, understanding that this body she was using belonged to someone important to him. She asked him if he could see his Bloodstealer's secret technique stats. Since her soul and his soul were connected, she could see the stats. She looked at the stats and pointed to level 35, which was still locked. She speculated that the third gate was likely to appear when he acquired a new skill. If there truly was a way to turn Sokka back to her old self, it would be best to ask the people on the other side of the gate. Subaru also understood. It would be best to meet Vanquish, who had given him his skills, and ask him. Subaru snapped out of it. He stood up. Right now, he had to focus on leveling up. Currently he was level 26, and he had to defeat more monsters. Subaru used his secret technique to create a new jacket. Now he had to find a new gate. He had to meet Vanquish as soon as possible. The two arrived in front of a gate on the street. The merchant looked at him with extreme gratitude, because a gate had suddenly appeared in front of his shop. Since then his business had gradually declined. Moreover, he never imagined that the famous savior Subaru would come here. Subaru scratched his head, embarrassed. He opened the door and turned to ask She if she would enter. She explained that since she was his blood kin, she would serve him as long as he lived. She showed Subaru her stats. Subaru exclaimed, oh, he didn't know she could also use blood orb. He asked why her MP was 0. She explained bloodkin live off their master's MP and can also activate secret techniques using their master's MP. Subaru realized. He realized she was now twice as strong as Tiger, and 20 times stronger than Sokka. The two entered the gate. This was a 3-star gate, non-hell. As soon as they entered, She suggested borrowing Subaru's MP. Subaru wanted to test her strength, so he let her do as she wished. She activated Blood Orb and upgraded a blood ring. A large and enormous circle appeared in the air. She seemed to have transformed into another person. Moments ago she was obedient, but the next moment she devoured all the demon horde like a madwoman. Subaru admired. That's pretty good, isn't it? She withdrew the blood ring. This technique was only pretty good because it was useless against high-level opponents. All the trivial demon horde were eliminated. The boss appeared. This time, Subaru stepped forward. He summoned the divine sword and cleanly dealt with the boss. The two completed the mission and exited the gate. The time taken was only 10 minutes. The old man from before was surprised to see them enter and exit. Already so fast? After clearing the 3-star gate, Subaru rose to level 28. As he had thought, the 3-star gate wasn't very difficult. He prepared to book a 4-star gate. As he stood dumbfounded, someone suddenly called Subaru. Subaru turned around to see Shikishima from the Gold Hunter group sitting there as if he had been waiting for a while. He rested his chin on his hand and complimented him. Destroying a 3-star gate in 10 minutes, that's quite impressive. Subaru asked him why he was here. Shikishima descended before him and accused him of not even checking the notifications. Shikishima gave him some bad news. Tiger had escaped. This incident happened late last night, so it hadn't been on the news yet. However, one of the Gold Hunters was trampled. Subaru was startled. No way, who was hurt? Shikishima told him it was the Gold Hunter, the anonymous 4th strongest, one who subdued Tiger with golden chains. Shikishima kindly provided him with additional information. The 4th strongest's real name was Kiyokawa Sakura. He had already met her. Only then did Subaru realize that the pink-haired girl who always sat at the receptionist desk was the 4th strongest Gold Hunter. Currently she was unconscious. All surveillance cameras and prison data were destroyed, so there was no evidence currently. Based on the risk level, Gold Hunters would team up in groups of 2 or more to destroy gates. Subaru pointed to himself, asking if he was also a Gold Hunter now. Shikishima crossed his legs. Subaru's Rainbow Gate would be far more powerful than a Gold Gate. He told Subaru to choose the gate he wanted to destroy, then team up with him for a while. Subaru obediently followed. Shikishima magnanimously agreed to team up with Subaru for a while, telling him not to disappoint him, because that damn Tiger would surely target Subaru first. Every time that guy's name was mentioned, his blood boiled and he crushed the water bottle in his hand. The two arrived in front of a 4-star gate called Serrated Pit. Shikishima Ryu was the strongest Gold Hunter after Hirasaka Renji. Even though the enemies would be 10 times stronger with each increase in star count, it was still easy for him. Subaru awkwardly forced a smile, unsure if he would need him. Theoretically, Shikishima possessed a skill that allowed him to fire invisible bullets from his fingertips. However, it didn't seem to look that way yet. The terrifying attack of the 50th secret technique, Sulfur, turned the entire sky green. After finishing this gate, the two moved to another gate. Shikishima again defeated the monsters with a few attacks. As far as Subaru knew, none of the monsters in this gate were weak. Notifications of monsters being defeated kept ringing. Shikishima was annoyed by hearing them so often. Gold Hunters had to follow one rule. In the real world outside gates, it was strictly forbidden to use any secret techniques other than the first one. This was because other secret techniques caused very high damage. After dealing with all the smaller monsters, Shikishima proudly led the way to eliminate the boss. All Gold Hunters in Japan, after becoming masters of Gold Gates, received the title of 7 Knights. Shikishima was granted power by a cavalryman. Shikishima told Subaru to choose the next gate. He planned to destroy 3 more gates today. Shikishima sighed and handled a 4-star gate's boss. The 3 of them drove to the next location. Shikishima mumbled that 52 minutes would be enough. Subaru thought he had become strong, but Gold Hunters were truly on a different level. Shikishima dealt with the 4-star boss in an instant. People called it transcendence. Shikishima said that soon Subaru would have to handle things on his own. The two arrived at another 4-star gate, Glass Waterfall. This gate had an unusual terrain. Shikishima walked with annoyance. He told Subaru to be careful at this stage. Low-level hunters couldn't even move. This peculiar terrain contained only the boss. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cat sprang out of a pile of glass. Subaru took a defensive stance and the cat ambushed from above, leaping at Subaru's head, but he quickly summoned the divine sword and severed one of the cat's legs. Shikishima exclaimed, "Oh, that's the sword from the video. You can cut down a B-tier boss with that, quite impressive." Subaru struggled after taking one hit, his face covered in blood. His face turned pale. This boss was much stronger than the zombie, perhaps several times stronger. If he hadn't had this divine sword, he would have been in danger. As Subaru raised his sword to strike again, he noticed the cat's severed leg slowly healing, a new leg growing back. Subaru froze. "What? It's regenerating." The cat swung its paw at Subaru again, and this time he leaped up to dodge it. Subaru quickly assessed the situation. Now the divine sword was useless. It consumed too much MP and had no effect on this boss. She, judging the situation to be unfavorable, tried to help, but Shikishima stopped her. He rested his chin on his hand, quietly standing and waiting. She gave him a sidelong glance and asked, "You're not thinking of abandoning Subaru, are you?" Shikishima clicked his tongue, saying, "I'm not some four-legged beast. If he looks like he's going to lose, I'll intervene." Shikishima thought it was fortunate that Subaru had encountered this boss. Even if the Rainbow Gate was stronger than a Gold Gate, it would be entirely meaningless if the hunter was a fool who relied solely on statistics. He needed to see Subaru's true potential. Subaru, on the other side, was cornered. This terrain nullified his blood spirit. If he used ropes, there was nothing to latch onto. If he used bones, they would be swept away by the strong winds constantly blowing from the waterfall. Traps were useless too. This enemy was too massive, and using too many would consume too much MP. Subaru leaped up, trying to obscure the cat's eyes with his blood spirit, but the cat hit him perfectly. This cat hit its target too accurately. It wasn't observing with its eyes. The cat flung Subaru away, sending him sprawling on the ground. Shikishima began to grow annoyed. "What is this? The situation isn't good. This guy is too young. And this situation is happening because it's his first time fighting such a unique boss. I guess I expected too much." She still hadn't lost faith in her master. She told Shikishima not to underestimate him. Subaru found a way to counterattack. After that, the tide of battle began to turn. Subaru connected ropes to the cat's body. If he couldn't use them on the terrain, he could use them directly on the cat. This cat had no joints and no senses. It was like a slime in the shape of a cat. Attacks and slashes that didn't use the divine sword would be effective. Subaru used the secret technique the zombie had bestowed upon him earlier, Death's Fist. It could destroy a target from within. Subaru applied his knowledge and practice, combining Blood Spirit and Death's Fist to attack the cat. As the cat was destroyed from the inside, Subaru again wrapped a blood whip around its neck and with a destructive spring pulled forcefully, smashing its face. Regeneration? He had already regenerated his own body. Subaru was serious and very cool. "You're regenerating with MP, aren't you? Sorry, but I won't let you. I'll keep smashing you." Shikishima was also surprised. This guy grasped the enemy's characteristics in a short time. Moreover, he combined his first and second secret techniques. He had heard that Subaru could control blood, but Alex Subaru had a far more unique fighting style than that. Shikishima mumbled, "This guy's crazy." She was extremely proud. Subaru and the glass cat exchanged hundreds of blows. Both man and cat were exhausted. Shikishima shouted from below, "Subaru, if you beat that cat, I'll buy you sushi," she said contemptuously. There's no way Master would be so easily tempted by food, but the truth was the exact opposite. As soon as he heard about the sushi, Subaru's motivation surged and he sprang at the cat like a coiled spring, making the cat growl. Subaru successfully destroyed the 4-star gate and leveled up to level 31. His accompanying skills also upgraded. As promised, Shikishima bought Subaru sushi. He urged Subaru, "How long are you going to just stare? Eat quickly." Subaru, cherishing the sushi on the table, couldn't bring himself to eat it, his eyes sparkling. He wanted to look at it longer. Subaru shed tears of emotion. It was his first time seeing sushi in his life. He was truly happy. She, who had been wrestling with the cat from the opposite side, also admired him. "Master Subaru has really had a tough time." Shikishima suddenly got a headache. Seeing what she was doing, he snapped, "This is a high-class bar. Who would have thought Subaru would capture the glass spirit after defeating it? After defeating a boss, one could receive rewards like Hirasaka's earring or Tiger's jacket. Subaru's red sword was also one of those. Subaru, craving sushi, was startled as he remembered. He looked at the yawning cat, wondering what use this would be. Shikishima suggested he give it a name. It was rare to make an underworld monster a pet. Subaru hesitated for a moment. With an excited heart, he named the cat Sushi. The cat was bewildered upon hearing that. Its name, once Glass Spirit, had suddenly become Glass Sushi. Shikishima again urged him to eat quickly. "Sushi is best right after it's made. Why are you still just staring?" Just as Subaru was about to put the first piece of sushi into his mouth, the earth and sky shook. Shikishima shouted in irritation, "What is it this time?" Indeed, something had happened. Another monster had escaped from a gate. Subaru sprang up and took a battle stance. Shikishima adjusted his clothes. "See, I told you to eat quickly." This time the monster was an eagle. It seized a young girl and flew into the sky. The eagle, flaunting its power, suddenly fell as Shikishima and she broke both its wings with a golden gun and a blood ring. Subaru appeared from somewhere, leaping onto the eagle's head and piercing its head with his blood spirit. The eagle, unable to even control its own body, had no time to worry about anything else. When it released its grip, the hostage girl free fell. Subaru caught her with his blood spirit. The girl looked at her savior with sparkling eyes. Subaru landed and gently asked the girl if she was hurt anywhere. The girl said she was fine and hastily thanked him. Just then, Subaru's acquaintance rushed over. It was Sawada, the former leader of the group that used to bully Subaru. Subaru flinched when he saw him, and was even more surprised that the girl he had just saved was Sawada's younger sister. Seeing that the two seemed to know each other, the girl asked her brother if he knew Subaru. Shikishima also recognized Sawada. He shouted, "Isn't that the guy we interrogated before? I also know Sawada was one of the ones who violently bullied Subaru." He pushed Sawada, asking, "Why aren't you thanking Subaru?" Sawada bristled, about to say, "Why should I thank a filthy bug?" but hastily corrected himself. He no longer called Subaru a bug. Sawada's younger sister, on the other hand, said with a joyful face, "Thank you, Mr. Subaru." Sawada leapt up and asked his sister, "Why are you thanking this guy?" His sister retorted exasperatedly, "He saved your sister, so why shouldn't I thank him? What's so embarrassing?" Sawada was speechless. He again adopted an unpleasant attitude towards Subaru. He threatened that if Subaru wanted revenge he would upload the video of him wetting his pants onto the internet, but Subaru showed no reaction. He smiled gently, and Sawada swallowed the words he was about to say. He grabbed Subaru by the collar and resented, "If only my gate had been stronger." Instead of resenting Sawada, Subaru passed by, thanking him for proving his innocence. Subaru, with an excited heart, urged Shikishima to return and continue eating sushi. The three of them calmly left again. Sawada's younger sister, seeing something strange about her brother, tugged at his clothes and asked what was wrong. Sawada, ashamed, lowered his head. He blamed himself for being so pathetic. When the three returned to the sushi restaurant, it had a closed sign due to a monster appearance. Subaru felt deflated. Shikishima hastily promised to take him again next time. The next morning, Sawada sat blankly in the classroom. He watched the old videos of him bullying Subaru and without hesitation deleted all of them. His friend, the blue-haired guy, looked at him curiously and asked, "Did you delete all those old videos of you bullying Subaru?" He thought that if Subaru came back for revenge, it would be truly terrifying. Sawada mumbled no, remaining silent. The blue-haired friend asked why, and Sawada looked out the window, suddenly spotting something incredible and pulling his friend to see it too. Just then, Subaru received a call from Shikishima. As soon as he answered, he heard bad news. Damn Tiger had appeared at school and they had to go there immediately. Sawada was happily checking his sister's message, promising to make her tonkatsu, when he was pulled by his blue-haired friend to look out the window. As soon as he peered out, he saw Alex Tiger. Immediately, a series of dark gates appeared next to them. Tiger announced to all the hunters at the school that these dark gates would grant new power as formidable as that of a gold hunter. He tempted everyone to enter the gates. They would gain new power and join his team. On Subaru's side, Shikishima held up an arrogant picture of Tiger with irritation. He had received an alert from the school 3 minutes ago. Needless to say, the important thing was that this damn guy had copied his hairstyle. Subaru asked what the black door behind Tiger was. Shikishima frowned, saying he would find out soon, but he had a bad feeling about this. They had to get there as quickly as possible. At this moment at the school, Sawada and his friend were hesitantly looking at the dark gate. Even after hearing the announcement, they didn't quite believe it. Would entering this gate mean joining Tiger's army? Sawada remained silent. Suddenly, Tiger appeared from somewhere behind them and asked what they were hesitating for. Others also screamed at his appearance. Tiger again began his tempting words. "It's your fault for being weak. Don't you think it's unfair that there's such a disparity among hunters even after enduring the same trials? Have you ever wondered why gold hunters are loved by everyone but you aren't?" Tiger urged them to quickly enter the gate and show the gold hunters what a festival truly was. Sawada froze, recalling the past. When they were young, he and his sister were abandoned by their parents in a room full of trash. The two siblings relied on each other to live. He did everything he could to find food, not wanting his sister to cry. He endured all the beatings and fights around the dumpster to bring food to his sister. On a cold winter day, Sawada walked alone in the snow. His gaze stopped at a house. A family of 3 was celebrating their child's birthday. The mother saw Sawada look disgusted with a contemptuous expression, and hastily drew the curtain so he couldn't see inside. Sawada, in despair, gasped and collapsed from exhaustion. "If I die, what will happen to Kana? Why do we have to go through something like this?" No sooner had he collapsed than a bronze gate appeared before his eyes. Sawada couldn't understand why Tiger was doing this. He was a gold hunter too. Tiger nonchalantly admitted that he had stolen that gate. Subaru was the chosen one. Gates chose people with bright souls. There was no way his soul was inferior to Subaru's. Moreover, that damn guy even got a rainbow gate. Unbelievable. That Subaru should have remained beneath him his entire life, so he would overturn this world with the dark gate that chose him. Tiger again asked Sawada if he didn't want revenge on Subaru. He urged him to crush Subaru with him. Sawada thought to himself, "If I refuse, Tiger will kill me." Sawada recalled his sister's message. It wasn't his time to die yet. He turned to his friend and told him they should go in together. Suddenly feeling his pants pocket vibrate, Sawada pulled out his phone and checked a message. It was a reply to the message his sister had just sent. Sawada read it and froze. His sister thought he was a good person. Sawada then recalled when he had received the bronze gate. At that time he thought he could finally provide food for his sister. Sawada had begun to walk arrogantly through the school. He needed to show everyone that he was not someone to be underestimated. Upon hearing that Tiger had come to school, he realized he could no longer be the master of this school. But at the same time, he heard that Tiger's brother was in the same grade as them, but was just an ordinary person. Sawada began to bully Subaru. He painfully denied it. He was not a good person. He had done bad things to weaker people because he himself was weak. Sawada thought he was so pathetic. Kana was a good girl, but she had a terrible brother like him. Sawada turned to his friend and asked him to make tonkatsu for his sister tonight. The blue-haired friend didn't understand what his friend was going to do, but he agreed. He looked at Sawada with wide eyes. Sawada used a secret technique and charged towards Tiger. He asked his blue-haired friend to go back and convey his apologies to Subaru. Tiger seemed to be witnessing something incredibly amusing. Sawada told his blue-haired friend to go quickly. The blue-haired friend hastily used ropes to run out of the classroom, repeating, "Sawada, don't die." Tiger sat, resting his chin in boredom. He wanted to hear why Sawada wasn't following him. Yesterday, Subaru had saved Sawada's sister, but instead of cursing him, he had expressed gratitude. He hated his own pathetic self, but at the same time he thought that from now on, no matter what terrible things happened in this world, as long as Subaru was there, everything would be alright. Tiger scratched his head and jumped off the window ledge. He didn't understand. It was truly shameful. Sawada wanted to be friends with the guy he used to bully. Sawada didn't care how shameful he was, but he was sure Subaru would be magnanimous enough not to care either. Sawada smiled contentedly. "Alex, Tiger, you're truly pathetic." Indeed, as soon as he heard those words, Tiger lunged, trying to grab Sawada's head. In his final moments, Sawada thought of his sister. He was proud that he had made her smile. That was the only good thing he had ever done. Subaru rushed in, breaking through the window and leaping into the classroom to attack Tiger. He froze as he saw Sawada lying in a pool of blood. Subaru, enraged, punched Tiger, sending him through the wall and outside. Tiger blocked his attack with his golden arm. Tiger scoffed. His rematch with Subaru had come sooner than he thought. Subaru sent Tiger plummeting downwards. He snarled at Tiger, asking why he had killed Sawada. Sawada had a younger sister named Kana whom Subaru disliked, but no matter what kind of person he was, there was someone waiting for him. Tiger was extremely agitated, shouting delightedly. He told Subaru to show him all his power. He would personally eliminate Subaru. Tiger blocked Subaru's attack with his golden arm. Subaru's armor shattered under Tiger's assault. Tiger's golden arm was also in poor condition, beginning to crack. Tiger slowly advanced. It was a bit early, but he wanted to finish Subaru as quickly as possible and attempted to use another technique. Just as he was about to use his technique, Shikishima's bullet grazed past his face, stopping him. Shikishima and two other gold hunters arrived. Shikishima's blood boiled. He challenged Tiger to a fight. Tiger scoffed. He recalled bitter memories from the past. This was the second time he had been stabbed in the back by gold hunters. Burst into laughter, gazing at the irritated faces of the gold hunters. Tiger chuckled. It must have hurt the fragile hearts of the other gold hunters that he had defeated the fourth-ranked gold hunter, that woman. Shikishima was more enraged than before. The other two were also furious. Hirasaka moved with lightning speed, severing Tiger's golden arm. Tiger still hadn't stopped laughing but screamed in pain, blood splattering everywhere. But Tiger didn't care. He turned and scoffed at Hirasaka. "This is the first time I've seen you make such an incomprehensible expression." Hirasaka's face darkened. He thought of Kiyokawa. He was surprised himself at how angry he was right now. Hirasaka was formidable. Subaru couldn't see any of his movements. He was like a fleeting light. This was the true power of Japan's strongest gold hunter. Hirasaka turned worriedly and asked Subaru if he was hurt anywhere. Subaru replied that he was fine. Tiger's pride was wounded when Hirasaka paid him no mind. He concentrated the power of dark magic, creating a massive arm from his freshly severed limb and attacked Hirasaka. His sword shattered, and at the same time Gold Hunter No. 3 UDU activated his second secret technique, Golden Wall, trapping Tiger within it. Gold Hunters were strictly forbidden from using any secret techniques other than their first outside of gates. UDU knew this, and was willingly prepared to face the consequences. Shikishima held his gun and yelled at Subaru to get away from Tiger. He and she simultaneously activated their Golden Gun and Blood Ring secret techniques, attacking Tiger. However, the bullets evaporated, and the Blood Ring shattered instantly. The golden wall that UDU had just created also crumbled. Tiger walked out arrogantly. Isn't that amazing? Not even a 5-star monster could break UDU's golden wall. Indeed, that was what had defeated Gold Hunter No. 4, Kiyokawa. Hirasaka landed next to UDU. He assessed that Tiger's blood and smoke were not merely attacks or defenses. His technique clearly had a special effect, however. If they couldn't grasp its characteristics, it would be dangerous. UDU's face darkened. He requested Hirasaka's permission to use another secret technique. If things continued like this, the situation would only worsen. Hirasaka raised his hand to stop him. If they did that, countless citizens would be involved, and Tiger would surely want that. Shikishima also had a headache. If there was no other way, he too would break the rules. But first they had to understand the special effect in his technique. His bullets had evaporated as if burning, and Shi's and UDU's secret techniques had shattered. According to the doctors, Kiyokawa's limbs were also instantly crushed. Shikishima's eyes widened as if something had just occurred to him. On the other side, Tiger grew even more crazed. He spewed out countless black smoke. He would go down in history as the one who spread the greatest terror. His wish was to hang and display the corpses of all gold hunters to the world, dismembering everyone. Subaru suddenly rushed forward before everyone's astonished eyes. He had realized Tiger's secret technique. It could manipulate time. It could rapidly accelerate the time of anything it touched. Shikishima loudly reminded Subaru not to enter the smoke. But Subaru charged straight into it. Tiger was extremely satisfied. He prepared to fight. He was sure that if Subaru jumped into it he would die instantly. A bug's life was enough then. A loud explosion echoed as both sides exchanged punches. Shikishima was tense, worried about Subaru. But Subaru was unharmed. He punched Tiger squarely in the face. To use Blood Spirit, the user had to convert MP into blood and control it. Since Subaru was constantly transforming his body's blood, Tiger's technique had no effect on him. Tiger froze, holding his continuously bleeding nose. He couldn't believe he had been hit so hard. Subaru was now in a new position. The time of fearing Tiger was over. He would grant Tiger's wish. He would show all his power. Subaru's entire body was covered in new, incredibly cool armor. Blood Spirit version 2 Immortality. Tiger was enraged. He summoned countless black gates surrounding the gold hunters. Black smoke spewed from several gates capable of destroying anything it touched. This was the first time they had seen him summon gates with his technique. He laughed maniacally. Since he couldn't defeat Subaru, he was using a different strategy. Even if Subaru alone could block the smoke, it would be useless. He would eliminate the others first. Subaru looked at Shi, and the scene of Sajaka dying before his eyes flashed back. He closed his eyes and then opened them again. A powerful rainbow aura surged. Subaru looked at Tiger as if he were a dead corpse. Dare to lay even a finger on my friend, you son of a bitch. The flames of rage burned deep within Subaru's heart. He used one of the three most powerful secret techniques Vanquish had given him, the limited aura rider. When the user was in a state of rage, all abilities increased by 30. In his first battle with Tiger, this technique had been ineffective due to the level difference. But now Subaru was strong, and this technique also took effect. The two sides fought fiercely. Tiger was slightly pushed back and had to constantly defend against Subaru's attacks. Tiger panted. His arm was broken and he screamed in pain. He couldn't understand why he couldn't block those attacks. Subaru wrapped Tiger's arm tightly with a blood whip. Tiger struggled desperately, continuously spewing black smoke. Even if he died and was reborn, Tiger wouldn't believe it. That insignificant bug like Subaru was overpowering him. Tiger was slammed into the ground by Subaru, then uppercutted and sent flying into the sky. Subaru completely dominated after acquiring Blood Spirit Armor version 2. He used his skill level to strengthen his nervous system. By doing so, the tentacles would move much more naturally than when he controlled them with his fingers. Tiger was continuously hit by the tentacles and fell to the ground like a rag doll. A voice echoed from the Black Gate. It lamented. The master of the gate who uses Blood Spirit wasn't Kallian or Judith. Among so many people, why Vanquish? The current Tiger had a chance to win. Shikishima judged the situation to be unfavorable. He yelled at Subaru to stop fighting and capture Tiger. They had a lot to learn from him. Subaru came to his senses. He was flustered, not knowing what to do with the black smoke. Shikishima told Shi to use the same blood spirit as Subaru to eliminate the smoke. They successfully escaped the encirclement of the black gates. Shikishima instantly analyzed everything. For the black smoke to disappear, it had to make contact like a chemical reaction. If a reaction occurred between bone molecules and the smoke, both would evaporate. The black gate on the opposite side chuckled. An eye popped out from the gate. The black gate's goal was to destroy the gigantic clock hanging in the sky. Shikishima pressed it, asking how it would destroy it. The gate chuckled. It said it would never tell. If only Tiger had been a little smarter, everything would have been easier. The black gate came with a prophecy. Hirasaka Renji, Shikishima Ryu, Udu Ryus. The three would be defeated by Tiger in the near future. No one knew what would happen in the future, but currently Tiger lay unconscious, unaware of the clouds and wind in the sky. Shikishima still swaggered, saying he wasn't afraid. Subaru thought that prophecy was wrong, because he wouldn't let such a thing happen. The black gate chuckled again. It moved closer to Subaru to get a better look at him. It knew he was Vanquish's incarnation and a formidable opponent. Subaru asked the Black Gate for its identity. It replied that it was Kokugi, the Emperor of Darkness within the amniotic fluid. Kokugi had ambitions to change the world, and so it had decided to destroy the current world and all its inhabitants. Subaru couldn't listen anymore. Kokugi's words were as loud as a dog barking. He raised his hand to attack the gate, but the gate suddenly disappeared. All the black smoke flew towards Tiger. It enveloped Tiger. Only then did Subaru realize he had been deceived. He had fallen into a trap. The other gold hunters quickly activated their techniques and fired at Tiger. But it was too late. Tiger and the gate escaped without a trace. She scoffed, saying, "I can't believe 3 gold hunters let them escape." Shikishima yelled in anger. He couldn't move. He was merely restricted. He had been paying attention to the 2 enemies who had appeared on the rooftop in the middle of Subaru and Tiger's battle. Those 2 guys were the ones who had been entering and exiting the Black Gate. He sensed a power far stronger than Tiger's from them. After Kokugi helped Tiger escape, it constantly brainwashed him. Kokugi whispered to Tiger, "You are pitiful, weak, foolish, ugly, and utterly useless." Kokugi knew the thoughts in Tiger's mind. Tiger craved to become stronger, smarter, and more handsome. Kokugi, sometimes beating him, sometimes coaxing him, broke down Tiger's pride only to rebuild it, promising him the power and appearance he dreamed of. Kokugi took Tiger in hand and left to meet new subordinates. They were here for only one purpose: to become stronger. Kokugi chuckled. Numerous arms stretched out. It promised to transform everything, raise it to a new dimension, and destroy everything. Sawada had lost his life. His funeral was held quietly. Sawada's younger sister stood like a soulless corpse. She simply clutched her brother's portrait and stood there blankly. Aitoshi conveyed Sawada's final apology to Subaru. After a few words, he couldn't stop his tears from flowing. Feeling pity for Sawada's younger sister Kana, his tears flowed endlessly. Since Tiger's appearance, the Black Gates no longer appeared. However, currently, only 5 hunters remained at the school, and several people were missing from the city, suspected of having joined the enemy. Subaru's current plan was to continue getting stronger and ask about Sajaka in his next gate exploration. He would also prepare for gate destruction. Shikishima took a sip of water. He scoffed and repeated what Subaru had eloquently said last time about getting stronger to protect them. Subaru's face turned red with embarrassment. Shikishima looked at him with affectionate eyes. He said that Subaru would enter a gate with Hirasaka the next day. The next morning in Akasaka City, Tokyo, Hirasaka, with a face as bright as spring, was waiting for Subaru. Since Shikishima's and Subaru's fighting styles were different, he had nothing to teach Subaru. In his view, Subaru's close combat abilities were decent. However, his swordsmanship was still lacking, which was why Shikishima had asked Hirasaka to train him. Subaru was overjoyed. He never imagined that the day would come when he would destroy a gate with Japan's strongest hunter. He would surely learn a lot. Subaru also imitated and complimented Hirasaka's hairstyle today, but Hirasaka replied that he had just woken up, making Subaru extremely embarrassed. The two walked for a while and arrived at a gate where they met another team. The team was a platinum tier team called Yamada Fun Club. They said they had already reserved this gate. Hirasaka checked his notebook and smiled brightly. He had mistaken the gate. The gate he had reserved was in Narimaku City. Subaru froze. It took an hour by train to get from here to there. An hour and a half later, the two arrived in Narima City, ready to conquer. A 4-star gate, secret forest. Hirasaka smiled brightly, making a meaningful remark. He reminded Subaru not to let his guard down. Number of stars on a gate was merely an estimation of its difficulty. This advice would have been truly useful if Hirasaka hadn't sunk into a swamp as he spoke. Subaru was flustered, not knowing what to do. Should he save him or let him pull himself out? Hirasaka completely sank into the mud, and after a long time there was no movement. Shikishima had emphasized to Subaru 100 times before to be very careful with Hirasaka. He seemed like an intelligent and diligent person, capable of everything except strength. Subaru thought life was truly ironic. How had the person who had been his idol since childhood ended up like this? Subaru tried to pull Hirasaka out using blood spirit, but suddenly an iron ant appeared. Hirasaka burst out of the mud. He used his giant sword secret technique to defeat the iron ant in one blow. He breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness, I barely made it out. I almost died." Hirasaka Renji was Japan's strongest hunter. He was famous for his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor, but anyone who knew him for a long time would surely think like Subaru. Subaru was glad Hirasaka had become a hunter. Since childhood, Hirasaka had no special abilities. At first, even his parents expected him to be a smart child, but he didn't meet their expectations. Instead of being disappointed, they showered him with endless love and attention. In 4th grade, Hirasaka protected a friend from bullying. That friend cried and thanked him. Hirasaka was also happy, just as he was when he became the target of bullying the next day. Instead of worrying about being bullied, he was more shocked by the fact that the friend he had protected was one of them. People often betray, and they betray because they are weak. Since that day, Hirasaka resolved never to betray anyone. So he believed he could be a true friend. Walking for a while, Hirasaka again sank into the mud. Subaru had to use blood spirit again to pull him out. Hirasaka chuckled. He said that the opponent's intuition was so good that he thought it would be better to use himself as bait to defeat them. Subaru pulled Hirasaka out, and with him a gigantic monster was also pulled up. Subaru slowly began to understand Hirasaka. Hirasaka was always the one to fight the enemy first to protect his comrades. He seemed to have many weaknesses, but he didn't. And he wasn't unfocused. He was very flexible and open-minded. Subaru carefully handed him a towel to wipe himself. This towel was in the bag Shikishima had given him. Inside that bag, Shikishima had packed wet wipes, water, and other odds and ends to ensure his survival with Hirasaka. The weathered Shikishima had once remarked that among Hirasaka's friends he was the one who struggled with him the most. Shikishima was probably buried under work currently, and rightly so. Shikishima was dealing with 3 people's worth of tasks and growing irritated. Damn, Hirasaka was utterly useless. He hoped Kiyokawa would recover quickly to lighten the workload. The gold hunters were very close, especially Hirasaka. Shikishima, Udu, and Kiyokawa. They had been together for 8 years since the Gold Hunter Alliance was first established. Thus Hirasaka carried a lingering grudge. He would never forgive Tiger for seriously injuring Kiyokawa. He had already told Subaru that even if they were brothers, he would defeat Tiger. Subaru became serious. Thinking of Sawada and Kana, he also believed he had reason to defeat Tiger. No matter what, he was always ready. The two ventured deeper and then stopped. Standing on a cliff, Hirasaka used his auxiliary skill, Hawkeye, to locate the boss 20 kilometers away at 6 o'clock. This gate's boss was a level 81 Trent Spirit. It had a giant wooden body with eyes protruding, and upon sensing human approach it spewed defensive thorns. Hirasaka summoned a colossal sword to block the Trent Spirit's attack. His sword shattered, and the boss's attack spread widely, laying waste to a vast area. Fortunately, Subaru swiftly pulled Hirasaka into the sky with his blood spirit, avoiding the attack. Hirasaka still enthusiastically explained, as he had said before, that a gate's difficulty was merely an estimation. Subaru's face darkened. What the hell was this? This tree's attack was on par with or even stronger than Shikishima's. This thing was on a completely different level from 4-star bosses. Hirasaka raised his golden sword. The lesser monsters in this gate were similar to 4-star, but this boss seemed to be a low-level 5-star. Hirasaka remained unfazed. He sighed. It was truly exhausting to constantly fight such unknown enemies. Hirasaka even had the leisure to joke about Subaru's flying skills. I didn't know you could fly that high? Subaru's nerves were on edge. If Hirasaka hadn't blocked the attack with his sword just now, he would have sustained fatal damage. Now his MP was also nearly depleted, making him unable to fly any further. Hirasaka swung his sword in the blink of an eye, splitting the Trent Spirit in two. This was his 6th secret technique, sword trajectory distortion. He could bend the trajectory of his sword anywhere within range. Using this technique carried a high risk of losing the blade and consumed immense MP, making it a significant gamble, but if used well, victory was almost certain. Subaru was so shocked that he couldn't believe the boss was already defeated before he could do anything. The two exited the gate and it was already evening. They said goodbye and prepared to return home. Hirasaka told Subaru not to tell Shikishima what had happened today, but it was already too late. Subaru had already sent him all the reports. Shikishima dragged Hirasaka away as if he had come to collect a debt. Hirasaka smiled brightly until the last moment, telling Subaru they would meet again tomorrow. He promised to pre-book a 5-star gate. Subaru returned home, cleaned up and lay on his bed, lost in thought. He recalled the Trent Spirit boss from today. Closing his eyes, Subaru imagined Hirasaka's fighting style, thinking he needed to adapt it in his own way. On the other side, Kokugi was gathering forces. So far, there were 20 individuals from weak to strong. They were constantly dividing their forces to gather more personnel. They tried recruiting the Grex team in the park and the Juliet team in the residential area, but they all firmly refused and vowed to fight to the end. However, Kokugi's faction did not give up and continued to expand their search area. Shikishima was annoyed by a call from Hazaki's foolish son. This Lin had to be confined until his penalty was decided, and the accusation of murdering a fellow hunter was still not clearly resolved. Hazaki laughed and reassured him. He was merely attacked and there was no other way. The person who attacked him was listed as Kishikawa Tsuchi on the hunter identification card. He's a fellow hunter, but this guy is clearly involved with the forces of darkness. Hazaki sensed something strange in that person's bug manipulation technique. Shikishima looked at the information on the computer screen. The technique was completely different from the originally registered one. As he thought, the Dark Gates could grant new techniques to users. Many people had been attacked last night, but Hazaki's foolish son was the only one who could fight back. He didn't think this problem would be solved anytime soon. Shikishima reminded Hazaki to be careful. Hazaki's foolish son said he understood before hanging up, but as soon as he hung up he became irritated. That damn Four Eyes was too bothersome. Elsewhere, the Dark Fosses faction was informing each other of the situation. The blonde man reported that his situation was progressing well. They had defeated the Grex team of 6 but lost to Juliet. The other side reported that they had already wiped out a platinum team. Both sides discussed continuing their advance. Next, they planned to kill the Gold Hunters. In Marunouchi City, Chiyoda Ward, Tokyo, in front of the new Marunouchi building, Hirasaka and Subaru met the reconnaissance team before destroying a 5-star gate. The reconnaissance department was an information department established by Shikishima for people with movement and analysis skills. Their mission was to provide information about gates to increase the survival rate of the hunters responsible for those gates. The leader of the reconnaissance department was Kasaka Masago. She was a married woman, so she had stepped back from the front lines and returned to the reconnaissance department. Her husband and children lived in Meguro City, where Subaru had defeated the whale, so she was extremely grateful to him. Kasaka held up an iPad and showed everyone the data on the gate. This gate was called Gate of Thunderstorm. It was very small, consisting of only a garden and 2 palaces. On the top floor of the palace were 2 thrones and inside them was the boss. One or both could be the boss. Subaru was slightly nervous. He had previously teamed up with 2 bosses in a 2-star gate, but now he couldn't believe he would encounter bosses in a 5-star gate. Hirasaka waved his hand to get his attention. He smiled brightly, asked if he was okay and then led the way inside. Subaru became calmer. Although it was a bit different from what he expected, Hirasaka was still excellent. As soon as Subaru and Hirasaka entered, the gate closed, and immediately, the Dark Fosses faction charged. They slashed and injured one of Kasaka's subordinates. The Dark Forces faction consisted of fellow hunters who had fallen into the Dark Gates, and they were extremely arrogant. Kasaka recognized them as people on the list Shikishima had given her. She couldn't just let them do as they pleased, so Kasaka fought back, but she couldn't defeat them. Soon, she was knocked down by a member of the Dark Forces. That person took out a phone and reported the situation. Hirasaka and Subaru had entered a 5-star gate, so they were to open the Dark Gate within 10 minutes. The person who received this news was Tiger. This time his appearance had been upgraded to a new dimension. His cut hair had become long flowing locks and his face was much more handsomely human-like. Inside the gate of Thunderstorm, the scenery was dreamy and peaceful. There were palaces, lakes, trees, and plants. How wonderful it would be to take a vacation here instead of sitting at home dealing with a boss's pressing deadline. Hirasaka heightened his vigilance. He smiled and asked Shi to lock the gate. As the gate was locked, the destruction process began. Immediately, winds blew and dark clouds gathered. Thunder roared. The palace before them glowed. This gate's pace of transformation was faster than an ex-girlfriend's. The enemies would quickly appear as soon as the gate was locked. Both sensed the presence of bosses on the mini-map, but the presence they felt was far more powerful than their expectations. They quickly realized that the two bosses they were about to encounter were definitely top-tier 5-star. They were Storm Delta, level 89, and Thunder Kilm, level 93. The two bosses also sensed the presence of Subaru and Hirasaka. They could feel familiar individuals. One was the noble gold knight, and the other was a foolish one they absolutely did not want to meet. That damn zombie smell. Kilm and Delta looked at each other and chuckled, both sharing malicious intent. This zombie was still too weak, so how long could it last? A moment later, a group of knights appeared before Hirasaka and Subaru. These were mere lesser monsters, but each one was stronger than a whale. Their average level was 60. Subaru shouted orders to Shi. "Don't be afraid to use my MP. I can handle enough. You must protect Sokka's body no matter what." She began to transform into her Extermination Legion form using Blood Spirit. Seeing the rushing lesser monsters, Subaru immediately switched to serious mode. He felt that they wouldn't win unless they gave their all from start to finish. Subaru immediately transformed his blood spirit into an immortal blood armor. Hirasaka flicked 2 fingers and a gigantic sword charged into the midst of the lesser monsters. However, more than half survived, and their speed was faster than he had expected. As a lesser monster tried to attack Hirasaka, Subaru blocked it. He kicked the lesser monster's head aside, but this lesser monster was not to be underestimated. It grabbed Subaru's leg, slammed him to the ground, and then punched Subaru once, making him spit blood. "Are you kidding me? A mere lesser monster is on par with Sushi and Kallian?" The lesser monster's attacks grew fiercer. Subaru tensed his abs and butt, lifting his leg and kicking him. He had not come to interfere with Hirasaka but to fight alongside him. Subaru bound the lesser monster with blood spirit and crushed it. The system announced the successful defeat of a level 54 Thunderstorm Knight. Even after defeating just one, Subaru was exhausted. He panted, and his level didn't increase at all. Moreover, he had expended too much strength to defeat one of them. 4 others surrounded him. Subaru summoned the Divine Sword. Since it consumed too much MP, he couldn't perform ordinary slashes. He had no choice but to slash directly. The lesser monsters also raised their hands and used their secret technique, Adamantite Sword. He couldn't believe these creatures were so highly evolved that they could even use secret techniques with their weapons. Was this the standard of a 5-star gate? Subaru was exhausted, but his eyes remained firm. He told Hirasaka through his gaze not to worry. Subaru had thought all night yesterday and realized that no matter how much he admired Hirasaka, he couldn't become like him. Shikishima had asked Hirasaka to train him. His words were not about Hirasaka himself, but about his fighting style. It wasn't just about leveling up, but about always being ready for battle, staying calm, and having the feeling of never losing. Subaru closed his eyes. He wanted to become stronger. No matter how difficult or humiliating, he didn't care. He had always awaited this battle. Subaru emanated a rainbow aura far more intense than before. He fought against the 4. Engaging in fierce combat made him stronger. Subaru blocked one lesser monster's sword with his divine blade, and another took the opportunity to slash him from behind. Subaru gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. He did not stop and continued to charge. He tightly bound one lesser monster's arm with blood spirit and shattered it. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32, and his HP and MP were restored. Subaru plunged back into battle. He slashed from top to bottom with his divine blade, felling 2 other lesser monsters at once, successfully reaching level 33. Subaru continued to fight with vigor. Hirasaka, standing on the other side, did not intervene. He recalled Shikishima's words. When entering a 5-star gate, don't help Subaru until the last moment and don't try to teach him anything. Let him struggle on his own. In the near future, Subaru would stand shoulder to shoulder with them. All he needed was experience, and fierce combat could push him to his limits. Shikishima already knew that someone like Hirasaka couldn't teach others. He had merely told Hirasaka to show the junior all his cool aspects. Hirasaka smiled bitterly. He swung his sword, easily cutting down 2 charging lesser monsters. He wondered if Subaru could be the light of hope that would illuminate their bleak future. 8 years had passed since the first gate appeared, and despair had begun to spread among the strongest hunters. At that time, the strongest gate was 3-star. But 3 years later, 4-star gates appeared, and 3 years after that, 5-star gates appeared. With each additional star, the difficulty increased tenfold. Hirasaka had discussed this with Shikishima. If the difficulty updated every 3 years, then next year a 6-star gate would appear, and 4 years from now a 7-star gate would appear. However, going back 2 years, gold hunters couldn't get 10 times stronger. If a 6-star gate appeared, all gold hunters would have no choice but to destroy the 6-star gate together. If this continued, hunters would certainly not be able to keep up with the increasing number and difficulty of gates. This was indeed a difficult problem. Who could handle a gate 10 times more powerful than a 5-star gate? If the time given for a 6-star gate was 10 times more powerful than a 5-star gate, the clock would immediately shatter if they failed to destroy the gate. And they couldn't ignore low-level gates either, but the number of hunters was always insufficient. Must humanity truly admit defeat? No matter how hard Hirasaka tried to find a solution, problems kept piling up. He was afraid of losing the day he finally met true friends. In a moment of despair, they suddenly received a call from Kii Okawa. While she was interrogating the hunter assassination suspects with UDU, she heard news that a rainbow gate had appeared. Hirasaka silently watched Subaru seriously fighting the lesser monsters. He realized that Subaru could only use direct sword techniques to fight enemies. On the other side, Subaru dealt with the lesser monsters one by one. He gradually realized that if he focused the tip of his divine blade, he could defeat the enemy every time the divine blade struck, even if the enemy's defense was high, and at the same time reduce MP consumption. Hirasaka praised him with satisfaction. Subaru was not learning through instruction but through battle experience. After dealing with all the surrounding lesser monsters, Subaru checked on Shi's situation. She was fighting the lesser monsters using her Extermination Legion technique. This was a secret technique activated by setting simple commands for blood cells in large blood clots. The command she set was to explode on contact. However, no matter what, Shi's current level meant her attacks were ineffective, but that was enough. Shi would reduce the number of enemies around Subaru and Hirasaka, even if only slightly. The top priority was to protect Sokka's body. Shi flew around trying to evade, but encountered another lesser monster. As the lesser monster raised its sword to slash, Subaru arrived in time. He finished off the lesser monster with one strike of his divine blade. Subaru was so moved he wanted to cry. He thanked Shi for being safe. Shi's face flushed and her heart pounded. The two separated again and dealt with all the remaining lesser monsters. Subaru rushed to Hirasaka and reported that he found it quite difficult to level up here. Hirasaka finally realized. He had thought it was because his own level was too high, but if Subaru felt the same, it seemed this was a special stage. These lesser monsters were no different from puppets created by the boss's secret technique. This was surely why they gained so little experience. This meant that originally only the two bosses on their thrones existed in this stage. Subaru was so startled he didn't know what to do. He could still level up, so he was fine. But Hirasaka would only grow more exhausted with each fight. Hirasaka raised his sword and cut down another soldier, saying it wasn't entirely meaningless. Defeating these soldiers would reduce the boss's MP, however it was clear that the enemies wouldn't remain idle. What they were trying to do remained a mystery. Kilm and Delta also sensed that Hirasaka and Subaru had recognized them. They chuckled with delight, just about to enter the fray, as soon as they saw their enemies. Hesitating for a moment, Hirasaka wondered if he should use his sword trajectory distortion technique now. Sword trajectory distortion consumed 80 of the user's maximum MP, instantly reaching and cutting down the enemy. But would it be enough to cut down the two targets in front of him? Hirasaka made up his mind. Whether it worked or not, this was the only chance he had. He decided to use his sixth secret technique, but just as he was about to activate it, the rain suddenly stopped. The sky cleared again. The two bosses were already standing behind Hirasaka. They reminded him not to use trivial tricks. They just wanted to fight. The two bosses introduced themselves. The blonde was Storm Delta, and the green-haired one was Thunder Kilm. They wanted a fair fight. These two bosses were similar to the boss of the Death Soldier Gate that Subaru had passed through. Most bosses acted mindlessly like wild animals, killing everything that encroached on their territory. But these two bosses could control the weather and act immediately once they conceived a strategy. The situation was serious. Hirasaka tried to talk to the two bosses. They politely took a moment to listen. Hirasaka clenched his fist. He had many questions for them. What were these gates and doors? Why had these monsters come into this world? Delta and Kilm asked Hirasaka if Lewis hadn't told him yet. Hirasaka was startled. Lewis was the owner of his Golden Gate. These two bosses knew about Lewis. Could it be that they were the closest beings to the incarnation of the central entity? These two bosses were easier to talk to than he thought. After all, they had been trapped here for too long. They would tell him everything they knew. Subaru's jaw dropped. The secrets of the world couldn't be revealed so easily. Hirasaka quickly took out his phone and asked if he could record. He didn't trust his memory much. Kilm readily agreed. It cleared its throat and said, "Basically, gates are..." Just as it reached the important part, the recording suddenly stopped. This fell under security issues. It couldn't be made public. Hirasaka didn't give up yet. He took out a pen and paper and handed them to the two bosses, begging them to please write it down. If he returned empty-handed, Shikishima would znin him alive. This time Kilm refused. It said it had waited long enough. It told him that if he could defeat them he would be closer to the answers he was looking for. Kilm and Delta took fighting stances. They were truly itching for a fight. The two bosses seemed about to use some grand technique, but instead they played rock paper scissors. After several rounds of rock paper scissors, Delta won. It gained the right to choose its opponent and unhesitatingly chose Hirasaka. As soon as it finished speaking, Delta flew at Hirasaka and attacked. Both sides continued to exchange techniques with thudding and swooshing sounds. Delta was extremely delighted. It had truly met a formidable opponent. Hirasaka also entered serious mode. This Delta was stronger than any opponent he had ever fought. On the other side, Subaru found it hard to even stand due to the pressure of the attacks generated by Delta and Hirasaka. Suddenly, Kilm appeared next to him. He didn't even know when. Subaru was startled and stumbled backward. Kilm had a sad expression but said nothing. Why did it have to fight the host of that damn demon? Subaru politely apologized. Kilm chuckled and said it wasn't his fault. For some reason, Subaru felt very comfortable. The fact that he could converse normally with Kilm without any discomfort made him feel no pressure, even though they were enemies. Kilm said it would try to find something interesting. It would see how many times it had to hit Subaru before he died. Kilm lifted its foot and kicked Subaru, sending him flying from the beginning of the palace all the way to the end of the gate. Subaru thought that when stomping on a bug on the street one didn't even put much force into it because it was too weak. Kilm was bored. It only kicked once and Subaru couldn't even dodge. It wasn't exactly sure whose host he was, but he was too weak. Subaru lay on the ground charred black. On the other side, Hirasaka was flustered, worrying about Subaru. Losing focus for a moment, he was hit by Delta's attack and lost one eye. On the other side, Kilm picked up Subaru's divine sword and examined it. This sword showed no scratches even after its lightning attacks. This must be why it had felt an imbalance in Subaru's power at the beginning of the battle. Kilm felt the weight in this sword. It secretly wondered if Subaru might be the host of the immortal god Vanquish. Behind she stood, tears welling up looking at Kilm. Kilm waved its hand, kindly advising she not to do anything foolish. It said she would die if she interfered in its one-on-one battle. She gritted her teeth. She continued to call out Subaru's name. Please, Master Subaru, quickly come to your senses. Kilm stood with its arms crossed and said it was very regrettable. How could one rise with faith and hope when one's feet had been blown off? Ah, indeed. The charred black Subaru behind slowly rose. He used blood spirit to reattach his body. Subaru said, "She, quickly move away, don't interfere." Earlier, Subaru had used the defensive technique he used to evade Tiger's black smoke, creating a large quantity of semi-solidified blood to envelop his entire body. Though all his limbs were severed, he somehow avoided death. He had almost no blood and MP left. Thunder Kilm was definitely the strongest opponent he had ever faced. He couldn't even estimate the difference in physical ability between them. But if he survived, he would definitely become stronger faster. Kilm clicked its tongue. It noticed that Subaru had used blood to reattach his limbs, but it didn't like it. It was truly disgusting. It was like a cockroach that wouldn't die no matter how many times it was hit. On the other side, Delta laughed maniacally as it landed a series of punches. It was truly exhilarating. Hirasaka had lost one eye, but his right eye still kept up with it. The remaining eye even shone brighter than before. Hirasaka swung his sword, severing one of Delta's arms, but Delta didn't remain still. It laughed with delight and kicked Hirasaka backward. Hirasaka gripped his sword tightly. He should be grateful to Storm Delta. No one was strong from the start. Even when he was a novice, he had faced countless dangerous situations like this. This time was no different. If he could defeat Delta, he would become much stronger. Hirasaka used his fifth secret technique, Royal Aura. It increased all abilities and the effects of secret techniques by 130 while consuming additional MP. Delta also entered serious mode. It charged again and attacked. Hirasaka countered with his sword. On the other side, Subaru was being chased by Kilm to the point where his pants were about to fall off. Kilm continued to pursue him with lightning. The lightning moved at 100 km/s, which was 1/3 the speed of light. Dodging it was never easy. Subaru had to predict the lightning's movements and constantly move. If he stopped even once, he would be shattered by the lightning. Kilm still casually controlled the lightning, pursuing Subaru with its arms crossed. The situation was getting worse and worse. If this continued, all the soldiers would die. With Subaru's current HP and MP, a single lightning attack would kill him. It was almost impossible, but Subaru had to defeat the soldiers to level up. He flew past a soldier and cut its neck. He successfully reached level 34, his stats increased, HP and MP were restored, and his lost body parts were completely healed. Kilm noticed it but didn't care. Kilm slightly raised its arm, easily blocking Subaru's attack, and countered him instead. Subaru was disabled again. Kilm boredly picked its ear. Knowing it was impossible, why did he keep fighting so stubbornly? Subaru used blood spirit again to fire thorns at Kilm. But Kilm didn't dodge. It swept its leg. Now it understood why Subaru was chosen as the host of the hateful immortal. He hated giving up, desperately clung to life, and because of that, Subaru always did meaningless things. Kilm slightly raised its foot and shattered the cluster of thorns. Subaru used his hand to defend against the pressure of Kilm's kick. If this pattern continued, he would be overwhelmed and broken by Kilm's power before he reached his goal. Kilm kindly advised him. Subaru's abilities would not be enough against its overwhelming power, and even if he tried to hit it, his current strength wouldn't be sufficient. While Kilm was off guard, Subaru's cat, Sushi, stole the divine sword. he didn't even know when. Kilm killed Sushi with lightning. Subaru was about to rush to save him when a system notification suddenly appeared. Glass Sushi is reviving using MP. Subaru suddenly remembered that Sushi could regenerate itself. It understood his tactics and was helping him. Sushi threw the divine sword to Subaru. He successfully caught the sword. Before he could even rejoice for 3 seconds, Kilm approached. But this time Subaru was not as passive as before. From behind, Sushi transformed into a gigantic form and swung its claws at Kilm. Kilm turned and kicked Sushi, shattering it. While Kilm turned to attack Sushi, Subaru also finished his preparations. He landed on the ground and killed the soldiers with his divine sword. He would now bet all his MP. All the soldiers were wiped out. Subaru successfully reached level 35, and his legs grew back. Kilm flew down from above, attacking from behind and piercing his chest. How boring! Kilm was furious. It was extremely enraged by Subaru's actions. He had squandered the opportunity gained by Sushi's sacrifice to run away and recover. Why did he cling to life so desperately? Hadn't he come here to defeat it? Being so cowardly, he wouldn't win even in his next life. Subaru's vision blurred, and he had no more strength to resist. He recalled the countless times people had insulted him in the past, calling him a bug, useless and incompetent. But at the same time there were people like Sajaka and Kiyokawa who wanted to grow stronger with him, and knew what he wanted to do. Subaru truly wanted to meet Sajaka again. Though it was a short time, their adventures together were truly enjoyable. Subaru shed tears. Even if it was the last time, it was fine. Even if Saka wouldn't forgive him, he just wanted to meet her again and express his gratitude and apology. He wanted to say sorry for getting her involved. If she was willing to forgive him, he wanted them to grow stronger together again. Subaru's face was filled with joy. Kilm couldn't understand what this guy was babbling about. Subaru had reached level 35 and won the bet. The third door appeared and severed Kilm's arm. From inside the door, the handsome and cool Vanquish walked out. He spoke in a very arrogant tone. "Hello kid, I've always been watching you from the other side. It's a great sin to harm my host." Subaru, lying on the ground, opened and closed his eyes, unable to believe that Vanquish had appeared before him. Vanquish used his blood spirit technique to draw out blood strings, carried Subaru on his shoulder and entered the door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to give Kilm a loving farewell, saying, "Farewell, see you next time." Subaru will return, stronger than before. How could Kilm remain still? It would never forget the day Vanquish had killed it and Delta and trapped them in the gate. Now that its sworn enemy was before it, how could it stand by with its arms crossed? Kilm, enraged, followed Vanquish and Subaru into the door. Inside was filled with thick smoke and dust. On the other side, Vanquish was healing Subaru's exhausted body. Why was this guy always on the verge of death every time he appeared before him? Subaru still hadn't come to his senses and couldn't believe Vanquish was before him. After a while the healing was complete, and on the other side Kilm crackled with lightning. It was extremely enraged. Vanquish waved his hand at Kilm, telling it not to interfere in other people's business and to go home. Kilm screamed with frustration. It was Vanquish who had interfered in its one-on-one battle with Subaru. It swore that after dealing with Subaru it would gang-rape Vanquish. Vanquish sighed and said, "Don't force a warrior's rules on a king, invading the human world and forcing a one-on-one battle on me. Isn't that truly shameless and disgraceful?" Vanquish considered if Kilm wanted to defeat both him and Subaru. Suddenly he had an ingenious idea. Vanquish placed his hand on Subaru's body and entered it. He would borrow Subaru's body for a while and show him how he used blood spirit. Vanquish slowly merged with Subaru. This kid's body is quite good now. Level 35 is enough. It's more than enough to defeat Kilm, who is sealed in the gate and drained of power. Kilm's blood rushed to its head. It couldn't tolerate being insulted like this. If it could return to the underworld, it wouldn't be so miserable now. Before it could finish speaking, Vanquish in Subaru's body punched it, sending its head flying. No ugly face, only a face it didn't know how to use. Indeed, Vanquish in Subaru's body elevated his appearance to a new dimension, making him extremely cool and driving the sisters wild. Kilm reattached its head. Vanquish gathered power in his hand and punched Kilm in the chest, sending it flying 8 meters away. Kilm gritted its teeth in pain. Vanquish fixed his gaze on Kilm. He used the fusion blood spirit technique. Kilm's body twisted, contorted, and crumpled into a ball. Kilm still struggled desperately. It raised its foot and kicked Vanquish. He tilted his head and dodged. Kilm broke free from the previous round ball. Vanquish applauded. "Well done." Both sides exchanged techniques again. Kilm continuously attacked and Vanquish blocked everything. He even punched a hole through Kilm's body. Subaru watched the entire battle from within. He never imagined Vanquish would be so strong. Vanquish vehemently retorted, "That's obvious. Don't judge a book by its cover. Go take a piss and look at yourself again. You were wearing old, unfashionable glasses and clothes and almost died." Subaru had nothing more to say. He wondered why Kilm was getting injured even though it was so strong. He had fought enemies that could regenerate before, but they weren't severely injured until their MP ran out. Vanquish excitedly explained, "That's because of the curse. I embedded it in his blood. The curse can inflict deep wounds on the opponent's soul. This technique is effective against regenerating enemies or formless spirits." He hadn't done anything, yet he was like a villain. Kilm, utterly frustrated, clenched its fist and yelled, "Don't underestimate me, you vampire bastard. Damn it." Subaru was bewildered. Why did Kilm hate Vanquish so much? In fact, previously in the underworld, Vanquish had killed Kilm and imprisoned it in the gate. On the other side, Kilm entered serious mode. It attacked with immense power and punches. Vanquish also raised his fist and countered. Several parts of Kilm's body were blown off. It was furious. If it had all its power, it wouldn't be so miserable now. Vanquish kindly advised it that if Kilm had killed Subaru earlier, none of this would have happened. Whether it was a one-on-one battle or a fair fight, the moment Vanquish's door was summoned, Kilm had already lost, and it was a definite victory for Subaru. He gave it his all, pushing beyond his limits. Kilm yelled, "Don't joke, old man," and slowly evaporated. Vanquish advised Kilm, deeply moved, to be a little more serious. The system announced the boss defeated. Kilm gradually faded, no longer able to regenerate or even maintain its spiritual form. Kilm incessantly questioned Vanquish about his parents. Subaru's jaw dropped. Vanquish had defeated Kilm with such ease. He was truly overwhelmingly powerful. Subaru had never paid much attention to underworld beings before. But what exactly was Vanquish? As soon as the system announced the boss's defeat, another notification appeared. The boss had revived. Subaru was startled and looked back at Vanquish. He remained unfazed, simply stating that it was just debris now. Kilm had regenerated with the secret technique Storm Parousia, allowing it to revive with 5 of the user's maximum HP before death. It could only be used once every 240 seconds. Kilm tried to rush back into battle, but Vanquish merely pointed a finger and it fell motionless. It struggled desperately to break free, but to no avail. Kilm's soul, being of a higher grade, was able to activate the revival technique. However, a side effect was the inability to maintain consciousness. Subaru thought that while Vanquish could easily defeat this 5 Kilm, he himself would have to risk his life to do so. Suddenly it occurred to Subaru that if Kilm possessed this revival technique, Hirosaka's enemies might also have it. Vanquish, as if something had just come to mind, exited Subaru's body. He had been contemplating how to proceed with this trial, but fortunately a trial had conveniently presented itself from the sky. He pointed at the 5 Kilm and told Subaru to defeat it. When Subaru tried to object, Vanquish admonished him gravely. If he couldn't defeat Kilm, Vanquish would no longer have any use for him. And whatever happened to him, Vanquish wouldn't care. Vanquish told Subaru to ignite his rage, but Subaru had no reason to hate Kilm. But Vanquish's intention wasn't that. His meaning was that those with goals always lament their own weakness. Perhaps that was why Subaru had always been treated like a bug by those around him. And that's why Subaru had always resigned himself to being utterly incompetent deep down. And that was why he willingly risked his life for others. He always blamed himself for being incompetent and weak, for not being able to protect them. But Subaru was wrong. He shouldn't blame himself for being weak. Instead, he should hate his own weakness. Resignation couldn't keep him trapped in the past. It would forge him and free him from the past. That was the power that would allow Subaru to move forward. After hearing Vanquish's teaching, Subaru's eyes welled up with tears. He gripped his sword tightly and stepped forward. Vanquish watched his back as if gazing at a sun. He encouraged Subaru, telling him that he would be truly happy if he grew stronger and eventually loved himself. Subaru and the 5 Kilm fought fiercely. Hirosaka's side was no less intense. Both sides exchanged blows equally, and even Delta was surprised that Hirosaka could muster enough strength to overwhelm it. Hirosaka used his second secret technique, a rope, to bind one of Delta's arms and pull it towards him. Hirosaka gripped his sword tightly and calculated inwardly. Royal Aura consumed a lot of MP. Only about 48 seconds remained until his MP was completely depleted. The enemy's HP was approximately 300,000 to 400,000. Hirosaka decided to use it. His 7th secret technique, Hunter's Copy, Dragon Slayer's Strike. Delta was cut into several pieces. It couldn't believe the effect of that strike had suddenly pierced its body. Delta fell to the ground panting. It realized that Hirosaka's attack accuracy had dramatically increased. So it wasn't a secret technique of power but one of skill. Hirosaka slashed a few more times, consecutively copying other techniques. Monster Crush, Double Slash, Storm Smash. After such continuous attacks, Delta's regeneration speed couldn't keep up. It gradually disappeared. Hirosaka's 7th secret technique, Hunter's Copy, allowed the user to employ skills of famous warriors learned from Golden Reed, the captain of the knights. The higher the secret technique's level, the more famous warriors' secret techniques were unlocked. The boss defeated notification appeared. Hirosaka collapsed to the ground. His HP and MP were nearly depleted. His crushed eye also began to ache, and he didn't know if it would recover even with a level up. He looked towards the Rainbow Gate, wondering about Subaru and the others. Suddenly the Rainbow Gate shattered, and a boss revival notification appeared. The 5 Delta towered above his head. It charged at him. Hirosaka desperately tried to get to his feet. Suddenly, a rainbow rift appeared in space. Subaru burst out from within. He shattered the 5 Delta with his Curse's staff. This time, the boss was completely defeated. Subaru successfully leveled up to level 45. The two completed the Thunderstorm Gate. Hirosaka leveled up to level 85. His eye also recovered. He thanked Subaru for saving him. Hirosaka found it strange that Subaru hadn't leveled up. The rule inside the gate was that if the total damage dealt to an enemy was less than 20, no experience points were gained. Since Subaru had only defeated 5 of the boss's HP, he hadn't leveled up. Hirosaka was astonished. He had never heard of such a mechanism. He had been a hunter for 8 years, and even though Shikishima had explained it to him 10 times, he had forgotten all of it. Subaru told Shi and Sushi that it was time to go back. The two exited the gate, and someone was already waiting for them. It was Udu, and with him, Hazaki Ryuji, Japan's top assassin and the younger brother of Kasaka, head of the reconnaissance department. They had come to deal with the members of the paltry dark team from earlier. This person was Kei, who used to be a fellow hunter of similar rank. Udu had rushed here immediately after receiving an anonymous tip. They were able to apprehend this foolish individual because he had been caught off guard in order to interrogate him about the dark team. Udu asked Subaru why Hirasaka was acting that way. Hirasaka replied, sounding as if he were on the verge of death. Udu carried Kei like a sack, telling Subaru to write a detailed report and get some good rest. Hirasaka, delighted, thinking Udu was referring to him, was about to return home, but Udu grabbed him and told him they needed to go meet Shikishima. Subaru bid farewell to the two. He told Shi that he had found a way to meet Sajaka again. The two went up to the building's rooftop. He pulled out a notification panel and read it. Subaru's bloodstealer technique had reached a new level. This technique allowed for the exchange of the soul currently inhabiting the bloodkin with the original soul. The bloodkin could be activated at any time, but this technique could not be used until the body had fully recovered. This meant that Sajaka's soul still remained in Shi's body. Though this body was severely injured, it was slowly recovering over time. Once the body recovered, the souls could be exchanged. Subaru was overjoyed. It was only a matter of time before Sajaka returned. He leapt for joy. Theme Granny Witch, I'm sorry. I doubted you from the start, but then he wondered again. Where did Shi's soul come from? She became excited when asked about the 5-star gate rewards. Subaru took two things from his pocket. A lightning earring that bestowed weak lightning upon all attacks, and a storm earring that granted a weak wind effect to all actions. He handed the two to Shi. After the fight, he realized that there would come a time when he wouldn't be able to protect Shi. He would grow stronger quickly, and by then he wanted Shi to use these two earrings to protect herself. Shi was flustered, took the earrings and thanked him shyly. Subaru told her to try them on immediately. She delightedly put them on, her face flushing red, and, blushing, she shot into the sky. Subaru couldn't understand why Shi was flying so high. Sushi sighed, slapped Subaru across the face and jumped down as if sulking. Subaru and Tiger's house. Alex Ryu, Subaru's biological father and Tiger's adoptive father, comfortably held a wine glass. He wondered where his foolish son Subaru had gone. His wife and Tiger's biological mother, Alex Kiko, told him not to stand by the window like that, the neighbors would see. She was carefully looking at her iPad, ordering 2 necklaces, numbers 5 and 51. Subaru's father was about to pour more wine. He never imagined Subaru would become a hunter, let alone a savior. He prided himself on his truly exceptional bloodline. If things continued like this, his life would be smoother than ever. He needed to invest more money in this house. Before he could finish speaking, the front door opened and a handsome Tiger entered. In this appearance, his father didn't recognize him. He asked Tiger who he was and how he had a key. Tiger didn't even glance at him, reached out and strangled his father to death. Tiger's mother from inside the house asked her husband to bring more champagne. The butler is back today. Before she could finish speaking, Tiger placed a wine glass on her table. She squinted for a moment, then recognized her son, congratulated him on his return, and looked back at her phone. Tiger smiled contentedly. He hadn't expected his mother to recognize him even in this altered appearance. Tiger's mother didn't take her eyes off her phone screen. Of course, I gave birth to him. She casually complimented Tiger's face makeup, saying it was really pretty. When Tiger tried to explain, his mother interrupted him. She pointed at the necklace on her phone screen, proudly stating that she had acquired the necklace she had so desperately wanted. It only cost 20 million yen for 5, so cheap, she said. So cheap, she said. Tiger scoffed. He unleashed a black aura. Indeed, his mother didn't care at all how her son had changed. It was regrettable that he had come here. He should never have been born in the first place. The black aura gradually enveloped Tiger's mother. She turned to stone and ascended. Tiger dropped the champagne glass in his hand to the ground. This world and I are equally worthless. So let us be buried together. The next morning, news reported a building collapse incident around 7 p.m. yesterday in Shinagawa City. Currently, 2 fatalities, presumed to be Alex Ryu and Alex Kiko, have been confirmed. They were a married couple living in the collapsed building. The bodies were severely damaged. Subaru watched the news, stunned. Subaru returned to the ruined house. Udu and Hirasaka were also there. In Udu's assessment, these wounds were similar to those inflicted on Kiyokawa. Undoubtedly, Tiger was the culprit, but they never imagined he would murder his own parents. Shikishima, seeing Subaru's silence, comforted him. You don't need to force yourself to come with us on the search. Subaru gazed at the ruins. He felt no sadness. No matter how much he tried to recall memories with his parents, nothing came to mind, which made him even sadder. Subaru sat, looking at the nameplate of the X-House. He wondered what on earth Tiger was thinking and where he was. At that moment, Tiger stood in front of the Hunter Federation headquarters. He ignored the people around him, whispering about his parents' murder, and walked in with an arrogant stride. Tiger went straight to the reception desk and without a word unleashed an immense black aura. Before long, the Federation headquarters collapsed and the black aura emanating from it grew even fiercer. Power, intelligence, beauty. Tiger, who used to be ugly, foolish, and weak, had always craved these things. But now, even with everything, he felt an emptiness within. He no longer knew the meaning of his existence. On the other side, Hirasaka and his team were enraged upon hearing the news of the headquarters' destruction. Shikishima angrily shouted into his phone, How are we supposed to know if people are safe? We have no information, he told the person on the phone to send people to the Tachikawa branch, which had the most personnel for rescue, and to proceed as usual with the other branches, ensuring the clock didn't stop. Now they would use she as their commander to gather information. Staying in one place was too dangerous. UDU had to admit that Tiger was truly cunning. If traces of Tiger were found, they would have had to scatter from headquarters for the search. Because they couldn't predict what he was aiming for, he murdered his parents to divert their attention, then destroyed the headquarters. Currently, at least 100 hunters had been killed, and including ordinary citizens, the total number of casualties was unimaginable. Shikishima swore. Who would have dared to imagine he would cause such a catastrophe? They shouldn't have taken Subaru home. He was about to call Subaru when the phone suddenly rang. Shikishima answered. Since it was an unannounced call, there was a 1 in 10 billion chance it was from the forces of darkness. The caller was C. He scoffed, asking if they liked the little declaration of war they had prepared. AC informed them that just like the Federation headquarters, 6 locations would be attacked simultaneously, and Alex Tiger was at one of them. Hirasaka, who had been silent until now, suddenly unleashed an overwhelming golden aura. Without a word, he took his sword, rose, and flew onto the car's roof. Even when UDU called him, he didn't listen. Shikishima said there was no need to stop him. Since it was best that no one else died, they should let Hirasaka go fight. Shikishima asked if they had been observing them when they were at the school. If they wanted to participate, they should face him. He swore that if he met and fought AI again, he would certainly pierce AI's entire body. AI left with the words, "I'm very much looking forward to it," and hung up. Shikishima also guessed what the forces of darkness were aiming for. Kokugi had said they would destroy the clock. Tiger's time acceleration secret technique could instantly destroy anything it touched. In other words, he planned to use the gate's time to reduce the clock's time to 0. He considered it a punishment for their failure to destroy all the gates and doors. The best option now was a 5-star gate with a lot of remaining time. Currently, 870 days remained on the clock. If they, the dark forces, could destroy 3 5-star gates, they would succeed. Shikishima ordered all hunters to be sent to each of Tokyo's 5-star gates. Upon discovering an enemy, they were to immediately provide information to high-ranking officials so they could deal with them. Especially if they encountered Tiger, they were to report it to a gold hunter immediately. Now war had begun. On the side of the forces of darkness, Himeno Jumeno was looking at her fingernails while on the phone. Isn't it terrible? They could have launched surprise attacks on 6 locations simultaneously, but instead they declared war. Arya replied gleefully. They had to fight the gold hunters head-on. If they launched a surprise attack, the game would be too easy. They spoke among themselves. Kei, who had been captured by UDU earlier, had successfully escaped, and according to their instructions his team was now targeting Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru was sitting on a building rooftop when a group suddenly surrounded him. These 3 were Kazuki Daichi, Kaga Shingo, and Kei from a few days ago. Kei's face was badly beaten. He had been told that if he wanted to fight Hirasaka, he first had to defeat Subaru. He had no grudge against Subaru, but he still had to kill him. However, he would still fight fair one-on-one. Subaru stood up from the ground. He told all 3 of them to come at him. He told them he had heard everything from Shikishima, so he wouldn't let any of these 3 escape. He had no grudge against these 3, but he would defeat all of them and make them tell him where Tiger was. Shingo was angered by Subaru's arrogant behavior. He used his secret technique, Black Obsidian Protection, to envelop his body in earth and stone. He couldn't accept Subaru's contemptuous attitude. Shingo rushed forward to attack, but Subaru struck him lightly and his armor shattered. Shingo was sent flying 8 meters away, spitting blood from his mouth. He couldn't believe he had been defeated. His armor also blew away in the wind and disappeared. What on earth had happened? Earlier, Subaru had injected blood into a gap in Shingo's armor, destroying it from within. Kei sneered. He confidently exhaled black smoke and made a few slashes. Subaru rolled to evade. He comprehensively assessed Kei's attacks. The ground he attacked was broken as if corroded by time, and Kei seemed to be wielding black smoke on his sword's edge. This meant a direct hit would be extremely dangerous. The remaining person, Kazuki, didn't seem interested in joining the fight. He just sat and watched. Kei would have asked for help if he needed it, but he was very confident in his skills. Subaru asked Kei why he insisted on fighting one-on-one, but Kei didn't answer. He rushed at Subaru and slashed, however. Subaru blocked it with his blood spirit shield. The 3 of them had been friends since childhood. Kei was the leader and Shingo was his right-hand man. And Kazuki always watched them from afar. This kind of situation was common for Kei. Subaru was momentarily stunned. What nonsense was this guy talking about? Weren't they part of the forces of darkness here to destroy the clock and humanity? Kei answered brazenly. Not interested. He was on Kokugi's side to become stronger and become a leader. He wanted to prove that he could defeat Hirasaka Renji, Japan's strongest deity, and then the 3 of them would reach the top. That was his dream. Subaru made a disgusted face. He hadn't received proper education and knew nothing about pleasure, so he didn't know how to process this information. But Kei was the type of person who considered himself a gangster from a manga. Subaru thought the dark forces didn't seem very unified. These 3 people in front of him were quite different from the others. Subaru could understand Kei's dream. He asked Kei why he attacked Kasaka. Kei remembered that they were the people they met in front of the 5-star gate. He answered indifferently, Wasn't it the deity's fault for being too weak and retreating from the front lines? Before he could finish speaking, Subaru's fist slammed into his cheekbone. Kei crashed into the railing, blood gushing from his nose and mouth. What the hell was this? It was faster than before. Subaru was really angry. Those three were from the reconnaissance department. They continued their deity activities to protect the world even though they had families and children. And this damn Kei dared to attack them. Subaru shouted. They were not people Kei could discard for his selfish dream. Subaru activated his conditional secret technique Limited Aura Rider, which increased all abilities by 45 when enraged. Kei trembled but continued to swing his sword. Don't interfere with my dream. Just as Subaru was about to attack Kei with Blood Spirit, Kazuki suddenly appeared from somewhere, kicking Kei down. He told Kei to stop, to admit defeat. The three of them would do their best again next time. Kei lay stunned on the ground and Kazuki didn't seem interested in fighting. He explained that although the three of them had been friends since childhood, Kazuki had another identity. Kazuki showed Subaru his chat messages with Shikishima. He was Shikishima's subordinate, a spy for the dark forces embedded in the Deity Federation. Previously part of the investigation team, he was here to inform Subaru of the locations of the 6 gates the dark forces intended to destroy. Tiger was approaching one of the gates and Shikishima also arrived just in time. Honestly, he had hoped to meet that four-eyed guy, but he was unlucky enough to encounter Tiger. He fully intended to confront this damn Tiger today. Shikishima recalled that Kokugi had previously prophesied that he, Hirasaka, and Udu would be the first 3 to die, but he wasn't afraid at all. Don't underestimate me, you damn bastard. Shikishima used his 5th secret technique, Sulfur Rain. Bullets rained down from the sky towards Tiger. He calmly evaded. Now that he thought about it, Shikishima was the first person to suspect Tiger. Tiger remembered Shikishima asking him 3 years ago why his promotion was so slow. In fact, the owner of the gate Tiger stole from Subaru was Fragment of Destruction Gelia. However, he refused to cooperate with Tiger. Tiger's second gate didn't appear even after he exceeded level 20, which is usually when a second gate appears. At that time, Hirasaka defended Tiger. Some people received their second gate at level 25 or 30. Tiger said he might be one of them. He told Shikishima not to suspect Tiger too much. Shikishima didn't want to discourage others either, but the fact that Tiger's gate didn't appear and his promotion was too slow could only be evidence that he had stolen someone else's gate. Tiger, hearing this from outside the door, flinched. He cursed inwardly. Damn it, why is he so accurate? Oh well, there's no evidence, so let's just pretend I don't know. At that time, Shikishima had mentioned that there was someone in Osaka who had the ability to expose lies. They could discuss this further at the upcoming meeting. Tiger was extremely enraged. He continuously cursed Shikishima's parents. Why did that damned guy keep bringing him disaster? He swore he would tear Shikishima to pieces someday. Tiger's foolish and childish murderous intent was about to become a reality. He would unleash all of Gelia's power and use the technique he received from Kokugi to shatter Gelia, allowing death to reign. Tiger exhaled black smoke and stealthily approached Shikishima from behind. Shikishima froze for a moment. He had located Tiger with his clairvoyant secret technique, so there was no way he would miss him. Tiger must have used a teleportation technique. Shikishima didn't move an inch and told Tiger not to underestimate him. He used his 3rd secret technique, Phantom Flame. Tiger's fist burned before it even reached him. Shikishima realized in the blink of an eye. Tiger could only move where there was smoke, and his evasion ability was quite good. He estimated Tiger's power to be roughly equivalent to a level 50 gold deity. But unfortunately, Tiger was not on the same level as him. He was now level 82, and Tiger was no match. Tiger was covered in blood. Just as Shikishima was about to continue fighting, a large explosion suddenly occurred. Tiger knew that the deities would send their strongest deities to the 5-star gates. So he had extended the time of the 4-star gate and postponed it until the last moment. Right now, about 200 monsters were unleashed and the deities, not expecting an attack from Tiger's team, lost many deities. Shikishima looked at the burning fire in the distance, thinking, is this really Tiger? Why has he become so cunning? Tiger looked at his regrown arm. Although soul and consciousness coexisted, the former Alex Tiger was already dead. Everything he craved was now completely worthless, and only a small wish remained in his heart from the past Tiger, to take revenge on a world that didn't love him. So the entity currently controlling Tiger's body would fulfill that wish. Shikishima was silent. He had always felt recklessness, jealousy, arrogance, and a desire for recognition from Tiger. But he felt none of those emotions from the current Tiger. This meant that Tiger might be hiding a trump card capable of annihilating the gold deities. Shikishima found it truly laughable. This Tiger really seemed to hate himself so much that he wanted to become someone else. Shikishima truly valued Tiger's current emotions, but he would not let him do anything further. Shikishima used his 6th secret technique, Avatar of Flame. He would definitely kill Tiger and protect this city. Tiger also entered serious mode. The two fought fiercely. Kokugi watched from afar, thinking Shikishima seemed to have reached Tiger. But there was no time for that. His opponent now was Hirasaka. Hirasaka was engulfed in rage. He told the child to put down his weapon and surrender, otherwise he would get angry. But Ai Shay wouldn't do that. he had his own circumstances. An hour ago, AI had said goodbye to his wife and children and prepared for work. He promised to return before dinner and pass through a dark gate. AI's wife and children were just moving corpses controlled by Kokugi. Currently, only 3 gold deities including Hirasaka were active and the others couldn't participate for various reasons. He thought this was a good opportunity to test Hirasaka. Hirasaka didn't wait for him to keep babbling and rushed forward, swinging his sword to attack. AI was not afraid at all. Today his luck was good. AI swung his weapon, sending Hirasaka flying far away. To him, Hirasaka was the easiest prey. AI's weapon was the boundary-breaking hammer, which had the effect of cutting through any space within range. Physical counterattacks were ineffective against his cutting attacks. Hirasaka retreated, realizing that his opponent was very strong. He didn't understand what AI's secret technique was, it was too complex, but in summary it was a technique that refracted attacks. It was similar to his sword trajectory distortion secret technique. This meant he only had to slash faster than AI swung his hammer. Hirasaka rushed forward again. Halfway there he suddenly felt his body stop moving, and AI hit him again with his hammer, sending him to the ground. Hirasaka got up again. What the hell is this? Contact with the hammer had a stunning effect. The problem was that he couldn't see it until he hit it. AI seemed to realize his trick had been exposed. Earlier he had used another secret technique, symbol of defense. It was a type of secret technique that had to be installed in advance, and it could stop anything for 1 second with no exceptions other than the user. No one could see the symbol until they hit it. The area where AI stood already had many symbols installed. Every time Hirasaka attacked, his movement would stop and he would be hit by the hammer and thrown to the ground. As AI expected, Hirasaka was extremely confident in his abilities and chose a frontal attack. The amount of HP decreased with each attack was very small, but it didn't matter. If he could hold Hirasaka until the other gates were destroyed, that would be enough. If he was lucky, he could even defeat and kill Hirasaka, which would be worth 10 points. Hirasaka switched to long-range attacks. He threw his sword at AI, but it was useless. The symbols blocked and bounced off the secret technique. Hirasaka grew even angrier. He questioned why all these people with immense power didn't use it to protect the world. AI thought he should ask Hirasaka this question back. Why protect this world? Why was Hirasaka so angry? Was it because too many people had died or because it was his job? Was Hirasaka's rage truly directed at the dark forces? As much as Hirasaka was angry, AI Shay was also angry, and he understood why he was enraged. He swung his sword and landed a blow on Hirasaka from the sky. The deities who were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect this world were truly great people, noble people, but he had lost what he cherished most. AI had forgotten the value of this world. So he asked if he was crazy or if others were crazy. AI screamed madly and landed another blow on Hirasaka with his hammer, but he didn't dodge. Hirasaka raised his hand to block the attack. AI landed many consecutive attacks, but Hirasaka didn't move an inch. AI recalled the past. He had lost his wife and children. The culprit who killed the two was a minor deity, making it very difficult to hold him accountable. AI Shay lost his mind after the death of his wife and children. Then a dark gate appeared. Empathizing with his pain, the gate promised that if AI Shay helped him, he would revive his wife and children. AI attacked Hirasaka for a while, but when he showed no reaction, he lost interest. He clicked his tongue and asked Hirasaka if he intended to die from taking so many hits. AI screamed he would kill Hirasaka and send his comrades to hell. Hirasaka closed his eyes, thought of his comrades, then swung his sword, cutting AI's body with his 6th secret technique, sword trajectory distortion. Blood splattered, and AI Shay vomited blood and dropped his weapon. AI laughed with pleasure. Hirasaka's 6th secret technique was indeed worthy of its reputation. It consumed 80 of his MP when used. Finally, he made Hirasaka use that technique. AI had reduced all of Hirasaka's HP and MP. His mission was complete. AI fell to the ground, his tired eyes looking at Hirasaka. He didn't understand why Hirasaka was crying. Hirasaka approached AI Shay. Perhaps it was due to his senses, but every time he fought, he felt a little of his opponent's emotions. And now he was crying because of the endless sadness that permeated him every time AI Shay attacked. Hirasaka smiled at AI Shay as he said he wasn't fighting for the world. He wanted to protect his friends and he wanted to be with them for as long as possible. So he wasn't crazy. He was sure everyone had a reason to fight, but that was why Hirasaka couldn't give up. AI gave a wry smile, closed his eyes, and told Hirasaka, "Go quickly. I've lost." Watching Hirasaka fly away, AI thought in his final moments he couldn't refuse Kokugi's attractive offer. He just wanted to risk everything to get his family back. Hirasaka was truly angry. He growled, "Kokugi, that damned pig, daring to exploit and manipulate other people's weaknesses." In the amniotic fluid, Kokugi heard the news that AI Shay had fallen, but he didn't care much. Hirasaka was almost out of MP, so he wouldn't be able to use sword trajectory distortion anymore. If things continued like this, he would eventually win. Kokugi couldn't stop laughing. Subaru had received news from Kazuki that he was confronting a member of the Dark Forces in Oda City. 19 members of the Dark Forces, including Tiger, were deployed in various areas. All of them had their powers upgraded and received new techniques from Kokugi. Their techniques were related to space-time. Kazuki reminded him that the enemy would soon use a technique. Subaru's enemy was a woman. She bent her body and transformed into a cat with her secret technique Beast Fusion, then grew gigantic and roared at Subaru. The cat looked to attack Subaru, but Glass Sushi kicked it to the ground, making it howl. Subaru stroked Sushi and thanked it. He took out his phone and asked she if she was okay. On the other side, she had just defeated a monster and swept through the southern Shibuya area. She was on a mission to eliminate underworld monsters in the city. The two promised to meet later and hung up. Suddenly, she felt her heart sink, thinking something bad had happened. Somewhere, Sajaka's older sisters and second older sister were confronting a member of the Dark Forces. This person was Himeno Yumeno, previously a silver tier. Sajaka's older sister delivered a blow from the sky with the power of the Dragon King. This was a technique that unleashed the power of the Dragon King from the gate onto the target, temporarily increasing attack power by 500. But the recent attack had no effect on Himeno. Sajaka's second older sister rushed forward, swinging her scythe and activating her secret technique Grim Reaper. It was a technique that could have the opponent's HP on contact, but unfortunately the scythe didn't reach Himeno. She dodged, then kicked the second older sister in the chest once. The second older sister Mizuo spat blood and couldn't believe that she had disappeared and reappeared in the blink of an eye. What the hell was this? Himeno's secret technique was stealth, which could erase the user's presence from the world for a few seconds and consume 5 times more MP to act in stealth mode. The older sister Hazuki attacked from above again, but Himeno disappeared once more. She appeared behind Hazuki and kicked her, sending her flying far away. Meanwhile, Shika glared at Goisha and the three's momentum seemed to pierce the sky. With a face full of anger, she gritted her teeth and said, "Just an obstacle blocking my path." At that moment, reinforcements appeared and more deities could be felt approaching. Goisha sensed something. Vet's faint presence was choosing the fastest and most certain method of destruction from the administrator. Subaru, Kotetsu, Shikishima, Jinga and Zagan all watched her. It was a space-time dimensional technique that incinerated the Eastern Kingdom in an instant. The shadow of Mastema, scythe in hand, appeared. When he was an ordinary employee, the highest imperial government had supported him. Goisha's power now covered a vast area with a radius of 5 kilometers, and no one could escape. Subaru was submerged in that immense power, and Goisha caused a massive explosion. As blue flames swept through, rough cracks appeared in space. She looked up at the sky in surprise. Goisha asked herself, did it disappear? A rainbow appeared in the sky and an orange staff emerged. This confused her. What had happened? The one who descended from the sky, staff in hand, was the eternal lord of heaven and earth. Subaru looked up at her, and Kotetsu calmly looked up with his hands in his pockets. The reincarnation of the imperial family, the one who could absorb and control all techniques. It was Lucian, the king of another world. Goisha was powerless as long as he was here. She changed her mind and realized that widespread destruction was impossible. I must kill that guy first. Goisha's body froze and the seal slowed. A man towered over them. From now on it begins. He carried a hammer on his shoulder and exuded killing intent. The lone deity who did not accept the end targeted Goisha. He glared at her. Kiryu IC's slow seal, every target it touched, without exception, froze completely for exactly 1 second. Goisha was hit. For a high-ranking deity, 1 second was a very long time. Subaru shouted, "Let's go." His hair turned white and his eyes turned red as he began to unleash his power. Shika, the sun practitioner, also reacted and unleashed her power. Hirasaka Renji also transformed. This left Goisha dumbfounded. They had all become vampires, and as time passed they drew closer to their master. Shika Amamiya and Renji Hirasaka, the earliest kin, had reached the second stage of vampirization. In addition to a powerfully enhanced soul, the sun became their weakness. To counter this, those who walked under the sun were given a technique that weakened their power instead of blocking the sun. The power reduction rate was about 90. In other words, when the sun practitioner unleashes their power, it becomes 10 times their usual strength. The slowed Goisha could now only open her eyes and watch as Subaru, Shikishima, and Renji attacked Goisha. Hundreds of attacks poured down every second, making it extremely overwhelming. However, unfortunately in this battle, she glared at them. That level is still far off. Renji and Shika prepared for the next attack. The two used flow-blocking finisher and unleashed their full-power fists, an absolute overwhelming force for 1 second. At that moment, Jinga and Zagan slowly approached. For example, in Jinga Tsunemori's eyes, this is what happened. Shika launched a magic attack from behind and Renji and Subaru rushed forward to attack Goisha. A sky-shattering explosion occurred. The three were still burning their power to inflict as much damage as possible. Shika clenched her fist and unleashed space-shattering strike. Thunder Emperor Renji and Subaru rushed in simultaneously. Goisha did not move an inch. The three delivered a powerful blow to her. The shockwave shattered the rooftop. From the rooftop of another building, Kotetsu called out to Shikishima. He tracked her with his glasses and replied, "We are pursuing the enemy. We must utilize their initial movements by any means necessary." The detectors were working at full power. Jinga called out loudly, "Ari!" He clenched his fist and thought, if I had been strong enough then, I could have defeated Goisha with the power of the 9 stars. While Jinga Tsunemori's extreme emotions can be understood, if he had been defeated by Villette, and Goisha had fully revived, everyone here would have been destroyed before they even realized it. Kotetsu calmly thought, that side is doing well. The battle space that kills 1/5 of the soul relies entirely on Leon. He always aims for the optimal moment to use the time seal. Shikishima Hyodo's telescope provides support items to teams of rank A or higher. This cooperation is perfect, Renji thought. But still, the situation was not good. Everyone knew that once Goisha adapted to this situation, everything would be over. Thus the core key lay with Shika Amamiya, who became a familiar early. The 8 Thunder Summon technique. Her armor was gradually cracking, however that soul vessel would soon exceed its limit and shatter. Kilmini looked at Shika with slightly worried eyes, and her eyes were more resolute than ever. It was her feelings for her comrades that drove her. Kilmini smiled with great relief, and then, as if to transmit power to her, he kissed her forehead. Goisha looked at Shika with surprised eyes. This was Amamiya's ultimate state. She unleashed a powerful blow at Goisha with all her might. Lightning streaked across the sky, sending dirt and stones flying. Shika pushed Goisha to the ground with all her might. 8-color Thunder God mode. Goisha looked at her resolute eyes and thought, this woman, she had a very surprised expression, it must be temporary. But she has surpassed Diamante in speed. Shika rushed forward and attacked. I don't underestimate Baru Ariak's familiars, but Amamiya Shika's power has surpassed Goisha's defensive capabilities. She counterattacked in an instant. Blue flames, the opponent's flames, quickly put Shika in trouble. Goisha thought to herself, I have a great danger before me. She raised her fist. Die! Shika rushed in without hesitation. In the end, she kicked Goisha one more time. Amamiya Shika was currently in a demigod state. A sky-shattering explosion occurred. Goisha gritted her teeth and transformed her body into pure lightning. Cracks began to appear on Shika's body. She moved faster than sound with every movement. A sonic boom occurred. Is she truly human? 8-color Thunder God was a technique that continuously consumed MP to gain speed. Amamiya always had 2 of the most powerful forces ready, curses and cracks. Savior Ariak Subaru and the strongest Hirasaka. Cracks appeared on Shika's body. Her eyes were filled with determination to defeat the enemy and deliver a decisive blow to Goisha. The cracks spread to her eyes. The price of this power was her body shattering like a mirror. The last flash burst forth from within Amamiya's soul and body. She closed her eyes with a very peaceful face. Shika thought, I'm sorry, master, I failed your expectations. The scene shifted to the golden country of another world. Kilm delivered a powerful blow to a 1,000-year monster. He said, I feel so good, I don't know who you are, but you must be a fallen god. Kilm unleashed a finishing blow. Let's meet. Immense power erupted from his body and incinerated the monster. The monster gradually disappeared and Kilm looked down at Rit. He asked, Hey, what are you spacing out about? She softly retorted, What should I do? Kilm flew down and had a flustered expression. Rit looked at the screen and said, Get ready, she said anxiously. Thunder God, for both of us. Rit said that a fragment of his soul was coming to the human world. Goisha's flames incinerated the entire building and spread to the surroundings. Shika's body gradually disappeared and Amamiya's soul cocoon was shattered, making death inevitable. She looked down at her comrades. Ariak Toharu. Subaru could not suppress his emotions because Shika had hidden her condition. She probably didn't expect this to happen either. A part of her head brushed against her 2 friends and fell to the ground. Subaru looked up at Goisha with furious eyes. His heart urged him to turn back and rush to her, but Goisha was adapting to the situation very quickly. She seemed completely unharmed. In a daze, Shika saw the hesitation and struggle within Toharu. That sturdy shoulder seemed about to turn away at any moment. Suddenly, Shika shouted, Go, Toharu Ariak. He bowed his head slightly. And Subaru and Renji drew their swords and rushed forward to attack Goisha, but she blocked them with her hand. She looked at the 2 with sharp eyes. Subaru glared at her and cast a space-cutting technique. Space was separated from Subaru and Renji. Renji and he quickly approached her again. Goisha used flames on her legs and arms. Subaru rushed forward. At this moment there might be an item that can save Shika. His eyes were now blurred with rainbow colors. I must do it quickly. I must kill that guy. She was slightly surprised by Subaru's attack. Goisha thought to herself, the afterimage instinct tells me. She began to be scared by the fact that it would be extremely dangerous if the afterimage spread. Dirt and stones poured down over Shika's head. Now her remaining consciousness thought, I wish I could have lived a little longer. Shika's eyes gradually blurred. Just a few more minutes, I want to live. Goisha horizontally slashed Subaru with her scythe. Renji called his name Toharu in his mind. Subaru quickly cast Blood Soul Hemostasis. Goisha frowned, thinking the afterimage is cutting me. But she extended her flame-wrapped finger forward. Goisha asked herself, can't it really be cut? She delivered a punch that pierced his body. Blue light. Subaru glared at her. Goisha coldly glanced at him. Renji drew his sword and rushed at her, but Goisha blocked him with her scythe. Since I became aware of the existence of cracks, I have looked at the sky more. Even though he was sent to an unfamiliar world, there was no one here asking for salvation. Clearly for a different reason, Renji continued to attack. She blocked his attack with her scythe. That person will leave Toharu too. Goisha noticed something strange. Strange, this guy's sword is getting heavier with each attack. Renji continuously delivered attacks to her. He was clearly a master. In the soul resonance battle with his master Toharu, Hirasaka's soul form was transforming. He was undergoing a splendid transformation process from a warrior. Yellow power spread throughout his body. Goisha had a slightly surprised expression. The yellow light shone even more intensely, becoming the one who hears prayers. Renji's eyes turned yellow, a rare seed, a hero. He stood tall with his sword, exuding an aura that overwhelmed his opponent. It was Hirasaka Renji. He glared at the enemy. At a family restaurant, Renji asked, "What if the gates disappear?" Kinokawa replied, "Yes," as Shikishima-san said. She said with an excited expression, "If one day the gates disappear from the world, I want to have a fun and peaceful time again." Shikishima curtly said, "Don't talk nonsense." Kinokawa laughed and said, "Why not? I want to open it until the anniversary." She clasped her hands again and asked, "What do you want to do when the world is at peace?" "As for me, I'll inherit my dad's hotel." Upon hearing that, the other three fell into thought. Shikishima said, "I'll sleep for at least a year." Kinokawa laughed and said, "Boring." "How about you, UDU?" He thought for a moment and then said, "I'll probably become a chef or study." Kinokawa rejoiced. "That's really cool, UDU. You're good at cooking anyway, aren't you?" She turned back to Renji. "How about you, Hirasaka-san?" He hesitated blankly for a moment. "Me?" Shikishima and UDU also watched him. He quietly replied, "I want to continue using my power to help as many people as possible." Kinokawa was surprised. "You're really going to be a hero for life?" Shikishima said, "Volunteer hero sounds cool." He rested his chin on his hand and said, "If that's the case, I'll be your sponsor." UDU added, "If you need it, I'll provide the food." Kinokawa said slyly. "Not to mention accommodation," Renji said in surprise. "Everyone," he said with a touched expression, "do you all want to take care of me for life?" All three immediately lost their enthusiasm and replied, "No, that's not it." Suddenly, Shikishima stood up and said, "All right, it's time to go." Behind him, Kinokawa, Renji and UDU were all ready for battle. Shikishima casually said, "Today we'll clear 5 two-star gates." He looked at each of his teammates and said, "Everyone, do your best." 8 years ago, in autumn. Sun Practitioner Goisha versus Hero Renji Hirasaka. Renji was confronting Goisha. She thought to herself, "What is this guy?" His soul suddenly changed. Suddenly, Goisha's eyes widened and she had a very surprised expression. Suddenly her body was split in two in midair. Goisha looked at Renji and evaluated herself. Just a rare sword strike unique to a hero. She had to constantly block Renji's light attacks with her weapon. He was confronting a worldly dangerous enemy. In other words, when the Sun Practitioner was unleashed, Hero Renji Hirasaka could fight Goisha with 100 times his power. Shikishima watched anxiously from a distance. Akira landed from a high place and called out to Shikishima-san. He also responded. Narsa. Shikishima turned around and said, "Everyone?" Akira stammered as he looked at Renji. Hirasaka-san," he continued to stammer. "What's wrong?" Akira's eyes widened. The system displayed, "Hawkeye skill magnifies vision 100 times. It is a basic skill for gold knights." On the other side, Renji seemed oblivious to everything around him and was only focused on the battle. Shikishima said, "Certainly." During that time, Goisha's remaining HP was 21. 18, 17, 14, 11, 9. She closed her eyes and thought to herself, "I hadn't expected this possibility. That someone could truly overwhelm me with power." Goisha had two choices. One was to use a teleportation gate to escape, as in her battle with Diamante. "If I simply escape to another place, it will be as if nothing happened. Depending on the situation, this is the best option." Her eyes sank heavily, and she thought to herself, "But Renji Hirasaka is a familiar of Toharu Ariake and the administrator's target. If I escape now, it would leave a bad impression on the administrator." The second option, in human terms, was self-destruction. A series of unexpected events had forced Goisha into a situation with no alternative. She was hit by recovery techniques, recovered again, and as this cycle continued, she was increasingly pushed to her limits. Goisha gnashed her teeth and asked herself, "I'm really angry, really angry." But she realized she had no other choice and spoke to the administrator. Renji stared at her in surprise for a moment. Goisha said, "This is Executor 206.438 Goisha to complete the commission." She said with annoyance, "I quit as an executor." Renji was so surprised he muttered, "Quit." The system responded, "Valid identification number. Hello, Operations Bureau. Executor Goisha's application has been received. Identification number 206.438 has been approved by the administrator. From now on, all executor privileges will be revoked and you will return to your original state. Do you accept?" Goisha immediately replied, "Yes." She sadly said, "That is my wish." Suddenly, a golden light covered everything. Renji was stunned before the magic circle of fury. He muttered to himself, "Is that light above the mansion?" Shima said, "It's in the warehouse over there." Kotu replied, "He definitely quit as an executor." Shikishima asked again, "What happened when he quit?" He explained, "The administrator deploys bosses and they must at least be executors. They have many privileges and cannot be attacked by ordinary deities, but because they are bosses they also have restrictions. For example, they cannot use the warehouse." He continued as Shikishima was flustered. "Currently there are no longer those restrictions." Shikishima stared blankly at Renji. A blue light appeared before his eyes. Renji was engulfed in blue flames. A loud shout woke him up. Hirasaka, he came to his senses and muttered, "Damn grit." Suddenly a hand rested on Renji's shoulder. He asked himself, what's going on? The hand was Goisha's. She coldly touched Renji's shoulder. Freed from the executor's restrictions, Goisha could now freely use countless items, and the balance of power between the two sides was reversed. Goisha had abandoned her rights as an executor and gained the right to use the warehouse overwhelming hero Hirasaka Renji with an enormous amount of enhancement and recovery items. Furthermore, Goisha evaluated internally. Too slow. Saka Amamiya's summoned thunderclouds were disappearing. Hirasaka's power was gradually returning to its original 1/10 level. Suddenly, Goisha grabbed Renji's shoulder forcefully. He was pulled strongly by her, revealing his eye injury even more. Goisha threw Renji onto the street, then charged again and stomped hard on his chest. Renji helplessly opened his eyes wide. A barrage of Goisha's punches followed. He was severely injured and spat blood. Goisha coldly grabbed Renji's hair, lifted him into the air and asked. Finally awake, he coughed a few times with difficulty. She indifferently said, "Too bad," Goisha stated. "You and Saka Amamiya are beings of pure power only," she continued. "To me, the trivial title of executor means nothing. I will become a part of him. But the contract, the curse, the rift, everything I have accumulated over thousands of years has disappeared." Suddenly, one of Renji's eyes blazed. He was dazed. Goisha growled cruelly, "Unforgivable." Renji's entire body caught fire, she said, according to Hugh. "You have a revival item, don't you?" Goisha tossed Renji onto the street and nonchalantly said, "Then die and come back. This time I'll make you suffer very slowly." As Renji's body fell onto the stones of the street, the blood stopped and black smoke billowed. A young boy's voice was heard from afar. The boy smiled brightly and looked at him. Renji also stared at the boy with wide eyes. The boy asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Upstairs, Shikishima and Kotetsu were in an extremely bad mood. Shikishima muttered, "Hirasaka is still not done." Kotetsu thought to himself, "Chess. Everyone here has used every item they can for enhancement." He continued to think, "If the enemy also has similar advantages, we no longer have a chance to win. Hirasaka Renji is only buying time to retreat." Shikishima was deep in thought. He said, "Udu Kinokawa Naru Fuchikami, come with me." Of course, Shikishima Ryu also had no hope. Nevertheless, Shikishima coldly declared, "I will save Hirasaka." On the other hand, in a mysterious space, Renji asked in surprise, "Is that the boy I saw earlier?" The boy stood before him and replied, "Where life and death intersect. Your body is awaiting the reaction of a revival item," the boy asked. "I want to ask while I have the chance, why are you still fighting?" Renji was silent for a moment. The boy asked again, "To be beaten, cut, bitten, burned, shot, and die this way, because I have no talent other than fighting?" Renji immediately replied, "No." The boy questioned, "Is it for money, fame, status?" He immediately and firmly said no. The boy hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Then is it for your friends? Is that your ideal?" Renji gently replied, "Perhaps I think so." The boy extended his hand and asked, "Then why abandon your true friends to save another world?" Renji was silent again. The boy pressed, "You want to live in another world after this battle, don't you?" The boy asked, "I can understand fighting for family and friends, but why save this world and people who have no connection to you?" He narrowed his eyes, looking as if he was about to cry, and said, "I don't know." Renji was silent again. Finally he spoke, "I've fought for 5 years, saved countless people, but I've also experienced countless failures." Countless. He recalled waking up in bed and said, "I no longer count how many nights I've cursed my powerlessness." Memories from the hospital came to mind. He said, "At that time I asked him, 'Why must we fight? Is what we do truly important?' He asked agonizingly. 'What meaning do these actions have?' Renji continued. He answered. He recalled Shikishima saying at that time, 'We cannot eliminate the world's suffering, but if we can reduce it even a little,' he continued, 'if we can exchange it for their blood, then everyone will no longer cry. Every sad tear will turn into a happy tear.' Renji remembered that touching moment and the words, 'It's truly good to be alive.' Shikishima smiled and said, 'Perhaps that is the only meaning.' Beside him, Kinokawa and Udu were smiling brightly. Renji's eyes shone as he looked at them. Back in the mysterious space he spoke, "At that time I thought how noble, and I made a resolution," he continued. "Even if all the space in the world disappears, I will continue to fight so that no one cries." Renji suddenly said, "Just as you said. I've gained true friends, friends I truly cherish," Renji said firmly, "so I can entrust this world to them. No matter how far apart we are, our hearts will always be connected," the boy replied. "That's right," he smiled and said, "Congratulations." Renji also replied brightly, "Yes, truly." The boy asked Renji, "Do you want to go?" Renji replied, "Yes, definitely." He momentarily transformed into his battle form. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them firmly. Before Renji's eyes were 5 friends. He spoke, "They are coming to save me." Everyone called his name worriedly, "Hirasaka, Hirasaka, Hirasaka." He looked at them and smiled happily. The boy in the mysterious space was actually Renji as a child. The boy spoke. Truly too much of a hurry. After facing himself, Hirasaka Renji, a rare class like a hero, awakened his second characteristic. The boy smiled and extended rings of light, saying, "I forgot these unique skill. Fellow travelers, welcome to Amicus." Hirasaka Renji revives. Even if people of golden tier gathered in Goisha's eyes, they were all nothing but weeds. At that moment, Renji noticed how everyone looked at each other. They had all come this far looking for him. At that moment, the flame in Renji's heart grew even larger. Everyone had risked danger to save him. Renji would never let any of them die, even if he had to sacrifice his own life. Just then, an unexpected voice came from behind him. Ren, did you forget? He was so surprised he turned around. Your soul has now become a hero on a hero's journey. Always reliable comrades will be with you. In desperate situations, a rare class like a hero could activate their second characteristic, the unique skill Well Amicus. Its effect was that friends genuinely recognized by the hero would gain the same intrinsic abilities as the hero, all stats increased tenfold, and it only applied when facing world-class dangerous enemies. Everyone saw themselves getting stronger, but Goisha still looked at them calmly expressionless. Golden Queen Safina Gate Shift. Fourth skill Gigantic Golden Titan. Kinokawa signaled Hirasaka. He understood and attacked. Alright, fourth skill, Beast Titan. An immense pillar-like force poured down on Goisha. A huge explosion occurred as the weapon fell. Renji attacked. Good. Now I have to keep attacking and push her back, but just as Renji was about to rush forward, Udu pulled him back. Wait, Renji asked in surprise. Why did Shikishima say, hey, you were beaten to a pulp even at full power, you won't win if you keep fighting. Then Udu followed up, Shikishima will go first, Golden Armory. He then said, I'm going too. Shikishima said, I'm sorry, but I'll have to leave it to you. Renji exclaimed in surprise. Shikishima, then he proposed. Hirasaka, I have a plan, do you want to join? Seeing that gaze, Renji couldn't help but be surprised. Shikishima would make a plan and the rest would fight. Renji felt like he had returned to the old days. Thinking that, he smiled happily and replied, tell me. After their conversation, Renji continued to control his giant and attack. No matter how many people with power equal to Hirasaka's there were, they wouldn't be able to finish her. They knew this fact well. But then a small figure appeared. It was Fuchikami Masai, and she was also undergoing gate shift. However, she did not choose the Copper King. Masai used the gate shift technique. The reason was that everyone else was boosting their power stats, but they thought it would be better if at least one person focused on agility stats. Then a light flew like a shooting star and the main skill teleportation alley warhorse Srapa. Masai flew up happily exclaiming, good, I found Ari. Masai quickly jumped down to where Subaru was unconscious. More than half of his heart was destroyed. It was truly a miracle he survived. Would there be a chance to recover if an item was used? Then she summoned the warehouse. Masai was worried. She was trying to heal him. I leave everything to you. Please snap out of it. She was healing Subaru, yelling for him to snap out of it quickly. Ari's scene change. On this side, Renji was controlling the giant and attacking. On this side, Kotu was observing the battle from above, although some power seemed to have been added to their side as long as the enemy could infinitely recover with items. Victory was impossible. The one who could ultimately decide the outcome of this battle was Ariake Subaru. Kotetsu's eyes softened slightly, and he continued to think, or it could be Amami Asaka, but she is just as if not more messed up than Subaru right now. Then Kotetsu continued to observe, calmly saying, what will you do now? Ren was finding this question difficult to answer. He reluctantly said, I will face the enemy's attack, and also agreed with Ren. I won't leave either. I made a contract with a true ancestor. How about you? Kotetsu turned away. He said, let's retreat. I don't think I can fight them directly and win, and also supported his words. That's right, only you can say such things honestly. Do as you wish. Seeing Kotu turn away helplessly, Ren felt a slight empathy. Hoodoo. Just then, Kotu reminded Ren. This battle will end in a few minutes, he warned. If you truly want to see a new world open, you must endure. Saying that, he disappeared, and Enda's cold gaze followed Kotu. Just then an explosion occurred behind Enda. The giant Renji had created was half gone, and Kinokawa was no exception. Blood poured from Kinokawa's head, making her extremely tense. Renji exclaimed worriedly, Kinokawa, she signaled, shut up. It's just an injury from sensory linkage. I'm fine, you focus on the battle. Then Kinokawa continued to focus on the battle. Is this a rift? The gate has disappeared, so why is it still ineffective? Then she looked at Goisha. Kinokawa's eyes were extremely firm. I will never forgive her. She replenished MP and regenerated the giant's body. Then they controlled the giant to charge at Goisha, sending her flying far away. Seeing that, she complained annoyingly, how can they endure for so long? Seeing that it was effective, Kinokawa quickly boosted Renji's morale. All right, Hirasaka, you're the strongest among us, she said, finish it quickly. On this side, Shikishima was also shouting his ultimate technique. At that time, Shikishima's intention was for Renji to attack her with his most powerful strike when he gave the signal. Renji worriedly asked, will this strategy succeed? Shikishima reassured him. Don't worry, you like Subaru very much too, don't you? Renji stared blankly, unable to understand. He replied bewildered, of course, until the battle with Goisha ended. Ariake Subaru stood on the boundary of life and death, recalling his past full of hatred. At that time, Subaru firmly resolved never to forgive Goisha, and he remembered his father's face and shouted, Father, how could you? Then he recalled being treated in the hospital and remembered his healthy mother and father walking happily together. Even as she passed away, his mother held firm in her belief in his father. Traitor, traitor, traitor. Lost in hatred, a voice roused him. Ari Subaru quickly got up at Mei's voice. Mei, seeing him rise, joyfully exclaimed, Thank goodness we barely saved him, Subaru responded bewilderedly. Fuchikami having long been unperturbed, Subaru's expression immediately turned serious. He sensed something amiss. Subaru looked at Renji's giant in the distance. Upon closer inspection, Subaru cried out in rage, Goisha, seeing Subaru raise his voice. Mei broke out in a cold sweat. Just then a circle of light appeared, empowering Subaru. He immediately felt vitality surge through his body. This power was the Well Amicus skill. Those who benefited from this ability instantly understood its use. The rare hero class helped comrades possess the same intrinsic abilities as themselves. Subaru quickly realized and exclaimed comrades twice, rewinding to when Shikishima explained his intentions to Renji. He had asked Renji, "Hirasaka, you like Subaru very much too, don't you?" And now Subaru was smiling. Subaru put a hand to his forehead and said, "As expected, Hirasaka is amazing. He's always been someone I admire." Then Mei briefly explained the situation regarding the hero. On Amamiya's side, Haji and Lion were already there. Subaru thought to himself, "Thank you Hirasaka everyone, now Subaru can continue fighting. Let's use the blood moon technique." Swiftly a torrent of blood flew towards Goisha. 1 minute later the battle would end. A thick blood mist from the blood moon enveloped the battlefield. Goisha realized that this blood was the result of Subaru's comrades bleeding for time, and in the end they had achieved their objective. Goisha yelled, annoyed, "Ariak Subaru?" As the sun set, Ariak Subaru and Hirasaka Renji's aura shone brighter than ever. Reactivating Walker under the sun and combining it with the Well Amicus buff, Subaru and Hirasaka's combat power increased by 100 times their original strength. Only then did Goisha realize, so that's why they were trying to buy time? Shikishima appeared above Goisha's head and said, "Hey hello." It was too late for her to realize now. He used the Seven Emperors technique against Goisha, followed by Imperial Control. Goisha said angrily, "You underestimate me too much?" Shikishima, wreathed in blue flames, exclaimed, "Good heavens, my attack still has no effect, does it?" But that's enough. Just then, Shikishima created a distraction for Subaru to attack. She exclaimed, "Fast!" Was Shikishima's attack meant to distract Goisha? Upon closer inspection, she saw droplets of blood rising from Subaru's hand. A crimson torrent of blood enveloped her. However, Goisha quickly lowered her shield. A vortex appeared. Goisha wondered, blood? At this moment she was caught in the vortex. Goisha struggled to escape this violent maelstrom. Ariak Subaru used 540 tons of highly condensed blood curse to seal all of Goisha's movements. Dangerous. Goisha immediately concentrated all her power on the blue flame technique to escape this encirclement. Hirasaka Renji's aura reached its peak, a strike that absolutely had to be avoided. An attack imbued with his aura. Goisha quickly exclaimed, "Alright, I'm free." Just then, Goisha escaped Subaru's blood curse. She uttered a single incantation, Branch Gate, which froze everything it touched for exactly 1 second. This ability was entirely unsuited for a fierce and chaotic battle, however. Thanks to Blood River and condensed blood, Branch Gate could open a path through the debris. This was the second time Goisha's actions had been restricted that day. AC didn't miss this opportunity and yelled, "Sunamori, attack!" Hearing the alert, Jinga quickly flew in to attack. He appeared behind her. Jinga delivered a single blow. Goisha's gaze was not yet on Jinga and the S-Rank treasure Reversed Scale. Reversed Scale automatically activates a single absolute defense mechanism if the user takes damage equivalent to 100 of their HP. But it seemed to be nothing to Goisha. Jinga's eyes filled with despair. Goisha said, "Was that attack strong enough to trigger Reversed Scale? You're the one who defeated B, aren't you?" Jinga's attack failed, and he was engulfed by the force. An explosion erupted from Jinga's side. Subaru observed Goisha with concern. Goisha said, "I didn't expect Hirasaka's attack to be a trap. And this must be the real ultimate technique, right? See, I've calculated all your movements. It's useless. You can't do anything to me." Shikishima still calmly stated, "I know you're hiding your last defense card. My goal is to nullify it." Hearing Shikishima's words, Goisha's expression turned surprised. He yelled, "Subaru!" Next was Sunamori. Shikishima signaled, "Start!" Swiftly, Mei and Renji appeared behind Goisha. Rapid Warhorse. This technique of Fuchikami Masai allowed for instant teleportation of allies. By touching the opponent, they could also move together simultaneously. Shikishima's strategy was to make Goisha unable to defend or evade. At that moment, Hirasaka Renji would activate his most powerful ultimate technique, the modified Demon Beast Annihilation Dragon Sword. The first scene was several kilometers away from the current battlefield. Renji yelled loudly in front of a glowing screen, "I need to find an item in the warehouse that can save Amamiya." However, what he received was a mechanical voice. "Amamiya Shika's soul has been eternally destroyed. There is no way to restore her to her original state." Renji angrily punched the screen, swearing, "Damn it." Here, Shika lay with her eyes closed and her mouth slightly agape. Enda hugged her and gritted her teeth, thinking, his words mean her soul is dead. What do we do now? Just then, Shika weakly said, "Take me," Enda quickly exclaimed. "Amamiya Shika," she continued to stammer, "to the battlefield, to everyone, to Subaru. I want to be close to them, even just a little." Enda was very flustered upon hearing those words. But however, she stopped speaking when she saw Shika, cradled in her arms, open her eyes and look at her. "Please." On the other side, Renji also fell silent and no longer expressed anger. After a moment, Enda also accepted Shika's request. "Alright, let's go, Amamiya. We'll leave after that technique is activated." She picked up Shika. Behind Kotetsu, a beam of light shot into the sky. After a moment, he looked up following the light and muttered, "Not much time left. Everything would end soon." The scene shifted elsewhere. There was an incredibly intense stream of light, and near it, a woman was floating. Hirasaka Renji could currently control a maximum of 5 terajoules of energy. This figure is estimated to be equivalent to the total energy Niagara Falls can produce in 1 second. Its destructive power was comparable to a tactical nuclear warhead with an explosive force of 1,000 tons of TNT. In other words, Hirasaka Renji's ultimate technique was a unique sword, unprecedented in history. It was a sword like the entire Niagara Falls pouring down. At this moment Goisha's eyes widened and she looked straight ahead. The ultimate technique, Demon Beast Annihilation Dragon Sword, Blue Flame. Goisha's technique consumed MP to transform her body into living flame, and she could also transform the flame into her own flesh and blood. Thus, as long as she had MP, she could continuously regenerate. However, Goisha in freefall suddenly stared straight ahead in shock. The MP used to regenerate her body was instantly depleted. She gritted her teeth thinking, I'm screwed, I'm screwed. There's no way to block that attack with this flesh and blood. Indeed, 1 second after the intense stream of light descended, a few droplets of blood scattered. Power of that single blow was strong enough to instantly drain all of Goisha's MP. Mei, who was standing there, was also affected. Not only that, but everyone else present felt the immense pressure of this attack. Even the blood barrier Subaru had erected to protect his comrades was destroyed, exerting tremendous pressure on everyone present. Shikishima quickly looked sideways and loudly asked, Subaru, are you okay? Subaru gasped for breath. The residual vibrations alone are this terrifying. I'll have to pour all my MP into maintaining the barrier. This is Hirasaka's full power attack. How long will this technique last? Every time I use a recovery item, I take critical damage. It's over. My life ends here. When I run out of recovery items, death will come. A dazzling light streaked across the entire sky, illuminating the whole city. Renji, sword in hand, floated in the air amidst the dust. He panted and stammered. What happened to Goisha? Renji asked himself if he had defeated Goisha. He floated in the air and muttered, This immense destructive power far exceeds my imagination. Fortunately, I issued evacuation orders for all 23 districts. Shikishima frowned, thinking he must have defeated Goisha. But where is she? Then he activated the Heavenly Eye technique. Heavenly Eye was Shikishima's sub-skill, capable of detecting enemies within a 1-kilometer radius. Mei also stood frozen, staring straight ahead. He defeated her, however. 1 second later a familiar voice was heard. Westia, now only a burning head, said, I seem to have disappointed you. Mei immediately gritted her teeth and looked back in shock. Westia, almost fully regenerated, slowly said close to her face, That was really dangerous just now. Not only did you make me use up all my recovery items, but you even made me use items like Smiling Sunflower that restore HP over time. Honestly, I almost died because of you. But anyway, now everyone gritted their teeth in anger and attacked simultaneously. She stared at them and muttered, The outcome is already decided. Kotetsu, who was standing below, slowly walked and thought to himself, I never imagined I would witness such an interesting sight. Hirasaka Renji was living proof of the evolution of an awakened soul and infinite potential thanks to the bond between comrades. Meanwhile, in the air a monster's head was severed and flew off. At the same time, Kinokawa also had a sword cut across her neck and blood gushed from her mouth. Kotetsu thought to himself, But in the end everything they gained is just power within a game created by the administrator. Ultimately, you can't defeat the one who holds all the rules. The power I expect from you isn't that, Ari Subaru. At this moment everyone was desperately fighting Goisha. Subaru flew from top to bottom yelling, Goisha? She looked up and turned to face him. At this moment Goisha had just punched Shikishima in the chest. She said, Ariak Subaru. Goisha immediately swung her arm and said, It seems you've reached your limit? Goisha's arm swing cut through Subaru's body, slowing him down. The power of this attack made Subaru grit his teeth and spit blood. However, he did not stop and continued to rush towards Goisha. He used a void-piercing technique to attack, but as soon as he charged, Goisha's hand was already on his neck. Her voice was filled with contempt. You guys tried quite hard, didn't you? You made me abandon my executor status, pushed me into a corner and made me use all the items I had. Truly commendable. Now you may rest with this glory buried with me. Subaru, hanging by Goisha's neck, gritted his teeth and glared at her, saying, Goisha, I will not forgive you. However, Goisha didn't care much. She said in a cold, low voice, Die, you insects. Immediately after, Goisha's blue flame spread, covering Subaru's body, and his limbs were severed and fell. Shikishima, standing on another cliff, saw this sight and yelled, Subaru! At this moment, the blue flames disappeared, and Goisha, holding Subaru's head in her hand, appeared in the air before everyone's eyes. Shikishima, upon seeing that sight, was startled and exclaimed with wide eyes, You're joking, right? How can this be? He can't revive anymore. Immediately after, someone rushed up behind him and called Shikishima's name. Shikishima turned around and said, Sunamori, where are Subaru's eyes? He hesitated for a moment upon hearing the question and replied, His eyes. The revival item was used in the battle with Villette and it was used again after that. Shikishima froze on the spot upon hearing those words. What? On the other hand, Enda was still holding Shika in her arms, looking up at the sky and muttering, How did it come to this? Is Ariak going to die? As she spoke, a voice suddenly came. Enda, stop here. Thank you. My previous attack on you was a mistake. I'm sorry. Live well. Shika, nestled in Enda's arms, said with a smile. As soon as she finished speaking, Shika scattered like smoke in all directions. Enda stood motionless, merely watching. She slowly reached out her hand, clenched her fist, and sobbed. Amamiya, returning to Goisha's side. She looked down at Subaru's head and slowly said, This battle is over, isn't it? You may rest in peace. The scene suddenly shifted elsewhere. There Subaru lay with his eyes closed, his body unharmed. After a moment Subaru slowly opened his eyes and quietly exclaimed, "Ha, this place is—" At first he saw a shadow calling him. It was Shika. She sat there, crouching, smiling at Subaru and said, "I've come to save you." A terrifying sight unfolded across the entire sky as Goetia held Subaru's head in her hand. The scene shifted to where he and Shika were lying. She joyfully said to Subaru, "I wish the sky here would be blue forever." The two looked up at the sky, seeing not a single cloud in the azure expanse. Then Shika closed her eyes and exclaimed, "As expected, I like clear days the most, Subaru." He slowly replied to her words, "My mother gave me that name because I was born on a clear and beautiful day." Subaru recalled the past as he listened to Shika's admiring words. She joyfully complimented, "What a cool name, it suits you well." Subaru smiled and said, "Thank you." Then Shika sat up and quietly asked him, "By the way, Subaru, the reason you hate Goetia so much is because she resembles your father, isn't it?" Hearing that, Subaru began to speak frankly. "My father always hit my mother and me. The most peaceful time was when my father wasn't around. But whenever he came home he went on a rampage like a madman. Despite that, my mother never left him and always supported him by his side. Around the time my mother died of illness, my father coldly betrayed her, and after that he paid no attention to us. Perhaps I unconsciously equated Goetia with the shadow of that awful father who destroyed my peaceful home. I had a bad prejudice against her because of her betrayal of John. I apologize. I let personal feelings cloud my judgment." At this, Subaru also stood up, frowned, and held his forehead. Shika on the opposite side placed a glass of water on the table, saying, "It's okay, that's human. It seems the two of you have moved to a different space. The two of you were sitting in a cafe just now," Shika continued. "I actually feel more at peace." After a moment, Subaru quietly asked her, "Am I usually not human?" Hearing that, Shika also answered honestly, "Yeah, you're a bit strange," he asked in surprise. "What's strange?" Shika now explained why he was strange. "There's no one like you in the world. You always strive endlessly for everyone. Only you, Subaru, do that." As she said this, she smiled brightly. But Subaru didn't smile. Hearing Shika say that, he seemed very surprised. Then he suddenly remembered something and immediately stood up, looking around, and told her, "That's right, I'll bring Sokka back to everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Shika, who was sitting behind him, opened her mouth to stop him. "I'm sorry, Subaru, I can't go with you. You already know, don't you? I'm dead. I used a part of my shattered soul to sacrifice myself while awaiting death to resurrect you, Subaru. Fortunately, I was able to save you. A subordinate's soul can be exchanged for the master's resurrection." After she finished speaking, Subaru's voice choked a moment later. With tears welling up, he turned to Shika and, gritting his teeth, asked, "Why did you do that? Didn't I forbid you from doing this?" To a subordinate, a master's command was always absolute. Ari Subaru had commanded his subordinates. Even if Subaru died, no one was to sacrifice themselves to resurrect him. Remembering these words, Shika still smiled and said in a nostalgic voice, "When Subaru gave the prohibition order, Shikishima and Sunamori were very angry." She recalled their old conversation. Jinga once cursed him, shouting, "Damn it, Subaru, quickly withdraw the order." But Subaru stubbornly said no, no. Hearing that, Subaru shouted at Shika, "That's right, my command was clearly absolute." She closed her eyes and said, then explained, "Perhaps the Furiara technique you used on me was still incomplete." At this, the two moved to another space where Shika was lying in bed. Indeed, as soon as she said this, Subaru stood dumbfounded with his mouth agape. Shika continued to explain, "When I came into being within this body, how should I put it, when I was almost dead." She said this, he remembered, mouth agape, and surprised. Subaru thought inwardly, so that's it. That was the moment I thought I hadn't been able to save her. Shika also added, "Perhaps that's why Sokka didn't have Judith's memories at first." In short, Subaru's command had no effect on me. Subaru was shocked and couldn't believe it. Shika had been able to circumvent the rules like that. He lowered his head and asked hesitantly, "When did you decide to sacrifice yourself for me?" Shika smiled and answered, "It was probably when my body started to feel strange. It was then that I truly decided I wanted to do this. After the battle with Iraq, I gradually realized that I was a person with a truly weak soul." But even with that explanation, Subaru still didn't understand. He asked her again, "Why do you keep fighting knowing this will happen?" Unexpectedly, Shika laughed innocently and replied, "Still, I want to become stronger. I want to stand side by side with Subaru and constantly grow stronger. I want to be Subaru's friend forever until this soul withers." The more Shika spoke, the more Subaru's eyes hurt. She stood by the bed, extended her hand and said, "Thank you for giving me another chance at life. Now it's time for me to go. I have no more regrets. Now I return this life to you." The two returned to the first space. Subaru still tried to stop Shika. "No, please." He suddenly looked at her and shouted, "Please don't do this. We still have so many things left unfinished. We promised to go to the very end together. Please stay with me, Shika." As he said this, Subaru completely broke down and choked up. He gritted his teeth, tears welling up, and pleaded with Shika, "Stay with me." Her voice echoed in his ears. Vanquish said that life is a journey to find something more important than oneself. Those who can find it are happy people. So I'm truly happy, Subaru. Shika looked directly into Subaru's eyes and said this. But the more she spoke, the more his tears streamed down. Subaru stammered, No, look," Shika interrupted him. She leaned her head against Subaru's and slowly said, Master Karen said that when thinking of lost friends one doesn't simply think they're no longer there but that we were once together. From now on you think of us that way too. From the day we first met, every moment, every minute we faced difficulties, but we were always together. As she said this, Sheikah could no longer hold back her tears. She reminisced as she spoke. Those were truly enjoyable times. Remember me that way. Although I can only be with you this far, let's meet again someday. Subaru's tears still flowed but his hair turned white. Then the two stood up together and they were surrounded by blue flames. Just then Sheikah said to Subaru, "Can you deliver my message?" He naturally didn't refuse and replied, "Yes, Sheikah." Sheikah began to list. "The first is to my family. I left a letter on the table. Tell them to read it. The second is to Master Kilm. He probably won't even read the letter, but I have a secret weapon. The third is to Sokka." Sheikah suddenly paused after saying this. She parted her lips and quietly called Sokka's name, then smiled and urged her to take good care of her body. Immediately after, a bright golden light burst forth. In its center were a pair of eyes with red pupils. On this side, Lee and Anda were stunned and dumbfounded upon seeing those eyes. Anda stared at it for a moment, then stammered, "What is this, an automatically activated revival item? Could it be that Amamiya Sheikah?" She seemed to realize something. On the other side, Lee was speechless with his mouth agape. Then Sheikah appeared in the golden light floating in the air. As soon as she opened her eyes, tears streamed down. Sheikah muttered, calling out, "Master Sokka." At this point, Sheikah's gaze returned to this side and she still spoke innocently as usual. "For now, just this. Please, Subaru, how long are you going to keep crying?" Sheikah asked Subaru, looking flustered. Hearing that, he just stammered, But I'm sorry, the tears won't stop." Seeing that, she just put her hand to her mouth and chuckled helplessly. A moment later, Sheikah spoke again. She called his name. "Subaru, I really love clear days. Now I no longer need to see cracks or cloudy and rainy days. Look at that clear sky. It's just like the day you were born." As soon as Sheikah finished speaking, the scene shifted, and before Goisha's eyes several dazzling multicolored lights suddenly burst forth. Immediately after, Goisha's two arms were partially severed by something. Standing before her eyes was the resurrected Subaru. Goisha stared at him, gritting her teeth and thinking, "He's revived, he didn't use an item? What happened?" Just then, Subaru suddenly spoke. "I understand, Sheikah." He opened his eyes, stared blankly ahead and uttered just one word. "Yes." On the other side, Goisha, hearing that, was startled and looked at him cautiously. Just then her inventory suddenly appeared, but as soon as Goisha's inventory appeared, the next moment it shattered into pieces. Seeing that, she was horrified and immediately turned her head to look. Seeing the fragments of her inventory breaking apart, Goisha was very surprised and asked herself, "Why was my inventory destroyed?" Not only that, but Jinga and Shikishima below were equally surprised. Even Renji couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. Subaru spoke again. "Now you can no longer revive and you can't escape." As he said this, Goisha turned to look at him. What met her eyes was Subaru's face, filled with hatred. He growled lowly, "Disappear, Goisha." Goisha stared blankly at the fragments of her inventory shattering like that and thought, "The inventory isn't my technique. It's an absolute system directly designed by the administrator like a status window. It's a divine realm beyond human comprehension. But it was destroyed?" She still couldn't believe the sight before her eyes. Subaru on the opposite side raised his hand expressionlessly and manipulated something. He thought inwardly, "Inventory." Just then, Jinga and Shikishima's inventories appeared behind them. Not only that, but Renji's inventory also appeared behind him. Even the child's inventory appeared behind him. Leon and Anda's group were no exception. Everyone present had their respective inventories appear behind them. Even those like Katetsu, who were standing by as spectators, were no exception. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, Subaru's voice echoed again. "Annoying." Then he suddenly swung his arm forcefully. Immediately, everything around them fell into chaos. The next moment, everyone was startled. This was because all the inventories behind them had simultaneously shattered into pieces. Katetsu, seeing that even his own inventory couldn't escape, muttered disappointedly, "Oh dear, all the items I painstakingly collected for 8 years are gone. Invading the rules of the world, is this your true power? Ariak Subaru." He looked up at Subaru above. Goisha, floating in the air, stared at Subaru and thought inwardly, "This guy, what on earth is he?" No matter how much she thought. She suddenly remembered something. The absolute system is being directly interfered with. Goisha felt this throughout her entire body. Subaru was taking a step forward. She didn't miss a single one of his movements. With each step, he shook the order of the world. Now Subaru's foot touched the ground below. He was in the air, but he could touch something's surface. He slowly walked forward and the upper half of Subaru's face was already distorted by chaos. Chaos? Goisha quickly extended her hand forward, creating a blue flame orb. "Royal Azure Flame Immortality," she judged inwardly. "Even if I have to use all my MP, I must burn everything, leaving not a single piece behind." Compression de Stella. Everyone present was affected by this attack. Goisha precisely aimed Gehenna, compressing it to the extreme, super high heat reaching a surface temperature of 150,000 degrees Celsius. At this range, even I can't avoid injury, but if I transform into flame within 1 second I can withstand it. Turn to dust, Ariak Subaru. She raised her hand and aimed the flame orb at Subaru. But he calmly raised his hand and uttered 2 words, "Eliminate." Immediately, the flame orb she had prepared gradually disappeared. A moment later, it completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Goisha's mouth hung open in disbelief. The swirling currents of air rushed straight towards the two in the air as if being sucked into something. Jinga clutched his throat and gasped, "We're alive." But Shikishima stood there dumbfounded and told Jinga, "Sunamori, did you see? Her technique seems to have been completely extinguished. What kind of monstrous power is that?" At this, the orb Goisha had just aimed was completely destroyed. Subaru's voice echoed from the opposite side, "Stop struggling, Goisha, it's over." His face was still distorted by chaos. Goisha chose to flee without hesitation. Seeing the direction she was running, Subaru merely uttered a few words. "Nullify." Immediately, the surrounding scenery became incredibly chaotic. The next moment, while she was still turning her head to look around, Subaru had already appeared behind her. "Since when?" Goisha shouted in surprise, turning her head. She desperately resisted, raising her hand to create an escape route. And suddenly Goisha screamed and fell into that door. She flew to the opposite side and arrived at a tall building. Subaru, on this side, still stood in the same spot, gazing at where Goisha had just fled. Shikishima, who was below, saw that and thought inwardly, "Mouth agape. She escaped," and he called out loudly to Subaru. Subaru above merely opened one eye coldly and looked straight ahead, giving no reply. On the opposite side, Goisha seemed to have crossed into another space. She breathed heavily. And suddenly, Goisha opened her mouth and laughed loudly. "I did it, I escaped. Ariak Subaru, I will definitely analyze that power of yours." Just then, Subaru's voice appeared behind her again. "Nullify." As he finished speaking, Goisha's space shattered into pieces. She was startled and looked blankly behind her. Subaru's voice slowly echoed in Goisha's ears again. Vet said, "You want to become an administrator, and you crave the power of a god, but you cannot, Goisha, you will die here. Now you are merely chaos." Goisha raised her hand and looked at it. Finding that it was already distorted by chaos, she gasped, and after that, Goisha's entire body was also distorted by chaos. Many parts of her body disappeared. Goisha thought inwardly, "Is this the end? I did my best for the administrator for thousands of years. Ariak Subaru, without a doubt. He has reached the administrator's power. Were you the chosen one after all, or were you just unreasonable from the start?" Finally, even when only a tiny part of her body remained, Goisha was still lost in thought. She uttered her last words with difficulty. "Truly unfair." Subaru on the opposite side watched silently from beginning to end. Shika and Jinga, who were below, saw Goisha disappear and asked themselves, did he eliminate her? Subaru remained silent, and his entire face was again immersed in chaos. He remembered Shika's words. "Subaru, I really love clear days," Subaru muttered. "Yes, I understand." He pointed his hand at the sky. Immediately, everything fell into chaos. That day, the entire world was plunged into chaos. Everything was enveloped in chaos and nothing could be seen clearly. Gradually, orbs of chaos appeared inside a room. Kana looked at the orbs in surprise and said, "Mari, I can't believe it. The world's cracks are gone." Indeed, there were no more cracks in the orbs. Somewhere among 10 billion worlds, Administrator Elpis was in a room with two people. One was standing and one was sitting. Elpis quietly said to the other person, "Ariak Subaru." He uttered one word slowly. He was flung far away, rolled on the ground and spat blood. The knight continued to leap down from above, attacking. Jinga twisted his body, barely dodging. The knight fired black masses at Jinga with his secret technique, Black Wind. He blocked them with his Bone Flame secret technique, completely unharmed. The knight raised his sword at Jinga. He realized the knight intended to engage in a one-on-one battle. It seemed the knight acknowledged Jinga as a worthy opponent, but such a thing was impossible. Instead, the knight was trying to distract him and attack from behind. Jinga swung his arm, easily knocking down a lower-grade Black Rose knight who had secretly approached from behind. Jinga considered himself a suspicious person and did not believe in things like a knight's spirit. If he did, there would be nothing left. The fight between them was purely a battle for survival. Jinga signaled the knight for a duel. The knight indeed charged, but this time Jinga counterattacked. He attacked not one-on-one but with two. Subaru joined the battle. The knight quickly raised his shield to block. Jinga shouted a warning to Subaru about the knight's shield. Subaru did not back down. He wielded his black sword Exness and shattered the knight's shield with his first secret technique, Super Speed Destruction. The knight swiftly swung his sword using Black Wind. But Subaru was just as fast, and with his other hand he swung the sacred axe, cutting. This time he mimicked Jinga, challenging the knight to a duel, but in the end two of them attacked. The knight was frozen by Jinga's secret technique. Subaru put his hands together and apologized to the Black Rose Knight. There was truly no other way, and a fair fight was absolutely forbidden. Jinga approached Subaru irritably and told him not to imitate him. Subaru showered him with compliments, but Jinga was still angry. The two of them teamed up to subdue the knight. Jinga used his fourth secret technique, Ice Bullet, and Subaru used the sacred axe. The two of them defeated the knight. Jinga began to trust Subaru a little more. Jinga leveled up to level 70, and Subaru to level 51, and both their gates of judgment appeared. By this time, Jinga also believed Subaru was right and knew that Subaru was the recently rumored Rainbow Hunter. He asked Subaru how much he knew, but Subaru remained silent. He knew everything about Jinga and why he had left, but of course he wouldn't say anything now. Jinga's gate master was from the Platinum Empire, so he could relay the news to the Emperor. On the other side, a thunderous explosion echoed and flames shot up. Sokka, the zombie emperor, had cleared the other side, but the zombie emperor was still not in a good mood. His face was still horribly contorted. Those damn vegetables are boring me to death, utterly useless. Sokka saw the gate behind Jinga, and it was just like the story in Subaru's memories. That is, the fate of the world was determined by a secret technique and Jinga would receive it. Subaru fully believed that Jinga would receive a secret technique capable of destroying a 6-star gate. Jinga didn't know where Subaru got such confidence, but he told him to wait and entered the gate. Subaru was slightly nervous. He knew what the gate's trial would be like through his future memories. He stepped into the gate and there was a blue sky, white sandy beach and Sujaka waiting for him. Subaru was moved to tears. It had been a long time since he had seen her again. Sujaka had lost her life caught up in his trials. She was his first comrade. He had always wanted to meet her and tell her he was sorry for dragging her into this, and thank her for being his comrade. But now that she was right in front of him, he was speechless. Subaru asked where Vanquish had gone. Sujaka said he had run away and told the two of them to have some private time. He also said he would return after the trial ended. By now, everyone understood that the trial Subaru had to overcome was Sokka. Sujaka focused her power. Activating her flash secret technique, she approached Subaru in the blink of an eye. She used her lightning fist technique but missed Subaru. He appeared elsewhere due to the short-range spatial distortion ability of his Zigni's sword. Sujaka unleashed a lightning attack at Subaru, which he easily blocked with his blood spirit. Now it was Subaru's turn to counterattack. He teleported and approached Sokka. With just one strike of the black sword Ignis, Sujaka's blood spirit armor cracked. Subaru was about to swing his sacred axe, but Sokka counterattacked. She used her giant cloud secret technique and an electrically charged yellow cloud appeared from her arm blocking his approach. Subaru smiled. He was glad Sokka had truly grown stronger. The two fought fiercely. Vanquish and Kilm watched from the side. Youth was truly wonderful. Vanquish hadn't known Kilm would train Sokka so seriously. Kilm snorted, saying not really. When he had pierced Subaru's heart, he had only seen Subaru say he wanted to grow stronger with someone. At that time, Kilm had just wondered who that person might be. And now that he had met Sokka, he was truly excited. He praised her generously. Sujaka had great potential for growth and an astonishing willpower. Even Vanquish hadn't known Kilm desire to disciple so much. But it was good for both Subaru and Sokka. Their wishes had come true. Wherever they were, the two would grow stronger together. After fighting for a while on the other side, the two collapsed, exhausted. 5 pieces of sand. Sujaka raised her hand and promised to definitely help Subaru prevent the disaster. She swore she would never betray or abandon him, just as he had never abandoned her life. The two would always be comrades until their souls burned out. Subaru was moved to tears. He was truly relieved. On Jinga's side, he met the Silvergate Master. That being was the mystery of the White Wings. After struggling for a while, he gained a new secret technique. This secret technique was named Ancient Ice. Vanquish appeared, seeing that the two of them had been talking for too long. After passing the trial, Subaru grew stronger once again. His power and Vanquish's power were synchronizing. The day he would gain true power was not far off. But Vanquish had died in the future Subaru had seen. Now they had to seriously strategize. When Subaru came out of the Rainbow Gate, it was completely frozen outside. He looked around bewildered and was relieved to see the zombie and Sokka safe. While Subaru was enjoying himself inside the gate, Jinga had already defeated the boss of this gate. The secret technique Jinga received was Ancient Ice. This new secret technique was effective even against 6-star gates if the conditions were met. This secret technique was terrifying. The Black Rose Melon, a 5-star gate boss, was completely annihilated when frozen. The two completed the 5-star gate and Jinga leveled up to level 74. At the 6-star gate in front of the Imperial Palace courtesan at Yodobashi Crossing, Tokyo, Shikishima's group gathered. There was Hazaki Juji, a silver hunter of the Yamada Fun Club level 74. Yamada Rokuro, a silver hunter of the Yamada Fun Club level 74. Yamada Kanan, a silver hunter of the Yamada Fun Club level 79, Carlos Jose Yamada level 71, and Gold Hunter UDU level 80. There were also 2 people from afar. Nasu Akira, a gold hunter in charge of the rural Western Japan level 82, and Fuchikami, a gold hunter in charge of the rural Eastern Japan level 70. Honestly, Nasu didn't want to be here. He was a huge fan of Hirosaka in Tokyo, so why should he come if Hirosaka wasn't here? Shikishima was speechless because of this fanboy. He began to explain briefly. This gate could not be locked due to a special rule. Everyone could freely enter and exit, but unlike regular gates, enemies were already roaming inside before they entered. They would enter without any information. Nasu half listened to Shikishima. He just wanted to break the gate quickly and get it over with. But this gate was not that simple. It was 10 times harder than a 5-star gate. Nasu kept chattering without stopping. This gate also had a time limit of 1 week, and the later they were, the more time they would waste, or they could wait until the time limit ended. Of course, facing one opponent would be easier, but if the gate was a special prison and the boss escaped, the city would suffer great damage as soon as the time limit ended. They had no preparations for such a situation, and the evacuation zone would greatly expand, impacting the economy even more. Did the Federation know this? The board of investors, who had lost billions due to the destruction of the Dark Forces, would strongly object. Nasu continuously bombarded Shikishima with questions. As he spoke too much, Kinokawa hit him on the head. She had just recovered her limbs with a repair secret technique from America. Kinokawa told Nasu to shut up. Another gold hunter was waiting outside under Kinokawa's instructions. If the 6-star gate attack team got injured, she was the repair specialist Mia Hurt from America, level 73. She sat wearily on a chair, waiting. Who would want to come to Japan at the worst possible time? She wanted to buy figures. 6-star gates had just appeared in Japan and in America. Gold hunters, including her, had desperately resisted and half of them had lost their lives. No one knew how many would survive here. Just then, Subaru's group arrived. Shikishima saw him and angrily asked where he had been and why he hadn't answered his calls. Subaru bowed his head and apologized repeatedly. Mei and Nasu met him for the first time. They had vaguely heard his name as the Rainbow Hunter. Shikishima sighed and asked him if he wanted to participate in this operation. Subaru looked bewildered. He hesitated for a moment. He didn't want to answer. If he did, he would definitely get beaten. Shikishima asked him what he wanted to say. Subaru hesitated for a moment and then said that only he and his comrades wanted to break this gate. Perhaps everyone else wouldn't be able to do it. The hunters who heard his words were surprised, angry, and some found it interesting. The zombie emperor laughed maniacally, and Jinga broke out in a cold sweat. Who would dare to say such things to Japan's top hunters? Shikishima couldn't believe his ears. He wanted to shake Subaru and hear what he had just said again. Nasu, being short-tempered, was enraged. As he understood it, Subaru's words meant that they, as gold hunters, were weaker than him, and he could do better than them. As Subaru tried to explain that he didn't mean it that way, the zombie emperor interrupted. He used Hirasaka's face, making fun, and deliberately added fuel to the fire, saying, "Listen, you insignificant shorty, you're just a hindrance to Subaru." Nasu, or Hirasaka's fanboy, couldn't take it anymore. He immediately exploded, saying he would kill someone. The zombie emperor was not afraid at all and told Nasu to charge. Nasu summoned his golden weapon and was about to take down that fake Hirasaka and his alliance. Shikishima couldn't stop him. As Nasu was about to attack, Subaru punched him in the face, causing blood to gush from his nose and mouth. He couldn't let Nasu participate in this operation because he would be one of the first to die in this operation, and losing him would make the situation even more difficult. Subaru, not finding the joke funny, was enraged. He didn't dare to think that he could do better without Nasu. But he couldn't lose everyone, and he would go into the gate instead. Nasu was punched and knocked out. Jinga looked at the sight, his face stiff and breaking out in a cold sweat. What was this? As soon as he laid a hand on Nasu, the other hunters also drew their weapons and pointed them at him. Sajaka was about to charge but was stopped by the zombie emperor. Shikishima asked him what he was trying to do. Subaru calmly explained. Nasu was about to use a secret technique in the middle of the city and he was stopping him. Nasu was very strong and too angry to listen to him, so he decided to knock him out with one punch. Mei was excited. She had also planned to do the same after waiting for 0.5 seconds. With a few short words, Shikishima vaguely guessed. Despite meeting for the first time, Subaru seemed to know Nasu well. He asked him if this was an answer he had prepared in advance, and he knew that the person Subaru brought was Jinga, an ice specialist silver hunter. He could vaguely guess that Subaru bringing Jinga meant he had formed a team with a synergistic effect in his mind. Shikishima could be sure that Subaru knew something about this gate. By now even the heavens couldn't deceive Shikishima, and he could only answer yes. Shikishima thought Subaru would never betray them. He directly asked him if there was anything they didn't know. Subaru was moved. His heart warmed. He couldn't believe Shikishima could deduce so much from just that information. He answered yes without hesitation. This meant Shikishima trusted him greatly. After hearing Subaru's affirmation, Shikishima put everything together. This was also why Subaru hadn't answered his calls. He clearly knew something and was trying to act. Of course, they wouldn't betray Subaru either, so the reason he didn't want to say anything must be related to the underworld. Shikishima looked at the zombie emperor and irritably gnashed his teeth. Suddenly he found him annoying. Shikishima asked Subaru one more thing. "Can't we really help you?" Subaru denied it, saying they would have to conquer this gate 3 times and this would be the only time he went in alone. Shikishima told everyone to put down their weapons, and he decided to entrust this gate to Subaru. As Shikishima made his decision, the other hunters fully trusted him, and no one objected. Subaru was excited and happy. The other hunters were very relaxed, but Nasu was not. He had been punched and was just regaining consciousness, and he was very angry. He shouted at everyone, asking if they were crazy. How could they trust a child so easily? Shikishima trusted Subaru very much. He always risked his life to protect his friends and always won. Shikishima told Nasu to step back. He would be punished for using a secret technique in the city. Nasu couldn't control his anger, but he had to grit his teeth and back down. Subaru's group opened the gate and entered. As soon as the gate opened, heat spewed out and covered their faces. Just before the gate closed, Nasu was still shouting from behind. He wouldn't acknowledge him. Subaru told him that when he returned, the two of them would talk and he would apologize for punching him. Mia Hurt, the hunter from America, thought they were crazy for entering a 6-star gate with only 4 people. 30 gold hunters had entered and 15 had died, leaving them. How could only 4 people enter? It was just a futile sacrifice. It was true hell. The 6-star gate Imperial Palace Courtesan was divided into 3 sections. The third section was the residential area inside the palace. The second section was the outdoor space where there was a monument for warriors. The first section was the Flames of Glory Garden. Now Subaru's group was in the first section. The lowest temperature here was 290 degrees. The boundary between the first and second sections was the entrance to the outdoor space. The heat source could turn that area into a burning hell. The boss of the first section was the burning Renda. The boss of the second section was the Hero Destroyer, who could emit Casinus radiation furnace light waves. Other underworld monsters could not live in the first and second sections because the two bosses emitted heat that burned everything and light that melted everything. Subaru recalled the future memories conveyed by the Eastern Emperor. It was a memory of a tragedy that should never have happened in the first section of a 6-star gate. The memories of the future, Shikishima's first assault team was at the Imperial Palace Courtesan. What first greeted them was a 290-degree baptism. The air was hotter than the melting point of wood, melting the hunters' eyes and burning their lungs in less than a minute. It was an inferno where the weak could not survive. Subaru then used Blood Spirit to create a blood dome. Thanks to it, everyone could breathe a little. His technique converted MP into blood, allowing it to withstand the external temperature somewhat. However, the moment he released the technique, the blood began to melt. If he hadn't participated in the fight, it could have lasted about an hour. As they tried to use this opportunity to recover with Hazaki's secret technique, Subaru's blood dome couldn't hold. The blood temperature rose, and it exploded. It was incredibly hot, but Nazoze was trembling incessantly. Barely a minute after entering the gate, Renda the Burning, the boss of the first section, appeared. While the environmental temperature was much higher, this heat wasn't from the area's environment but was a heat source radiating from Renda's body temperature. His body temperature alone turned the surroundings into hell. A 6-star gate was on a completely different level from a 5-star gate. Without Subaru's secret technique, they wouldn't have survived. With both their attack and defense capabilities severely weakened, Shikishima made the optimal decision as quickly as possible. He attacked the monster using his sulfur secret technique. Then he ordered everyone to retreat. They could enter this gate a total of 3 times. This opportunity was precious, but in this situation they could do nothing. They slowly retreated towards the gate. Subaru moved last as he had to maintain the dome. Carlos turned to leave. However, before he could take a few steps, Renda's flames flew and severed his head directly. Renda held his head like a toy. Soon the head burned, leaving only bones. Mei and Yamada Kanan, enraged at seeing their teammate murdered, fought despite Shikishima's attempts to stop them. In the end, Kanan's arm was burned and Mei's body was pierced. Renda was far superior to them. Udu sliced Renda's body in half with his golden wall, but it was useless. Physical attacks had no effect on him. Kinokawa seized this opportunity to use her 30-pound divine cannon secret technique. 6 cannonballs attacked Renda. She bound him with golden chains. Shikishima shouted at them to retreat and stop fighting. If everyone died here, he would be the only one left alive. Nazoze used a secret technique to throw Udu and Kinokawa out of the gate. He couldn't let them die. They were needed for the upcoming battle. Nazoze even dragged Subaru out with his golden arm and threw him outside, fighting Renda alone. Nazoze held a picture of Hirasaka. He thought this was what Hirasaka would do in such a situation. He activated his 5th secret technique, Divine Nuclear Weapon. For every 10 megapixels he could summon one of his master's arms. Its power and MP consumption varied by secret technique level. At level 10 it consumed only 1 megapixel per arm, and he could summon up to 100 arms. Combined with armor he could summon up to 8 arms. Nazoze additionally activated his first secret technique, Golden Armor. Nazoze fought Renda alone. The dungeon gate closed. The first assault on the Imperial Palace Courtesan. 3 died and 1 was seriously injured. In the second assault they defeated Renda the Burning, but the number of casualties increased to 5. Returning to the present world, they were wearing protective suits and masks. A minute after entering the gate, Renda the Burning approached, just as in Subaru's memories. It happily greeted its guests, but this time was different. They would defeat him in one attack without sacrificing any comrades. Renda the Burning was a spirit, his level unknown. In a 6-star gate, his presence had effects like fire attacks. He also permanently possessed various types of effect resistances, such as fire, ice, explosion, physical and divine resistance. The gate was so boring that his daily routine was playing and fighting with the light dragons. Just as they were playing as usual, they detected intruders. Renda hadn't intended to come out at first, but who could have expected anyone to survive in his domain for more than 10 seconds? So they postponed the fight and Renda went out to greet his guests. The dragon kindly offered a prayer, seemingly wishing for his defeat, as the dragon also wanted to join the fight. Renda told the dragon to fight the Casinus radiation furnace dragon in the palace. That dragon didn't want to fight a terrible fighter. Who would want to fight someone whose defeat was clearly known? The boss of the 3rd section, the residential area, was Yuk the Demon Slayer, a former commander of the Golden Knights. Outside the 1st section, Subaru's team was waiting. They were equipped with masks of extreme heat resistance and blood armor. This armor was a completely heat-resistant armor created by Subaru based on his previous defeat memories. It could constantly circulate fresh blood through the body to cool the armor and dissipate heat. Thanks to it, body temperature remained stable, and at the same time it cooled the air, making it easier to breathe. Subaru designed this armor referencing flight suits. Its efficacy was great, but its MP consumption was terrible. If they couldn't defeat the boss within 10 minutes, the armor would automatically be destroyed and they would die. Jinga froze. The zombie emperor said that 10 minutes was nothing. If they couldn't last even 3 minutes, they would lose. Their opponent was much stronger and they had only one chance. The battle would end in the blink of an eye. Jinga also knew well that everything depended on his technique in an instant. Subaru told Jinga to stop using MP until he gave the signal. Renda arrived. He possessed immense pressure. He had heard it from Subaru in advance, but seeing was believing. After meeting him, the zombie emperor also realized that with this borrowed body he couldn't defeat Renda. But they had a plan to defeat him. Renda knew they were planning something, but he didn't care. As he was about to attack, the zombie emperor and Subaru knelt and cried, begging him not to hit them. Renda didn't understand what was happening. On the other side, Subaru and the zombie emperor were still putting on an act. They were cosplaying as Renda's ardent fans. The two lied, saying they lived in the human world but were actually from the underworld. Subaru and the zombie emperor whispered to each other. They told Renda they had brought useful information regarding his brothers. It was Kilman Delta. Renda immediately fell for it upon hearing that. 12 hours ago, Subaru's team discussed this plan. According to the Eastern Emperor's 6-star gate battle memories, the enemy could instantly kill even gold hunters. Suddenly, the zombie emperor saw something, went berserk, and grabbed Subaru by the neck. In that battle, Subaru hadn't brought Sajaka and the zombie emperor, because he feared Sajaka's and Hirasaka's bodies would be damaged. The zombie emperor, enraged, tried to hit Subaru several times but then held back and gently persuaded him. Kin are not something to be cared for. You must trust your comrades more. Subaru said, I'm sorry, I won't do it again. The zombie emperor released his neck. He said that since he had experience fighting Renda in the underworld, he would kill him by any means necessary. Indeed, Renda, hearing information about his brothers, approached impatiently and asked. The zombie emperor was sure of this. He knew that mentioning his brothers would lure them into a trap. The zombie emperor continued the act. He and Subaru cried and complained that their bodies would melt from Renda's immense power. Renda then looked around and it seemed to be true. He lowered the temperature. As the temperature dropped, the sky cleared and it became much easier to breathe. Subaru moved, choked up, saying Renda had an altruistic heart. The acting was a bit exaggerated, but thanks to it, they could reduce their distance from the scorching heat. Renda impatiently asked where Kilman Delta were. The zombie emperor pointed at Jinga and said he had a message from Kilman Delta, and he continued to lie. He said that Jinga was weak in combat, but he possessed a secret technique that could show others' memories to anyone he touched. For Renda to see the message, Jinga had to touch him. The secret technique Ancient Ice granted to Jinga had strict conditions, such as a range of within 5 centimeters and 100 megapixels consumption. This was a prerequisite for Jinga to kill enemies when passing the gate trial. The master of the Ice Dragon Gate pretended to explain his technique so that the encrypted message could be delivered undisturbed. The once mighty emperor of the Ironland was assassinated by a rebel. He gathered the remnants of small nations destroyed by powerful countries and became an emperor who threatened the great powers. That person was none other than the one who transcended life and death, Vanquish, the Rainbow Emperor. The power of Vanquish and his 6 accompanying emperors was so overwhelming that even the rulers of great powers trembled in fear. Ancient Ice was the ultimate secret technique created by the Ice Dragon, Argon, under the Silver Emperor's command to eliminate Vanquish. This was the supreme masterpiece that could completely destroy a conqueror who had transcended even death. Jinga could never use this secret technique outside the gate. If he did, he would die. Jinga extended his arm ready to touch Renda. The others felt their hearts pounding. As Jinga's arm was about to touch him, Renda shouted for him to stop. He began to suspect. Why would a person use a secret technique instead of speaking? The zombie emperor quickly said. It was better to show directly than to convey it verbally, as he had a map in his head. As soon as the zombie emperor finished speaking, Renda brought his hot finger close to the zombie emperor's face. He felt hesitation in the zombie emperor's words, and suddenly thought the zombie emperor resembled the one who had killed them in the underworld. At first they were weaker than Renda, but they had grown stronger and possessed techniques that allowed them to fight even stronger opponents equally. Renda completely remembered the zombie emperor. He was enraged. At that time he had underestimated the zombie emperor, colluded with the hateful Vanquish, and was betrayed and killed. Renda gritted his teeth and flames began to envelop him. The zombie emperor saddened. Renda still remembered the rage from when he died, but now they had stalled enough. The zombie emperor told Jinga that they had only one chance, so he shouldn't fail. Subaru took his black sword and like lightning moved behind Renda. Renda couldn't keep up with his movements. He hadn't expected Subaru's team to not retreat, but rather to close the distance with close combat, due to a warrior's instinct to kill the enemy as quickly as possible. Renda made a mistake. He had to turn around and kill the zombie emperor in one blow. Renda realized Subaru was behind him and mistakenly stepped back 2 steps to kill both of them in one blow. From then on, no matter what Renda did, Subaru's attack was 10 meters faster than his, and above all, another fatal miscalculation, the appearance of an unexpected figure. The appearance of the fearsome opponent who had killed him in the underworld. The veteran warrior, Zombie Emperor. The Zombie Emperor and Subaru simultaneously attacked Renda from both sides using Blood Spirit and Fists of Death. The two secret techniques combined to become a secret technique of transcendent warriors. Renda only realized painfully after the attack that Subaru and the Zombie Emperor were not from the underworld, but from the damn Rainbow Country. They delivered a blow to temporarily halt Renda's steps. It was a good method, but with such attack strength it was insufficient to defeat him. Now it was Renda's turn to attack, but before he could, Jinga touched him. The one chance the Zombie Emperor and Subaru had gained by risking danger. Jinga would not waste the opportunity. He activated Ancient Ice on Renda. Renda realized this freezing attack was the real trump card. He scoffed at Subaru's team's thoughts. He had absolute resistance to ice, so how could they freeze him? Renda was admiring these fools when he suddenly realized for some unknown reason that the ice kept freezing him and wouldn't stop. Excessive confidence and blind faith lead to failure. Ancient Ice was not a freezing technique. Renda tried to use fire to escape the ice, but the ice wouldn't melt and continued to freeze him. He couldn't believe a freezing technique could affect him. It was truly preposterous. To his own horror, Renda was completely frozen. Jinga was also injured by Renda's flames. Sajaka tried to stop his bleeding with blood spirit. Ancient Ice was not freezing, it was simply turning him into ice. There was an absolute technique that turned things into stone. There were many ways to activate this secret technique. Merely making eye contact or touching a person could completely turn them to stone. Ancient Ice was not about external freezing, but a transformation secret technique similar to turning to stone, completely turning the target into ice, and the process of becoming ice could absolutely not be stopped. Renda was undergoing it and realized his body was turning into water. He had never seen this kind of secret technique. It had no principles, couldn't be stopped, and he could no longer emit flames. Sajaka grabbed Jinga and flew up, warning Renda. That ice attack would penetrate every pore, every elemental component, completely erasing him. Ancient Ice would not let anyone escape, nor could this secret technique be destroyed. Renda was completely turned into ice. Zen once said he was imprisoned in the gate for the sin of creating this Ancient Ice secret technique. It was so powerful that Zen couldn't make any contact with the mortal world, and he deeply regretted that this mental offspring, the result of his research, had been completely erased. Zen asked his beloved hunter Jinga to show the world the power of this ultimate secret technique, Ancient Ice, on his behalf. And now Jinga had done it. He must have been very happy. They thought Renda was defeated, but he broke free from the ice and struck Jinga, punching a hole through his stomach. Jinga spat blood and Renda went completely berserk. He couldn't accept turning into ice, if only a part of his body remained. Revival was not a problem. Renda tried to rush and attack, but Ancient Ice continued to pursue him, splitting his body in half. Jinga was severely injured but still scoffed at Renda. Don't underestimate Ancient Ice. It was the ultimate secret technique created by someone as suspicious and stubborn as himself. He would never escape. The more Jinga spoke, the more he coughed severely. Sajaka helped stop his bleeding with blood spirit. Subaru and the Zombie Emperor rushed forward to prevent Renda from wantonly spewing fire any further. He was significantly weakened by the repeated destruction and reconstruction of Ancient Ice. They had to kill Renda before Jinga could no longer hold on. Renda had to face everything alone. He spewed flames at the two. The Zombie Emperor neutralized Renda's attack with his Fists of Death secret technique. Subaru cut Renda with his sacred axe, leaving no dead time. The two continuously attacked, inflicting countless large and small wounds on Renda. Renda couldn't resist, gritted his teeth and continuously cursed the parents of the two. He tried to counterattack. Subaru and the Zombie Emperor's combined attack, Blood Spirit and Fists of Death, created a technique called Spring of Death, completely crushing Renda. In his final moments he regretted it immensely. He had once again fallen for an enemy who used his brother as bait. Subaru delivered his final words to Renda. He said that he truly knew where Kilm and Delta were. He told Renda that once he was freed from the gate he would go to a place called the Sea of Divine Power, where he could meet Kilm and Delta again. Renda slowly vanished. It was good news, but this time he wondered if he could believe Subaru's words. The group defeated Renda. The Zombie Emperor warned them not to let their guard down, as Renda had a revival technique, but this time was different. Renda's revival technique was nullified by a side effect of Ancient Ice. Zombie Emperor read the notification, and his face turned pale. What kind of inhuman technique was that? It clung to you until death. It was a technique that would never let any enemy escape. They defeated the boss of the first section, and their injuries were also healed. In the second section, the Casinus Radiation Dragon couldn't believe, out of curiosity, that Renda had been defeated. Even a colossal being could easily die from the poison of a small insect. Did underestimating the weak lead to the same result as Renda? The Casinus Radiation Dragon would wait until that group returned to fight him. From the moment the intruders stepped into his domain, it would destroy everything with the greatest radiation waves they had never seen outside the gate. Outside the gate, Shikishima's group sat in a line, all unwilling to return. They were still watching the gate, waiting for Subaru. Shikishima couldn't help but sigh at them. Only 5 minutes had passed. Why were they so impatient? Shikishima urged everyone to rest for a while because no one knew when Subaru's team would return. Before he could finish speaking, the gate opened and Subaru's team returned. The first section of the 6-star gate, Imperial Palace Courtesan, Flames of Glory, had been cleared. The total clearance time was 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru leveled up from 51 to 63, and Jinga from 74 to 79. Shikishima shouted, asking why they returned so quickly and what happened. Meanwhile, Jinga was frantically looking for a paper bag to cover his face. He asked Mia Hurt if she had a bag, and she lent him a hat. He couldn't live without covering his face, and if his face was exposed he would be considered a different person. Shikishima looked them up and down, but no one was injured. The zombie emperor pointed at his severed arm and angrily said, "Can't you see?" Kin could not level up until they returned their body to their old master. Nazoze said it was time for an interrogation. He cursed Subaru, saying he had wasted his time waiting because of him. But Subaru didn't mind. He grabbed Nazoze's hand and said he had done it. Subaru shed tears, thinking of Nazoze dying in the future. Now it was different. He had done it. He hadn't let Nazoze die. Subaru knelt and sobbed, holding Nazoze's hand. Nazoze couldn't understand what he was doing. He started to curse but then trailed off. He hadn't even died, so what sacrifice was he talking about? The zombie emperor hit Subaru's head and told him not to speak to someone who had no memory. Only then did Subaru remember and stop crying. Nazoze was surprised by what had just happened. He whispered to Jinga, asking if Subaru was mentally ill. Subaru wiped his tears. He said he had defeated the boss of the 6-star gate. The others stared blankly upon hearing that. Nazoze couldn't believe it. He insisted Subaru was lying. Nazoze strongly resisted. That boss was 10 times stronger than a 5-star boss. How could he defeat it so quickly? As he was complaining, a system notification suddenly appeared. One Imperial Palace courtesan boss had been defeated. 2 bosses remained. Everyone who read the notification was shocked speechless. On the other side, Moose healed the zombie emperor's severed arm. Yamada Rokuro, leader of the Yamada Fun Club, asked how they could defeat a 6-star boss in 5 minutes. Everyone knew the power of a 5-star boss. Even with 6 gold deities it was impossible to defeat a 6-star boss in 5 minutes. Subaru said they had defeated the boss by entirely relying on Jinga's secret technique. That secret technique could kill a person with a single touch. Rokuro burst out laughing. That's good then. If you have such an amazing skill, you can form a team centered around Jinga and defeat the remaining 2 bosses together. It was a wonderful scenario, but unfortunately, they couldn't do that. The second boss was the Casinus radiation dragon. It could shoot radiation rays from all directions, so they would evaporate before they could even get close. The other members of the Yamada Club heard that and thought the game was too difficult. In the next battle they would have no choice but to engage in a prolonged battle with a monster at least 10 times stronger than a 5-star gate boss. Udu and Kinokawa heard that and turned to Shikishima. They entrusted everything to him. Shikishima was angry with the 2 of them. Friends were an alliance, Subaru silently thought. The problem wasn't the Casinus radiation dragon, but the enemy behind it. They had to find a way to defeat the 3rd section boss, Yuck the Demon Slayer. Shikishima asked Subaru if there was a chance of victory. Subaru said the chances were extremely slim. Shikishima heard that and decided to hand over all command of this mission to Subaru. He ordered him to choose his people. He told him that whatever he needed he should just tell them. They would follow him at any cost. The others were all surprised to hear Shikishima's command. They couldn't believe Shikishima trusted someone he had known for only a month so much. Subaru didn't refuse either. He accepted Shikishima's delegation of command. Kinokawa was also startled. When she first met Subaru she thought he had a special aura, but she didn't expect Shikishima to hand over command so quickly. They had been comrades for at least 8 years, so they understood each other well. They were all waiting for someone who would shine a light on the next generation. Subaru gave his first command. The 6-star gate first appeared yesterday, Wednesday evening at 6:15 p.m. 15 hours have passed and it is now Thursday at 9:23 a.m. There are 6 days and 9 hours remaining to destroy the gate. Disperse temporarily until next Tuesday at 6 a.m. All the other deities were puzzled by Subaru's command. The zombie emperor laughed maniacally. When Subaru told them to disperse, the deities' faces looked like they had been smeared with shit. Subaru then hurriedly explained that dispersing didn't mean going home but hunting monsters and leveling up until Tuesday. Subaru painfully realized that he had a problem with his expression. He needed to learn more. While Subaru was telling the others to level up, they headed to the Panos deity detention facility. This facility was designed and built by numerous deities, incorporating countless traps and devices. It could completely resist the deities' techniques, so it was used to detain prisoners with special abilities. The capacity was approximately 300 people. Jailer Gyu came to the cell of Kiryu Aize, the Dark Alliance's vice commander. The jailer ordered Aize to come out. The rainbow deity wanted to meet Kiryu Aize. Aize looked very worn out after his time in prison. At the main entrance of the prison, Jailer Gyu had been notified in advance by Shikishima. He introduced himself to Subaru's team. He knew his name, Gyu, was funny, but he had to hide his identity to do this job. Otherwise he would lose his head. Gyu led them, explaining that the term Panos was named to mean all-seeing. It was devised by a great thinker in the 18th century to allow a small number of people to manage a large number of prisoners. Since there was an extreme shortage of personnel who could capture other deities, this prison was built as a solution and has been maintained until now. Even as he spoke, Jailer Gyu was still using a technique to seal Kiryu Aize's abilities. His secret technique was the violin seal. The secret technique could apply numerous controls to the sealed target. The effects of the seals were distinguished by color. Thanks to this, they could be at ease. Jailer Gyu could easily control the prisoners if they misbehaved. The Crimson Seal could block the target's abilities. They would become like ordinary people. The technique was quite powerful. But unfortunately, Jailer Gyu could no longer increase his stats. His gate master was a rather old grandmother. She was alchemist Jo Ra. Gyu's protection gate trial was to give Jo Ra a neck and shoulder massage 10,000 times. It seemed easy. But Jo Ra was a grandmother with dementia who couldn't even remember if she had eaten. When destroying gates, Gyu's techniques weren't very effective. But as a prison guard, he could utilize his techniques to the fullest. Gyu led Subaru's team to the prisoner visitation room. Visitation was allowed for a maximum of 30 minutes, and no items could be given to the prisoner. Only after Gyu explained all the rules did Subaru enter the room. AI was already waiting there. AI was the vice commander of the Dark Alliance. Previously, he had been defeated by Hirasaka and lost an arm, but after entering prison, he seemed to have received treatment and recovered. Subaru had met AI during the 6th disaster. After the terrible earthquake, Subaru had seen AI crying desperately in the rain, holding his children's shoes. He couldn't bear to see him remain in such a state. He was empty, with nothing left. At the same time, in the 5-star gate mad ghost ship, Shikishima's team was having a good time. Shikishima was still angry. What was this about returning when he reached level 90? It was irritating. Shikishima vented all his frustration by beating up monsters. He used his first secret technique, Golden Bullet, to defeat numerous low-level pirate monsters. Captain Nemo attacked Shikishima, who dodged and then used his third secret technique, Phantom Flame, to attack the captain. The more Shikishima thought about it, the angrier he got, telling him to reach level 90, not even knowing how difficult it was to level up past level 80. Even defeating 5-star gate monsters was very difficult for leveling up, unless the gate monsters were the strongest kind, and even if it was possible, defeating high-level monsters was very difficult, and he could lose his life. 5-star gate monster levels also varied. Some were weak, some were strong. Gates containing the strongest monsters were top-tier gates. Those gates only had bosses, but their difficulty was 10 to 15 times higher than top-tier 4-star gates. Such gates were very few in number. Slightly weaker were high-tier gates, about 10 times stronger than 4-star gates. Mid-tier gates were 5 times stronger than 4-star gates. Finally, low-tier gates were 2 to 3 times stronger than 4-star gates. UDU and Kinokawa were also working hard to level up. Since Shikishima had handed over command, they had no choice but to follow him. Kinokawa used her third secret technique, Battleship Killer, to drop numerous explosive batteries into the sea. The boss had no choice but to surface. That monster was a level 90 mermaid Giganto, but unfortunately as soon as it surfaced it met Shikishima and Kinokawa. Shikishima used his fourth secret technique, Centrifugal Bullet. Kinokawa used her first secret technique, Anchor of Domination. The two launched a combined attack. The boss couldn't even withstand a single hit and instantly vanished. After defeating the monster, the two argued about who inflicted more damage with neither giving in. The result was that each of them only gained 1 level. It was not good at all. If Shikishima led the team, the others wouldn't gain experience. They had no choice but to divide Shikishima and Kinokawa into 2 different teams. Furthermore, there was another stubborn person named Nazoze. He firmly insisted on going alone. That person was none other than Nazoze. Currently he was in another 5-star gate, Cabbage Patch. He had just defeated a monster and leveled up to 73. His injuries were also healed and the boss appeared. It was a level 90 Heron Hanpas. This Heron was at least mid-tier. Nazoze activated his 5th secret technique, Divine Nuclear Weapon. He held a miniature model of Hirasaka Renji in his hand, encouraging himself not to give up and to do his best. On the other side, Hirasaka kept sneezing. He didn't know who mentioned him. Currently he and Saka were being trained by Kilm, Delta and Rit. They were preparing for the coming disaster. He hoped Subaru could persuade Kiryu Aize. It would be difficult, and it truly was. When Subaru made his proposal, AI refused. He didn't want to help them destroy the gate. AI didn't want to talk anymore. When the visitation ended, he stood up, wanting to return to his cell. When his wife and children were murdered, this world did nothing to help him. He thought this world was worthless, so he didn't need to make any effort to save this hellish world. Subaru knew AI was lying. He was just saying that, but he actually had hope for this world. Hearing that Subaru's group had visited AI in prison, Kei, a former member of the pursuit team, was beside himself with rage when he heard that Subaru's group was trying to persuade AI to clear the 6-star gate. Yumeno nonchalantly read a book. She wasn't very interested in the desire to be free like Kei. Meanwhile, on Subaru's side, it had been 4 hours since they took AI out of prison. But no one spoke and the atmosphere remained tense. Fortunately, AI suddenly broke the heavy silence. "Subaru, where are you taking me? You're not taking me to the place where my family was harmed, are you? I don't want revenge. Even if I did, my wife and children wouldn't come back. Do you really think I can help you clear the gate?" AI asked curiously. Subaru quietly nodded. He knew that even though AI's wife and children had been brutally harmed, justice hadn't sided with him. It was just a minor, insignificant incident. In front of all humanity and the world, he was overwhelmed by a deep sense of despair. That's why Subaru decided to use psychological warfare to successfully negotiate with such an unfortunate person. "Although I don't have a complete family, I have many precious people, so I will protect them at all costs." AI was expected to change his mind upon hearing that. Who knew he would act as if it didn't concern him at all? It was really difficult to persuade him, as he had no intention of revenge. The car carrying the group drove from Ichigo Plain in Niigata Prefecture to Tokyo. It stopped on a grassy field in the setting sun. In front of them, children were playing soccer. It was Akasaka FC, the soccer team AI's son used to play for. AI stared blankly, reminiscing about the past. Down below, his son's lively smile faintly appeared on the soccer field. Beside him, he imagined his wife pouring tea. AI was dazed. He muttered to himself like a madman. Jinga couldn't take it anymore. He cursed Subaru, asking why he brought AI here. Unexpectedly, Subaru briefly replied that it wasn't time yet, which greatly confused Jinga. The sobbing friends of AI's son saw him and chattered, coming over to greet him. AI looked at the adorable children's faces and missed his son even more. It had been quite a long time since his son died. One boy in the crowd was holding a picture of Sei. Couldn't hold back his tears, seeing the two Sechis always there for everyone. The children said a match would be held next month and they hoped Aize would come and cheer them on. Hearing this, A wept profusely, distraught with pain, thinking of his son XY. How could he forget his son's smiling face when he announced he'd made the soccer team? As the past could not return, A cried out in despair, washing his face with tears in the twilight stillness. Once again, Subaru thought to himself, the future had changed a little more. The sixth calamity. Immediately after the great earthquake, Subaru met Iz, who had just returned from Tokyo after the prison collapsed. At that time, A was wet from the rain, looking wretched, holding a pair of shoes in one hand. Feeling the pain that all the children on the soccer field were gone forever, he wept with unspeakable grief, blaming himself for the enormous deed he had committed which pained Subaru. However, today's tears were not like those of that day, and Subaru and Jinga rejoiced with A. Please lend us your strength. Please join us in protecting this world, Subaru cautiously pleaded. For the sake of the children, I want to create a world where they can play soccer freely. Subaru, you're like a swindler. You know how to touch people's hearts. It's truly unfair. I'll help. But there's one condition. Before I could finish speaking, Subaru immediately agreed to go in A's place to cheer on the children at next month's match. Thus, all members of the 6-star gate subjugation team were gathered. Before entering the gate, we need to level up. Karen's and Saz's experience will also be transferred to Hirasaka and Saka. That way there will be less waste. Jinga Hung and Mr. I. Please open one more gate. Those secret techniques will be helpful in the upcoming battle. Let's do our best to defeat the 6-star boss. Subaru assigned duties to his team members and set off with everyone. 6 days later, on Tuesday, October 31st, was the day of the final battle. At 12 p.m., Shikishima stood on the balcony, watching the situation, thinking to himself, only 6 hours left. I've done everything I can, so now I have to bet everything on Subaru. Shikishima muttered. Just then, a sudden call came from Hazaki, and Shikishima felt a foreboding premonition. The zombie emperor and his team were leisurely eating bread and drinking tea over here. Suddenly, a call came from Shikishima, announcing that they would soon be on TV, which puzzled the zombie emperor. There was no other way. The news of Hirasaka's death hasn't been announced yet. I'm coming now. Get in the car and change your clothes. Shikishima shouted over the phone, and the zombie emperor was extremely confused. As soon as he hung up, Shikishima had already driven to the zombie emperor's location and urgently dragged him away. The zombie emperor, unable to resist, was pulled into the car, shouting that he was being kidnapped, but no one paid any attention. Suzaka and the others calmly drank tea and ate bread, unfazed by the commotion that had just occurred. When Jinga asked about Subaru, Suzaka said he was still inside the gate. So today they would personally host a meeting with the gold deities. Subaru, after a few days of contact, I've realized something. He's a truly strange person. We deities heal physical wounds through leveling up, but that only applies to physical wounds. Mental wounds remain. Regardless of a player's condition, as long as the battle continues, energy and mental strength gradually deplete. Thus death is inevitable. However, he completely defies all of this. For the past 6 days, while we took turns leveling up, he never rested, cooped up inside the gate training. It's the same even now. I now understand why he can contend with the most elite deities despite only being active as a deity for a short time. Subaru, he is a monster, Jinga said in a low voice. Sighed Subaru, after defeating a boss, leveled up to level 90, setting the fastest leveling record in human history. Subaru timed it perfectly, attempting a direct solo battle against Vanquish. As Suzaka and her group went up to the rooftop, Hirasaka was sitting there, and beside him Kinokawa was holding down Nazoze. Nazoze was extremely enraged, shouting loudly despite being tied up. The broadcasting station had deployed helicopters, thoroughly documenting the entire team from above. The whole world was currently in an uproar due to the news of the 6-star gate appearing with calamities and the arrival of the pursuit team. Hirasaka Nim, Shikishima Nim, thank you so much. After this loss, we will delve deeper into the secret of Ariake Subaru, the new leader of the Japanese deity community, the savior, the reporter happily said. And Jinga's eyes widened at the words, new leader of the Japanese deity community. It seemed Subaru's reputation had skyrocketed after defeating the 6-star boss. On the other side, Nazoze, still held down, muttered why Subaru hadn't come out after 18 hours. Before anyone could answer, screams of people suddenly filled the air due to the appearance of monsters from the underworld. Everyone immediately panicked and rushed out to deal with them, but Hirasaka stopped them. Hirasaka, unfazed, waved his hand and said, "Just sit and wait. Subaru is coming." Indeed, Subaru appeared from under the monster's claws, enveloped in a rainbow aura, appearing like a god. In a critical situation, he fought powerfully to save the citizens, launching attacks. Realizing this boss was a 4-star, Subaru casually swung his sword, slicing the monster to pieces in the blink of an eye, and to everyone's surprise and admiration, he looked like a god. Everyone cheered and applauded the savior Subaru. Suzaka and the others also approached Subaru, complimenting his recent attack. With everyone gathered, it was now the perfect time to enter the 6-star gate. The filming helicopter closely followed the attack team, recording important scenes, and wished for the safe return of the entire team. As soon as they passed through the gate, a fierce light dragon appeared before everyone in a dazzling light. This was the boss's territory, so passing through their territory meant being attacked. Bang! As soon as the monster saw Subaru encroaching on its territory, it fiercely lunged, but instead it was struck down by the white magic attack of the stage killer Lakan. Subaru was unharmed thanks to Zei's timely help. "Don't worry, if the opponent is a swordsman, leave it to me," Iz vigorously said to Subaru. Stop Zone could stop all moving targets for 1 second, however. Looking at Ula's attacks, they were fast enough to disappear within 1 second in this battle, as Kiryu's strategy was the optimal defensive strategy. Shikishima knew Subaru was strong, but if he could turn the entire ground into giant square blocks with a single secret technique, he was truly a monster. Iz was already fully armed, standing next to Shikishima. He waited until he faced the knight. He didn't know if Subaru was confident that they would handle the knight, because Stop Zone couldn't defend against light or gas attacks. If the enemy was a light dragon, Zei would not expect to return. Perhaps he has a much better insight than his prediction ability. What on earth does he know, and what is he thinking? I thought skeptically. Just then, Subaru suddenly asked Shikishima to proceed with the plan, thus the final attack, the official start of all close combat teams, began. Everyone quickly plunged into the soft slime-like body of Sushi, Subaru's bloodkin. Sushi charged at the knight with all its might, then suddenly used a stealth technique, momentarily confusing the knight. Meanwhile, Shikishima, Hirasaka, Kinokawa, and Nazodu were all in close-range defensive formations. Waiting for Shikishima's signal, they simultaneously activated their first, fifth, and sixth secret techniques against the knight. With a bang, a dazzling light poured down on the knight's position. But at the same time, the ground also collapsed due to his swift diagonal attack. Everyone narrowly avoided being buried thanks to Yudu's timely support. By this time next year, it would be a smoky mess. I worried that if they missed him, it would be a big problem. They didn't know when or where he would attack again. Shikishima immediately used his clairvoyance technique and was startled to see him charging at everyone at immense speed. His slashing attacks spread in all directions, and Yudu and I quickly gathered their swords and used their fourth secret technique, Golden Wall, to block his slashing attacks. A dazzling light poured down, and the entire stage was chaotically overturned. Suji groaned, desperately resisting the force pouring onto its back. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger because Ula's movements and actions were much faster than in his memories. With a whoosh, numerous slashing attacks flew in succession, and Shikishima couldn't take them all. With a tremendous bang explosion, a slashing attack flew towards Ai, and with a sky-sh shattering sound, everything around them turned into ruins. Fortunately, Odu and Iz were still alive, but their bloodied appearance shocked everyone. "What are you doing here, Shikishima? Quickly go and continue helping Subaru and the others. We must make sure they can reach the boss. I believe in Subaru, and the reason I always wanted to know who he really was is because he always gave me a perfect reason to live on," I said sorrowfully. "Don't worry, I clearly saw Subaru and the others reach the boss with my own eyes. Mr. Iz, you've done your part." Shikishima replied in a low voice. For Subaru's team, it was just the beginning. It was the moment to face Boss Knight in a direct solo battle. While Sujaka and Karien concentrated their power and transformed, Hirasaka swiftly unleashed a dragon strike, charging towards the boss with his burning power. "Nice to meet you, senior." Hirasaka attacked, greeting the boss with a sneering smile. "I am Hirasaka Renji, owner of the Golden Knight Lu." Hirasaka spoke mockingly, and upon hearing this, the boss roared in rage. Sujaka took advantage of his distraction to use Yin Thunder, creating a shocking sea of flames around them with thunder and lightning. In the thick smoke, Sokka breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Hirasaka unharmed. As with the information we have, lightning attacks seem to only slow him down. Sujaka observed the situation. Seeing the boss regain strength and crawl again, Sokka suggested to Hirasaka to leave it to her. In this chaos, Subaru also called out to Jinga and Mei to join them in helping Sokka and Hirasaka. Both sides fought fiercely at this time. Smoke and dust violently exploded in the air as expected. The former Knight Commander's appearance was like a magnificent sword, powerful and flexible, wielded like a giant whale. Even using Ito-Ai and Royal Aura would not be enough. If I were alone, this wouldn't be a competition with the human hunter Lakan. "I will defeat you." Hirasaka glared menacingly at the boss before him. 6 days ago, on a shining beach where underworld souls sat, Subaru informed everyone that he had failed to clear the 6-star gate in the Aurora King's world. "The losses we suffered in the battle with Lendo were too great, so we spent a lot of time healing and leveling up. As a result, the guy who killed Casinus was released when the time limit expired. His blade spread throughout Tokyo, causing countless casualties. In my memory, to protect the city, brother Yuo and sister Kinokawa. As Subaru said this, Hirasaka gritted his teeth and went elsewhere. Hirasaka said he would ask Lit to teach him again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lit approached from afar. He offered to help Hirasaka destroy that person, but that would be challenging her country. Returning to the present, Hirasaka felt that he alone could not contend with Lakan. So he asked his comrades for help to compensate for his shortcomings. The third secret technique, combined with Hirasaka's rock pulverizer, destroyed everything around them in a dazzling light, making the boss dizzy. Jinga also fiercely used his fifth secret technique, ice pressure, at the same time. Mix and match, Hirasaka's double slash and the death fists and sacred blades of those around him all combined, making the power even more intense. It destroyed everything around them. Taking advantage of the boss being surrounded, Hirasaka swung a powerful sword of light from above, striking the boss into smoke with a unicorn pulverizer. Jinga and Mei watched this devastating scene from outside, breaking out in a cold sweat. They were confused, unsure if the team had won. No, you thought it was that easy. He'll regain consciousness soon. He'll definitely try to lure us into another attack, but this could also be an opportunity. Subaru, I'm going too. It's my time to shine, Suzaka said with great vigor. Immediately, Suzaka unleashed a technique summoning 8 thunder gods of various colors. Nazose's eyes widened, staring blankly at the light before him. Shikishima and his group, seeing Nazose shedding such tears, quickly called him and went with everyone to the leader. Hirasaka recalled Lid's previous instructions at this moment. To defeat the Golden Knight Commander, you must first destroy his armor. Our armor not only reduces incoming damage by half but also recovers HP just by wearing it. It's a very rare and precious item. Furthermore, the human hunter has the highest HP among the former commanders, making him much stronger in prolonged battles. Of course, there will be a short period of tension and fierce focused attacks. In conclusion, you must first destroy his armor. And Renji, you must use the strongest technique I gave you before. Combine sword trajectory distortion and royal aura to unleash a powerful attack. Pay attention to your remaining MP, Lit advised. So after a fierce attack, should I deliver a decisive blow or join another battle? Right, I'll continue to support. But if possible, I'll also contribute to destroying the armor. I'm quite good at delivering decisive blows, Sokka said confidently. As a disciple of the God of Thunder, no one could surpass her in speed. After Suzaka used the 8 Thunder Gods summoning technique, she fiercely unleashed 7-colored lightning for about 10 seconds. With immense power, she constantly punched directly at the boss, and everyone around watched with wide eyes in surprise. Sokka, truly Subaru's first comrade, to be able to face a 6-star boss alone. She had once been trained by Kilm, the God of Thunder, and was in the underworld of the Shining Beach. Currently, Kilm was also watching her through the screen. Indeed, Sujaka's growth was impressive enough to surprise even Kilm. However, her enemy came from the Golden Kingdom and had the reputation of being the strongest. That meant confronting him wouldn't be easy. She might have died if she hadn't used this secret technique. Even with 60 damage reduction, his attacks were still too strong. This guy is really strong, Sujaka thought inwardly as she fought fiercely with the boss. According to Vanquish's instructions, Subaru's trump card had to be saved for the next battle, so she couldn't rely on Subaru. Hirasaka was entrusting everything to Sokka. She still unleashed lightning attacks with all her might, rushing at the boss with her own power. After countless lightning attacks for 10 seconds, Sujaka broke a part of the boss's mask, causing green liquid to continuously flow from his eyes. Sokka was exhausted, and now it was Hirasaka's turn. Hirasaka once again used his powerful Path of 7 Swords technique to completely shatter the boss's mask. Green liquid poured down like rain. As Sokka's armor-breaking attack and Hirasaka's most powerful attack combined, everyone on site and those watching the battle from the underworld were convinced of victory. However, Lakan, the Golden Knight Commander at the time, was furious after taking a few of Subaru's heart-stealing attacks. Moreover, even while being subdued by other knights, he constantly shouted, "I am merely doing my duty. This is an unavoidable order, Commander. Your belligerence is by no means normal. If this continues, you will completely destroy the Silver Kingdom. What our king desires is peace," Li replied coldly. Lakan, despite this, stubbornly insisted on destroying the Silver Kingdom until its complete extinction. No amount of persuasion swayed him. Li decided to execute him. "Brother, you have taken too many lives. Not only enemies, but even allied forces who opposed your slaughter." Li lowered her voice and raised the sword in her hand high. She couldn't accept her best friend being eternally buried in a pile of corpses that Lakan considered spoils and him calling it a normal occurrence. "I can no longer consider you a dear brother. Die, monster slayer." Li shouted loudly and attacked powerfully, and immediately, Lakan's head was severed from his body. It was at this very moment that he also collapsed in the real world. Hirasaka seized this opportunity to finish Lakan, but surprisingly his demonic power returned amidst everyone's horror. Red blood filled the air and Lakan, covered in blood, approached with a mocking smile, limping. "So I was betrayed by my country and sent to the gate. That guy, he just said he was Li's owner, didn't he? Is this a gate plan then? Are my master's words already being put into action? Magwan, even in such a situation, I never thought you'd send your own owner. Haha, my poor little brother, your plan has utterly failed." Lakan pointed a finger at Hirasaka, mocking and sneering, which made everyone present's blood boil. "Ah, you trashy bastards, do you know that those sealed in the gate can return to the underworld? The first way is to be killed by your owner." After speaking, Lakan suddenly charged and pierced Sajaka's abdomen, and she fell, bleeding, without time to react. The second way is to pierce an owner with a certain level of power. Lakan attacked Hirasaka again as he approached Sajaka. Under Lakan's immense power, Hirasaka was instantly sent flying dozens of meters into a chicken coop. Lakan's attack power increased by 360 with the combination of Royal Aura and Blood Cloak. Furthermore, his 12th secret technique, Kill All in Every Beat, could increase his attack power by up to 1800 in the next attack. Now Lakan was filled with an unstoppable and formidable power. Sajaka and Hirasaka could only look on in despair. Subaru quietly approached Lakan, advising his comrades to quickly flee. It was clear that everyone would be shattered if they took this attack. Subaru hadn't expected Lakan to regain consciousness. "I've failed, I need to retreat," Subaru said with a trembling voice, and Jinga was slightly confused about what he was trying to do. "Human, I have received your grace. Thanks to all of you I have become stronger and can return to the underworld. There I will tear my brother who carved me to pieces. In return I will kill you all with my strongest technique." Lakan opened his eyes wide and resolutely drew his Dragon Slayer sword, imbued with wicked magic. The moment Lakan's technique was used, a soul conversation occurred between Subaru, Saka and Hirasaka. Subaru said he would defeat him, and Saka and Hirasaka were extremely flustered. "If I use my trump card here, can I be sure to defeat the Silver King of the Third Calamity?" Hirasaka asked worriedly. "I don't know, but it's still better than losing a friend," Subaru answered fiercely, his eyes filled with determination, and Saka and Hirasaka were even more worried, knowing that Subaru was only concerned about their lives. A ray of light suddenly flashed in the dark space, and Sajaka, startled, shouted loudly that there was still something she could do before using her trump card. Meanwhile outside, Lakan was frantically swinging his sword and unleashing power, when he suddenly realized both his arms were paralyzed. AI approached from afar like a god. His entire body was covered in blood, yet he was still cool and handsome, holding chopsticks. Hirasaka was overjoyed when AI and Sushi appeared, but in his excitement he carelessly ran into AI's blocking technique. "Nice to meet you, Monster Slayer. You probably don't see anything, but you are already completely surrounded by my technique. I'm sorry, but now I must defeat you," AI said, gesturing at Lakan with his chin. "Ah, so you're the one who stopped Anbun?" Lakan said, glancing. In fact, AI's MP was almost depleted at this time, and his bluff wouldn't last long, so Subaru's team had to do something quickly. Shikishima lost patience and shouted at Subaru to quickly tell him what to do next. Remembering Sajaka saying that there was still something she could do before using her trump card, Subaru's heart began to pound intensely at the possibility of defeating Lakan and saving his trump card for the battle with the Silver King. "Shikishima, Nazoze, I have a proposal for you two. Become my kin right now," Subaru suddenly proposed, and intense power erupted from his entire body. Shikishima and Nazoze didn't quite understand but immediately agreed. Yakta Sanana was a supportive secret technique Subaru obtained after reaching level 50. This technique could turn living targets into kin. Unlike Fariala, which required a connection through soul linkage, this technique could turn an individual into new kin only with their consent. Nazoze hesitated for a moment after hearing Subaru's proposal. This was because he didn't want to become Subaru's kin and subordinate. However, in the end, Nazoze was willing to give up everything if it meant saving Hirasaka. So he nodded in agreement. Lakan on this side was still surrounded by Subaru's team's invisible techniques. Up until this point, they hadn't yet begun their attack. Does that mean those guys have no more options, or are they waiting for someone? Either way, it's meaningless, Lakan thought inwardly, then immediately rushed forward fiercely, activating a powerful stone-based secret technique. AI was slightly flustered, not expecting Lakan to understand the characteristics of his technique so quickly. With cold eyes, Lakan lightly swung his sword like a missile, severing one of AI's legs with 7 slashes, causing him to bleed. His powerful blow shook the chopsticks, making them crack. The effect of that technique only lasts for 1 second, right? In contrast, my slashes will always remain in place, continuously active for 20 seconds, Lakan said with a sneer, then immediately launched a powerful light attack, burying both AI and Sushi. At this sight, Hirasaka immediately rushed from behind to launch a surprise attack on Lakan. But unfortunately he was detected. "Don't try too hard. I know your MP is running out, so it's better to die." Lakan arrogantly mocked him and fired 7 slashes, but surprisingly, Shikishima sniped him from afar, blocking them. Thanks to the combination of the Golden Rifle and Red Demon, Shikishima successfully weakened Lakan's soul. Nazoze then secretly infiltrated Hirasaka's mind, helping Hirasaka use his secret technique. A characteristic of individuals becoming kin was that they could add Red Demon to their secret techniques. In other words, the weapons stored in Nazo's golden armory could now directly harm the opponent's soul. Subaru truly made everyone his kin. Converting living targets into kin was a very painful decision for Subaru. Once they became kin, Shikishima and Nazoze could no longer be revived through Fariala. Even if they died later, this was something Subaru was extremely worried and guilt-ridden about. "You don't need to worry about that, Subaru. Sacrifice is necessary to fight. You were right. You can even share your memories of the future with us. I'm sorry for being a burden until now, leave the rest to us. Shikishima and everyone strongly comforted Subaru. They cooperated closely and attacked Lakan, disorienting him without needing to discuss or signal each other. The advantages of becoming kin were very diverse for both master and subordinate. However, in this case, the most important thing was complete communication through their souls. Shikishima sniped with all his might, preventing Lakan from using his attack, and he was boiling with anger. Our way of thinking fundamentally comes from the same framework. Don't you know that it's better to destroy the enemy's attack than to defend against it? So I won't let you be, Shikishima said to Lakan with a sneer. It was at this very moment that AI suddenly appeared before Lakan, and he couldn't believe it. He clearly remembered having personally cut AI down. In fact, just before the enemy's technique reached its target, AI immediately expanded his body multiple times, which allowed him to block the attack. I'm sorry, but I can't die here yet. I have a plan I can't miss. After AI spoke, he immediately cooperated with Sokka and Hirasaka to successfully defeat boss Lakan in 1 minute and 30 seconds. As Lakan groaned that he would return someday, Hirasaka quickly drew a dagger and pierced Lakan's abdomen, shattering him on the spot. All of this was thanks to the instructions Rit had previously given Hirasaka. After delivering the final attack, you must use this dagger. This dagger's name was Amnesia. Souls destroyed in the gate had the ability to return to the underworld. However, this dagger would break that cycle and trap them in the world of unconsciousness. World of unconsciousness was the soul's final destination, and also where Subaru met the King of Aurora. Hirasaka felt it was too extreme to do so, but Rit pleaded with him. All of this was for her dignity, and to console the hundreds of thousands of other souls slaughtered by Lakan. So at Rit's request, Hirasaka shattered Lakan's soul into hundreds of pieces, then made him disappear into empty dust. This would somewhat quell the hatred of those he had harmed. Lee watched Lakan's form gradually disappear before her eyes, recalling memories of the two brothers from the past. She could only tearfully bid Lakan farewell forever. Everything was finally over. Hirasaka praised Nazose's great contribution. Nazose suddenly remembered the advice from Delkin, find your own star, and was moved to tears. Perhaps today, Nazose felt a little closer to his star. Shikishima and Hirasaka finally reunited after a deadly battle, but their expressionless demeanor made Nazose's eyes widen. It was because of their extremely cool appearance. As they were about to leave, a personal notification suddenly arrived for Subaru from the system. Your kin's system interference has been recognized. The boss's soul has disappeared, so no experience points will be added. Interfering in this manner is not recommended. All incidents in this event have caused us immense problems. Godlord, please play in the manner we have suggested. Subaru read it, then quietly pressed the agree button. Everything proceeded as Subaru had anticipated. The future was approaching more quickly. As the mission was completed, Subaru's group immediately left the underworld before the gate completely disappeared. At 6:15 p.m. this evening, the team led by Subaru successfully passed through the 6-star gate at Iida intersection. Countless crowds gathered to witness the gate's collapse, causing severe traffic congestion. Subaru confidently walked out with his team. The numerous people surrounding him and the flashing lights shone brightly like headlights. I merely focused on working as the main commander, and this victory is thanks to everyone standing here. From now on, we Godlords will continue to protect all of you from the beings of the underworld, even at the cost of our lives. Subaru declared fiercely amidst the enthusiastic applause and cheers of the people. Hirasaka suddenly said he had to return to the shining beach, and unexpectedly he simply left. He immediately disappeared from the spot, leaving Shikishima speechless. Sokka was also thinking of returning after seeing her parents. As they were talking, everyone suddenly realized someone was missing. Jinga at this moment strode out from inside the gate and stood before AI, still wearing a Sydney kit box on his head. Subaru's mission to pass the 6-star gate is complete, so my role is also over. In the end, I didn't contribute much, but perhaps as a silver tier I did my best. Mr. AI, thank you for your efforts. Subaru will surely keep his promise to you. Jinga bowed politely before AI. You also believe in Subaru? AI asked curiously. But Jinga felt it wasn't quite like that. That night in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Jinga turned on the TV and watched the news of the team's interview from that day. The week had been long, but it was quite an interesting time for Jinga. Behind Jinga, who was staring intently at Subaru's face on the TV, a shining door suddenly appeared. As soon as the door opened, Jinga realized his entire body was paralyzed and he couldn't move. The one giggling and laughing from behind the door was none other than the shimmering nine-tailed Silver King Duan. At this, Ruin, with an evil smile, made a request to Jinga. The next day, November 1st, a grand party was held at the Deity Federation headquarters to celebrate the successful breakthrough of the 6-star gate. Jinga declined the invitation, citing the distance to his home. Aize returned to prison but was allowed to attend his son's friend's match. The people gathered here ate, drank, and talked merrily. Sajaka happily recounted her visit home the previous day. The whole family cried, but everyone was happy that she had contributed to clearing the 6-star gate. Subaru told Shikishima that he would meet Jinga at 6 p.m. Shikishima readily nodded, then suddenly widened his eyes, leaned close to Subaru's ear, and passionately urged him to buy a house quickly. It was only natural, now that he was a celebrity. The lobby of the hotel where he was staying was already bustling with people. Accommodation fees had also skyrocketed to VIP rates. He told Subaru to buy a house or apartment immediately and move out. Because of his fame, living comfortably wasn't a matter of pride or ostentation. It was a real necessity. Shikishima was convinced that staying in an ordinary place would only inconvenience those around him, so while Subaru was looking for a new home, Shikishima took Subaru to Hirosaka's luxurious apartment to stay temporarily. As soon as Subaru entered, his eyes widened at the spacious and opulent surroundings. Shikishima said Subaru would stay there until he found his own place. Hirosaka had already agreed through soul communication. Subaru sighed, wondering if Nazoze would be angry. Through soul communication, Nazoze was indeed furious with Subaru, but at the same time demanded photos of Hirosaka's house. After handing Subaru the house key, Shikishima quickly led him outside, allowing him to freely explore the city he protected. This clear and peaceful scene was so different from the tragedy that would unfold in the Aurora King's future. Subaru was deeply moved and vowed to himself that he must prevent such a thing from happening. As soon as he arrived at the train station, Subaru saw Jinga standing and waiting. Regarding what he had to say to Jinga, Subaru happily asked Jinga if he wanted to go to the underworld with him starting next week. The underworld? Are you talking about human enemies? Jinga asked suspiciously. Enemies? Yes, of course, I knew you'd say that too, older brother. A lot has happened, and I need to attend a meeting of the kings, Subaru answered calmly, and Jinga was shocked by the information Subaru had just revealed. King's meeting and attending. Do you realize you just made a declaration that could shake the entire world? No one has detailed information about the underworld. Do you know that? Of course, no one has gone there and witnessed it firsthand, but now you, Jinga was too shocked to speak clearly. Yes, so I thought we could go together. As Subaru responded with an awkward smile, Jinga was even more speechless. Jinga felt that Subaru was inviting him on an incredibly dangerous adventure. I can't talk to you anymore. How do you plan to enter the underworld? Why are you inviting me? I'm only a silver rank. Don't you have many other comrades who are much stronger than me? Jinga shouted excitedly. Of course I'll take others too, but I'm confident that there will be a moment in the future when your strength, older brother Jinga, will be absolutely essential. That's my reason. Will you officially become my comrade? After returning from the underworld, I plan to form a team, and I want you to be a part of it. The team isn't recognized yet, and it doesn't even have a name, but the team's motto is, I will never betray or abandon my friends. What do you say? Jinga hesitated slightly at Subaru's calm explanation. Since we first met, I couldn't believe that someone like you, an older brother, would choose me to clear a 6-star gate together. But your decision was entirely correct, and thanks to your strategy we were able to clear the gate. I am convinced that you possess a very mysterious power. I don't yet believe in my own power, but I will believe in you. Because you believed in me, Jinga said firmly, then immediately gripped Subaru's hand tightly. From their hands the power of Cubbing flashed, illuminating the entire river. Sitting on a boat floating on the river was Ruin. He calmly sipped his choshu tea and quietly bid Subaru farewell. My dear Subaru, in just a few days you've become incredibly dangerous. You took down Remda in minutes and even used your comrades to defeat the Demon Slayer. Gold and Red will only issue warnings, but I am different. If left alone, Vanquish might surely return. Threats must be nipped in the bud. Ruin was lost in enraged thought, but the moment Subaru and Jinga clasped hands, Subaru immediately realized that King Ruin's soul technique was perfectly embedded in Jinga's body and could control the target 100. Just as I suspected, older brother Jinga is now the target. Ruin's target is to approach the nearest silver rank, Subaru said to himself, then suddenly asked if King Ruin was there, and Ruin felt his heart drop, never imagining Subaru would find him so quickly. You made 3 mistakes. First, older brother Jinga always wears a paper bag when he goes out. Second, older brother Jinga never calls me Subaru, he calls me Ariak. And third, older brother Jinga would never say, I'll believe in you until the very end. Subaru shouted in an enraged voice, then violently tore off the clothes he was wearing, revealing a fake arm, and Ruin felt goosebumps all over his body. Subaru had cut off his own arm long ago, replaced it with a fake one, and had been controlling it ever since. It was clear that he had prepared countermeasures against Cubbing from the start, and such thorough countermeasures could not have been implemented without persuasion and determination. After taking off his shirt, Subaru quickly plunged his blood fist into the center of Jinga's chest, instantly felling him. Ruin's face turned crimson with rage seeing Subaru remove Banley from Jinga's body. He probably guessed that Subaru had anticipated this situation and dealt with it perfectly. After gently laying Jinga on the ground, Subaru's bag suddenly burst open and a bloody arm sprang out. The arm automatically and quickly connected to Subaru's shoulder like lightning, further confusing Ruin. Not only is he Vanquish's owner, but he can also predict the future. This guy is too dangerous. I don't care if the other kings notice. I must kill this guy right here, right now. Ruin sweated coldly, watching Subaru's aura-filled back approaching him. The gifts we've received so far are a world completely different from the future I saw that day. In this unstable world, the only thing certain is your failure. Subaru warned Ruin with fiery momentum. This mission was to thwart Ruin's plot and defeat him in direct combat. If successful, he would gain a new kin, get closer to the truth of the world, and be able to open the red table. But if he failed, Subaru and Jinga would be logged out and accelerate the destruction of the underworld. Shikishima, Sajaka and Karien were at this moment watching Subaru through their soul connection, all appearing very calm, confident that Subaru would quickly achieve victory. Ruin, provoked by Subaru, raged with power and rushed towards the shore. However, as soon as he appeared, Subaru unleashed a wind element attack with a massive jet of water, giving Ruin no chance to counterattack. Not stopping there, Subaru unleashed fierce shackles, trapping Ruin deep underwater. All of his soul was also encircled as soon as it touched Subaru's technique, and he could only curse Subaru's family with vulgar language. This is the last of the 3 trump card techniques I first received from Vanquish. Those who walk under the sun can block the sun, but it weakens the vampire's weakness to its limits, and I have unleashed it. This is the true form of vampire Subaru Ariak. As Subaru said coldly, Ruin's face turned pale. He had no idea that Subaru had been fighting with his true power ever since becoming Vanquish's owner. Ruin still stubbornly displayed his legendary undefeated form, refusing to give up, and unleashed lightning and wind directly at Subaru with all his might. Seeing him raging in his wicked power, Subaru did not stand idly by, and immediately raised his hand to wield a map and counterattack. Basically, he had no intention of letting anyone, not even himself, die in this battle. This was a battle between Subaru and Ruin, where victory and defeat were difficult to discern. The power of both sides was equal, arguably 49-50. At this time in the human world, Shikishima, Sajaka and Karien, who had been observing Subaru, fell asleep early. Simultaneously, on the shining beach of the underworld, Kiln the living god, Delta the god of storms, Remda Rick the god of fire and Hirasaka were also loudly commenting on Subaru's recent battle. Everyone hoped for Subaru's victory, because if he didn't win, all these places would be swept away by Ruin. Vanquish, who was observing the battle from afar and calmly sipping Choshu tea, was suddenly intercepted by Queen Saw of Martyrdom. She was confident that Subaru would satisfy all their wishes. Subaru, on this side, successfully provoked King Ruin's rage by wielding a rainbow-colored aura-filled dagger. The flames created by Subaru shattered and collided in the air, causing endless explosions. That night in Hitachi City, Yaraki Prefecture, rainwater poured down continuously. King Ruin completely stopped thinking for a few seconds and continued until the rain stopped. His sacred silver fur was torn to shreds, even vertically. Did he inherit that special trump card technique from Vanquish? So he's been hiding his vampire powers all this time, hasn't he? Ruin, his eyes bloodshot, screamed frantically. It was Vanquish who hid that power. He told me not to tell anyone about it. That old man also said that if a coward like you knew my true power, you wouldn't even dare to set foot in the human world. Subaru replied arrogantly, and Ruin's blood boiled with rage at those words. Excited, grinding his teeth, he fired a sacred flame attack directly at Subaru. Subaru tilted his body and dodged. The fierce stream of light missed and hit the seawater directly, instantly evaporating the water. So if it had hit Subaru, he would surely have died. To continuously maintain such a powerful secret technique would consume a considerable amount. It's too difficult. This will be a great burden on him. Subaru thought inwardly. In any case, Ruin had never brought more than a ninth of his soul. Dongqian always strictly forbade underworld beings from setting foot in the human world with their full soul body. However, Ruin possessed a trump card technique that allowed him to divide his soul into 9 parts. Thanks to that technique, he could completely bypass the system. Even with only one part, that single part could obtain the strongest power when the soul's main body came to the human world, because the gate imposed no restrictions whatsoever. But if this soul part was destroyed, the original soul would also lose 1/9. That would weaken Ruin's original body in the underworld, so you must completely subdue him here and now. So that I can negotiate later, Vanquish thought with an evil smile. Subaru continued to flee, and Ruin, exhausted from chasing him, frantically cursed Subaru, calling him a coward who only knew how to run away. However, Ruin had no idea that everything Subaru had done so far was to lure him into a trap. Subaru, who had been running, suddenly stopped and immediately fired a cactus, and Ruin, with no time to react, was trapped in a blood-filled barrier. Ruin, maddened with rage, tried to shoot Subaru, but all his shots missed due to Subaru's speed. Subaru, who had rushed like a rocket from afar, powerfully swung his fist, striking Ruin squarely in the face, sending him tumbling to the ground with his teeth flying everywhere. Subaru's punches continued relentlessly striking Ruin's face until it was completely disfigured and bloody. Subaru would continue to beat Ruin like a punching bag until he won. Ruin was beaten senseless by Subaru, unrecognizable, and finally fell completely exhausted from the last punch. He painfully vomited blood, feeling his soul could no longer endure, and immediately decided to retreat through the gate. You're quite tenacious. If it were Remda, he would have died 5 times by now. As I expected, you're truly strong. Subaru admired him and quickly activated his blood imprint, piercing the center of Ruin's chest, and Ruin felt dizzy and fell to the ground. Everyone in the virtual world was speechless at this sight. They never expected him to actually be defeated by Subaru. Sajaka and Hirasaka smiled proudly at what Subaru had accomplished. Well done, little one. Now is the time. Subaru, begin negotiations and bring King Ruin over to our side. As Vanquish cheerfully suggested, everyone was speechless. Was it necessary to make him so miserable? On November 1st, 1 hour before his confrontation with Subaru, Vanquish asked Ruin to become his ally. To attend the meeting of kings, he would have to lay the groundwork for future advantages. Negotiate with him and bring him over to our side. First, beat him up thoroughly. You have to show him your power. That's the only way for the strong to follow you. Besides, Ruin is one of the easiest to negotiate with once he surrenders. That guy is very cautious and cunning, but ultimately he's just a coward. Vanquish instructed Subaru in a low voice. Ruin, in a daze, recalled the first time he met Vanquish as a child. At that time, Ruin was still loyal to the nine-tailed fox and his ancestors. Vanquish cunningly approached Ruin and told him that the reason he ran away was that his fear and frustration were far greater than the happiness of victory. If you were human, it would be fine, but as a king, you must not always be afraid. Look at yourself, you coward. Every word of Vanquish's stung Ruin's pride, and he froze on the spot. But Vanquish then gently stroked Ruin's head and advised him that if he could accomplish such a feat he would be a great king. And Ruin was bewildered, not knowing what expression to make. Seeing Vanquish disappear cheerfully among the people in the virtual world, Ruin also hoped that he could become a king like Vanquish in the future. Ruin, waking up in a daze, found Subaru sitting in front of him, and his rage reignited. Give up, you are just a fragment of a separated soul, so it will be difficult for you to return. This battle is over, Subaru said gently. He immediately proposed to Ruin to become an ally and attend the meeting of kings to present his demands. To do that, become my kin. Subaru's words not only startled Ruin but also sent a shockwave through the deities. Only Vanquish, as if he had expected it, sat cross-legged and chuckled, waiting for the delightful spectacle to continue. Naturally, Ruin vehemently opposed Subaru's audacious proposal. I will let you live. Even though you are just a fragment of a soul, you are connected to your main body. If you are destroyed, your main body's power and status will drop significantly. The balance between gold and copper will be shaken. And wouldn't that cause you many problems? Subaru opened his mouth again. Don't think that alone will make me your kin. The biggest calamity we worry about is Vanquish regaining his prime power, and we cannot tolerate any actions that benefit him. Ruin shouted in response. Subaru didn't give up and promised him that if he agreed he would provide information about the future through a soul link. Hearing this, Ruin didn't get angry like before but quietly fell into thought, wavering slightly. Subaru told him that he was able to predict his reaction today thanks to his comrades who had completely changed two futures. At that moment, Subaru's comrades in his soul chatted noisily, giving him a headache. Why are you saying that? You just said that the future can no longer be trusted. Does that mean becoming your kin is meaningless? Ruin asked suspiciously. The memories I have now are of 8 calamities that will engulf the human world. And the one causing the 8th calamity is the administrator from the Eastern Light. Subaru explained in a low voice, and Ruin was surprised, not expecting Subaru's enemy to be such a high-ranking entity as the administrator. Amidst the constantly fluctuating ocean waves, Subaru surmised that the administrator he had mentioned must have appeared. Now, the real negotiations would begin. Jinga sat on the bed, opening his eyes in surprise, his head throbbing. Jinga looked around for King Silver, when at that moment he nearly had a heart attack seeing a colossal bloodshot eye appear majestically over the sea. That eerie eye belonged to the administrator, in other words, the supreme being who created the Eastern Light. Ruin, who only knew of his existence but not his actual appearance, was now utterly confused. Why are you here? We haven't violated anything yet. We only mentioned your name. Step back, Subaru commanded coldly. The administrator complied and disappeared, but Subaru knew that he hadn't completely vanished from this world but was watching everything. Subaru said that he had fought him but had lost. But next time I will win. For that I need you, Subaru proposed. He really intends to make me his kin. He knows how everything will unfold, and the only way to join his army is through soul linkage. I will definitely become an enemy of the administrator. This is truly dangerous. But if I miss this opportunity, I will never get that information again. Wait, if I don't decide now, I will no longer be a king. I must not fear losing anything so that my people can live in peace. Ruin thought for a long time before quietly agreeing. Perhaps Vanquish's instructions had influenced him. But are you sure? I used your comrades to harm you, yet you accept so easily? Ruin asked. Didn't you do that to protect your country? You showed it with a fragment of your soul, and didn't appear until you were almost defeated. You did that for your people, so they wouldn't suffer. Vanquish praised you for that, so there's no need to worry. My comrades and I will do everything in our power to protect you, Subaru said with conviction, and Ruin was deeply moved. Tears welled up in his eyes, and he promised to become his comrade. The two quickly clasped hands, making a firm promise. Jinga was slightly confused to see Subaru and Ruin returning arm in arm like brothers, but he didn't pay much attention. Jinga wanted to ask Subaru one thing clearly. What on earth was that colossal eye that appeared in the sky just now? That is a global crisis. It will arrive in about 2.5 months or perhaps later. Subaru, knowing he could no longer hide it, told Jinga the truth in silence. Jinga remained still, saying nothing. Everything always happened earlier than Jinga had expected. 3 years ago that day, Jinga was on a train heading home, having been pestered by his sister. Everyone was waiting for Jinga in his hometown. However, unexpectedly that day, a gate quietly appeared over the sea in an uninhabited place. When the gate broke, not even an alarm sounded. By the time Jinga arrived home, it was already too late. Jinga's beautiful home had been turned into a chaotic pile of debris, and his family lay buried beneath it. Don't mess around in this chaotic place where I used to live with my family." Jinga was so heartbroken he couldn't even scream, merely crying blankly. This time Jinga was truly too late. Jinga cried out to the heavens, tears pouring down. He harbored hatred and resentment towards the monster that had taken his family. Even when his house was rebuilt as before, Jinga constantly blamed himself for not arriving in time. Looking at his family's portraits, Jinga had become a deity and grown stronger, but at that moment he couldn't be there to protect his family. Tears streamed down and Jinga knelt on the ground crying and apologizing repeatedly. His appearance was utterly miserable. At the whispers of his neighbors, Jinga wore a box over his head and decided to isolate himself. Since that day, Jinga had stayed in his hometown gazing at the sea, watching for gates to appear. "I can't trust anything, not even myself. I will never allow beings from the underworld to appear on this land again. The regret of not returning in time, I will never feel it again," Jinga vowed to himself. So today, in front of Subaru, Jinga pleaded with Subaru to make him his kin and fight together to protect everything to the very end. Jinga's burning resolve moved Subaru slightly. January 2024, Memories from the Future. The seventh calamity, Damnation Mamor, wiped out all humanity on Earth except for the deities. At that time, Jinga approached Subaru, wanting to ask him why he was sitting sadly alone on this beach. "I fought and won against the enemy here, but I couldn't stop him from activating his secret technique. It was too late," Subaru replied sadly. "He couldn't do it, he's just like me then," Jinga replied blankly to Subaru. The two sat side by side, gazing at the ruined beach before them, harboring unsaid emotions in their hearts. Currently, it is still November 2023 at this moment. Subaru was performing the ritual to make Jinga his kin. Jinga, deeply immersed in the flow of power created by Subaru, felt energy coursing through his body, and his senses seemed to open. Thus, from this moment, Jinga became Subaru's kin. Everyone in the soul welcomed and greeted Jinga simultaneously, making his ears ache. This is soul linkage. Think of it as communication between kin. You can share your true thoughts here, Shikishima explained. After Jinga's ritual, it was now Ruin's turn. With each new kin, Subaru's power grew stronger. However, he didn't expect the power to increase so intensely in a different dimension the moment he laid his hand on Ruin. "I see. Subaru, after I became your kin, my main body became considerably stronger in the world. Is this 45? As a master, you will receive 10 from your kin," Ruin said quietly. Only then did Subaru realize that this power didn't come from Ruin's fragmented soul, but from his main body. It was truly the best. Making others his kin was Vanquish's ultimate secret technique. It was the only secret technique that could enhance the power of both kin and master. That was the main reason the Rainbow Kingdom could reach the highest position. It was truly unbeatable later, but now with this new power I can completely overwhelm Safina and Ben. But I won't do that. I have allied with you for a much nobler purpose, Ruin said. He urged Subaru and Jinga to ascend to the Silver Star and meet Vanquish. They flew quickly. They instantly arrived at Hirosaka's apartment where everyone had already gathered. Subaru quickly took out the blood-stained key, opened the door to the shining beach and immediately entered with the entire team. As soon as they entered, Ruin's eyes widened in surprise, realizing this was a place where souls gathered, created by a transcendent secret technique to form a space in the underworld. That's why he couldn't find Vanquish no matter how much he searched. "The administrator cannot see us here. Just before I fought and lost to the administrator, I squeezed out my last strength to create this place and live here. My power and status are gone, but I am still here. I have recovered 30 of my power," Vanquish said, walking from afar. His entire body was surrounded by countless powerful forces. Ruin was slightly nervous and greeted Vanquish cautiously. Shikishima was bolder and shook hands with Vanquish. In this solemn atmosphere, the rest of the people were still chatting noisily. Shikishima and Vanquish were annoyed and immediately shouted for everyone to be quiet. Thanks to Subaru's blood cushion, everyone finally sat in serious lines preparing for the meeting of kings. Vanquish chuckled and said that not only Subaru and his kin but also the Rainbow Kingdom would attend that meeting. Ruin didn't particularly like the children of the Rainbow Kingdom, but he had no choice but to endure. At Vanquish's request, Subaru quickly stood up and explained to everyone present why they had to attend that meeting. "This is the main reason for this meeting. I demand the complete abolition of the gates to the underworld." As Subaru firmly declared, everyone froze as if shot. They never imagined Subaru would demand the abolition of the gates in front of the kings at this meeting. The most excited was Jinga. As soon as he heard it, he stood up angrily, wanting to ask if it was possible. "Seeing it invade Earth every day, this demand is very reasonable. We will discuss the timing of negotiations with Ruin and the others, but before that I will once again explain how we will deal with the coming calamities." Subaru replied with vigor. "We have prevented 3 calamities, but there are still 5 left. We can prevent the 5th and 6th calamities. We cannot stop it, but we know where it will happen and how to defeat it, so it's fine anyway. We are stronger now than my future self. First, I will talk about the 5th calamity. It is what happens to someone who reaches level 99. As soon as Subaru began this story, Sajaka angrily used a lightning attack, swearing to stop it at any cost. When Nazoze didn't fully understand this calamity, Subaru patiently explained. It referred to a deity whose body was possessed by an automatic secret technique the moment they reached level 99, creating a loophole through manipulation. Similar to Ruin, the Gate Master of course could enter the human world and had no difficulty with the gate's restrictions. It could be said to be 1,000 times stronger than a growth boss or Ruin's soul fragment. The person whose body was possessed was Sajaka's older sister, Amamiya Hazuki. Everyone was shocked upon hearing Subaru's words. Saka on this side was already enraged, her entire body radiating killing intent. After losing her younger sister and suffering serious injuries, her older sister, Hazuki, instead of grieving and waiting, kept moving around and leveling up. When she reached level 99, the automatic secret technique, Prince Gazelle, began to absorb her soul and experience points, summoning the Dragon King Go. Poor Hazuki was transformed into a monster from then on. Hazuki's gate master was Gel, the ruler of the Silver Kingdom, but Ruin didn't think Gel would listen to him and stop. Now the real problem was the sixth calamity, which could not happen. The sixth calamity, the great earthquake, should have been caused by my younger brother Ariak Tiger, Subaru said, bowing his head. In the battle with the Black Sugar during the Aurora King's era, they failed to defeat Tiger and Kokokaji. After that, Tiger unleashed his power, accelerating the flow of time of the continental plate under Japan, causing a super earthquake. Tiger died in the timeline where the sixth calamity occurred, but the most important point Subaru couldn't explain was how they could defeat Tiger and Kokokaji in this timeline. Shikishima explained that it was probably because the connection to the future was divided into 3 timelines. After Subaru gained the Aurora King's memories, the timeline split, and Tiger died before that happened. In other words, the split in the timeline occurred even before Subaru met the Aurora King. Simply put, there was an X factor that changed the future before Subaru. But for now, they didn't know if it was an enemy or an ally. Does that mean that X factor is very close to us? Subaru speculated. That's enough for today. After Siko exchanged places with Saha, she quickly returned through the gate with everyone else. Vanquish held Subaru for a moment longer, asking about the situation. This team is really lively. When we first met, you probably never imagined we'd form such a big family. Anyway, we both had it pretty rough back then, Vanquish recalled. You're right, thinking about it now, we really progressed so quickly in a short amount of time. At first, I opened the gate to regain the money, honor, and status that Tiger had taken from me. But after you told me to love myself and live happily, I started thinking differently. I cherish my friends and comrades, and I love myself when I'm by their side. We always want to walk the same path together. This strange adventure all started from the Rainbow Gate. I want to continue this journey a little longer, Subaru said with a smile. Vanquish also said happily. He believed that someday Subaru would accomplish things he couldn't. This strange attitude of Vanquish confused Subaru a little. After speaking, Vanquish turned and bid Subaru farewell, saying they would meet again in the underworld. In the underworld's Golden Kingdom, Safina, the ruler of the Golden Kingdom and Queen of Twilight, was bathing in the tub of clarity. She was intrigued by Subaru's immense power. Safina quietly asked her maid to send an invitation to Subaru, inviting him as a guest to the meeting of kings a week later. At 11:35 p.m. on November 1st, Subaru was sleeping in his bed when he was suddenly startled awake by a dazzling light that appeared before his eyes. The light disappeared, leaving Subaru an invitation to the meeting of kings. 3 days later, everyone gathered in the backyard of Hirosaka's apartment. Everyone was wearing winter clothes, which made them sweat just by looking at them. It was so hot. Subaru didn't know if it was okay to dress like this. The Aurora King's memories made no mention of this meeting. Except for the gates and seats, Subaru had never been to the underworld. Karen and Sadu were completely bewildered by this underworld story. Everyone stood there with puzzled expressions. Just then, a golden gate suddenly appeared, clearing everyone's doubts. From inside the gate, a noble and elegant golden knight walked out with dignity. Subaru, I have come to escort you. I am Isis, the guardian captain under the direct command of Queen Safina. It is an honor to be your guard. Isis introduced herself. Karen thought she was younger than Safina and Louise and probably a member of the new generation. As Subaru greeted her, Isis urged everyone to quickly go to the Gate of Notables. One step would take them directly to the underworld, she said. And it was true. Before everyone's eyes, a vast and magnificent underworld unfolded, completely covered in white snow. Unlike your world here, all lands are formed around a core. They are scattered adjacent to each other like a broken egg. These are all different kingdoms. The climate here gets warmer the closer it is to the solar core and colder the farther it is. When a kingdom close to the sun overlays another, it blocks the sunlight, creating night. Isis explained. Answering Subaru's group's questions, Shikishima noticed that it was quite cold here and correctly guessed that they were far from the center. This place is called the outskirts. As the name suggests, it's the farthest region. Very far away, literally the last territory, Isis said. Then this isn't the Golden Kingdom? Nazoze asked. Haha, of course not. The Golden Kingdom is the largest continent floating up there. The underworld is made up of over 200 kingdoms along the core, however, contrary to the third king's expectation. Unfortunately, all other kings are opposing your presence at this meeting. Subaru, you owners are merely sacrifices for them to revive their souls. Many even liken your existence to being lower than slaves, Isis said with a joyful laugh. Then suddenly made a 180-degree turn, looking at Subaru's group with an arrogant and contemptuous attitude, enraging everyone. She said she could not tolerate Subaru's group attending the meeting. Then she suddenly opened her eyes wide and cast a technique. With the powerful 14th technique Golden Wall, everyone plummeted downwards like persimmons falling from a tree and the snow and ice cracked. Subaru's group fell dozens of meters. You are dear guests of my master, so I will not kill you. However, you must prove your worth to participate in the meeting. The meeting will be held in the Golden Kingdom's palace. Arrive on time. You have 72 hours. I look forward to meeting you again. Survive. As soon as Isis uttered her last words, Subaru's group was teleported 1,000 kilometers from their current location by her power. Subaru showed no fear and sneered, saying, "See you next time, Isis," which annoyed her slightly. Subaru had said earlier that he would meet Isis again soon, but he didn't expect to be separated from everyone. It was too far to communicate via soul link. While staring blankly at this familiar-looking place, a monster suddenly appeared from somewhere and lunged at Subaru from the sky. He lightly swung his sword, blocking the intense force, and the two fought for a moment, shattering the surrounding stones. The monster continued to attack Subaru, but he felt no killing intent or hostility from the attack. It was truly strange. As Subaru swung his foot, unleashing a fierce force, the monster suddenly laughed heartily, praising Subaru, and he was bewildered, wondering who it was. "Hey, have you already forgotten who pierced me in the most miserable way?" the monster said, baring its teeth and laughing loudly. Subaru still couldn't remember who it was or what he had done to it. The monster couldn't blame Subaru's goldfish memory. Its appearance had also changed, but it was okay. If he had forgotten, it would just reintroduce itself. It introduced itself as the colossal cobra of Canyon Bassam Valley. Upon hearing the name, Subaru was shocked to realize that it was the boss of the 2-star gate he had previously entered. If it had grown so much, it was natural he wouldn't recognize it. As the cobra saw that Subaru recognized it, it laughed joyfully, then carried him on its back, crossing the cliffs of Canyon Valley and explaining. Gates or soul prisons are places where those who committed crimes in the underworld are exiled. While inside a gate, there's a possibility of regaining one's original form and power. However, that's only possible in the place where they lived before they died. The lower the star rating, the lower the chance of revival, the cobra explained for a long time, but Subaru seemed more interested in admiring the scenery, making the cobra want to hit him. "We were exiled to a 2-star gate and lost our voices and ability to think," Cobra said. Subaru now understood everything, thinking that the possibility of reappearing depended on the number of stars, like storage space on a phone. "My future memories didn't tell me anything about this fact. Perhaps it's because I'm in the underworld that there's no defensive mechanism." Subaru wondered where the cobra was taking him, and the cobra said it would take him to the person who told him to bring Subaru here. The reason the cobra was so kind to Subaru was that he had previously pierced him, allowing him to return to his original form, so he wanted to repay Subaru. The cobra also informed Subaru that the goblin chieftain had died and been exiled to a gate again. "But that punishment is really strange. Why do they bother to put souls in gates?" Subaru asked, not understanding. "It's because in the underworld souls can be exchanged for energy and vice versa. If we call the underworld civilization the civilization of secret techniques, then possible secret techniques are used as catalysts and for souls. However, high-quality souls do not return to their world, providing more benefits to those who use them. Isn't that right?" A woman with long white hair like snow suddenly answered, startling Subaru. As soon as he jumped off the cobra's back, a surge of energy brushed against Subaru's bracelet, giving him a momentary strange feeling. As he got closer to her, Subaru vaguely realized that she was the owner of the bracelet he had received. It was Sybil, the Aurora King, who had given him power in the destroyed timeline. Isis's technique teleported each person to a different location based on their luck level. However, Sokka, perhaps due to bad luck, was sent to a hot volcanic lava region. In front of her stood the long-necked fire monster Dragon King Go, the cause of the 5th calamity, roaring ferociously, "I'm going to make you erase that damn secret technique from your owner. Amamiya Hazuki-sama," Sokka said with a sneer. The monster was slightly surprised to hear Sokka know its name and its owner, and asked who she was. "My name is No, perhaps I should use this name from now on," Sokka replied with a smile, then lightly trembled and transformed, instantly enveloping herself in a blood-red flowing costume. "I am Queen Judith, one of the 6 Rainbow Kings," Sokka said. On this side, Shikishima was teleported to a strange tree hollow. Inside there was a green-haired boy and a spiky-haired man named Toby with a cold demeanor. Shikishima was slightly flustered, as this was the first time he had seen an underworld being resembling a human. He cautiously bowed his head in greeting. The boy, seeing Shikishima had the same eyebrows as himself, whispered to Toby that Shikishima might not be a bad person. Seeing that Shikishima didn't know who he was, the boy proudly introduced himself as Demon King Estar, one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, and the spiky-haired man as Toby, the King of Respect. Shikishima was bewildered and surprised to hear them say they were 2 of the 6 kings. It was because he resembled Karen so much. At this moment, Barnavat, the Ghost King and one of the 6 kings, and Maria, the Zombie King and one of the 6 kings, appeared in the cave. Shikishima felt his whole body tingle. He had just arrived in the underworld and was already meeting all kinds of kings. It was too sudden. Shikishima didn't know that the place he was in was the Bronze Kingdom. It was a place where you could meet a king every square meter and where the 6 kings gathered. Maria, as soon as she realized Shikishima was a relative of Vanquish's owner, laughed and proudly declared him her junior. It truly flustered Shikishima. Sitting at a drinking table with everyone, Shikishima raised his glass and felt his body floating as if drunk, even though he knew the alcohol tasted bad. Hey Shikishima, you became a relative while still alive, didn't you? I can't see your opposite. Like Judith and Karen, they will fight on your behalf by changing souls, Estar asked. Seeing that Shikishima didn't know what his opposite was, Estar suggested that from now on Shikishima could freely choose one of the 6 kings as his opposite. But Shikishima was already fast asleep. Maria told Estar to just let Shikishima sleep. If he was so drunk as to pass out from Maria's alcohol, it meant Shikishima's body and mind were both extremely tired. After asking Toby to take care of Shikishima, the bloodthirsty Maria excitedly glared at the monster horde at the entrance. With the excitement of alcohol, Maria twisted her mouth and squeezed her hand, instantly roasting all the monster hordes. Sajaka was still fighting monsters in the Silver Kingdom, Dragon King Go's territory. With hot flame techniques, she continuously poured techniques onto his body. Go is the king of lava dragons and even stronger than me. Furthermore, fire is a weakness for an undead like me. It's truly the worst, but if I see Saka-sama so discouraged, how can I retreat? Sajaka calmed herself and unleashed fierce red kingship. Kotu's Vasuki and her deceitful kingship also rushed at the monster accordingly, and a sky-shattering explosion occurred. The monster was surprised, not expecting Vasuki to be the king of poison dragons, Sajaka's subordinate. Thinking of making the monster her subordinate, Saka put Vasuki back into battle to fight the monster. She knew that dragons were easily provoked. Watching the two monsters fight angrily, Sajaka recalled her memories and why she was so loyal to Saka-sama. Sajaka also remembered why she lost her memories after becoming Sokka's opposite. That day, right after sweeping through a 2-star gate, Sokka regained her lost intelligence and body when she was trapped in a low-grade gate. On her way back to the underworld, Sokka found Sajaka lying on the ground covered in blood with very serious body injuries. At that moment, Vanquish's gate appeared before Saw's eyes with a fierce aura. Saw wondered why Vanquish's owner hadn't made Sajaka his kin. After reminiscing, I remembered that from that day on, I truly respected Subaru-sama. Her purity and recklessness and her honest personality. That was the exact reason Subaru connected with my soul, my unwavering loyalty to him, my deep gratitude to him for freeing me from the gate. Now that loyalty is not limited to Subaru. It's fortunate that I lost my memories before entering the gate, otherwise my arrogant past self would not have been able to stay with anyone for long. Over the past few days I've learned a lot, and now I've learned the meaning of regaining my memories. I truly want to help Subaru and all my friends. Sokka, after falling into resolute thought, immediately ordered Vasuki to deal with Monster Go, but it was Vasuki who was dealt with by Gel's super-powerful kingship. Just before it was about to change targets to Saw and unleash ultimate firepower, Sokka summoned the Thunder God Kilm and cast her last trump card in less than a second with a thunderous roar. A blade mixed with thunder and electricity fell directly from the sky onto Go, striking him down on the spot. Go, trembling all over in the flow of thunder and electricity, asked furiously why the Thunder God was taking Saw's side. Isn't it obvious? You made my precious disciple cry, the Thunder God Kilm replied, gritting his teeth. A few minutes ago in the underworld where the Shining Beach Souls sat, God Kilm kept pleading with Vanquish to open this gate, but the answer was no. It was because if Vanquish opened the gate, the administrator would find him. Kilm didn't give up and vowed that he would return soon. Kilm wanted to save Sajaka's older sister. It was too early for her to face the Dragon King. Living beings always try something. They always try to break through to new dimensions, so if someone has to do it, it must be me with all my will. I've been trapped in the gate for too long, but perhaps I might be wrong. Vanquish, your expectations for Subaru. No, isn't his request the same as mine? Kilm asked. Vanquish, getting a headache from Kilm talking too much, finally gave up. Kilm opened the gate to satisfy him. So Kilm arrived here and dealt with Go with his ultimate firepower. The calamity was thus prevented. After everything ended, Kilm returned, but Vanquish was not there. Instead, Sokka was bowing her head respectfully in thanks. Seeing Sokka shed tears, Kilm couldn't bear it anymore, and immediately snapped his fingers demanding her to get up, saying that if she was his disciple, she should act seriously. Sajaka followed Kilm, smiling and narrowing her eyes. Through soul conversation, Sokka also whispered to Saw, thanking her for saving her older sister. But in fact, Saw also benefited from this by making Go her subordinate through Kotu. Just then, Ruin, the Silver King, flew in from afar on a beast. He scratched his head in bewilderment. Seeing that Go had died before he could even persuade him, Saw hesitated and asked Ruin if it was okay that she had accidentally killed some residents of his Silver Kingdom. Go was extremely arrogant and earned the hatred of many people, and he met an unexpected death. Not bad, Ruin replied sinisterly, leaving Saw speechless. Now it will begin soon, just as Subaru remembers, Sajaka said with a serious expression, and Ruin and she both took their stances preparing for what was about to happen. Carrion on this side arrived at Asem Castle Town in the Golden Kingdom. Basage, one of the 7 Fire Knights, politely greeted Carrion and led him to the lounge before the meeting, but at this moment, a subordinate rushed in and reported that Safina was not in the castle, which shocked Carrion and everyone else. Damn it, everything's ruined, even if it starts earlier. Karen muttered irritably, but those around him didn't understand what he meant. Subaru was currently in the Rotten Valley, wondering how far Sybil could see into the future. I can't see a wide range. Currently, for a human like you, I can only see things related to you. The light of the royal massage inherited from my beloved mother is limited to the future of those connected to me. It's a secret technique that allows me to see their future. I am not connected to you. I am connected to your owner Vanquish. He is the king of the Rainbow Kingdom. He is my father, Sybil said. Subaru's head was in a whirl upon hearing that. It was truly beyond his imagination. Isn't it interesting that my father hoped for a human like you to break through rather than me or my older sister? That soul machine is. I want to witness it with my own eyes the last moments of my life. The Cobra said this and immediately called the outlaw Ben, who appeared boisterously. Subaru knew this incident was the first invasion. It was a massacre orchestrated by the Administrator's vanguard, carried out by massive entities from the underworld. The reason Subaru knew the king's meeting and its schedule through his future memories was because the meeting had never taken place. Due to the Administrator's third invasion, the meeting was cancelled, and the underworld was once again destroyed. That was the beginning of the end, but don't let that be the last moment of her life. CB, I will make sure they continue to hold the meeting. That's why we're here, Subaru declared forcefully. The incident caused by the Administrators, the first invasion aimed at massacring the inhabitants of the Silver, Golden and Copper Kingdoms and reducing the number of Gate Masters and deities. Currently, Amamiya Hazuki, the Gate Master of Dragon King Go, lost her powers and became an ordinary person after his death. But what if the death of a Gate Master affects countless other deities? Humanity would lose its only way to fight against the Gates, and only death and destruction would await them. The Administrator's strategy served a dual purpose. They sent 30,000 soldiers to the Golden, Silver and Copper Kingdoms, which was almost half of this region's forces. Ben of the Red Earth Kingdom will handle it. His secret technique boasts excellent defense. Anyway, good luck, Subaru. I have no combat ability, so I can't help, Sybil said, then turned her head and left Subaru, who was filled with power and a promise to protect her. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, the Cobra sprang out combatively and charged at the Legion before its eyes. It attacked with fierce power, vowing not to let its home be invaded. As soon as the Cobra's hidden wind secret technique was activated, it was countered by the Legion's secret technique, spitting blood and unable to stand. Subaru could only pull this foolish creature to himself and then attack each soldier of the Legion in place of the Cobra. Subaru's fierce Phlegathon secret technique poured forth, covering the entire space. From the Tower of Hem Castle in the Golden Kingdom, Carrion was currently busy acting as the intensely go-mode king to directly confront another Legion one-on-one. Amidst fierce power, the Fist of Death secret technique continuously poured forth, striking enemies and shaking the ground. Basage, standing by, worried the kingdom would fall, but in the face of Carrion's burning fighting spirit, Basage also had no choice but to activate his seventh secret technique. Seeing the soldiers shatter into pieces, Carrion, excited, added several horrific explosions that shook the heavens and shattered the earth, angering Isis. In the Silver Kingdom, Dragon King Gel's abode, Saw and Go were busy firing flames to deal with the Legion. Ruin also joined forces with his Imperial army to help. Watching the chaotic melee from afar, Ruin smirked sinisterly. Slightly satisfied with his new power, he secretly thanked Subaru. Back in the royal garden of the Red Earth Kingdom, Subaru, with his explosive Phlegathon secret technique, timely assisted Ben during close combat with the soldiers, greatly surprising Ben. Seeing the enemy forces completely incinerated by Subaru's power, Sybil now believed that he had received 10 of the Silver King's power. The desolate landscape covered in sacred flames and dust made Sybil feel as if she were witnessing hell. I will take care of the remaining territory, but the boss will arrive soon. Let's fight together, the King of Red Earth. Subaru said to Ben. Unexpectedly, at that very moment, boss Fudo Kotu truly appeared. It was truly a spiritual premonition. He's here, Subaru said, and Kotu was slightly surprised that he knew him. Of course Subaru had to know him, for he was the one who would kill Subaru in the Aurora King's future. Before Kotu could say anything more to Subaru, Ben, with a fiery temperament, charged at him with blazing power, and Subaru struggled to stop him. This is the one who destroyed my country. As king I will exact justice, Ben shouted, pounding his chest. Within his dazzling aura, he immediately activated the parasitic beast secret technique. Firing a powerful arrow at Kotu, Kotu quickly pulled out the D-grade item, Poor Paper Doll. Successfully deflecting Ben's fierce arrow, after taking on the misfortune in place of himself with a low-grade item, Kotu now activated the Divine Temple secret technique, summoning the fierce god of war Mars to directly attack Ben. Even though Ben was severely injured, his temperament was still fiery, making him difficult to defeat easily. Without giving up, Kotu used the A-grade item Holy Scripture 1-4, chanted a spell and drew a curse with his hand, engulfing Ben in flames. As Ikahana charged in with fiery rage, Kotu controlled her as the god of fire Vulcanus amidst a sea of flames. Seeing Ikahana in danger, Boden immediately rushed in, but Kotu engulfed him in chains of fire. In this difficult situation, Boden had no choice but to ask Subaru for help. After agreeing to join forces with Boden's consent, Subaru gently swung his black sword Ignis, swiftly and sharply severing Kotu's gigantic hand. Seeing his gigantic hand destroyed for the first time, Kotu was slightly shocked. The two fought fiercely, neither giving an inch, but still neither could claim victory. Struck by Subaru's splendid and swift blood/secret technique, Kotu asked Subaru's name, trying to figure out who he was and why he was so exceptional. In this incident, the administrator designated you as an additional character. The Blood Saint Savior. It's rare to encounter a Japanese as an enemy, but I have little interest in them. What matters is how I will defeat you. Theoretically, when facing an enemy with no attack information, one can try various methods to find their weakness. 5 minutes remain until the attack ends. I will take good care of you, Subaru, Kotu said, eyes wide. As soon as he finished speaking, Kotu was engulfed by Subaru's phlegathon, spitting blood and collapsing from his single strike. You said 5 minutes remained, right? It might have been possible then, but in this timeline you won't be able to defeat me in that short amount of time, Subaru declared coldly. The Aurora King's future was miserable. The entire Kano region was destroyed by the first and second calamities. The number of deities was also halved. In the third calamity, Sa and Sokka were simultaneously eliminated by Ruin's fragmented soul. When the fourth calamity struck, Shikishima and Carrion both lost their lives. And when the fifth calamity struck, no one could defeat Go after he had achieved his wish. Next was the sixth calamity. A direct attack was launched on Japan, paralyzing the entire country. The seventh calamity led to the extinction of humanity, except for the deities. And finally, Vanquish died. Subaru's connection with the Gate Masters was also immediately severed. The deities' powers also inexplicably disappeared. Suddenly, a dazzling gate appeared before Subaru. From inside the gate, Sybil painfully informed Subaru that Vanquish had died, and he was shocked. He shouted, refusing to believe it was true. It seems the administrators have chosen our world as a target for elimination. They created a clock in the sky to harvest souls from countless worlds. They are high-level entities beyond the primordial face. It won't be long until they begin invading the underworld, but I want to resist until the very end. What about you, Subaru? Sybil asked. And Subaru decided to fight alongside Sybil and become the Aurora King's owner. The remaining deities united and fought until the very end, until the sky tore open and the Executor appeared with the Gladius army. Under their fierce attack, Jinga had to vanish forever to protect Subaru. Left alone in the chaos, Subaru agonizingly wondered what to do next, because even Sybil had left him, following Jinga. Seeing Subaru fall to the ground and wail, Kotu quietly approached. Subaru, you must be this world's boss, right? There's no escape left. You're just wasting time. Kotu, who are you? Who are you really? Where did you come from? Why are you attacking this world? Subaru screamed frantically. But Kotu was no longer interested in talking to Subaru and wanted to finish him right there. No, I will fight until the very end, until my soul completely vanishes, Subaru shouted. And he activated his power with all his might. Returning to the present, Subaru and Kotu were facing each other, intent on killing. Kotu's god of fire, Vulcanus' secret technique, and Subaru's blood imprint rapidly mixed, creating an incredibly powerful inferno. Kotu tried to ambush Subaru from behind using the god of thieves, Mercury, but Subaru countered with a blood shield, an acceleration secret technique. This is something I haven't seen in the future. Subaru inwardly assessed Kotu's recent technique. Kotu's core secret technique, Divine Temple, allowed him to recreate the concepts of Greek and Roman mythological gods. This technique enabled him to easily use any kind of attack. But even more terrifying was his auxiliary secret technique. The main reason Subaru from the future was defeated by Kotu was that Kotu nullified Subaru's flames with his own blood. So if Subaru accelerated with Mercury, he would be able to discern his weakness. Now Kotu's auxiliary secret technique, Acilia, would no longer be able to harm Subaru. Kotu's prodigious combat skills and Subaru's auxiliary secret technique combined. Kotu could easily nullify and record any attack. The only way Subaru could defeat him was by attacking him with an attack he had never seen before. As he said, Subaru immediately drew the divine sword, summoned the god of war Mars, and together they launched a fierce strike. Engulfed by Subaru's immense energy, Kotu was slightly surprised. After a small slash from the dragon skin blade, Subaru fought alongside Hirasaka's power, and the quality of his secret technique drastically increased accordingly. You were still putting on an act in front of me. Truly strong, Kotu said. The Bronze Kingdom, inside the cave of the decaying sacred ancient tree, Maria was explaining to Shikishima about attacks from other worlds. Another world discovered the human world. If they find one, they'll find a second and a third. Generally, people think there will be others like themselves. As for the proximity between worlds, the world that can connect to other worlds is your human world. But more curiosity will arise. The administrators and the rest are likely all in the same world where they can control other places according to the rules of the game. Perhaps there is a company that creates and resells games. What they do is just business. Whoever this attacker is, they will likely play by rules similar to your worlds. Maria pointed at Shikishima's face, confirming powerfully. One day in the past, portals allowing Kotu to pass into other dimensions appeared worldwide. At the same time, a time limit also appeared in the sky. The game's start time was announced to Kotu. He was chosen as a deity to protect the world. You are a member of the crime team. You will pass through other portals with your comrades. Then please, conquer other worlds. If you succeed, you will gain rare items, if not, you will be punished. The system presented conditions, and Kotu's team was chosen by the administrators and called deities. To defeat the bosses of the portals, they continuously fought and leveled up. They also experienced victories and defeats in places where they invaded or were invaded. Kotu continued this game for 8 years, risking his life. And eventually, only Kotu remained as the world's strongest deity, invited to the World Battle event to conquer the underworld. Kotu, we have a question for you. Why do you fight, even though the destruction of this world is already predetermined? The game system asked Kotu curiously. Is she just creating games and leaving them? I just want to see how far I can go in my life. Although I've sometimes pushed my luck to the extreme to obtain rare items, for me, conquest is simply something I'm good at and enjoy, Kotu answered then. Returning to the Red Earth Kingdom in the underworld, Subaru's kin power from Hirasaka was surging more fiercely than ever. Subaru's plan was to attack Kotu with an attack he had never seen before. Meanwhile, all Kotu was thinking about now was perfectly eliminating Subaru. After much thought, Kotu decided to attack Subaru from behind with an elemental attack that could weaken him. And Kotu charged with his Mercury's secret technique, wielding sturdy HP iron armor in his hand. The two fought fiercely, firepower blasting with a roar. But still neither could claim victory. If their powers are equal, the one who adapts best to the secret technique will win, Kotu thought inwardly and was about to activate it immediately, but was unexpectedly stopped in an instant by Subaru and his numerous traditional techniques. Cornered, Kotu activated the 10,000 Kirin secret technique, which had once destroyed Yak's weapon, and Subaru was frozen for a few seconds. Just as I thought. Your swordsmanship has completely changed since you wielded the black sword. But I've already memorized it, Kotu said and continued to attack Subaru fiercely. His attacks were so heavy and sharp that Subaru had to grit his teeth and sweat as he resisted. Eventually, he was sent flying dozens of meters away and collapsed. Fortunately, before completely falling, Subaru quickly activated the black sword, summoning a second sword. This black sword would cause corrosion and disintegration. And at this very moment, Subaru continuously swung fiercely, scattering countless sword slashes across the entire sky, engulfing Kotu. At that moment, Kotu recalled several secret techniques that could block the attack, but all were immediately nullified. Subaru was the most resourceful enemy Kotu had ever seen. Kotu was certain that he would use the recent attack to advance to the next stage, because he believed Subaru was a strong opponent, and indeed, despite having lost an arm, Kotu chose to resist Subaru's attack. One sword slash successfully pierced his side, causing blood to gush from Subaru's abdomen. A complex and spectacular attack. You are the first boss who has entertained me, but it seems I'll have to end the game too soon. Your last attack I've already seen and memorized it. Don't play with me twice, Kotu thought inwardly and charged at Subaru, delivering a fatal blow to his recent wound. Subaru fell blankly, and images of the future dimly surfaced in his mind, the moments of fateful change. Even though Kotu had defeated Subaru, he still couldn't understand why the image of Subaru wielding two swords hadn't entered his memory. Then, at that very moment, Subaru suddenly rose and delivered a fatal blow to Kotu's chest with numerous arrow secret techniques. This was Subaru's only ultimate technique, usable only in his vampire state, consuming a portion of his MP and usable only once. 10,000 arrows Mansion Wassail was Vanquish's most powerful ultimate technique, taught to Subaru to counter Kotu. Kotu, with a blank look of surprise, had no time to react to the unexpected attack. As 10,000 arrows activated, countless thunderous lightning bolts erupted like a noisy night sky fireworks display, tearing through the entire space and completely disorienting Kotu on the spot. Seeing Kotu die unrecognizably before his eyes, Subaru finally felt like a conqueror. Before dying, Kotu barely managed to utter, "Excellent," then immediately vanished from Earth with the wind. Ben and Ikahana, witnessing the horrific sight, couldn't help but admire Subaru's power. Kotu's subordinates had long since disappeared. After dealing with Kotu, Subaru, covered in wounds, approached Ben with a trembling body and asked him to call a treatment specialist. He looked as if he would collapse at any moment. Fortunately, Ikahana was there and she immediately helped treat Subaru. As Ikahana brought up old stories, Subaru remembered when he had lightly touched her head with his black katana. It was truly fate to meet again here. Wow, I never thought a human could be so strong, Ikahana said with admiration. Numerically, the third king is much stronger than me. I simply came here fully prepared. Kotu was a deity from a different world than ours, Subaru said. So he's one of the conquerors from another world. All their unidentified items are extremely difficult to handle. I honestly would have been defeated if you hadn't been here, Ben said silently. Subaru smiled awkwardly. In fact, he knew that Ben had truly been defeated in the future. After Ikahana finished treating him, Kotu's voice suddenly came from behind, startling everyone. Whether there are more opportunities or not, I must return to my world now. Kotu spoke calmly and handsomely, as if he hadn't fully awakened, and approached Subaru, shocking everyone. Ben angrily immediately flung Ganjin at Kotu, but it had no effect as Kotu was merely a revival item. It's useless. I'm currently in an invincible retreat phase. Kotu calmly replied amidst the chaotic situation. He had to leave now because his time limit had expired. He said he would be punished for failing in his confrontation with Subaru. Subaru asked Kotu about the administrators, but he knew nothing about them in the first place. I truly hope to meet you again next time, Subaru. I remember the move that killed me in the final moment. I won't lose next time, Kotu promised with a sneering smile, then immediately vanished like sea foam. On the other side, Kotu was about to be punished by the system for failing to conquer his target, but the system suddenly blared a red alarm. Warning Kotu, the gate to another world will open soon, so escape quickly. As it said this, the system gradually blurred and shattered before Kotu's bewildered eyes. The sky gradually split open and a horribly bloodshot red eye appeared. Kotu now understood that he had to fight this. He looked strong, but what difference does that make? No matter who my opponent is, I just have to conquer them, Kotu muttered arrogantly to himself. Currently, Kotu's fate is unclear. Meanwhile, Subaru's group, Akahana, was seeking Ben's permission to escort Subaru to the Golden Kingdom to repay his kindness. Although touched by Akahana's sentiment, Subaru had to refuse as the Aurora King had given him information through the bracelet. Someone would come to pick him up shortly. As soon as Subaru finished speaking, Safina descended gently from the sky on a red phoenix, coming to pick up Subaru before everyone's astonished eyes. Sybil had already warned Subaru to be careful of Safina as she intended to marry him. Safina giggled and extended her hand to Subaru, making him sweat at her chilling gesture. Before Ben's eyes, a golden glowing bird suddenly appeared. Seeing it, he immediately recognized Safina, frowned, and asked, "Coco, why are you here?" Below the giant bird's feet, Safina slowly stood and said triumphantly, "Due to my mistake, I had to fly all over the place to find Subaru and his group." Subaru and Akahana listened in silence. Safina continued, "I came here myself to apologize." Subaru gave a wry smile and said, "It doesn't sound like you want to apologize." Safina glared lightly and calmly replied, "Fool, since I dragged you into this fight, I must apologize regardless of what you think." Hearing that, Ben was startled and erupted in anger. "Your unreasonable personality," Safina said indifferently. "Don't be hasty, Red Earth, we're going to the meeting soon." Safina gently raised her hand and smiled faintly, saying, "If I had to kill someone like you myself, it would be truly boring." Immediately, her magic spread rapidly with the wind, and Akahana reflexively blocked it with her hand. Subaru watched and smiled contentedly. Ben glared at Safina with angry eyes. "You childish brat," Safina said quietly. "Come on, Subaru, it'll be more comfortable to ride my subordinate." The bird, hearing her command, immediately lowered its body and bowed its head. Safina was very combative. "Shall we continue our conversation about our future?" Subaru said with an elated expression. "Please help me," Safina said with a friendly smile. "No, we can't do that." As Sajaka flew across the vast sky, Safina's voice echoed, "Subaru, there are two things I need to apologize for," she explained carefully. "First is about Isis. Even though I tasked her with the mission of helping and welcoming you once you arrived here within 4 days, that child acted on her own." Subaru listened in silence to the other person's explanation and pondered. "She seems to have secretly planned it alone." Safina seemed to have a headache but said, "However, since I could detect every time a large gate was used, I could roughly guess what was happening. That child is truly excellent, but when governed by emotions, she acts arbitrarily." Subaru now remembered Isis's past actions. He now understood that Isis's past actions were not with Safina's permission but entirely her own intention. Safina still said politely, "Well, please forgive that child. She thinks of me too much and sometimes acts foolishly and arbitrarily." She giggled. "She'll arrive tomorrow." Subaru looked at her and asked blankly, "You forgave her?" She made a few strange noises, then nodded and said, "Thanks to Isis you protected Boden and defeated the conqueror, making him suffer punishment." Safina said in a lowered voice, "In fact, I should praise that child." Subaru also nodded. Praising her for the sin of disobeying her command, she took a soft step and said, "Everything in this world revolves around pleasure." Safina spread her arms wide and said grandly, "When you become king, if you only live according to your own will, you will never progress," she said in a firm voice. "Moreover, fate is my natural ally." Hearing that, Subaru gasped, muttering, "Fate." At this point, Safina continued, "No one will know if it's bad or good until they explore it in the future." Her voice was still cheerful, "Unless you can predict the future." At these words, Subaru was stunned. Safina exuded a captivating aura and said carefully, "I don't care what happens, I just enjoy myself." Subaru looked surprised. Safina, this king, if he wasn't mistaken, had let him go during the first calamity because she found him interesting. At that time, Safina met Subaru for the first time and said, "You seem to be a much more special deity than we thought." She was that type of king. Truly interesting. However, Subaru was puzzled. "Wait, isn't she too similar to Vanquish?" Suddenly, Safina said, "I found the rest of the people and brought them here." Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. Safina and her subordinate bird had gone to each location and rescued them. Those who were sent to other places were immediately sent to the Golden Kingdom if they rode on the bird's soul. Subaru swallowed hard and replied blankly, "Thank you." So what was the other thing she wanted to apologize for? She immediately replied, "It's about Kokokaji." And Subaru was startled and paid attention. Safina explained, "As you know, we are the ones who have the authority to interfere with the gates to the human world. The golden, silver, and copper kingdoms have ultimate techniques that use gates. So even though Kokokaji was ordered to collect information according to the treaty, someone seems to have incited him." Subaru had a serious expression. Who could it be, he suddenly thought. Could it be me? Lax, you mean you can change the future? A flash of light passed through Safana's eyes. I understand. He was always the one who wanted the most information. Subaru flinched, too surprised. Suddenly, Safana placed her hand on the chair where he was sitting, startling Subaru. Now she faced Subaru and smiled faintly, saying, "You will exchange information with me." In her eyes, strange yellow symbols seemed to glow. "The source of information you have seems to be very valuable. Moreover, countless other lives depend on your hands." Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. Letters suddenly appeared in his shining eyes. Was it a prophecy about the Aurora King's future? He stared straight at the other person and suddenly thought, this person. He was completely surprised. Does she know that much? No, she's seeing through me. Then it must be a mind-reading ultimate technique. At this moment, Safana slightly moved her lips. A mind-reading ultimate technique, perhaps. It's all over your face. He was startled and hurriedly touched his face. Safana suddenly burst into laughter. I was just guessing. Subaru's mouth hung open blankly. Safana waved her hand and said, I don't have such an ultimate technique. She pointed to her head with 2 fingers. If I have a special ultimate technique in combat, it's dangerous calculation. In other words, I have sharp intuition. Subaru sat blankly. Intuition? She touched him. That intuition tells me that if I marry you, everything will become much more interesting. Safana frowned strangely and made an even stranger proposal. Be my husband. Subaru remained silent, not answering, and immediately a deep thought appeared in his eyes. Then he sighed. I respectfully decline. She smiled amicably and said, I haven't given up yet. At the spirit's banquet, Siko and the man standing beside him watched in surprise in one direction. It was because Van San was sobbing. They asked him, What's wrong, Van San? Van San covered his face and sobbed. Siko, tell me what you think about your little breath friend marrying his owner. Siko couldn't understand. Isn't it enough if they love each other? Van San cried louder. Ah, love. At this moment, a white space suddenly became covered in all sorts of colors. I will not approve of it. Seeing the strange sight, the two were surprised and couldn't understand what had happened. And in another space, Isis calmly walked forward when she heard a sound from behind. Subaru and Safana were greeting each other warmly. Isis smiled awkwardly at the sight, and by Safana's hand a giant machine struck her head. Subaru also watched with a wry smile. Suddenly, something caught his eye. A pair of wings fluttered in the sky and gradually descended. People stood atop each giant bird. The scattered comrades had gathered again in the Golden Kingdom. Along with Ariak Subaru, they all attended the meeting of kings without a single absence. The meeting of kings was an event attended by over 200 kingdoms. It was to discuss issues affecting the entire underworld: politics, economy, society, culture, education, and so on. 3 kings took turns deciding the meeting place, and it lasted for 10 days. Hearing that, the girl asked in bewilderment, 10 days? Isn't that too long? The boy immediately replied, It's a short time. The national meetings held annually in our world last for over 2 months. Ariak Subaru's main purpose in participating in this meeting is to persuade the underworld to abolish all gates connecting to the human world. Subaru quietly followed Isis. It was the Tower of Eternity, the production site of the Golden Kingdom Palace. He looked up and said, This place reminds me of where I fought Raz. Isis frowned and replied, It seems to be the same place. Anyway, the scenery inside the gate is based on where the boss lived. Looking at her, he thought that Isis was being punished by Safana by being appointed as the meeting's escort. Subaru suddenly said, He just said that too, didn't he? The only ones who could participate in this meeting were always the kings. Ariak Subaru's kin were sitting at a considerable distance waiting. One of them said with a dejected expression, rubbing his forehead, Thanks to soul connection I can hear what's happening. Another said with a helpless expression, That's a relief. Ariak probably wouldn't get through the meeting alone. At this, Subaru said, Why not me? A man with deep-set eyes continued, Exactly. Subaru was slightly disappointed. Oh, a woman said with a wry smile, because you're not good at dealing with other people. Subaru was speechless. At this moment a man with pink half-hair said, According to Sybil's upgraded future, Subaru will be able to speak on the 10th and final day. His statement will of course be about abolishing the gates from the underworld to the human world. Ruin will accept this proposal. Ben will refuse. Safana, on the other hand, will remain neutral. As a result, the gates will be prohibited until a decision is reached. As he spoke, he raised 2 fingers. There are 2 problems here. First, the administrators are likely to notice that the gates are prohibited and change the rules of the game. The remaining problem is an uncertain change that even the upgraded future cannot predict. Hearing that, Subaru suddenly thought, A conflict then? The man gritted his teeth and nodded. Well, I don't know if that will happen or not, he replied. Shikishima hung then. Subaru hesitated for a moment before asking, Does that mean I can freely do whatever I want until after the 9th day? No, Shikishima said with a slight hesitation. I suppose so. A red light flashed in his glasses. Keep praying that they agree to eliminate the gates to the human world. Subaru said very happily, Yes, I understand. Hearing this conversation, some people felt anxious, thinking that Shikishima Hung was just saying absurd things to trick him. Shikishima flinched, wondering if he should just tell the kid to go to sleep. Just then, a large door opened and 2 silhouettes vaguely appeared. It was Isis and Subaru. Subaru still stood quietly, his face full of worry. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise at the sight before him. Inside the Tower of Eternity were several round objects engraved with pinwheel-like floral patterns floating in the air. Subaru was astonished. So this was where everything happened. Correspondingly, a giant round object descended. Isis carefully extended her hand, saying, "Please take a seat. The height of each chair is determined by the rank of each kingdom. Queen Safina has given you a higher position." Subaru hesitated for a moment. "Height?" Suddenly, someone uttered an unfriendly remark. "Hey, move aside, human." Subaru noticed the speaker, a young man standing very confidently with his hands in his pockets. Isis frowned as soon as she saw him. "Are you playing games? Don't you think it's rude to tell one of the kings attending the meeting to move?" Subaru's relatives and friends were all speechless. Did Isis really just say that? All the guests were sent elsewhere as soon as they met Isis. Verde, the king of trees, level 19, gnashed his teeth and became angry upon hearing this. "My level is much higher, so I should go first, that's all." Isis thought, that's true, but outwardly she said as politely as possible, "Welcome." His steps slowly passed, and as he walked, Verde annoyingly cursed, "Rude bastard." Watching him sit in the chair and float up, Isis almost wanted to tear him to pieces from below. "Just a newborn kingdom." Suddenly a voice came from behind and Subaru turned around. There were 3 more guests. "So you're the human everyone talks about?" Among them, Lakan the Red King, level 25, frowned at Subaru and said suspiciously, "He's the administrator's man. Kamina, are you sure? He looks weaker than I thought." Kamina, the Sky Blue King, level 23, merely frowned and said nothing. Ru, the Orange King, level 22, smiled and asked, "Come on, let's leave it to Kamina." After that, the 3 also took their seats first. Subaru turned around in surprise, catching a glimpse of Isis looking uncomfortable. "All right, my anger is about to explode. Please take your seat as well." Ariakama. Subaru complained inwardly upon seeing that. She really dislikes this newborn kingdom. The chairs floated up into the tower and everyone sat waiting. Subaru tilted his head, looking at his chair. Each chair was for the king of a kingdom, and there were also some empty seats. It seems not everyone can attend." He was surprised to hear a voice. Another voice interjected. "Ruin, most of the dragons won't be able to enter here. Neither will Ben. Kings who cannot be present here will speak instead using a communication item called Whispering Light." Subaru nodded at this point. "Understood." The other person rested their chin on their hand. They didn't make a sound but spoke through the communication item. "Oh, and everyone here is from smaller, less influential kingdoms. They are dominated by the 3 kingdoms ruled by the Black King, Kokokaji. King Kokokaji, level 176, is sitting neatly waiting. Beside him is Queen Sybil of Aurora, level 142. Subaru was slightly surprised. "Oh, Sybil is here too." The other person smiled slightly and gestured. "And the people above you are from more powerful kingdoms. The red, sky blue, and orange kingdoms are the same." Subaru followed his gaze to the splendid chairs. Influential and powerful kingdoms, with V and Lakan resting their chins and waiting. Kamina with a calm expression, and Ru with an expectant look. They were a cunning bunch of young men. The other person continued to introduce cheerfully. "And the 3 kings, including myself, are sitting almost at the very top." Subaru smiled and nodded. "Thank you for the concise explanation." The other person gave a meaningful smile. "It's also thanks to you. Sharing the information about Aurora's upgraded future was also a great help. Honestly, I'm really looking forward to this meeting." Subaru flinched upon hearing that and forced a smile. "I'm worried." Suddenly someone spoke, surprising one of the 3 kings. One level above Ruin there was a shadow emitting a dazzling flash, and this person slightly gasped. Truly sharp intuition. Her lips moved slightly. "You seem quite happy." The person named Ruin thought inwardly, "It would be dangerous if she knew I'm Subaru's kin." He smiled awkwardly and turned away. "I'm just in a good mood today." Her eyes sharply darted. "Really? I thought you were having a very pleasant conversation with Subaru." Ruin just laughed it off, and Subaru had to be surprised by her subtle discovery. Ruin laughed heartily. "I've just met him again after a long time." But inwardly he thought, "She's so scary." However, looking at the woman, he suddenly thought, "She also proposed to Subaru, I don't know." Under Subaru's gaze, a powerful king said, "Now is the time, let us begin." She calmly sat on the throne of power. "I am truly pleased that most of the kings have attended the annual meeting of kings." Subaru continued to maintain his stance, muttering inwardly, "I demand the abolition of the gates to the human world. I demand the abolition of the gates to the human world." Meanwhile she continued to speak. "At this point we have a total of 217 topics compiled by the kingdom, so we must organize everything stably in the meeting. I request your cooperation." However, Verdi's hand went up, interrupting her. "I have an opinion." At these words all the kings focused their gaze in one direction. Verde gnashed his teeth and said, "I request an urgent matter." Ru, Kamina, and Lakan, the 3 young men, listened very leisurely. Subaru continued to mutter the words. "I demand the abolition of the gates to the human world." Ruan rested his chin, annoyed. The powerful king calmly said, "King of trees, I am still speaking." However, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes. This was Safina's gaze. "Is your problem truly urgent enough to interrupt me?" Subaru continued to mutter until his head ached. "I demand the abolition of the gates to the human world." Verde nodded slightly. The 4 kingdoms of trees, red, sky blue, and orange, demand the 3 kings abolish the gates to the human world. Subaru's mouth dropped open in surprise upon hearing that. Safina's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Ruin's and Verdi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Ru smiled. "My goodness." Verde stood on the large chair and said loudly, "Is there a problem, Mr. Ariak Subaru? You don't have to stand there blankly below either. Perhaps your previous actions were a bit excessive," Verde said mockingly. "Isn't that what you humans want?" Subaru flinched. "He knows my name and my purpose." Suddenly his eyes widened and he realized. He's an important person. Kamina, are you sure? Lakan's words echoed in his ears and Kamina's reaction too, and Rue's voice, come on, let's leave it to Kamina. Subaru was surprised and couldn't believe it. In the room where Subaru's relatives and friends were connected by soul link, one of them, Ari, said as if he had a headache, why is this so different from the future we know? Another was flustered. Why does someone from the underworld want to abolish the gates? Another closed his eyes, thinking something. Shikishima suddenly said, Subaru, are you thinking the same thing as me? Subaru looked up blankly. Yes, this situation is almost like a conflict where both sides can predict the future. He looked at Kamina. None of the four of you have a technique that can predict the future. It seems to be the Sky Blue King, Shikishima said seriously. It's good that you know so much. The purpose of these kingdoms is to increase their influence using my demands, not to actually abolish the gates. Their eyes narrowed. Shikishima's expression hardened. You dare to underestimate us humans? Rue looked hesitant and amused. Shikishima smiled slightly. I'm dying to test my technique. From now on we will fight the kings of these newborn kingdoms in a battle between logic and prediction. At this, the young man asked Shikishima again. A battle between logic and prediction? The young man with dark circles under his eyes was suddenly surprised. Shikishima indirectly looked at the kings. If the Sky Blue King demanded the abolition of the gates, shouldn't I cooperate with them? Shikishima gnashed his teeth. Just you wait. Subaru on this side frowned with a serious expression. Verde said even louder at this point. Kings gathered here today. Although you know of the existence of gates and portals, I guarantee you don't know their structure. Floating in his chair, he said with a confident voice, spreading his arms. Our leaders of the four kingdoms will explain it to you. Hearing that, Kamina looked at his two friends whose expressions were not good. Lakan smiled triumphantly, looking very expectant, and Rue winked as if signaling something. Ruen and Safina were still quiet. No one spoke. Looking at Rue, Verde carefully said, First, let's talk about the gates. In the past, the golden, silver, and copper kingdoms gathered together and were the wisest kingdoms. We were created to protect the souls of these underworld beings. Since souls are the most important thing in this world, it cannot be allowed to fall into the hands of the god of death. So when someone dies, their soul is sealed and stored. Furthermore, they can only return to the underworld if they meet certain conditions. The other kings were all surprised to hear this. Catching a glimpse of Lakan's playful smile, Verde carefully continued. Next, let's talk about the gates. They were specially created for the human world. They are designed to tempt humans and draw them inside. When humans make a contract with a gate master, they become known as deities. That's how they can attack the underworld beings inside the gate. And he extended his hand, saying with a confident voice, then a conflict between deities and underworld beings will occur inside the gate. Soul energy will be released and that energy will return to the kingdom that created the gate. Hearing that, everyone became serious. Only the kingdom that created the gate, they retorted in defiance. All the kings were silent, waiting for an answer. Verde immediately nodded and said even louder, That's right, do you understand now? The three kings exclusively own the gate and portal techniques. They only want to consume soul energy from the human world for themselves, he said more seriously. This is a clear explanation for weak kingdoms and a betrayal for kingdoms like ours. Safina narrowed her eyes as if thinking something. Ruan was the same. Silence filled the space in the tower for a moment. And soon everyone agreed, That's right, we won't allow such a monopoly. Subaru merely watched quietly, slightly raising one finger. So we propose that the three kings either abolish the gates or, at this point Verde shouted loudly, open the gates and portals to other kingdoms as well. Subaru's relatives froze upon hearing this. They were sitting in another room, and the young man with dark circles under his eyes was surprised. Open? Shikishima, what on earth is happening? Shikishima gnashed his teeth, deep in thought. The Sky Blue King had a prediction technique, and it was almost exactly what he had foreseen when Subaru demanded abolition on the 9th day. In the future, the three kings would temporarily close the gates, and they had thought of this. If this topic could shake the three kings, why not use the gates and portals to make them acknowledge them? The four kings of the four kingdoms gathered together and said so, and then they practiced their acting over and over again. In the end, he saw a future where the order to open the gates would be accepted. The statement was an agreement. Regarding Verdi's opinion, others thought the perspective was so correct that they agreed without thinking. Open them, open the gates and portals to other kingdoms as well. Verde inwardly sneered slightly. These kings will truly be shaken. Even if the gates are open to us, don't you lower-ranking kings dare to dream. The souls of the human world will be ours. Shikishima frowned. If the gates are opened in the worst-case scenario, all 200 kingdoms of the underworld will bring gates to the human world. A simple calculation would mean the number of gates would increase by 60 times compared to now. Subaru frowned unpleasantly upon hearing this explanation, feeling an indescribable discomfort in his heart. The young man with dark circles under his eyes gaped. 60, but he flinched at another pressure. The young man standing next to him was angry. A spell exploding with anger. Don't joke around, such a thing must never happen. He gnashed his teeth and said fiercely. Anger seemed to have invaded all his reason. Shikishima flinched, thinking, are the three kings the same? Suddenly, Ben spoke, and all the other kings were surprised and paid attention in silence. Shut up, you foolish creature. Ben's eyes were bloodshot. The gates and portals are devices that save us from the administrators and protect the underworld. Thanks to them, our souls do not disappear and can live in peace, he shouted irritably. We are not monopolizing profits as you say, the other kings on his side retorted. That's right, however. Kara laughed loudly once again. He crossed his arms. In other words, aren't you burdening the human world twice as much to occupy the underworld? His eyes shone throughout the space. What are you talking about? Ru smiled slightly maliciously. Speaking of monopoly, if you open the gates to us, we will naturally understand what you are talking about. Ben flinched for a moment upon hearing that. There was something manipulative in her eyes. At this moment Ruin suddenly said, Wait. You speak too easily, but we also bear quite a burden when opening the gates. You know that, don't you? Weren't the other kings chased away because they thought it was unreasonable? He gave a strange smile. Isn't it wrong to want to share it after all that time? Everyone flinched, feeling that this was too correct. That's it, now, Kamina said. Then just destroy them, he said in a gentle voice. You only say beautiful words like saving the underworld, but what you are doing is no different from exploiting us. Isn't it reasonable for the underworld to bear that burden? Ru was very optimistic. I think it's more than just beautiful words. Continued, you know the underworld is a world made of soul energy, right? If the gates disappear, the administrator will surely take everything from us, and only decline will remain. We also feel sorry for humans, but it's still better to keep using the gates and retrieve souls from the administrators. Ruin, the man was angered by this remark again. Ruin hesitated, forcing a smile. Well, I understand your feelings, but just bear with it. We won't easily free them. For now, we can only maintain our status, he grumbled. Shikishima, if this keeps up. Shikishima whispered to Subaru. Subaru stood quietly listening. Shikishima looked at him firmly. From now on, do as I say, Verde suddenly spoke with excitement. You three kings, this is the wish of all 200 kingdoms, liberate them. Suddenly, Subaru interrupted him. This meeting takes too much time, let's just cancel it. Everyone's gaze focused on the speaker. Verde was quite surprised. He's still here, what does he mean by canceling? That will never happen. Shut up, foolish human. Subaru looked up at him with determined eyes. The kings suddenly retaliated. Know your place, disappear, human. Disappear. On this side the two were equally surprised. Shikishima, are you trying to start a war by supporting abolition? The purpose of these kings is liberation, so if we suddenly change our minds, Shikishima quietly told Naruse. Snamori, Naruse, listen to me. The two immediately paid attention. He asked what they would do when they thought he was being too excessive in this difficult discussion. The answer was to be even more excessive. Shikishima spoke with a confident voice, and Snamori and Naruse were surprised. Verde waved his hand and said, Come, everyone calm down. He's just a human who knows nothing. Verde looked down at Subaru and said carefully, Hey Ari, we're in a discussion, so shut up but Subaru immediately cut him off. If you say that, then compensate the victims of the underworld and grant their wishes. Return all soul energy to them. Following Shikishima's instructions, Subaru faithfully followed his words. Verde stood blankly as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Carrion smiled strangely. The other kings also couldn't believe it. Human, what nonsense, Subaru, don't joke around, don't be so foolish. How will you compensate them? Apologize. One of them, a demon-like king, burst into anger. I will kill you, you foolish worm. Shikishima was not particularly surprised. Go inside and do it, Subaru. Suddenly a sublime colorful light appeared above that king's head. It was the energy radiating from Subaru. The things said in this meeting were not to be taken so lightly. You who just said you'd kill me, let's fight. A dazzling magical light erupted from the entire space of the tower. Verdi's eyes widened in surprise. Why is he doing that? I can feel that he has power similar to or even greater than ours. Ruin watched with his arms crossed. Naturally. Subaru has a part of the Silver Kingdom's power flowing through him, as if he's directly stepping in. He looked at him with a very satisfied expression. If you want to surpass me in the underworld, you must first show your power. Arian now also flinched. His goal was to pretend to be weak from the beginning. Ru also took a serious stance again. If he threatens us with another power, it's effective now. The lower-ranked kings were now scared. Verde said, I should have shaken them to achieve my goal. Hey Kamina, has there been any change in your prediction? Kamina slowly replied. No, he now seemed very surprised. Why is my prediction so different? Subaru saw the space suddenly fall silent. If there is no compensation, we will never give up on abolition. Kamina was startled. Floating on his chair, Subaru's power fiercely erupted as he spoke. We humans completely refuse your exploitation of souls. If you continue to wish to liberate the gates, be prepared. His words were gentle, but a threat that terrified everyone. Carrion said in a panic, No, Kamina, the lower-ranked kings are useless to overcome this crisis. Kamina understood and said, Understood. The difficult situation of his comrades was depicted in his prediction. He immediately used his secret technique, Shiga. He created a dazzling path of light. He envisioned the best future on this path. On this side, Sybil also suddenly trembled. Her lips moved slightly. Bring it to me quickly. Well done, Subaru. She quickly summoned her power. Perhaps the enemy is now redrawing a good future. I will deal with them with a prediction secret technique. However, on this side, Kamina felt something was wrong. Why is there no song to save me from danger? Where is it? Why does it feel like it's breaking? Clash with the prediction secret technique, Sybil was controlling the enemy with her power. It would bring the most favorable future and destroy all of the opponent's predictions. Oh, light! Kamina's mouth hung open. He seemed to have been shocked. Sybil said with blank eyes. You useless one, disappear from Subaru's future. Shortly before the king's meeting, the 4 kings of 4 different colors sat around a round table. At this time Verde said, You said we should increase the possibility of using gates and portals, right? Verde said calmly. Did your new prediction say that, Kamina? Kamina quietly held his tea and nodded. Then he said, We will prevent the golden, silver, and copper kingdom's monopoly on the exclusive ownership of human soul energy. The more energy a kingdom has, the stronger it becomes. If we can do that, our influence will certainly grow. Ru closed his eyes for a moment and said in a low voice, Once that is achieved, our dream will be, Lacan immediately continued, one step closer to the pinnacle of the underworld. Kamina then set his teacup on the table. This meeting is just an opportunity for debate. He looked at some people seriously and said, If our enemy tries to overwhelm us, there's a possibility that something different from my prediction will happen. If that really happens, I will guide you again with a new prediction. Lacan glanced at the person next to him. If we succeed, we will gain many rewards, and if we fail, we will become enemies of my kingdom. What do you think, Verde? On this side, Verde quietly closed his eyes and then opened them again, saying firmly, It's a battle. I'll leave this to you, Kamina. Your predictions are always reliable. Kamina nervously bit his lip and chuckled. Currently inside the tower, Verde was making a prediction. He stammered in surprise. What prediction? On this side, Kamina was equally flustered. Kamina, even Lacan called Kamina's name. But Kamina was clutching his head in terror. What on earth is happening? Why can't I see a future where our team wins? On this side, Sybil was gradually spreading her magic wider. You relied too much on your prediction ability. She thought to the Sky Blue King, You 4 kings gave up on developing yourselves from the beginning. Kamina couldn't believe it. When his prediction was nullified, they could do nothing. Subaru watched quietly. Shikishima sat cross-legged, listened and nodded. It seems to be over. He quietly adjusted his glasses. They have nothing more to say. Logic doesn't work either. Below the tower, after a long silence, Safina finally spoke. If both sides have nothing more to say, then it's time to make a decision. Verde, hearing that, ground his teeth in rage. He shouted, Such a violation! At these words, Verde immediately stood blankly, and Subaru also paid attention. Violation? Safina's gaze sharply swept over the kings and Subaru. Each and every one of you is in violation. After that, a strange long sound flowed from Safina and everyone stood blankly. In an instant, a colossal eye opened, but this eye was very strange. It looked like a sharp-toothed mouth with strange eyes. Nomori was startled. What? Shikishima gritted his teeth. What on earth is it? Suddenly someone said, Run away quickly, Subaru. Shikishima and Nomori both flinched. It was one of Subaru's kin. He directly warned, Run away, he shouted. You cannot fight that. Sybil quietly thought, Why didn't I know this? My prediction just updated. Everyone should have decided to stop the gates immediately. And it's related to Subaru. There was no sign that my prediction was being interfered with. The open-mouthed eye merged and said, I should tell you my name, shouldn't I? Sybil replied. I came here under the administrator's command. The eye spoke in a strange voice, and soon something was crawling up. A thin, deformed monster appeared. Its face was not even properly formed. At the same time, that voice echoed, I am the executor, Abaddon. Safina thought, Executor. An executor commanded by the administrator, Ruin thought through the connected orb above. What on earth is this? Ariak Subaru. Ruin gritted his teeth in rage. I thought the enemy wouldn't appear in the prediction. Subaru was extremely flustered. I don't know either. It suddenly appeared and infiltrated this timeline. Ruin's bloodshot eyes narrowed. An enemy that can block all our predictions? Abaddon gently spread its 2 arms and said, This world intended to destroy the system of gates and portals and refused to provide souls to the administrator. Its eyes opened wide. It was a strange blood-like color. You took advantage of our turning a blind eye and violated the administrator's laws, trying to change the rules. Verdi's mouth hung open in surprise. Change. Ru's face turned pale. Then, Carrion took a deep breath under the pressure. Kamina screamed in terror. Is it our fault? The eye blinked and quietly replied. That's why I'm here. To carry out my mission and pay the price with your souls. Immediately, another group of kings rushed forward. Do you dare to act as you please in our king's meeting? The demon was enraged. You are the one who should die. Abaddon emitted a ghostly green smoke, immediately overpowered that king, and instantly made him explode. All the witnesses were terrified. One person escaped but was soon hit by that fire, and its appearance instantly warped. Under the space filled with pressure and silence, a massive explosion quickly occurred. Abaddon floated in the air with an emotionless expression, watching. Another king quickly approached. Don't underestimate us, you bastard. She immediately appeared in the shape of a constantly spinning fan and instantly used a trick secret technique. She paused in surprise. No damage, Abaddon immediately counterattacked. Your attack has no effect on me. She was now terrified with no time to retreat. Impossible, what on earth are you? She soon exploded. The snake on Subaru's body moved slightly at this time. I think you won't understand, but I want to be here. It opened its mouth wide. But I won't do that. He was irritated but could do nothing. Another person waved his hand, signaling a retreat. But Abaddon, who had transformed into a snake, approached and crawled onto his pale face. You cannot escape. Even if you escape from here, it's useless. After speaking, the man extended his long arm, and at the same time, 2 shadows grabbed his 2 hands. All my comrades are waiting outside. One person had no head, just a terrifying, grotesque red puddle. One person was a woman, but her appearance was slightly better. What was terrifying was his grotesque laughter. The last person had no head, only two colossal shoulders, and his head floated as a smoky bone-revealing form. The last person had a bundle of leaves tightly wrapped around his neck, and his hair covered half of his face, making him look strange. Suddenly, some power surged upwards, almost sucking in one king, and his head was distorted. Another king was also restless, strongly sucked in by that power. He kept opening his mouth, terrified. The entire space exploded. Safina sat above, watching the situation below, and quietly said, "In other words, it's a barrier." Ruan below replied with his arms crossed, "That's right. They were standing around the tower. They also seem to be able to explode people with that snake." Safina grabbed one snake and forcefully squeezed it tightly. "I have no intention of attacking it, but—" Her gaze never left the wriggling snake in her hand. "Understood. It really can't be touched. In a confined space, the enemy's one-sided attack would be bad. On this side," Ruan also continued to think, "if this continues, I will only wait for death without knowing why, if I can find a way to avoid the attack." Suddenly, Safina shouted, "Silver!" Ruan was startled and paid attention. He turned his gaze and a drop of sweat ran down. "Damn it!" One hand tightly gripped the wriggling body of the snake, and Subaru's entire body quickly surged upwards. Power erupted around his body, which caught Duan's attention. He gasped in surprise. "Subaru!" The snake in Subaru's hand wriggled constantly. "Let go, let go." As soon as the last word, "let go," ended, blood spewed from the snake's mouth. Subaru immediately used the power of his eyes, blood spirit, to crush the snake's body, making it gush blood. Ruan stood blankly. He killed the snake that was attached to him. Subaru's palm still had blood on it. Then he said, "The snake will possess another person before it explodes," he continued, floating in the air beside Safina. "In other words, it's like a curse." Safina stood blankly. Then suddenly a terrifying power erupted from her body. Explosive fist. Subaru frowned and said in a low voice, "If it's a curse, then destroy it with another curse." Safina bit her lip, smiled, and nodded contentedly. She praised him as a handsome man. He forced a smile. "Really, Safina?" Abaddon's eyes suddenly opened. "One of the godlords is using a curse?" Ruan was now rethinking. "A curse has the power to erase souls unconditionally." His hand seemed to be recovering. Accordingly, the bloodstain faded, and the curse was able to resist even the executor himself. But if that was true, he was still too strong. Ariak, Subaru's curse wouldn't be enough. Subaru's face hardened as he looked at Safina, his eyes becoming even more serious. "Even so, I have to try." Thinking that, he clenched his palm and unleashed powerful multicolored energy. When he sensed something else, Subaru was momentarily surprised. The updated future. Sybil smiled slightly. "Too bad. Now share the future with your kin. Tell me that from this moment on I won't have to lift a finger." Below, Isis saw this and exclaimed in surprise, "Where is this light coming from?" She couldn't take her eyes off above. A dazzling aura was emanating and people were surrounding the tower holding hands. "What in the world is happening?" From behind Isis, a man, one of Subaru's kin, approached. "Oh man, I rushed too much." He kept panting, sweat dripping from his forehead. If it weren't for Subaru's new update, he wouldn't have come so quickly. Isis turned around and asked suspiciously, "Do you know anything about that light?" He replied, "Ah yes, you new generation probably haven't seen this before. Remember this scene well." His lips curved into a meaningful smile. "Oh my, you're late." Immediately after, a dazzling light appeared. Aberrant beings fell one after another. They were called Vanquish Sama. Ether immediately focused. The kings inside the tower were being killed by the executor's secret technique. They seemed unable to escape. Most of it was due to the barrier. It moved outside or in the space between the two. Peeking was Ether's secret technique, which allowed him to see through building walls. The rest, as you can see, the beings above were still holding hands and surrounding the tower. Vanquish gnashed his teeth and said, "How long can you deceive the administrator's eyes?" Ether replied seriously. "At most 15 minutes. Vanquish heard that and gave a sinister smile. All right, I'll rely on my insurance, then deal with this quickly." And Vanquish snapped his fingers. 1,000 blades. According to the secret technique, thousands of sharp blades appeared and attacked the beings, but they deftly dodged. This momentarily surprised him. "HMPH, they can dodge, huh?" Ether suddenly said. "Stop." Vanquish, hearing that, he paused and the warning immediately. The tower remained as it was. Vanquish was greatly flustered, thinking, "Oh no, this secret technique is useless." A mysterious blue beam of light emanated from his pitch-black toes. In front of the colossal aberrant face, a barrier of light and thunder was created directly from Vanquish's body. From above, a golden light briefly appeared as if trying to collapse this space. The monster's head merely laughed once. The people standing behind Vanquish growled. One of them gnashed his teeth and said hideously, "Quickly, state your name." "That immortal." Vanquish scoffed with a foot that continued to emit sharp beams of light. "What's the hurry?" The barrier, deeply submerged in a blood-red curse, floated in strange form. The tower was already dyed with color, and a loud voice echoed, "Blasphemy. I'll open it soon." A dull red light slowly dyed every corner and pattern of the colossal tower. The inside of the tower shook even more, and the kings sitting on the floating chairs watched the bloody spectacle before them in horror. Verde looked up in horror. "What is it this time?" Subaru was silent, his face serious. Ruan called Subaru's name. Subaru, his expression a little awkward, hesitated as he said this. "Is that person trying to break the barrier with his own power?" Subaru's lips curved slightly into a bitter smile. "Probably." Verde, hearing their conversation, said, "Destroy it from the outside? What are you talking about?" Verde, the king of trees, thought this as he listened to their conversation. The upper kings were killed without being able to do anything. Even the gates of the three kings couldn't escape, so there's no way a power capable of destroying this barrier could appear. Verde gnashed his teeth, his face filled with terror. Perhaps I misheard. Suddenly, the floor cracked and drops of blood splattered everywhere. As Vanquish unleashed his power, a figure appeared from within. Both Subaru and Ruin were too astonished to speak. Vanquish suddenly said politely, "Hello." He gradually approached. The inside of the tower was currently filled with dazzling light, like a different space. "Am I a little late?" Ruin forced a laugh, and Subaru froze for a few seconds. Verde hadn't anticipated this situation either. "Who is this person?" Safina said. "Always hasn't he?" "Still the same," Subaru replied disappointedly. "What do you mean late? You're too late." Ruin forced a laugh and brushed it off, Sybil thought. "A father has so much energy it must be difficult." Abaddon saw this and didn't understand what was happening. "What is this?" Ruin narrowed his eyes. "Then what about the enemies outside?" Vanquish was momentarily surprised. "Oh, don't worry about that. The 6 kings of the Rainbow Kingdom." A fierce battle was unfolding outside. They were fighting them. His pitch-black finger pointed at Abaddon, saying, "Of course, I'll play with this guy." "Don't interfere," Safina said in a low voice. "You won't even land a single hit." Vanquish put his hands in his pockets and chuckled slightly. "Let's see." Saying that, he immediately landed on the ground facing Abaddon. He laughed triumphantly. Abaddon paused. Looking at his opponent, Ruin quietly said, "Subaru-kun." Subaru understood and nodded. "Yeah, leave it to Vanquish." Suddenly, someone's unpleasant voice echoed in Subaru's ears, making him freeze. "Are you guys idiots?" At these words, Ruin was slightly angered. Verde, making an irritated effort, flew up. Verde shouted loudly, "Everyone fight, we must unite and fight." Ruin scoffed in response, "Hey Verde, we can't defeat him. What's going to happen even if we unite?" "Are you an idiot?" Verde gnashed his teeth as if his pride had been wounded by those words. He lowered his body. "What exactly is an executor? Are they beings that even the 3 kings cannot defeat?" Safina replied seriously after a moment, "I don't know the details either. All I know is that if we violate the law, an executor appears. I witnessed it directly once. Before, when my father, the former Golden King, decided to open the gate, an executor appeared. No matter how much my father attacked, no matter how much he attacked, he was killed without being able to do anything." Safina explained to everyone the situation she had witnessed and how her father had been killed. Verde suddenly paid attention and was surprised. She continued to speak cautiously, her eyes a little gloomy. "The way my father was killed was the same as the kings just now. We can't attack them, and the enemy can attack us. This is a one-sided fight. Executors are truly unassailable beings." Verde understood the situation and asked loudly, extremely worried, "They defeated the 3 kings so easily, then we'll defeat them." Safina said resolutely without batting an eye, "But Vanquish has done it before." Verde doubted his own ears. Safina continued seriously, "I don't know how he did it, but we'll get the answer soon." On this side, Abaddon hadn't done anything yet, but Vanquish had already started deflecting light. He used the sword blade secret technique and the blades immediately enveloped Abaddon's body, but he took no damage and instead slowly approached. Vanquish growled slightly. "Blades seem useless, just like the barrier." Next, he used a different tactic. Then I can test a little more, can I?" Countless blades glowed and enveloped Abaddon's body as he approached, and he didn't even bat an eye, instead widening his eyes contemptuously. As he approached, Vanquish laughed even louder. "Truly no effect at all, how interesting." "Why," Abaddon said, "it's useless. I don't know how you can use blades, but for an executor, all attacks from beings of your lower world have no effect." Vanquish suddenly pointed his finger. There's also an upper world and a lower world?" Abaddon leapt slightly, and accordingly his power gradually began to explode naturally. Vanquish's body was currently surrounded by numerous snakes. Verde saw this and cried out in terror. "That snake exploded from within," the monster's hoarse voice echoed. "You're the one who broke my barrier. You're a beast, so shut up and let me kill you." A ribbon of green smoke quickly enveloped Vanquish's body. After that, a huge explosion occurred there. It exploded violently and uncontrollably. Everyone above watched silently. As the ribbon of gray smoke faintly disappeared, Abaddon was startled by the sight before his eyes. Vanquish wasn't hurt at all. Undamaged, instead, he laughed. "What a coincidence." Abaddon's eyes widened in surprise, and he opened his mouth in disbelief. Meanwhile, Vanquish still said, "Even if blades have no effect on you." Vanquish reached behind his head. "But your curse also has no effect on me." Verde saw this and was utterly shocked. "Still intact?" Safina suddenly uttered an "oh." Abaddon, quite agitated, asked again. "Why?" Vanquish kept rotating his wrist. Come on, don't you like it? Alright, look, I'm going to hit you." He clenched his palm and powerfully punched his opponent's face. "I told you it wouldn't work." However, before the monster could finish speaking, it was met with a classic kick to the face. In front of his stance, Abaddon was sent flying far away, and accordingly rocks fell like heavy rain. Verde was also shocked. "Alright, that's it." Subaru saw this and smiled contentedly. Although he had seen it through prediction, he still couldn't suppress his trembling. Subaru let out a sigh of relief. It was Vanquish. As Abaddon flew far away, Vanquish uttered an "oh" as if very surprised. He chuckled slightly. "Sorry, I guess I accidentally hit you." Verde was too astonished to speak at this sight. He attacked an executor? In front of the chaotic space, he said in horror. "What in the world is happening?" Below where Vanquish had stood there was a large hole and a pillar of dust rose. He stood there, looking down imperiously. He slightly raised his voice. "Hey, you're not dead yet with just that much, are you?" Immediately after, a noisy light flashed from below that large hole. Suddenly a shocking explosion occurred there. Abaddon shot upwards. Of course not yet. He sprang out of the hole at a very high speed. Don't underestimate me. Lower world insects. Vanquish followed him with his gaze and chuckled slightly. However, Abaddon became even more agitated. Damn it, that attack. Subaru frowned. It's a curse. Verde heard that and was shocked. A curse, Subaru explained in a low voice. Vanquish enveloped his fist with a curse. And it flew with his fist. That curse directly affects the soul and cannot be stopped. Or maybe it can. Verde became even more confused. I didn't know such a secret technique existed, Ruin continued from the side. Newcomers, do you know nothing about that? Honestly, curses can be said to be a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom, Safina muttered on this side. His secret technique structure is quite strange. She lowered her voice slightly and bowed her head. Anyway, curses and spatial division are secret techniques to stop executors. Subaru turned around in surprise and said, to stop executors? On this side the battle continued. Abaddon charged and at the same time clenched his fist and flew straight towards Vanquish. As Abaddon unleashed his power, Vanquish below immediately blocked it with his blood imprint technique. The two powers collided explosively. The attack technique Abaddon is casting is a curse, just as I thought. And is it a curse that can kill me? His fist came. Hard to believe, isn't it? Abaddon quickly dodged the attack. Becoming more attentive and irritated, Vanquish lightly rotated his arm. I haven't fought seriously yet. Now, he clenched his palm and said in a provocative voice, let's see how many punches you can endure. An hourglass was in one person's hand. Tobit, 5 minutes have already passed. Ether, sitting on Tobit's shoulder, frowned. We can only deceive the administrator's eyes for 15 minutes. Hasn't Vanquish defeated him yet? Tobit hesitated for a moment. He said he wants to teach the master how to fight. Ether complained as if he had a headache. Is he a foolish parent type? Tobit said with a serious look. Besides, before we came here, he said he'd leave it to you. Ether was surprised. How, really? Seriously? Oh, what is this? Ether became even more lively. Then I'll have to do my best on this side. Two strange beings charged forward. They unleashed classic power from their mouths. It was the Dragon Blade secret technique, however, they were quickly counterattacked. Ether stuck out his tongue and teased, what a shame for you guys. Our kin's secret techniques also include curses, however. Tobit's eyes became abnormally sharp. Ether said, Tobit. Tobit slightly raised his arm. Accordingly, his power exploded. A fist flew, and Terran's staff immediately struck a large talisman tree with mighty force. The two beings were sent flying by the overwhelming force, and the rocks on this side also rose violently. It suddenly paid attention, and its divine color weakened. Strange objects resembling shurikens flew violently, and the Rage Blade secret technique, dozens of blades swirled and enveloped the two strange beings. The person observing from behind said, it seems no one needs healing magic. This person smoked a cigarette and muttered to himself, these executor guys are no fun at all. He complained, holding a cigarette in his mouth. At least show me your secret techniques before you die. On this side the person floating in the air watched contentedly. Well done, my brothers. If I become Vanquish's kin, I'll be able to fight those guys. The two beings didn't move. He gnashed his teeth and complained, how boring. The person standing next to him clucked his tongue. Stop grumbling, Remda. You no longer have a chance to become Vanquish's kin. He chuckled slightly. Besides, you still have a chance to be named. Remda made a hideous expression. Has that child not decided yet? Saying that, he asked the person next to him. Kilm, how is it? Kilm, standing with his arms crossed, replied, still all right. The being still wore a strange smile. Kilm said in a low voice, curses are effective against executors, but to win I'll have to use my power. Delta heard that and laughed. Really? Then I'll have to get stronger. After a brief pause he asked again, are you feeling unwell, Kilm? Kilm fell silent, lost in thought, and didn't answer. Going back before that, when they heard everything, the two said in surprise simultaneously, a contract? Vanquish nodded slightly. That's right. Now that Judith and Karen have left, I still have 2 kinship slots remaining. Those 2 slots are for Delta and Kilm. Vanquish held up 2 fingers and said cheerfully, become my kin and help us in the war against the administrator. Kilm gnashed his teeth and said, so you've still decided to fight them? Delta complained incessantly. You want us to work for you? What's in it for us? He said in a low voice. You won't be my subordinates. It's more like a contract. The corners of his lips curved slightly. Don't feign ignorance. Vanquish pointed at the two as he spoke. Isn't it the desire of warriors like you to find an opponent stronger than yourselves? Isn't it? The two brothers listened, frowning and remaining silent. Delta remembered the incident and burst out laughing. Although I don't like working with the undead, it's still intriguing, isn't it, Kilm? It's hard to believe we were trapped in the gate just a while ago. The morning sun shone on his face and I can still become higher, stronger. Kilm's eyes narrowed even further, and then a meaningful smile appeared on his lips, and the two unleashed a power that shook the heavens like thunder and lightning. You're right, he exclaimed with joy, letting out his power. This is so enjoyable, Delta. The two monsters sensed a dazzling light and looked up. Divine lightning powerfully struck down upon the two monsters. A moment later, only the dark and cloudy night sky and the silence of death remained. In front of the two-colored flash, Kilm picked his ear and said, I've blocked all the sunlight now. Undead Vanquish then rushed forward like the wind. He clenched his fist and struck his opponent with maximum force. He hit Abaddon squarely in the face. In an instant, countless punches flew like a storm, fast and intense like fireworks. Abaddon's body became a bursting machine of explosions. Vanquish licked his lips slightly, his fist clenched. He suddenly realized, I see, there's not much time left. Abaddon was severely beaten, his whole body trembling, and he barely managed to speak. Who are you people? Vanquish lightly scratched the back of his head and said, it's nothing. I'm just a weakling who kept hitting you. Who do you think you are? Do you think the beings of our underworld will retreat after a single fight? Of course we will find every way to drive you out. The Rainbow Kingdom has discovered it. We have found 3 ways to defeat you. The Thunder Source cannot cleave space, although one seems to have no effect on you. His clenched fist slowly rose. And the last method, Abaddon paused slightly. The extraordinary aura emanating from Vanquish's body. Can you guess what it is? Abaddon was startled. The moment he unleashed his extraordinary power, those watching from above couldn't understand anything. Safina said blankly, "What kind of secret technique is that?" At this, Subaru interrupted from beside her. "Safina, you don't need to pretend you don't know. You clearly know what it is." Safina was startled by his words and looked at him. In front of Vanquish's arrogant spell, Abaddon subconsciously took a step back. He couldn't believe his eyes. How can you possess that power? His eyes widened further, an expression of shock on his face. Didn't that belong to that person? Vanquish held his hand even tighter, a strange smile on his face. "Here I go." Abaddon was startled by those words. In an instant Vanquish charged like the wind. Abaddon's scream was a signal of retreat. The monsters outside heard it and were startled, becoming vigilant. Abaddon fled in terror. Vanquish disdained him for desperately running away. "Your appearance is no longer so noble," he said in a low voice. "Foolish creatures," and he charged with interest. "I won't let any of you escape. Liberate those who walk under the sun. The sun is one of a vampire's most obvious weaknesses. Under the sun their stats rapidly decrease and they continuously take damage like poison, eventually turning to ash and disappearing." Subaru was the same. Although not yet a complete vampire, he still couldn't avoid the stat reduction. If he could continue fighting even after being revived from vacation, Subaru would probably lose. Walkers under the sun was a secret technique that completely blocked all damage taken under the sun. Instead, the user's stats would decrease, but Vanquish accepted that disadvantage. That secret technique reduced Vanquish's stats by up to 99. For Subaru it was about 80. In other words, if Vanquish unleashed this secret technique, his combat skills would be 100 times stronger than usual. Abaddon was fleeing from death, and for those surrounding him, Vanquish only appeared for a moment after disappearing. And the next moment, Abaddon's lower body was gone. Subaru, Ruin, and Safina were all astonished by this situation. Verdi's jaw dropped, reacting with even greater surprise. One hand quickly grabbed Abaddon's neck. Vanquish easily grabbed Abaddon's neck directly. His eyes were now clearer, and his face became serious again. Abaddon trembled in terror. Safina exclaimed loudly in shock. "His body is breaking apart," Subaru continued. "That's right, that is the secret technique Amnesia." He explained seriously. "It's a power known by the same name as the Golden Kingdom's treasured sword. It can sever the soul's reincarnation and return it to the unconscious shore." Safina said, "Impossible," in surprise. "So that dagger, if it's stronger than the Executor, is it under the Administrator's command?" Her eyes were filled with shock. No way. Vanquish is connected to one of the Administrators." Every cell in Abaddon's body broke apart as his body trembled, and he let out sounds of terror and pain. "My body, my soul is wearing away. I can neither resist nor recover." In the face of his unconscious state, Abaddon succumbed to the single emotion of unspeakable loneliness. Once a soul disappears into the vast, extremely cold space, it will never return to the world of the living. It's like an astronaut being sent into space and only being able to see a faint shadow of Earth, lost in outer space. Extreme loneliness. That was why Abaddon cried, so that other executors could escape the same fate. His tears were so painful that even the kings watching from afar couldn't help but feel sympathy for Abaddon, even though he was an enemy. Suddenly Verdi's eyes widened in horror. However, Vanquish showed not an ounce of sympathy. Vanquish spoke directly in a harsh voice. "Don't pretend to be pitiful anymore." He held Abaddon's body and continued to exert force while he cried. "Have you ever listened to the cries of the countless worlds you destroyed?" Abaddon was speechless. Aye, he destroyed him directly. "I will never forgive you." The other executors also broke apart with him. They disappeared into thin air one after another. Vanquish directly destroyed those executors in succession. The 4 other executors besides Abaddon didn't even realize they had died. Abaddon now only had his neck and head remaining, and Vanquish still held his head. He was even more astonished. He let out several miserable screams, but Vanquish showed not an ounce of pity. "It's no use," Vanquish said in a cold voice. "I've killed them all." A few drops of painful tears fell from Abaddon's eyes, and he closed his eyes. His body trembled. In front of Vanquish's cold, icy demeanor, he now opened his mouth. "Please forgive me," Abaddon pleaded miserably. "I desperately begged, please don't harm me. I didn't know my fate would be so terrible," he pleaded, weeping. "I can't be revived. I will disappear," he cried miserably. "I'm scared, so scared." Subaru's group was still watching silently from above. Kamina had an astonished expression. Sybil and the other kings on this side were equally silent. Abaddon continued to plead, "Please save me, please." However, Vanquish directly crushed him. Verde paused for a moment, and Vanquish sighed after dealing with him. In front of the silent space, all the other kings were now silent. No one spoke. Vanquish's back didn't waver in the slightest. "You people," he turned around and said in a terrifyingly low voice, "how long do you intend to ignore me?" Those kings immediately knelt simultaneously. Verde also bowed his head to the ground in terror, showing respect. Vanquish observed them and said, "There are many kings sitting quietly, and none of them could defeat the Executor." He turned around. Ruin, Safana, what have you been doing for thousands of years? Power emanated from his hand. If you have no fighting spirit, then die quickly. Ruin was utterly astonished. Subaru then shouted loudly, Vanquish. Vanquish immediately paused. Subaru said sadly, you look too scary. Please go back to normal. Vanquish looked at him quietly for a moment. Verde on this side didn't understand anything. What did he just say? Die now, Vanquish said in a low voice. Calm down, it's my fault. Ruin and Verde were both surprised. What? Subaru inwardly grumbled. Really? Vanquish crossed his arms. I apologize, so that's enough, isn't it? Don't make such a face. Verde couldn't believe it. Those few words stopped that mysterious man. The one who had just killed the executor, who even the three kings couldn't lay a finger on. Verde couldn't take his eyes off Subaru, and Subaru inwardly judged that he was still staring at him. Vanquish crossed his arms, dignified and silent. He raised his hand. Today I defeated many executors. The corners of his lips moved slightly. Subaru is also growing quite well. In his palm was a small bean, and it won't be long now. This small bean looked very special. Lyra Snamori watched the battle from the beginning, saying in astonishment, truly amazing. He sat blankly for a moment. Indeed, that is Vanquish's combat style, Naruse said in bewilderment. He's truly amazing, even my eyes can't keep up. Snamori also nodded. Honestly, me neither, Naruse said in confusion. Perhaps someday we too will have to fight the executors directly. Did you see that battle? Shikishima. The other person didn't answer. So he asked again, curiously, Shikishima? In Shikishima's mind, Vanquish and the executors were no longer important. All his attention was focused on the decision of whether to abolish the gates and portals or open them. All he did was to liberate humanity from the gates, and to be able to laugh with his friends again as before as quickly as possible. He recalled his former friends and thought. Crossing his arms, Shikishima said, This is the best plan we have. Naruse was startled by his words. Ha? Shikishima gnashed his teeth. A simple mistake, that is, not choosing to open them is what awaits us. This is a correct argument, but many tricks are hidden within it, Snamori said helplessly. Shikishima, he narrowed his eyes, even if we overcome this crisis, the decision won't be made as the Sky Blue King intended. It's now or never. Sigh echoed in the forest. Vanquish shouted loudly and cheerfully, Sorry for surprising everyone. Thirsty? Here, have a glass of blood wine. All the king's faces turned pale. Blood wine. Suddenly a golden hand struck Vanquish's head. Don't force them to drink it, Safana said cautiously. You don't need to drink that, everyone. Vanquish rubbed his head in despair after being hit. The kings on this side looked at each other. Is that the same person who was fighting just now? He's too friendly, it's scary. Vanquish grumbled. This old woman, Safana said cheerfully. Why? Rainbow face. He pointed directly at Safana, gnashing his teeth in annoyance. I will not approve of your marriage to Subaru. Understand? She scoffed at his words. Aren't you being overly protective of that child? Is your brain an outdated operating system, vampire? Don't you think you should respect the wishes of the person being asked? Subaru interjected. The person being asked has refused you multiple times, Safana said in a low voice. Are you referring to me? She waved her hand. Don't worry, I will persuade you hundreds of years from now. Subaru could only give an awkward smile at her words. Underworld beings truly have incredible patience. Sybil then slowly approached. Father? Vanquish was startled and focused on Sybil. Sybil asked her father if he had made Subaru his owner. Vanquish crossed his arms and replied, Well, as you expected. He's a better card than I thought. Looking at Ariak Subaru, he laughed. Please help that child, Sybil nodded. Now that I know executors are immune to predictions, I need to remain vigilant, and she turned and left. I'll go now, Vanquish then lowered his voice. What about the meeting? Sybil seemed unconcerned. I already know the outcome and I've met father, so it's fine. Vanquish then lowered his voice. Sybil. She paused for a moment. He said with a gloomy face, Has the shadow of death still not left me? Sybil was surprised for a moment. Ari Subaru has already changed, so, she suddenly realized. No, she shouted in astonishment. No, that can't be. Looking at Vanquish, she asked in disbelief, Why hasn't the shadow of death disappeared yet? Vanquish smiled slightly at her words. It's good that it hasn't disappeared. I can only see that shadow. Is it a future that won't happen for 3 months or later? Sybil was extremely worried. Wait, please tell me why. Vanquish lightly turned and waved his hand, replying, I'm sorry for using my authority as king multiple times today. I will carefully return, he muttered as he walked. The shadow of death is still here. There are many enemies who can kill me, he laughed triumphantly. I'll come to meet you soon. Suddenly, someone struck him squarely in the face. It was Aster. He kicked his face powerfully, sending him to the ground. All the other kings' jaws dropped in astonishment. Vanquish grumbled, Ouch, Aster. Aster was equally annoyed. You said it was only 15 minutes. Do you want the administrator to notice you? Vanquish was startled by his words. 5 more minutes. Ether wouldn't back down. Go back to your place quickly. Vanquish nodded. Oh ho. Verde was frozen in astonishment. Is he joking? Does that man have such strong people as subordinates? Each of them is strong enough to contend with the 3 kings. Aster was annoyed. Hey, help me quickly. Immediately, Tobit pushed him into the door. Before being pushed into another gate, Vanquish once again sternly warned, Old woman, don't mess with Subaru. Did you hear what I said? However, Safana's expression remained unchanged, even appearing lively, which angered Vanquish. Vanquish didn't listen. I will never agree, but before he could finish speaking he was pushed into the gate. Ether, calming the situation, apologized for the disturbance. The gate closed and silence fell. Ruin breathed a sigh of relief. They had appeared and disappeared like a storm. At this moment, Shikishima spoke. Ruin Subaru, congratulations on defeating the executors, but can we resolve the issue of abolishing or opening the gates? Ruin fell silent. Dozens of attendees had died in the attack. But there are still many people participating from afar, so it will probably be fine. Shikishima frowned upon hearing that. He said, I have an idea regarding the human world's gates and portals. I'd like to announce it at the Three Kings meeting. Ruin seemed a little annoyed. You want to do that right after the executors attack? Shikishima nodded. There's nothing we can do right now. Humans will also follow what we do now. Ruin smiled brightly for a moment. Let's see what your idea is, Tsunemori, hearing that, asked. Were you muttering about the gates and portals? Shikishima replied. Yes, if successful, we can immediately reduce the number of gates in the human world. Since the king's meeting was interrupted, the Three Kings would meet in the meantime to discuss the issues of opening and abolishing. Seeing the three consulting, Ru said, We've come back to square one. I just thought we would get stronger, rank up, and become the best in the underworld. However, Ru rested his chin, looking sad. We're just frogs in a well. Kamina was disappointed. I'm sorry, everyone. If only my prediction had been more accurate. Lakan, sitting beside him, waved his hand. It's not your fault. The executors just appeared out of nowhere. It has nothing to do with your prediction. Lakan insisted that no matter how hard they tried, there would always be someone better. Lakan said, I want to become stronger. Verde gritted his teeth and remained silent. Safina was silent for a moment. She said, I don't oppose that plan. We just swept them out faster, so the important thing hasn't changed. What do you think? Ben, the Silver King, only sighed. It feels heavier somehow, but perhaps I'll have to bear it. Ruan gave a mischievous laugh. I'm glad to have the king's consent. No need to hesitate, Safina interrupted. But this plan doesn't seem like something a king would come up with. The Silver King, Ruan, was startled. As you know, I can come up with plans that benefit everyone. At this point, Ruan spoke, surprising the kings. All right, thank you all for waiting, Ruan shouted cheerfully. Now I will announce the decision of the Three Kings. Verde waited in silence. The other kings did the same. Subaru watched silently. He quietly pulsed every second. Ruin said loudly, First, we will take measures to temporarily suspend the gates to the human world. Akan, Kamina, and Ru all froze. Ruin still said that since no more gates would be sent, the countdown would also stop. Tsunemori, hearing that, jumped up excitedly. Amazing, he looked back at Shikishima. Shikishima gritted his teeth. It's not over yet. One more thing. Ruin was joyful and excited. As for the portals, we will open them to other kingdoms as well. All the kings froze. Ruin briefly said in a low voice. Kingdoms would now be able to send portals to the human world, Safina also continued. After these changes, the number of gates will no longer increase, but it will take a little time to clear them all. Everyone will be able to collect soul energy from the cleared gates, Safina said cheerfully. The growth of owners will be linked to your growth. Ruin lightly clapped his hands, shouted loudly, and said energetically, From now on we will conquer the underworld in a gate-clearing competition, putting everything we have into it. Let's win quickly, everyone, do your best. Karen quickly looked back at Verde. Verde ruffled his hair. Damn it, they supported us. So that's what they did. A smile spread across his lips. I was a pitiable fool who didn't think of that. I'll send portals right back when I return, Ru. Karen and Kamina all nodded. Verde said loudly, We will send portals to the human world. The three were all overjoyed. Yeah, Tsunemori paused. Was Shikishima's plan to open the portals? Previously, gates were continuously sent from the underworld, increasing the number of gates. Portals were restricted only to the golden, silver, and copper kingdoms. Now no more gates will be sent and the countdown is cancelled, so the number of gates will not increase. The kingdoms are no longer restricted from sending portals, and the number of people who can clear gates has doubled. Naruse froze. If this happens, the number of deities will increase and the number of gates will inevitably decrease. Shikishima clasped his hands together. I was too focused on abolishing the gates at first and didn't realize there was an option to open the portals instead. Anyway, thanks to the king's emergency, I came up with this idea. Shikishima said in a firm tone. In any case, this will make the entire underworld alive with humanity. Tsunemori did not expect this ingenious and terrifying plan. Always, Naruse thought inwardly, Come quickly, Shikishima. Thank you for being on our side. Ruin, hearing this, was slightly surprised for a moment. He said contentedly, As long as you're my kin, I'll help you. Subaru-kun, it's not like I'm losing anything. Ruin's eyes narrowed. But the underworld will surely collapse unless we take quick action against the administrators. You'll help us, won't you? Subaru smiled cheerfully without a word. He nodded. Yes, I'll meet a few people in the underworld before returning. Ruin was surprised. Did you say that before? Subaru said cheerfully. It was in the future I saw before Vanquish came. I also have a request for you. Ruin was bewildered. A request? Subaru explained. I want to meet the three inventors who created the portals for the golden, silver, and copper kingdoms. The three kings all had master keys to their kingdom's portals. Subaru and the others split into three different groups to meet the portal inventors and find ways to fight the administrators. The first group met Terra, who created the Golden Kingdom's portals. Subaru, Safina, Isis. Safina said that the gates and portals were developed through the cooperation of the Golden, Silver, and Copper kingdoms. She carefully mentioned that each inventor had expertise in their respective fields. For example, Terra was responsible for creating the rank chairs and the teleportation system for the portals. Subaru was quite surprised. So he's a super genius? Isis said helplessly. You don't understand at all what she's saying. Isis thought that Queen Safina spoke casually, but both inventions required incredibly intricate applied technology. How could Terra have accomplished such a feat? The three entered first. Safina spoke. Lord Terra, excuse me. Before their eyes was a colossal room with huge books neatly stored in display cases. The room was filled with books. A chair rested atop a long high ladder. Welcome. Subaru looked up in surprise. It was Terra, sitting cross-legged with his foot sticking out. Do you want to lick my shoe? Terra was a mad inventor. He sat in the middle of the room. I'm sorry, I'm out of tea and snacks. In Subaru's hand was a shiny shoe. He said, instead, lick my latest invention. The life-begging practice shoe. Isis was startled to hear that. Life-begging practice? Terra nodded. Yes. When people beg for their lives, they will surely have to lick someone's shoe, won't they? Isis only sighed. So, he said cheerfully, if you practice in advance, the probability of surviving will theoretically be higher when the moment of being killed comes. You can lick it very safely and it tastes good. Isis was filled with disappointment. Who would want such a thing? Subaru was excited. I'll try it, Isis screamed. Ari. Subaru licked excitedly. It tastes really good. I could lick it all day. Seeing that he was not normal, Isis could only force a smile. Queen Safina, why do you want to marry someone like that? Safina likewise licked the shoe and praised it. It's truly delicious. Isis froze upon seeing that. Queen Safina, Terra also happily joined in. Both of you lick very well. Isis's mouth hung open. Am I the only one not licking? Safina spoke at this point. Terra's always like this. Isis sighed. All I know about him is that he makes people lick shoes. Safina continued. Most of his inventions are quite useless. Terra laughed. That might be true, but there's a 1 in a million chance of creating something great. As he spoke, he licked his lips. All inventors have such passion. Isis' face turned pale. Please don't use that passion that made you invent shoes that people can lick to create gates and portals. Terra crossed his legs. My king, thank you for creating a new place for me. Now I can focus on my inventions. What do you want from me? Safina quickly introduced. He is my fiancé, Subaru. Subaru lightly waved his hand in greeting. Her acquaintance, Ariak Subaru. Terra's voice dropped for a moment. The king's guest, I understand. Your wish is my command. Subaru quickly explained, I want a secret technique or an item that can locate the administrators. Isis was startled and Safina was not greatly surprised. Terra said in a low voice. It already exists. The two women were even more shocked, especially Isis, whose mouth hung open. Terra still said, anyone else want to lick a shoe? Subaru said cheerfully. I will. Isis was annoyed. No, stop it. The second group met Ain, the inventor who created the Silver Kingdom's portals. Jinga, Snomori's owner, Shikishima, Siko, Ruin, and a bird-like creature approached Jinga. How did you get into the portal? Snomori lightly pointed to the side. I brought a special guest. From afar, Ruin stood behind a colossal ice block. That person was slightly surprised for a moment. The king of the Silver Kingdom? Ruin's face turned pale. Anything but an ice portal, please, Snomori said helplessly. Please forgive me. That person asked again. If you say so, why are you here? Shikishima spoke. Ain, it's a pleasure to meet you, he introduced himself. I am Shikishima-jun, Jinga Snomori's friend. Ain nodded. I've seen the video. Like Jinga, you are also Ariak Subaru's kin. Tell me why you're here. Shikishima laughed for a moment. So you're not a terrorist? Ain was silent for a moment. Shikishima carefully said, the ice portal is not the only reason he is trapped here. Ice portal. A being from the underworld who lives with the purpose of creating powerful secret techniques and items, always waiting for a chance to release them. Ain still said nothing. Snomori frowned, suspicious. Really? Ruin spoke from behind. He committed 70 crimes. Snomori was startled and looked back. 70 crimes? Snomori seemed a little angry. Ain continued to explain. I didn't deceive you, I just wasn't sure. His voice changed for a moment. Snomori was angry. At this point Ain suddenly spoke as if remembering something. Wait, Jinga and Shikishima, you didn't come here just to tease me, did you? Shikishima laughed and replied. Of course not. There's something only you can do. Ain's eyes narrowed for a moment. Currently, there are 3 secret techniques that can counter the executors, Thundersource and Amnesia, Shikishima said in a serious tone. Vanquish seems to have seen the next possibility in the ice portal. Ain was startled. I want you to create the 4th secret technique that can counter the executors. Ain fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. At this point, the snow fell harder and harder. The two both waited in silence for an answer. After a moment, he spoke. That's why I don't feel that life is boring. Siko paused. Is he laughing? Ain nodded. I understand. I will create a secret technique so powerful and unbalanced that you will regret asking for my help. I will give it to you when it's complete. Jinga Snomori frowned. The third group met Zora, the inventor who created the Copper Kingdom's portals. Why do I have to be paired with Mr. Hirasaka? Carrion complained irritably. There's no point complaining. Since we're the only 2 left, we have to pair up. Mugen Ikahana sighed as she walked ahead. The 2 don't seem very close. Carrion paused. Can I directly hit Mr. Hirasaka? Naruse forced a laugh. Then I'll never forgive you, Carrion said helplessly. All right, Carrion spoke. Great sorcerer Zora, the inventor responsible for combining secret techniques used in gates and portals. Isn't that simply putting secret techniques into items? Ikahana replied. Exactly, as the king's assistant, it's one of Lord Zora's jobs. It's been a long time. Suddenly, Zora unexpectedly bounced out of the house in front of them. All 3 were startled. Lord Zora. As he bounced out, he continuously vomited green blood. While Naruse helped Zora up, Carrion stepped forward. What are you doing? He uttered a few words in a weak voice from behind. Why? As he spoke, Zora screamed violently. In front of them, a man approached slowly, emanating a cold aura. This man said coldly, I'm sorry old man, but you must die. Karen scratched his head. Isn't that the human world's prison guard? Naruse recognized him as Mr. Q as soon as he saw him. Q also recognized Naruse. Long time no see. Naruse suddenly unleashed an explosive force from his body. His existence did not appear at all in the future Ari saw. His voice became a little colder. He had ruined the prophecy, or in other words. Meanwhile, Karen looked back in surprise. Q slightly curled his lips. That's right, I am. However, he was sent flying by someone's power. Carrion punched him directly. Carrion frowned. I pierced him. This guy is indeed Q, as Naruse said, lightly grabbing Carrion's hand. He said, I am an executor. His eyes became expressionless. Your enemy. Naruse's expression was serious. Then we will defeat you. A year and a half ago, someone expressed their gratitude at the prison gate where deities who committed crimes were held. Naruse score, thank you for bringing the prisoner here to be extradited. I sealed his power with my secret technique, Q said seriously. Rest and return to your daily duties. Akira nodded. Thank you, Q added loudly. It's already been 3 years since you became a deity. Akira, surprised, asked. He looked bewildered. Q continued. His question might sound a bit strange, but do you love this world right now? A terrible scream echoed. Impossible, Ikahana said, disbelieving her own eyes. You're an executor? Q gripped Carrion's wrist tightly, his expression icy cold. Karen clucked his tongue, grinding his teeth. Damn it, I can't use a curse right now. That guy will kill me. Just then a colossal golden hand flew in and attacked Q, but Q quickly dodged. Carrion was bewildered. That golden hand was an attack from Akira. Akira manipulated it with eerie silence. Suddenly dust billowed and a group of oat soldiers appeared. Carrion shouted irritably, Are you trying to kill me? Don't you know this is Hirasaka's body? But Akira muttered lowly, Fool. He said Hirasaka wouldn't die from that attack. Carrion was quite surprised. Q suddenly spoke, drawing both their gazes. I understand, he slowly approached. So that person's kin can use curses. Akira ground his teeth unpleasantly. Is it not having much effect on him? If Q's Viola imprint touches me, everything will be ruined, but that's not suitable for combat. As long as I don't get too close, I can keep the pressure on from this distance. Akira raised his hand high and decided to use a golden weapon secret technique. I'm coming. If Akira Naruse believed the Viola imprint was his only secret technique, Q thought cautiously. Outwardly, he said with a cold expression, I'm waiting. Inside a large building a voice echoed. You have conquered all 4,672 of 32,119 worlds. Q's eyes widened. You have been chosen as an executor. Eliminate all enemies affecting the command of this world. Q sat blankly. Are you sending a new executor on an assassination mission? Haven't you already used too much soul energy recruiting veterans? He stood up slightly and placed his hand on a computer. His eyes were slightly downcast. Those who resist must be eliminated as executors. Q gazed at the scene before him, determined to protect this world. His eyes reflected an unspeakable emptiness. Q was a conqueror from another world. Conquerors are a type of deity who invade other worlds like Kotu. Executors are chosen from among the conquerors of all worlds under the direct control of the administrators. Unlike curse attributes or secret techniques granted by gates, Q retained the secret techniques he possessed during his time as a conqueror. It was the blue Sampagita ribbon, a ribbon of vital secret techniques. Right now he was using it in his battle with Akira. As Akira exerted his power, he was enveloped by strings emanating from the ribbon. He ground his teeth in disbelief. A completely different kind of secret technique. From above, Carrion also attacked simultaneously. He aimed a sharp blade at Q. Don't hesitate. Akira exerted his power in time. Origin or Ketonus Titan arm. Q looked at it with boredom. Does he only know how to make his arm bigger? How dull. As the arm charged, Akira moved simultaneously. A second secret technique was used. Q's gaze shifted slightly. Akira used a golden charge secret technique. Q was slightly surprised. An auxiliary secret technique. Blue flames erupted from his hand. Fast. When Akira attacked, Q easily blocked it directly. But that's all you have. Akira was unpleasantly surprised. Did he see the second attack? Before the falling debris, he said lowly, Your secret technique only knows how to expand everything. His eyes held an indifferent message. Your MP usage is wasteful. Suddenly, a large gate opened behind Akira. Accordingly, dazzling golden light appeared. Akira frantically fired golden weapons at Q, but Q showed no fear. Indifferent. Weapons flew like a storm, and a whirlwind of death headed straight for where Q stood. His face was icy cold, followed by a tremendous explosion. Akira watched in silence for a moment. As the ribbon fluttered, Q appeared and said, I told you, your secret technique is too useless. He slowly approached and said, A truly excellent secret technique is a simple and effective one. Akira, unafraid, immediately drew his sword and charged. Did he take that attack and feel nothing? It wasn't a delusion. His secret technique was, just as the blade was about to touch Q's neck, the Sampagita ribbon quickly blocked it. The moment the blade touched the Sampagita ribbon, Akira recalled the scheme to eliminate everything he touched. He continued to attack. I've received reports before. It's similar to Ariak Tiger's secret technique. 2 Sampagita ribbons suddenly wrapped around his arms, and simultaneously Q kicked his foot hard and plunged a sharp object into his neck. In 1 second, Akira was subdued. Q knocked him to the ground and subdued him. Ikahana screamed, Akira! On this side, Karen Hirasaka cautiously asked, Aren't you going to help that kid? Hirasaka, inside Karen's body, remained silent at this moment. He stared blankly at Akira on the screen for a moment. Q aimed the tip of his blade straight at his nose and neck. Do you remember? His eyes drooped slightly. The question I asked you before, Akira said lowly. I remember. Before, do you love this world? Akira replied that he loved this world because Hirasaka was in it. He asked again, then if Hirasaka Renji didn't exist. That made him open his eyes wide in surprise. Q laughed. Do you still love this world? Akira paused, hesitating. I still think I do, he raised his voice. I used to suffer from an incurable disease and I was cured when I became a deity, but before that I would secretly escape the hospital and go for walks alone. At that time, Akira panted as he walked, his steps slowed and he finally stopped and looked up, his eyes suddenly widened. Akira stood alone on an empty road under a peaceful sky. The sky is truly high and vast. I felt like my heart was soaring from where it had been confined. It's truly beautiful, I thought. This world is too beautiful. Akira gazed at it, tears welling up in his eyes. Q was still listening calmly. He said calmly, that is why I want to protect this world, even if Hirasaka isn't in it. Akira turned around, and the playground was still as beautiful as it had been that day. Q looked up and vaguely replied, that's right, he said calmly. Me too, I also love this beautiful world, a world beautiful enough to be peaceful. Now Q was muttering, resisting the administrators is like plunging this world into death if you truly want to protect this world and try to survive until then. Carrion watched and thought. Q said coldly, don't think unnecessary thoughts, live under the command of the absolute ruler. The tip of the blade touched Akira's neck directly. After a moment he opened his mouth. I cannot do that. He frowned slightly at that. Being bound to something and simply waiting for death. Akira was abnormally calm. I cannot call that life. Akira's friends in the same hospital were in a similar situation. That made them even closer and more harmonious. Everyone wore smiling faces at ease. Akira decided to talk with them and become their friend. But after some time, as Akira and his friends often talked, they all disappeared. He was too tired of this endless cycle. And now Akira walked this lonely path alone. Then one day, when Akira fell to Q and the blade was aimed at him, Akira realized how truly beautiful this world was. He spoke his last words. I have realized the meaning of life, and Akira fell silent, the blade remaining at his neck but not moving. Suddenly Q looked at Akira in surprise, wondering why the blade remained at Akira's neck without moving. Why did Q's blade retract? It was as if it were being controlled by another force. Meanwhile Akira continued, to live is to keep feeling, to keep moving forward on 2 feet, discovering new things that leave a deep impression on me. To not be treated as a pawn in the administrator's game, to not be engulfed by that power, I have decided to wield my blade once more. Akira then summoned a source of power from behind. I cannot call that a true life, his 6th secret technique, Guardian of the Holy War. It was then that Q realized why he hadn't been able to attack earlier. This was being controlled. Q realized that it wasn't him but his weapon that was being controlled. The Guardian of the Holy War was a secret technique obtainable upon reaching level 90. It could freely control anything Akira Naruse desired as long as it was a weapon. Objects covered by secret techniques were no exception. Q could neither release nor unequip the Sampagita. To break this matrix, Q decided to use the blue Sampagita ribbon. Seeing Q struggle to escape the encirclement, Akira said, it's no use. That secret technique is directly linked to the target. From the moment it touched me, it was completely under my control. You no longer have a way to deal with it or retreat. I have surrounded you. Q realized that Akira Naruse was the weapon he had cut with the blue Sampagita ribbon earlier. No, Akira had wanted Q to cut it, so that Akira could then surround Q with those fragments. And Akira continued to warn, following someone's orders is one way to live. I will not deny your desire for freedom. Q struggled to grip his sword, but it seemed unwilling to obey its master's command. It pointed at Q. But if you dare to resist, I will defeat you. Akira faced Q with an emotionless expression. That's all. Majima and his friends watched the battle idly with their arms crossed. Just then Q gave up, a hint of sadness in his eyes. So I've lost, he said. I will no longer fight or retreat. Since I failed to eliminate you, I will be executed. Akira's jaw dropped in surprise. That was not what he wanted. A line of energy enveloped Q, and Q gradually blurred and vanished. Akira was flustered, wondering if Q would be eliminated for not obeying orders. Q had to work under such conditions. Akira shouted with a dissatisfied expression. Q, why do you? Q said. Why do you listen to Mr. Lee? I told you. Your world is beautiful, unlike my destroyed hometown. A world I couldn't protect. So this time, I want to protect it, Zora shouted. Q, don't go. Q looked back at him. Ah, Zora sadly watched Q gradually disappear, unable to do anything. He remembered talking to Zora then. Oh, so you'll be my owner if you overcome the hardships within this gate, ha 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 ha. Q was blankly confused. Then he asked, are you okay? As Q massaged his shoulder, Zora said contentedly, your touch is so gentle. You pass. Recalling that time, Q smiled. He frowned and said, I'm sorry. Zora shouted frantically. No, don't do it. As Q suddenly reached out his hand, Akira struggled to save Q, and Q was surprised. Q shouted in surprise, Naruse Skolan. Not only Q but Ikahana and Majima were equally surprised. Akira smiled triumphantly. Just as I thought, a curse. The administrators are truly careless. Akira recalled Subaru using the blood curse. The blood curse was a curse that could be destroyed by other curses. Q desperately tried to stop him. Your abilities can't change anything. You'll be dragged in and die with me. Let go quickly. Before he could finish speaking, Akira gripped his neck. No, damn the administrators, damn the supreme beings. They're treating the world like a toy. You dare not consider death noble. I will not accept it. I will overturn it. Amidst everyone's awe, Ikehana remained silent, unresponsive. Akira recalled memories of spending time with his old friends in familiar places. He resolved, I will not let you die. After speaking, Akira desperately resisted to save Q. Q was greatly surprised by Akira's selfless act at this moment. Akira screamed in pain, but he did not give up and firmly vowed to save Q. Even Majima had to cover and protect himself from the intense scene before his eyes. A powerful force enveloped Q and Akira, then suddenly vanished. Returning to the blue sky, Majima asked in surprise, Hey, really? I've never seen or heard of anyone breaking an administrator's curse. Akira fell. Abaddon also said he did it. Akira stood up and looked at Q. Q stood before him and asked, Naruse score, why did you go so far? Akira replied, if you're no longer an executor, if you're no longer someone resisting a curse, then aren't you no longer our enemy? Please live. Q was flustered by Akira's words and watched Zora run from afar. Akira said, Do you want him to live? Zora cried, extremely worried about Q. Q looked at Zora and said, You reminded me of old friends. Akira said, Everyone has people like that. At this moment, Zora ran over and hugged Q. He hugged Q tightly and cried a lot. Q also hadn't expected Zora to show him so much affection. Q was also moved to tears. He said, I'm sorry, truly sorry. Then Majima approached and extended his hand to Akira. Hey, that attack was really impressive. Akira took Majima's hand, stood up and replied, Your compliments won't make me happy. Majima replied, Honestly, doesn't your counter curse seem a bit stronger than other kin? Akira replied, If that's true, it's probably because my personality is truly wicked. And he said, I see. Hey Hirasaka, did you hope everything would turn out this way? Hirasaka replied, No, not at all, Majima said cautiously. You scare me. Hirasaka continued, But I believe Akira will resolve it. He's no longer a child who only looks to me. He's my friend and he's on equal footing with me. Majima said, You heard that too. Akira smiled and replied, I see, his equal friend. After speaking, Akira clenched his fist. Majima asked, How's everything going? You've been training continuously since you skipped the meeting, right? There must be something interesting happening. At this moment, Hirasaka was in a different dimension. Lee has finished his training. Now there's just a little more until he can fight executors. Hirasaka was triumphant. Lee has finished his training, and now there's just a little more. Till even I can face the executors, Ru observed Hirasaka, who was tensely watching. He was about to do something astonishing. When Vanquish was teaching the secret technique to face the executor, Renji appeared and asked Vanquish if he could teach him that secret technique as well. Vanquish replied, It doesn't matter, but you won't be able to learn it directly. Underworlders and humans have very different soul structures. The succession of secret techniques through gates is achieved by converting that structure. Besides, he had already learned the secret technique to face that executor. Lee passed it on to Renji through a gate challenge, and it became Renji's 8th secret technique. Now just a little more for Hirasaka, Renji and Amamiya Saka. Being undead without physical bodies, they were not bound by the restrictions of gates. In Amamiya Saka's case, Kilm said, You seem to adapt to me quite well. Since your souls are compatible, she was able to inherit the Thunder God Kilm's secret technique without a gate. Hirasaka, Renji said, Ruin, Lee suggested that you lend me your power. Under Lee's guidance, he was able to raise the level of the secret techniques he already possessed. However, this was a completely different matter. Inheriting a secret technique from Vanquish, with whom Renji had no soul compatibility at all, was far beyond anything I knew. Lee observed Renji, deep in thought. After all the difficulties, a sweaty Renji appeared. I succeeded. It defied all logic. Finally, Lee succeeded. Is this my new sword? Lee watched Renji, deep in thought, as he held the object excitedly. All the time he was my owner, I knew nothing. When it came to fighting, Hirasaka was beyond the two words genius. When they moved to Zora the Wizard's workshop in the Copper Kingdom in the human world, Karen awkwardly said, I'm sorry to ruin this moment, but can we talk about why we're here? At this moment, Zora was emotionally hugging Q and crying. Really? Q, as soon as he broke free from the embrace, spoke to Akira Naru score. I wanted to tell you about this too. When he replied, Yes, Q continued. Actually, it might be a bit upsetting to hear. Akira exclaimed, Huh? At this, Akira thought of Shiki, and contacted Subaru mentally. Shikishima Ariak. Shikishima replied, Naru, what's wrong? Akira replied, It's urgent, Mr. Q just told me. Meanwhile, Subaru was also listening quietly. When he heard everything that had happened there, his body suddenly trembled. Safina asked, Subaru, are you alright? Subaru said, I'm sorry, Safina. I have to go back to the human world right now. Safina yelled unpleasantly. Huh, what about our date? Subaru calmly replied. I never agreed to one. An executor appeared in the Copper Kingdom inventor's residence. Upon hearing this, Isis was surprised and Safina calmly told him to continue. Subaru explained that the executor was the prison guard who imprisoned deities in the human world. His secret technique could control the secret techniques of prisoners. Everyone defeated him, but the effect of his secret technique also disappeared, so over 300 prisoners would soon escape. Upon hearing that, both of them said nothing. seeming to harbor a lot of unease in their hearts. Subaru continued, we must return to protect our world. Hearing that, Safina also understood his good intentions. He wants to protect ordinary people. Understood. We'll prepare quickly. Isis, she bowed her head to receive the order. Yes, your majesty. At this moment a shadow appeared and said, is everyone leaving already? Tara appeared and said, I just made more shoes for you. Subaru wittily replied, the shoes were delicious, thank you. And Tara threw something to Subaru. Take this. He took it in his hand and opened it. It was a ring of vows. Tara told Subaru how to use it. This can detect the administrator's locations in over 10 billion worlds, but it can only detect them, it can't take you there. Upon hearing that, he gladly accepted it. This is enough. I'm not the only one going to them anyway. Upon hearing that, Tara replied, I hope it works. And Subaru waved his hand in farewell. Thank you, Tara. I'll definitely come again. Tara stood and watched Subaru's shadow disappear. I'll meet that interesting kid again. An item that can transport him to the administrator's world. Maybe I should try making one. The scene changed to where Karen and his group were. Everyone was frozen like a photograph with tense expressions. Subaru rushed through the space-time gate and shouted, Shikishima. Shikishima, seeing Subaru arrive, said, good, let's go. Upon hearing that, Subaru quickly ran with them. At this moment, Safina suddenly shouted, Subaru. Hearing the familiar voice, he turned his head. Safina threw something to him and said, a parting gift. Subaru asked in surprise, another ring? She replied, you'll know when you open it. Wear it when you want to return to the underworld. I'm sad to part, but we'll meet again soon. Shikishima, who had waited too long, urged Subaru, let's go quickly. And he didn't forget to say goodbye to her. Thank you, Safina. Subaru quickly vanished, disappearing into the gate. The scene changed to the Golden Gate. A voice complained, it's sad. He left as fast as the wind. Ikahana continued, they always seem to be in such a hurry. Unlike them, Safina casually laughed. This is truly enjoyable. Good luck, my beloved future husband Subaru. The scene changed to Niigata Prefecture, deity prison. Inside, prisoners were fighting each other, and one guy on the floor laughed loudly with satisfaction. How, but that damn seal is gone. We're free. As soon as he finished speaking, a guy appeared and used the flow seal imprint secret technique. Don't even dream of it as long as I'm here. As he forcefully swung the broom in his hand, a pair of sharp claws appeared. It was Himeno. She pounced on him with it. At this, the prisoners were enraged. Are you crazy, you damn bastard? Another prisoner said, I don't like this name, but at this moment, Yasurugi glanced at him and Hiro. They simultaneously said, it might help you remember a little. You were once part of the Shadow Faction. Hearing them declare that, the other prisoners shouted, Shadow Faction? Are you Ariak Tiger's comrades? Kiryu warned, filled with killing intent. A new schedule will be announced soon, so it would be a big problem if the prison collapsed and messed things up. He was Kiryu, a former member of the Shadow Faction. And again the familiar broom swung, striking the heads of the other guards. They gritted their teeth, enduring, unable to do anything. Yasurugi warned, after this we'll meet our friends again. I'm sorry, but you guys give up. Kaga Shingo, a former member of the Shadow Faction, overwhelmed them all with killing intent. The friend in question, Karuk Taichi Himeno, appeared and said, it's too noisy for something a little high up. She was Himeno Jumeno, a former member of the Shadow Faction. Secret technique stage 6, Hand of Pain. Touching a wound increases the pain by 3,000. Yasurugi, holding his broom, said, I thought you'd participate in the prison break. Himeno replied, I just found out I'd participate on the winning side. No matter how many, you can't defeat Kiryu. Kiryu, holding his hooked staff, used a secret technique. Flow seal movement. The scene changed to Tokyo, human world. In Hirosaka's backyard, 300 prisoners were escaping from the deity prison. Subaru passionately warned, we need to hurry before someone gets hurt. Karen calmly said, Mr. Kiryu Ice is there, isn't he? Jinga said, he'll be able to stop them. Subaru complained and urged, let's go quickly, Mr. Shikishima. Shikishima, seeming to have a headache, replied, he's handled everything. Upon hearing this, everything suddenly fell silent. The group trying to escape was almost defeated by Kiryu alone. Yasurugi looked at Kiryu, bewildered. I could barely do anything. Himeno yawned. Now I'm going back to my room to sleep. Good job. Shikishima held up his phone and smiled, reassuring Subaru. No need to come. They say they're fine. Again a brief silence fell there. Carrion helplessly said, it just occurred to me, isn't Kiryu level 80 or higher? Akira continued, the average level of those prisoners was below 30. Carrion replied, no matter how many, they wouldn't have had a chance. They don't need us anymore. Does that mean we're free to do anything? Perhaps unused to having too much free time, everyone fell into thought. Shikishima confirmed again, Kinokawa called me, so I have to return to headquarters. They'll hear about the incident in the underworld and the creatures before the press conference. Shikishima replied, yes, now tell the world that there will be no more gates. The scene changed to Kinokawa and Yuwa, who were happily hugging each other. Jinga smiled contentedly. That's right, Shikishima continued. Kinokawa also said that the gate countdown has stopped, and he waved his hand saying, let's go with Naru. They'll probably ask about Q. Akira quickly replied and ran off. Ah yes, watching the two walk away, Hirosaka said bewildered. They've all left, Jinga replied. I'm going home. C said, I'm going to get some sushi. Carrion also didn't participate. I want to walk. Each went in a different direction, saying goodbye to Subaru. See you later. In the end, Subaru was the only one left. So I'm the only one alone? Resigned, Subaru went home. He opened the door and said, I'm home, and slowly stepped into the house, one step at a time. Subaru entered the house dejectedly. I wanted to eat with everyone. Suddenly, Subaru exclaimed in surprise, seeing Kotetsu in front of him eating snacks in his house. Kotetsu looked at Subaru and calmly asked, "Oh, is this your house?" Ariak Subaru. He stared at Kotetsu in front of him in disbelief. "Is that really Kotetsu? Why are you in our world?" Kotetsu calmly replied. "I don't know either, I just landed here." Subaru asked, unable to understand. "Where did you land?" Kotetsu replied. "It's a long story, and this time I'm not your enemy. More importantly, don't you need information?" Subaru asked. "Information?" he replied. "Yes, the information from me is..." Kotetsu quietly looked at the system board. Inside was information about each individual. He said, "The current number and locations of executors in this world." Subaru was shocked and frozen. He looked at the image inside the system. The scene changed, and a voice said, "Hattie, what are you looking at?" Der replied, "The news. Our old comrade suppressed a riot in prison. Is everyone here?" Ron replied, "Yes, they are my team members in this conquest." More politely said, "Sorry to keep you waiting, your majesty." Upon hearing that, his eyes darkened. The scene changed, and Subaru was surprised. "There are other executors here too," Kotetsu replied. "I just told you, this world is being invaded from somewhere. As a conqueror I can tell." Subaru worried. "Is the future being messed up again? Are the administrators interfering?" Kotetsu suggested. "Shall I help you?" Subaru exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" And Kotetsu continued to explain. "Don't you need more information? In return I take Subaru, you will provide it to me." Evan spoke incessantly at this time. "This world seems quite well preserved, doesn't it? The air is really clean." Ender also spoke at this time. "This place is strange too. The number of deities has surged since they started cooperating with the unidentified world called the Underworld." Vine also continued. "That means their method of preventing destruction has made it quite difficult to invade them." Raven coldly said, "Leon, aren't you eating a lot?" Leon, when called, smiled and replied, "Exactly. If this mission succeeds, the reward is this entire world." Upon hearing that, Ben, Vine, Cecellus, Raven, Honey, and Owl all had their own expressions, but the point was that they all agreed to this deal. And the wife explained, "That's why I used my soul value to the limit to call you here. Although the deception plan through cooperation with the Underworld failed, we will use Leon's secret technique." Leon handed everyone a bundle of phones. "I've prepared all the phones from this world. We will completely overwhelm them," Ender commanded. "Our plan will begin in Sibia." The scene changed, and Subaru also arrived. "There are a lot of people here." This was 2 days after Hyodo Kotetsu appeared. Subaru said, "Hyodo, have you gotten used to the phone?" Kotetsu replied, "It's fine, no problems." And Subaru vaguely asked, "So where are we going now?" Kotetsu replied, "A shoe store." Subaru asked in surprise, unable to understand. "Shopping," Kotetsu explained. "It's fine to wear your clothes, but your shoes don't fit me, and I don't have any money in this world. So you pay." Subaru willingly replied, "Okay, that's fine," Kotetsu said seriously and resolutely. "I can't fight properly wearing shoes that are too tight." Subaru looked at that expression and asked, "Are you going to fight with us?" Kotetsu replied, "Just think of it as repayment for your help. This happened years ago, but the enemy I fought also attacked my world. They're quite strong, so be careful." Subaru heard that and replied, "Understood." And they walked together. Suddenly, Kotetsu turned around and asked, "What are you doing?" Subaru asked, bewildered. "Ha?" Kotetsu held out his arm. "I was pretending to be cool, but I wasn't. I'm going shopping alone, don't follow me. Just give me the money." Subaru looked at his attitude and awkwardly said, and he inwardly evaluated, "This guy is like a parasite." He recalled old memories of his father, and Kotetsu picked up the phone, fiddled with it for a moment, and said, "I just sent you their latest address. I'll let you know when I'm done." He replied, "Understood," and Subaru watched Kotetsu's shadow disappear. He said, "Thank you, Hyodo. I really appreciate your help." Kotetsu remained silent, not answering, and after a moment he said, "You're welcome now that I think about it." For quite some time Kotetsu had been without his comrades. After thinking blankly for a moment, Kotetsu slowly shifted his steps. He entered a sports store and went shopping. "Welcome." Meanwhile, Subaru let out a long sigh. He spoke with a serious expression. From now on, Subaru contacted all his comrades mentally. Everyone, even Seahawk, was shopping when he heard Subaru's words. Hirasaka was no different. "I won't tell you that this masked guy is Jinga." Elsewhere, Shikishima also heard Subaru's call, and Akira heard it and listened quietly. Subaru contacted everyone and informed them, "Hyodo just gave us the latest news, as I said before. Let's move now." Everyone replied clearly in unison, "We've already departed." Suddenly Jinga spoke up. "Ariak, can we trust Hyodo Kotetsu's words? Only the deity himself can see the deity's window, so what if he's deceiving us? He's the one who killed us and brought our world to the brink of destruction in the Aurora King's future." Subaru bowed his head in silence, looking troubled as he said, "Jinga-san, well, what I said back then was at my house." "Ariak, Subaru, will you take care of me?" Subaru asked, startled. "Take care of you?" Kotetsu then replied, "I'm not familiar with this world. I have no money and no place to stay, so help me." Subaru, with a blank fish-like expression, said, Yeah, that's fine," Kotetsu replied expressionlessly. "Really? You're quite kind too?" He then continued, "Were you sent here as a punishment, as you said in the underworld?" Kotetsu denied it. Kotetsu explained that someone had saved him from his punishment. Perhaps that was his last chance. "I will find a way to return to my homeland. Even if it's destroyed, abandoning it would be like accepting defeat." Hearing his heartfelt confession, Subaru let out a long sigh. "You don't like losing, do you?" Kotetsu asked. "What's so enjoyable about that?" Subaru replied, "No, I'll help you." Remembering that conversation, Subaru reassured Jinga, "I think we can trust him. He's not as bad a person as you think, big brother. Really, this guy is quite honest and funny, but if he betrays us you can take him down with your power. Jinga heard this and followed his friend's advice. Alright, if you say so, I'll trust him, Subaru replied with a bright smile. Thank you, big brother, Shikishima said. At least you don't have that. Jinga looked puzzled. No, it's not like that. Ariak's kindness and open-mindedness are what make Ariak himself. He carries everything good and bad after that. Jinga felt somewhat relieved. I understand now. Meanwhile, Shikishima suddenly realized with a start. Shikishima looked at Subaru and thought that was what made Ariak a great king. Subaru evaluated inwardly as he looked through books titled Ignorance. This bookstore is really spacious. The scene switches to Akira. Ariak target acquired. Looking ahead, it was Ben. Akira stared coldly at Ben. Elsewhere, Hirasaka confronted Successor. Same here. The two met eyes and said nothing. They found someone at the 10 o'clock tower in Shibuya. Honey and Ben were there. They met Jinga. Seeing the enemy, Jinga announced same here. So Jinga met Honey and Shikishima met Atio. Shikishima said same here. The two have met. Meanwhile, Ren was reading a book in a bookstore. A voice echoed. Yes, it was too easy to guess. Subaru met Ron. He must be this guy, right? Ren looked at him and said, Ariak. Subaru, quite surprising. What's a star like you doing here? Subaru replied, I came to fight you guys. I'm sorry, but I won't let you conquer this world. We'll stop you. Ron heard this and thought, he said he won't let us conquer this world. I can't believe he already knows our objective and the number of people who came here. But more importantly, is this guy crazy? Is he planning to fight me right here, right now? Even with tens of thousands of people currently in Shibuya, the scene switches to Kotetsu's clothing store where he was shopping. Alright, he's chosen the shoes he likes. Good. Shall we begin? Kotetsu met Zaven. Zaven looked at Kotetsu for a moment, and Kotetsu also went to meet him. The two said nothing. Then Kotetsu spoke. Have we met somewhere before? Kotetsu silently waved his hand and threw a punch forward. Shibuya Calamity Sep. A shocking scream echoed from a tall building. Inside, Subaru and Ren faced each other, emanating overwhelming energy. He called out a name. Ariak. Subaru. The two faces met, but Beishin was calm. Are you going to fight us here in Shibuya? The people here continued their respective tasks, oblivious. People hurried by, seeing that the people here were still happy, oblivious to everything. Subaru immediately denied it but added a condition. Yes. But his opponent listened quietly. The condition is that I won't let anyone die. Hearing this, Ren was left with a large question mark. Finding it hard to understand, a spell was cast, covering the entire area. Elsewhere, Kotetsu was throwing a murderous punch. But it was blocked by Ben's defense, though the punch's power was immense, sending him flying backward. However, he quickly blocked with his foot and regained his balance. He said with a slight taunt, Hey, I'm in the middle of the street right now. Don't you care about the people around? But surprisingly, behind him was a golden wall that blocked off the outside world. He observed, unable to understand that the people outside were still laughing but not moving. It was truly strange. Everyone was frozen like statues. He slowly analyzed. People were frozen motionless. Kotetsu then looked at his opponent and spoke. He prevented his opponent from worrying unnecessarily. His cold eyes declared honestly, You're the only one who's going to die. At this moment, Raven returned to another place and became serious. But the time frame was 2 days ago. All the members gathered in one place to discuss. Shikishima held his head and lamented. Conquerors are gathering to invade us. That's really something. A continuous string of surprises. He was annoyed and his face flushed when Kotetsu scoffed. The administrators really seem to hate you guys, don't they? After that, a system board appeared. They've sent countless conquerors to this world. Usually only a few people get rare items. Kotetsu manipulated it and told everyone. For some reason, the current reward is this entire world. At this single statement, the other two members were startled and angrily questioned. This entire world? You mean they're trying to take our home? That's what I'm saying, he continued to hypothesize. The moment they successfully invade your world and completely eliminate humanity, that world will be 100 theirs. Kinokawa also couldn't contain her anger. That's ridiculous. But a voice echoed, startling her even more. This is an unprecedented reward, Kotetsu explained honestly. If I can meet all the requirements, I can also enter. Jinga stood up in anger and shouted, This damn bastard! Intense energy surged from behind and a shout echoed, Hyodo. Jinga immediately turned around. Kotetsu was also drawn, inadvertently following behind. It was still that terrifying energy. He asked coldly, What are the success conditions for those conquerors? A map appeared, explaining, gaining control of all 23 wards of Tokyo, or more specifically, eliminating all deities within them. The other two then said, Aren't the two of us numerically superior? Kotetsu warned, remembering Ren. It's useless no matter how many of you there are. There's one guy in the enemy camp. He can unconditionally brainwash any deity weaker than himself. Everyone will end up fighting each other. Udon finally fell silent and spoke. Then we'll have to come up with a strategy to defeat them. A list of several characters appeared. As a conqueror, I can see their locations in real time. If we cooperate, we can effectively catch them. He raised a finger and pointed out a disadvantage. But the problem is, if they try to conquer the 23 wards, Kinokawa understood and continued. We'll have to fight them within the city. Udon sighed. I'll have to evacuate the citizens. Shikishima understood the situation and gave an order. Udon accepted immediately, without even hearing it fully. Yes, I'll take care of it. Kotetsu looked at them, finding them difficult to understand. Returning to reality, ice magic covered the entire city, except for the areas where they would deal with things. Inside, Udon stood proudly and cast his 7th technique. A sturdy golden shield was erected. Krug de Chevalier. To explain the technique, Udon Roos's 7th technique, GRC de Chevalier, affects all non-deities within his radius, putting them into an ice state. Those affected become unable to move. While frozen, the target cannot move or be harmed. Instead, the user also cannot leave their position while using the technique. In the high-rise building where the fight was taking place, Kotetsu was emanating an overwhelming aura towards his opponent. Thanks to this, everyone will be able to fight without harming the city or the citizens. He then instructed his comrades through a walkie-talkie. My MP will only last an hour, so hurry up everyone. The plan officially began. Akira held up his phone and announced understood, moving. At this moment he also faced his opponent. Naruse Akira vs Conqueror Havorn. Havorn felt something and scoffed, asking, "Hey." He vigorously knocked on the motionless people next to him. Unable to understand, he then raised his hand and wondered, what in the world is happening? Akira didn't care and went straight to the point. Don't worry. All I know is that if you can move, you're my enemy. He then clenched his fist and declared, I will defeat you. Havorn didn't waver at all, scratching his head and muttering, it must be some kind of defense technique, but a few seconds later his eyes became serious. Anyway, from Hatayo's hand a fierce light burst forth and he was ready to counterattack. Die quickly and give us this world. Havorn engaged in an extremely cold battle where the ground beneath his feet froze. He then quickly approached and threw a punch, startling Akira. Outwardly his body turned white. He was sent flying far away and his eyes widened as he looked at his opponent. He's fast but not at all surprising. That strange punch caused Akira pain, and he couldn't understand. His stomach gradually began to glow. What is this? Yes, my torso is getting colder and colder. Am I freezing? But this was completely different from Tsunemori's technique. Seeing that his opponent didn't understand, he stood up and explained. Let me explain for a moment. With an expressionless face he pointed at Akira. My technique is extremely cold and it simply freezes everything and can shatter anything I touch. The last words were spoken confidently. That's why I've never lost. Akira clutched his stomach in pain and struggled. The ice is piercing my body. It's so cold I can't feel anything, but once it melts I'll bleed to death. With a helpless look he gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, he then shouted loudly, unleashing his ability. So exhausted. Another simple but powerful technique. On the other side HV heard Akira say that and said, another technique? With a puzzled expression. He covered his face inside. He doesn't even use a weapon. He's completely mismatched with me. HV urged his opponent, looking expectant. Do you still have the strength to fight? If you have any other tricks, show them quickly. He then declared with a cold face, because my next punch will surely kill you. Akira hesitated for a moment before answering. Akira became serious, and one of his eyes burned as he counterattacked Havorn. Perhaps it's time to fight seriously now? He became even more difficult to understand, losing patience. Akira recalled his conversation with Shikishi. Opposite, well, I've already made my decision and even signed the contract, so what about you? Who did Naruse choose? Akira, having received Shikishima's difficult question, scratched his head and stammered awkwardly. I'm thinking of one person. Returning to reality, Akira shouted loudly amidst fierce flames, I've chosen you as my opposite. He then walked out from the flames with an expectant expression. So don't disappoint me, Remda. Akira's smile echoed with a hint of madness. The smile grew larger and larger as if Akira's entire body was turning red. HV remained calm, completely unfazed by the sight, observing the flames from outside. Flames? A hand appeared manipulating the flames, and with it, a voice echoed, wouldn't it be faster if I just asked for help next time? His feet also slowly walked out, and a mocking voice was heard. What an arrogant brat. Akira's body had completely changed into a different combat form. Remda took his place, saying, you can go now. His opposite appeared, and his personality also changed, declaring with a slight arrogance, I'll completely burn him to a crisp in your place. HV remained calm, completely unfazed by the sight before him, looking up with curiosity. He carefully observed Remda's eagerness and admired it. Another personality? Interesting. Remda waved his hand, concentrating the flames in his palm, and slowly said, my name is. He floated in the air and introduced himself confidently. Remda of Johanna. Then Remda's eyes burned, ready to fight. Hey brat, dig your own grave first. He ignored HV, and HV still calmly adjusted his glasses, looking puzzled. Hey, you seem to be quite enjoying yourself. Remda seemed nonchalant, but inwardly he was thinking seriously. And opposite stats are determined by the body they control. If Remda unleashes fire as usual, his MP will run out in a few minutes. Having finished his calculations, he sighed and muttered, I'll have to conserve it. Not long after, Remda, who had been dejected, denied himself. No, before his opponent could react, he quickly charged forward and shouted loudly, this isn't like Remda. HV, seeing his strangely enthusiastic behavior, was puzzled and speechless. He then laughed lightheartedly, as if hitting a sore spot. You know that fire is completely useless, right? Aren't you an idiot? He was surprised and stiffened at HV's contemptuous words. Before Remda could react, he concentrated his strength and said, now I'm starting to like you a little. Soon, HV retreated, grabbing a foothold and provoking him. Shall we begin? As soon as he finished speaking, he flew in and threw a punch while Remda was blankly staring. Before he could rejoice, Remda was surprised to see his hand frozen and shattered. Remda continued to think. He froze Remda, it shouldn't have any effect on him. While HV continued to attack seriously, Remda casually evaluated. His defense is down. After dodging all the attacks, Remda slowly began to speak seriously. Humans, he shouted excitedly as if trying to infuriate the other person. Truly weak. HV was startled by the sight before him. Regenerative abilities, again, loosening his body from afar, he said challengingly. How much more can you endure before you die? Contrary to HV's expectation, Remda replied nonchalantly. I don't know and I don't care, Remda pointed at him with his finger, saying ambiguously. However, Remda immediately snarled seriously, this is getting interesting. Immediately after, he set Huivorn's arm ablaze, giving him no time to react. Huivorn released the hand that had just been attacked, surprised internally. Is Remda's fire hot enough to melt his ice? He looked at his hand and laughed with an admiring voice. This guy, while Remda was engulfed in flames, he remained surprised. He was even raising the temperature further. Then, as if seeking revenge for the arm, the two charged fiercely. Turning into two opposing energy flows of fire and ice, Remda gained the upper hand, landing a direct punch on Huivorn's face. Not to be outdone, he also dealt a blow to Remda's chin, knocking him backward. Buoyed by the momentum of the fight, Huivorn continued to strike Remda with a barrage of ice, and Remda, despite the continuous attacks, smiled, the corners of his mouth turning up as if he had discovered something very interesting. Remda delivered a powerful blow that Huivorn couldn't withstand. Despite being covered in blood and having his glasses knocked off, Huivorn held his ground, and Remda sincerely complimented him. You truly surprise me. The scene shifts to the Copper Kingdom in the underworld thousands of years ago. A young Remda shouted as if trying to attract someone's attention. He stepped forward and shouted in front of the rough young Kilm and Delta. Demon wind, demon lightning. Kilm, sitting and resting, asked again. Unable to understand, Remda crossed his arms with a confident attitude. I am Remda, the demon of fire. I heard you two are the strongest in this region. He concentrated the power of fire and said in a provocative voice, come on, come on. Without hesitation, Remda flew up and shouted, fight me. His aggression and enthusiasm left the two bewildered and dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Remda lost all his teeth and was burned. Kilm stood before him and openly accused, you are terribly weak. Delta crossed his arms and explained helplessly, aren't you a demon born from the body of the Copper Kingdom's king? If you want to play, find guys with the same element. Remda immediately shot up and vehemently opposed, no way, their fire isn't hot at all. He recalled his fellow demons playing and said, while the two observed closely, Remda reacted fiercely, I can't be used as a tool to light stoves or heat bathtubs. He pointed to the shining sun and poured out his emotions. Those born of fire must have the ambition to become the strongest. I will defeat the strongest ice spirit. Despite having just been beaten, Remda was still very passionate. And I will become a man hotter than the sun, Delta asked with an intrigued laugh. Kilm, what do you think? He waved his hand and replied, what a foolish fellow. Before Kilm could finish his reprimand, a cold voice echoed, Kilm. With just one call, he froze in fear. Light footsteps, and that voice echoed simultaneously, you must correct your deceitful attitude. Diamante slowly approached and spoke softly. Seeing this, Delta greeted her, sister. As she approached with a cold breath, she spoke as if to compliment, this child has potential. Remda blushed at the compliment. Thank you, really. Oh, I'm so embarrassed, thank you, but who are you? Then Diamante introduced herself with dignity. Ice Spirit. After that, she stomped her foot and an ice current immediately appeared. The ice current froze everything around Remda and he gaped in surprise. She continued, Diamond Ice, the strongest spirit in the history of ice spirits, Diamond. Remda was startled by what he had just heard and argued, the strongest spirit? Delta happily asked about the situation. Sister, how was the fight with Vanquish? The ice spirit couldn't help but curse, saying it smelled like a fart. She shouted in an angry voice, that damn bastard stole my ultimate technique, I'll definitely get it back next time. Before Diamante could finish speaking, Remda charged fiercely, shouting, Diamond, fight me. Amidst Delta's sneers, Kilm couldn't understand if this guy was really that foolish. In the blink of an eye, Remda was completely frozen and, as if to prove his words, shattered into hundreds of pieces. Then Kilm held a cracked part of his head. Diamante praised him with genuine amusement. You are Remda, the warrior who challenges me. Your honest nature is truly hot and bright. She changed to a serious tone. If you want to defeat me so much, then become my disciple. Diamante then pointed at Kilm and Delta. Those two children there also have the same determination as you. Hearing that, even Remda's frozen face showed clear surprise. Really? Then does that mean I'm their older brother? Kilm angrily retorted. Who's your brother? Horrible. Remda smiled brightly and flattered. Big brothers? Kilm attacked without any emotion. Lightning. Remda groaned in pain and begged. Sorry, sorry. Amidst the chaos, Delta calmly commented. He's kind. Breaking free from the flashback and returning to reality, Remda shouted loudly at Huivorn. I am a challenger. He clenched his fist and said, with this fist I will turn everything to ashes. In line with his childhood memories, Remda raised his hand, creating a dazzling power. I am a man hotter than the sun, Huivorn said with a curious and enigmatic expression. Is he going to decide this entire fight with a single punch? Then, as if injected with chicken blood, Huivorn smiled brightly like a flower. Good. Amidst Remda's confusion, he poured out his thoughts. I have always despised the administrator's methods, Huivorn prepared to confront him. So I like an honest guy like you. He took a fighting stance and shouted, I accept your challenge. Remda, not to be outdone, said as if he had found a worthy opponent. Looks like we get along better than I thought. Come on, let's play. He swung his hand forward using a deadly technique, flame manifestation. Simultaneously, Huivorn also unleashed his most powerful blow, White Tiger Star. The two immense fists collided, threatening to shatter everything around them. During the collision, Huivorn was distracted and admired. He's truly honest, extremely honest. Remda's image was reflected in his eyes and he realized. Now he understood. He recalled his obedience and thought internally. Until now he had blindly followed the administrator's orders, and perhaps he was tired of living that way. In Remda's hot blood-boiling flames, he realized. That's why he wanted to meet honest and straightforward people like him. As if realizing the truth of life, Huivorn smiled from the bottom of his heart amidst the hot flames, the corners of his mouth turning up. He was satisfied to have found a worthy opponent who could defeat him. Then Huivorn gave up resistance, thanked him mentally, coughed up blood, fell from a height and declared, "You have completely defeated me." Remda, with one arm frozen, agreed and said. He praised him generously. "You also put on a truly magnificent performance." Huivorn defeated. Naruse Akira versus Huivorn. Huivorn died immediately after. The scene shifts to a large skyscraper inside the building. Successor challenged Hira, "Just tell me this one thing. Among Subaru's comrades, what level has your power reached?" He replied honestly without hesitation. "They say I'm the strongest." He opened his eyes wide in surprise. "Really? I'm going to die." Hira asked Aki again with an expressionless face. "You want me to be your opposite?" He said firmly. "Yes, can you do it?" The scene shifts to the underworld, a shining beach of souls. He still has many questions but answers comfortably. "I don't care. But why? We're not even that close." Akira explained. "As you know, we have future memories." Remda unconsciously said but remained bewildered. No matter how much he explained, "I won't understand." Akira continued to explain his memories in a rambling manner, and he was wide-eyed and flustered. "In the future, I died fighting you." However, lest Remda misunderstand, he quickly told the truth. "Ron, I hold no grudge against you. It was a great fight. I cleanly admitted defeat." Immediately after, Akira continued, "That's not why I want to cooperate with you. I feel they are connected." Hearing him confess, he smiled slightly with a cunning expression. Then Remda foolishly scratched his head. "Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about." Hearing that, Akira's mood shifted from flustered to angry. "You still don't understand? I mean, I like you," he directly asked with curiosity, and Akira looked up in surprise. "Oh, why didn't you say so earlier?" Remda trustingly extended his hand and pleaded, "Then I'll leave it to you." "Naruse." Akira smiled contentedly and agreed with a hum. As they shook hands amicably, he continued, "Me too." As Remda returned to reality, Akira's scream suddenly echoed in his head. "Remda!" The sound was so loud it made Remda's head ache. "Why is it so noisy?" he cursed loudly. "What in the world are you doing? My MP is almost depleted because of your flames and meaningless regeneration. We only defeated one person." Remda suddenly hesitated in a low voice. "Huivorn." He looked at Huivorn lying on the ground and struggled to explain. "I enjoyed fighting him so much I couldn't stop." Remda looked up at the map again with an excited feeling. "Who's next?" Akira, though too used to this situation, was still helpless. "I told you my MP is depleted. Everyone else will be fine. They won't be defeated that easily. We need to go back. We need to rest to recover our MP." He was calm and composed but still held a worry in his heart. Will he be okay? Hirasaka returned to the large skyscraper, which was once again covered by a barrier. Inside the building, Successor listened with wide eyes to the introduction. "His name is Successor, a conqueror and a blue weapon, possessing a shining sword that can create ultimate techniques with him." The warning continued, "And he can nullify all sword strikes. This guy is a perfect counter for all deities who use swords." Simultaneously, elegant footsteps slowly approached. Those leisurely footsteps were Hirasaka's, or rather his past self. He asked indignantly, demanding an explanation. "Tell me, why could my sword strikes reach you? How did you defeat me in the end?" Hirasaka Renji severely injured Successor. He gently touched the cloak draped over his shoulder. "The reason your sword immunity was ineffective is because of this rainbow cloak. It reduces the opponent's resistance by up to 75. Vanquish gave it to him as a reward for learning his ultimate technique." Successor's face turned pale with pain and disappointment as he realized. "Now I understand." He recalled and analyzed his technique. "You could control my defense with your skilled technique. Moreover, you cut me before I could even draw my sword." He was surprised to see Hirasaka directly cut Successor. "Huh?" he replied with a gentle smile. "That's right." Despite Hirasaka's friendly appearance, he cursed him as a monster. Despite Successor's irritation, he calmly knelt. But, while he lay on the floor severely injured and bleeding, Hirasaka asked, "Do you know where Hattie is right now?" Successor retorted. "Why do you ask?" He still smiled harmlessly. As his flashback appeared, he said, "My comrade said she's stronger than any of you." Then Hirasaka stopped smiling and his face turned serious, making him look terrifying, and he opened his eyes wide in surprise. "So before she harms others, I must cut her in two." Despite having just been terrified by his powerful aura, Successor regained his composure. If that's the case, it might already be too late. As Hirasaka looked at him with a bewildered expression, he explained that she was using a strange ultimate technique that temporarily stopped time for the entire city. Immediately after, Successor, with an expressionless face, announced a shocking truth. Hattie is going to eliminate the source of that ultimate technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he finally changed, his face showing a worried expression as he seemed to want to resist Successor's words, while Zaven was normalizing the external building barrier. A shadow suddenly approached from behind while Udon was casting his magic. Even though he was busy maintaining the magic, he turned around and said, "You're quite familiar." He was looking at Zaven behind him. "This is troublesome. I thought I could limit your actions by fighting in the city." She was Ender, a former member of the Black Doe organization. Then she extended her hand and cast a spell. "I still have a lot to do, so I'll finish this trivial matter quickly," Zaven said threateningly without hesitation. "Your time is over, Udon-kun." Without giving any consideration to others' pride, he turned his back and said. Udon continued to provoke. "But are you really sure you can do it?" As soon as Kinokawa finished speaking, someone bound her with a golden chain ultimate technique. An unexpected voice was heard, but it was not beyond Ender's expectation. "I expected you guys to play some tricks, didn't I?" Kinokawa was casting magic, so it was a common occurrence. Amidst Ender's indifference, she continued, "We've already sent people to protect Udon, the key to our defense." However, they were very confident in their plan. Kinokawa asked with shining eyes, "Do you think that's reasonable?" Then Mei smiled brightly and said, "Don't resist." "Good girl." She winked playfully and said, "If you move even a little, I'll blow your head off." Finally, Ender also reacted, letting out a sigh. "I have to fight 3 golden grade people." Before they could even question it, she immediately said loudly, "Then there's no choice." As power was released from Ender's body, Kinokawa and Mei both gasped in surprise. Even Udon's eyes widened in disbelief, and he admired. "What is this power? It's even more powerful than a deity." Amidst the terrifying power, he said, "We will conquer this world no matter the cost." Immediately after, a summon magic that shook the earth was cast. Privilege of the King of Earth, ground force. That terrifying energy immediately shone upon his flustered face. In another part of the city, pink lightning continued to flash. The lightning continued to flash as if announcing something. Seahawk's figure was intensely observing from atop a colossal pillar. Suddenly, as if discovering something, she shouted loudly, "Udon!" Before Seahawk's eyes, something's shadow seemed to be flying rapidly. It was a black crow trying to block the way. One crow said, "Don't leave yet." There were 3 spirit crows floating in the air. The orange-haired crow continued to block the way and provoke. "Play with us," Seahawk calmly asked them. "Are the crows flying near you also human?" They replied in turn. "Exactly, we are 3 sisters. All our ultimate techniques are the same." They introduced themselves while posing like magazine cover models. "We are triplets, can you fight us?" Before the 3 crow sisters could act, she quickly attacked them, making them scream in pain. "Thunder!" While they were burning, Seahawk said with overflowing power, "Let me ask you something," she said in a calm but contemptuous tone. "Have you ever fought thunder?" It was a battle between Amamiya Seahawk and Nemen, Manhwa, and Vem. Seahawk quickly turned and apologized. "Sorry, but I don't have time to play with you guys." Despite her apology, her cold expression remained. "Where would I have time to play with you?" Simultaneously, colossal tentacles appeared in the city. Seeing this, Seahawk flew from the pillar without hesitation. She immediately set her destination and muttered to herself, "I hope his ultimate technique has activated. Wu will be fine." Seahawk's steps were so rushed that they emitted flashes of light. Fortunately, she arrived at Udon's location just in time. Seahawk was dumbfounded by the sight before her. Seeing Kinokawa lying on the ground severely injured, she cried out, "Kinokawa!" Mei's condition was no different from Puchigami Wu. Wu shouted Seahawk's name loudly from behind, trying to calm her down. Amaya, equally severely injured, also warned her to be careful. "That woman is using a very abnormal power." In front of the colossal squid tentacles, Seahawk calmly replied, "Yes, I understand." Wu strangely exclaimed with joy as if injected with chicken blood, "You're much stronger than those useless bosses." The colossal tentacles gradually covered Ender's body. Her transformed appearance was revealed before everyone's eyes. Ender emotionlessly announced, "The summoner of thunder and lightning has defeated Himeno. I will kill you first." She was Andraste, a former Hyamiori member of the Black Doe organization and a conqueror. At her words, Seahawk seemed even more fired up for battle. Subsequently, her surroundings were enveloped in brilliant power. In the desolate city, ruined skyscrapers and a gloomy, eerie atmosphere hung heavy. This was Ender Andraste's hometown. On one side of the city there were countless ruins of buildings. A group of people silently stood in front of them looking at a stone head, and she spoke. Even the last guardian god was sacrificed. With an expressionless face she casually said, "There is no longer any hope in this world." Successor, hearing those words, frowned and said, "Now I can only watch it be destroyed." The twin standing beside him spoke. Nemen said in an angry voice, "Those administrators, they're truly disgusting." Maha also frowned unpleasantly and continued, "How can they suddenly raise the difficulty like this?" Suddenly, a man walked in and said in an angry voice, "We have always been their playthings from the beginning." Ender heard the man's voice, turned around and called out, "Huivorn." The man who had just spoken was Huivorn, and his face was filled with displeasure. "Did Q say something else?" Ender glanced emotionlessly and replied, "Nothing, he might have died." She turned her body and ordered them to contact the Eastern King. Ender silently walked past them and continued, "I need to find a new world to reside in." She asked BP, "Is it to live with them, or is it to invade that place?" Ender did not look back at the woman and said in a cold voice, "That depends on the administrator's decision." As Ender Andraste was a king, she would do everything to save her land no matter the cost. Ground Force Max Level. The privilege of Andraste's king allows her to summon and command legendary beings by consuming a huge amount of MP. Cruelty Max Level. Andraste's auxiliary technique recovers 1 of absolute MP every second. The scene changes to another location where others were cautiously looking at the colossal tentacles rising above her head. Seahawk reached back with one hand preparing to deliver a blow. She gritted her teeth and her left eye shone. She unleashed a bolt of lightning at Ender. Powerful lightning arrow. Ender saw the bolt of lightning approaching her, but her eyes were as calm as water. Beside her, a colossal peacock appeared and blocked Seahawk's attack. Ground Force Thunderbird. The colossal peacock swallowed Seahawk's attack as if it were delicious prey. She stared in surprise at the peacock swallowing the bolt of lightning. She thought to herself, "It swallowed my lightning arrow. If I had rushed in as the thunder god, I probably would have been swallowed." The peacock spread its wings and its belly glowed, filled with the lightning bolt. Seahawk looked at the peacock and felt relieved internally. "Fortunately, I listened to Master Kilm's teachings." She remembered Kilm's words. "When fighting a high-level enemy, you must always check their defensive abilities." Suddenly, Seahawk rushed towards it, her steps emitting bolts of lightning. She thought to herself, "I have to start by being confident that it will work." Archer saw Seahawk rushing towards her but remained calm, revealing no weaknesses. The peacock standing beside her also bowed its head to her. Seahawk leapt high and flew over where Archer and the peacock stood. She looked as if she couldn't understand the direction she was flying in. Seahawk flew high above the colossal tentacles and raised her fist. The fist became colossal with bolts of lightning. Seahawk struck down with the colossal fist, her eyes intense. Great luck. As her fist struck the colossal tentacles, the tentacles were destroyed by the bolts of lightning emanating from Seahawk's fist. Ender, witnessing the sight before her, reacted indifferently and evaluated Seahawk. "A fist powerful enough to burn a Kron monster. At least she's strong enough to fight me one-on-one." Seahawk, floating in the air, looked at the colossal tentacles she had destroyed and said in a satisfied voice, "Good." Suddenly, the aura around Seahawk turned blue. She smiled and raised her hand to touch the back of her neck. "My other master." Seahawk's eyes were firm and she emitted a powerful aura towards Ender from above. She said, "Although it doesn't suit me well." But a strong wind blew, making her think, "Is it wind?" Above, Seahawk's surroundings were enveloped in air. She looked up and realized something. "Oh, this is..." Suddenly, a colossal hand grabbed Seahawk's body, but she merely glanced at the hand gripping her and thought, "That woman is controlling the air." Seahawk clenched her fist and seemed to control Enda, who was gripping the colossal arm. Heavenly energy conversion. Then she threw a punch to one side and the gripping hand suddenly moved violently, surprising her. Seahawk moved the colossal hand in a circle and slammed it hard into the ground, creating a tremendous sound as the dust billowed from Seahawk's ground attack. Wu covered his nose with his hand. Seahawk floated in the air, looking down at Ender, who had just been thrown. Where Ender was lying, a colossal orc monster appeared and supported Ender's body. "Weak in make." She looked at Seahawk indifferently and said, "Is it over now?" Seahawk, hearing those words, became even more elated and said, "Of course not yet." Where Ender was lying, another hand appeared and completely pressed down on her. Seahawk gritted her teeth and controlled the colossal hand as much as possible to press down harder on Ender. The colossal hand also pressed down harder on Ender as Seahawk controlled it. "Vitality." Ender from within that hand said in an admiring voice, "You are strong too," she continued, "if your enemy was someone else." Archer summoned blue hair towards Seahawk, confusing her. Then her voice echoed again. "Then you would have won." The blue hair suddenly opened its mouth wide and light appeared from within. Seahawk's eyes widened, looking disbelievingly at what was before her. Then the head fired an energy ball at Seahawk, throwing her elsewhere. "Sivos." Seahawk flew, hitting a wall and spitting blood. Returning to Archer, she escaped from the hand, dusted off her clothes and said in an unpleasant voice, "I split the air and you were in it too," where Seahawk had hit the wall and fallen to the ground. Ender, watching such a sight, said in an evaluating voice, "Although Thunderbird nullified most of your attacks, if you had continuously attacked with lightning bolts, your chances of winning would have been higher." Seahawk, lying on the ground, gritted her teeth in anger and thought, "I misunderstood her." Seahawk, lying on the ground, gritted her teeth in anger and thought, "I misunderstood her." 2 feet were about to land where Ender stood. Second secret technique. The 2 feet descending on Ender belonged to May. He continuously kicked Ender, but she calmly blocked May's attacks. Golden attack. Second secret technique. Light appeared beside her, drawing Ender's attention there, surprising her. A cannon aimed at her fired a bullet at Ender, surprising her. 68-pound cannon. Kinokawa stood beside the cannon. She held her abdomen and controlled the cannon. Kinokawa was bleeding from her head, but she forced a smile when someone called her Kinokawa Sakura. She also looked at where Mei Puchigami stood with a wound on his face and called him Mei Puchigami. 2 feet stepped on something and climbed up. White energy swirled around Ender. She stood on a colossal turtle. She said, "You guys can still move?" Aspen. Kinokawa looked at her, surprised that she was unharmed by such an attack, and thought, "Oh, I'm not hurt." She gritted her teeth and said in an angry voice, "I don't care if you're a conqueror or not. But in the end we overcame the gate threat, so don't ruin our mood." May also heard those words and took a fighting stance. Ender, hearing those words, hesitated and said, "The gate is right." She smiled and continued, "A threat?" Kinokawa heard those words and froze, saying, "Ha?" Then she suddenly turned around and screamed in pain. The blue head screamed loudly at where May and Kinokawa stood, affecting them and making them spit blood. May, affected by the blue head's scream, bled from his body and fell. Kinokawa, similarly affected by the scream, was no different, and she screamed, falling to the ground. Wu, seeing Kinokawa fall, anxiously exclaimed, "Kinokawa Puchigami." He surveyed the situation and thought, Should I stop CCK and block Chevalier to join the battle? He gritted his teeth and thought in an angry voice. No, what am I thinking? I can't let the citizens get harmed, Ender suddenly said in an angry voice. You people have enjoyed peaceful lives in this world. His eyes widened in disbelief. A red gate appeared and Ender's voice echoed again. The game the administrators created in this world is too easy. That's because the underworld owns the gates. They are still too generous. Ender's momentum grew stronger and she continued in a stern voice. I am a king. I have fought and survived in battlefields more terrible than yours. Kinokawa forced herself up, gritting her teeth in an angry voice. That doesn't mean you can steal someone else's world. Hearing those words, Ender's face hardened and she emitted a murderous aura, saying in a terrifying voice, a king is a conqueror. Her momentum grew thicker and she commanded others. So dedicate this world to me, you lowlifes. Suddenly a shadow leapt from above, making Ender look up. The shadow was Pantheon, and he swung his sword, slashing. Pantheon destroyed the colossal turtle by slashing it with his sword. Ender leapt high to avoid the slashing attack, she thought. An Aspen clone was defeated by a simple slash. Ender glanced to the side and said as if realizing something, I know this ultimate technique. You are. She looked straight at where Wu stood and exclaimed, Hyudu Kauti. He casually replied, that's right, and your name is. Kotetsu's face became solemn. And Does right? Ender frowned, looking at him with an angry voice. A conqueror from another world, that's why the deities of this world could plan to resist her. She opened her mouth. Have you also joined the army with them? Kotetsu said. Absolutely not, I won't join those weaklings, he continued. Well, there are some pretty strong guys among them though. A loud explosion occurred behind him and her eyes widened simultaneously. Slashing attacks flew at her, distorting the sword's path. Ender suddenly said in a solemn voice, Hirasaka Lee. The two looked at the crack where Hirasaka stood. He said blankly. Ha, he continued in a confused voice. Didn't cut her, Kotetsu explained. Oh, I can resist slashing attacks. Hirasaka's jaw dropped. But I'm wearing an item that reduces defense, Kotetsu replied. Perhaps it's because you're standing too far away. Hirasaka, hearing those words, smiled brightly. Oh, I see. Then Hirasaka smiled, gripping his cloak, and said, I just need to get closer, right? Walnut Mountain. Hirasaka continued towards Ender. You'll leave this to me, right? Kotetsu shook his wrist and glanced with a solemn face, saying, Don't be too hasty, you idiot. I'll deal with this, boss. The blond man screamed in pain with an X-shaped wound on his chest. The bleeding man gritted his teeth and said, Remember. Isia, the blond man, looking at Kotu's cold face, exclaimed, Hoduati. His eyes drooped. Be careful, Enda. The scene changes to where a fierce battle was taking place. Kotu rushed towards where Ender was. Pantheon went up and destroyed the peacock. Pantheon, god of thieves. Kotetsu quickly rushed towards where Ender stood. She looked at him with a cold face as he rushed. Ender summoned a stone monster where Kotetsu was rushing. Ground Force Ulrakumi. Hirasaka raised his sword, preparing to slash. Estoi Monster Slayer. Hey, he swung his sword, shattering the monster while Kotu was swinging his sword at Enda. Hirasaka looked at the two seriously. Kotetsu also glanced at Hira and slightly bowed his head towards Hira. She raised her hand with an indifferent expression. Then the two quickly rushed towards where Ender was. But suddenly something flew and blocked Kotetsu. Hirasaka's eyes widened, looking at it heading there. Ender summoned a colossal multi-headed water dragon monster, which roared terrifyingly. Hydra, the multi-headed water dragon monster, fiercely attacked the two. Ender watched the water dragons attack them from below. Despite such a fierce attack, Kotetsu slashed the water dragons' heads one by one with his sword. She said, This is using more MP than my MP regeneration rate. Now he's summoning another monster. Hirasaka dodged and slashed the water dragons' heads. At this rate, Sesha will not be able to catch up. No matter how much you slash, the snake can regenerate its body. Ender raised her hand, covered in white energy. Kotetsu also raised his hand, covered in golden light. Hirasaka raised his sword-wielding hand. Ender folded her pinky finger and said, Control. Kotetsu raised his hand and summoned Pantheon. Hirasaka swung his sword. Imperial radiation aped Makmahes, and monsters with sharp teeth and terrifying appearances appeared. True Dragon, Sword of Death. In Ketho, a colossal fireball appeared and rushed forward. The battle within grew increasingly fierce, and many red lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Dragon Slayer bred, the strongest Hirasaka Renji. Approximately 10 minutes before the Sibia calamity, a large explosion occurred on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Arsho stretched out his arm, dropping stones where Shikishima dodged his attack. Shikishima Javan, he floated in the air dodging the attack and glanced at Arsho. Shikishima. Arsho closed his eyes emotionlessly and continued to control the attack towards him. QR Arsho. He opened his eyes, and Arsho's eyes glowed. Shikishima watched him open his eyes and frowned in annoyance, grinding his teeth. Arsho manipulated light to unleash a massive energy blast. Belliness Shikishima didn't avoid the explosion but flew around, observing him. Is it a cannon-like secret technique? Its movement speed is too fast. Shikishima wondered if this guy could truly fire at the speed of light if he was using his power in the form of light. For now, I'll have to fight with the mindset of killing anything that comes into view. He raised his hand and aimed at where Arsho was standing, then fired. Beyond that, a beam of light fired by Shikishima headed towards where Arsho was standing. He closed his eyes and manipulated the stars to block the beam of light. Asteria Shikishima watched him, grinding his teeth. That guy's defensive secret technique is too good, it's completely blocking my bullets. Both my single shot and linear shot were blocked. He shouted in annoyance, sweating. Damn it, move faster. Shikishima yelled loudly. "Where's Wu?" A barrier appeared, startling Arsho. Arsho looked up at the barrier. At that moment Wu's CCK equipped in his armor activated. He opened his eyes wide and emitted light. Subsequently a blue flash of light shone directly into Arsho's eyes. An intense blue light struck where Arsho was standing. Tailwinds. Shikishima put his hands on his hips and complained unpleasantly. "If I could have attacked you from the front you would have been finished by now." Arsho lay on the ground, his whole body scorched. Shikishima said, "This first battle seems to have already been decided by Wu." Seeing Arsho lying on the ground, he frowned. "Oh, Shikishima jubs, Arsho." Shikishima no longer paid attention to Arsho and turned his head. "Alright, now let's go deal with the remaining guys." He suddenly glanced behind him. Shikishima raised his hand to aim behind him, but before he could even take a stance, Pain stabbed him in the abdomen with her hand. Shikishima coughed up blood in pain and cursed inwardly. "Damn it," Pain said with an indifferent expression. "Hey kid, I hid my appearance with a secret technique but you still found me, really?" She pulled her blood-stained hand out of Shiki's body. "He's quite a dangerous guy." He fell with a hole in his stomach, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, getting ambushed hurts too much." Shikishima looked at her with tired eyes. Pain said, "Shikishima." She raised her hand, forming a telescope with it, and looked through it. "You seem quite famous. I recognized you as soon as we met at the train station, but it's strange." Pain extended her hand to him. "You know there are people who want you dead, so why do you reveal yourself so easily?" Shikishima scoffed. "I don't want to stand out to the public, but I can't help it if I have to promote myself." Pain pointed her finger, saying incomprehensibly, "You're not a politician, are you?" Perhaps after experiencing an assassination like this you'll become a little wiser." She turned around, waved her hand at Shiki and left. "Goodbye," he sighed without saying anything. In his mind he suddenly said hi. Shikishima turned around and replied, "I'll leave this to you." A woman's voice echoed, "Now rest." Maria approached Shikishima and placed a hand on his shoulder. Her face was smiling maniacally. "I need to warm up to loosen my body." Returning outside, a sudden intense purple aura appeared, startling Pain. Shikishima slowly transformed. Zombie powder. As Maria possessed Shikishima's body he slowly recovered. The hole in Maria's abdomen gradually healed. Pain turned her head, looking incomprehensibly. "The hole in his abdomen is healing?" Shikishima's body slowly changed into Maria's body. She scoffed, putting her hands on her hips. "Caught Oaks." Maria frowned and looked at Pain with a sinister scoff. She was surprised and thought incomprehensibly, "Even her appearance has changed." Suddenly Pain seemed to realize something and pointed at herself, saying, "Ah, it was a transformation secret technique." Maria suddenly appeared near Pain, wrapped her arm around her neck and put a cigarette in her mouth. "We call that an opposite." She blew cigarette smoke into Pain's face. "I am now Caught Oaks Beach." Pain's face gradually melted in confusion. Maria continued. "One of the 6 Rainbow Kings," she scoffed, looking at Pain with amusement. "Zombie King Maria versus Pain." Maria explained, puffing on a cigarette. "We call that an opposite." She continued, blowing cigarette smoke into Pain's face. "I am now Caught Oaks Beach." Pain's face gradually melted in confusion. Maria was one of the 6 Rainbow Kings. She turned her body behind Pain. Only bones remained, and she would create some kind of chemical within her body. This would be considered a highly toxic chemical or poison that could be transmitted through cigarette smoke. Shikishima saw this scene in his mind, sweating, and said, "She shows no mercy at all. What nonsense are you talking about? She almost killed you. Get rid of such naive thoughts immediately, kid." She said, deep in thought. "This is an invasion. We're in the middle of a war." Shikishima replied in his mind, "Understood." Maria raised her hand holding a cigarette, lost in thought. Now she looked up at the colossal tentacles. "I think the most interesting battle is happening there, don't you?" According to Sibia Calamity 6, 3 battles were currently underway elsewhere to repel the Conqueror's invasion. The Battle of Ariake Subaru and Lyon, simultaneously the Battle of Hirosaka Renji and Hyodo Katetsu and Anda, in a colossal house, and the Battle of Tsunemori Jinga and QR Hogni. Jinga frowned in annoyance looking at the man in front of him. Hogni said, "Not bad, you're Tsunemori Jinga, the Iceman, right?" He raised 2 swords and introduced himself. "I am Hogni, the magic swordsman." A blue light appeared all over Hogni's body and he raised his swords ready to fight. Among the king's bodyguards, Jinga's face showed clear surprise as he heard his introduction. Hogni quickly slashed Jinga's body twice and continued. "I'm the strongest one here." Jinga coughed up blood in pain, cut by him. Hogni was deep in thought. "Compared to other ice users I know, our tribe of darkness is definitely stronger than yours." Jinga's entire body fell to the ground and blood stained the ground. Jinga remained motionless, still holding his sword. After hearing Hogni's words, Jinga solemnly said, "You might be right." Hogni turned around to where he was struggling to get up and replied, "I might be the weakest among Subaru's kin," he continued. "By the time I first appeared it was already too late and I don't even have an opposite." But Hogni was deep in thought. "He should have died from that wound already. Then small pieces of ice suddenly fell. Jinga wiped his mouth, not caring about the wound on his chest. Small pieces of ice fell. Hogni stood on guard, ready. "This guy is probably protecting himself with ice. Such a trick never gets old," he calculated in his mind. "I'll just have to use that technique one more time." Then he suddenly realized something. Small snowflakes began to fall from the sky, slowly, then many more. He thought, "Snow?" Jinga said with a confident voice. "I will become stronger," he continued. "I don't care if my limit is a rank or an incompetent deity." Jinga recalled his time in Mount Asen. Asen told him, "Jinga, you haven't yet developed your most powerful secret technique, So this will be a good opportunity to test yourself. He pondered Asen's words. Asen solemnly said, go inside the gate and win with a single secret technique. Returning to reality, Jinga raised his hand with a serious expression. Sixth secret technique, Snowflake M. Heading towards where Hogni was standing, he was attacked by blue snowflakes. Furendokus. The blue snowflakes increasingly surrounded Hogni as if trying to engulf and crush him. Hogni thought, these snowflakes are freezing everything they touch. Jinga's eyes glowed looking at Hogni, who was being attacked by blue snowflakes. Then the blue snowflakes slowly froze him. And Hogni gnashed his teeth in terror, afraid. What is this? My power, my soul is disappearing, Hogni thought. This was the curse Ariak Subaru warned me about. Shouldn't only Ariak Subaru be able to use something like this? Jinga looked at him and said in a cold, terrifying voice. The blue snowflakes enveloped him. The current me can fight strong enemies with pure power alone. I don't want the administrators to know, but... He reached out his hand and created a weapon. Force skill glass spar. Hogni, trapped in the snowflakes, looked at where Jinga was standing. An intense blue aura appeared around him. Jinga raised a pointed spear, aimed it at him and solemnly said, I will use the power of my kin. Blue javelin. Hogni, trapped in the blue ice, screamed in terror and waved his hand pleading. His mouth stammered begging and cold sweat ran down his cheeks. No, wait please, but Jinga didn't care and prepared to throw the spear in his hand at him. He swung his body, throwing it powerfully at Hogni, and the spear pierced him. Then irregular blue-tinged ice chunks erupted from where Hogni had been. Jinga suddenly said, I am a guardian. He stood before the massive blue ice chunk that contained Hogni. Jinga continued, you will regret trying to invade this world. O Snamori Jinga versus Hogni. Jinga was deep in thought. Hirasaka and the others defeated Ender. He thought of Jinga suddenly looking behind him, returning to the magnificent colossal skyscraper on the 6th floor of Sibia Plaza. The battle between Ariak Subaru and the Conqueror Leon took place. He looked down and was deep in thought. His hand tightly gripped an iron bar, and he said, understood. Leon gripped the iron bar tightly. Below, terrifying red water flowed violently. He continued. So this is how everything turns out? He calculated in his mind, holding on so he wouldn't fall. I heard Ariak Subaru can convert MP into blood and control it. If he intends to cover this entire place with blood, he's won. His face was calm. Even the smell of this blood, just breathing it in feels like I'm going to die. Leon frowned, thinking, is this guy really only 2 months into being a deity? Then he glanced at where Subaru stood in the middle of the red water, evaluating. He possessed the courage and majesty of one who had faced death countless times. Subaru said nothing with an indifferent expression. Leon opened his mouth and laughed. I really thought it would end quickly. He looked at Subaru and said, our world is ruled by 2 kings. He saw Subaru looking at him incomprehensibly. He continued, the first is Ender, the king of the west, or Enda, he continued, and the other one raised his staff. Leon, the king of authority, transformed into his true identity, the eternal one. He smiled, looking at Subaru. Then the red water suddenly sucked up, startling Subaru. Leon raised his staff and sucked up the red water. Subaru glanced around and all the red water was sucked up. Leon sucked it all up until no water remained on the floor. Subaru watched the water slowly being sucked up. Did he absorb all the blood curses? He said. So that's your ability? Leon smiled softly. I am Leon, the king of the east. What is stronger, my eternal cycle or your immortality? He looked at Subaru and continued. We'll have to find out. Take Subaru. On a white sand beach with quartz fragments embedded in the ground. The beach was glowing. Subaru handed the ring to Vanquish. He praised. Well done, Subaru. He looked at the ring in his hand and continued. An item that can detect the administrator's locations. The ring in Vanquish's palm glowed. The engagement ring made by Terra. Subaru replied with an indifferent expression. Yes, he asked incomprehensibly. Are you going to look for them right away? Vanquish explained. No, we have to wait for the right time. There are still some things we need to prepare, he replied. Understood. Subaru was deep in thought. He said, Hey Vanquish. Subaru propped his chin, asking with a bewildered expression, what is a king? Vanquish's mouth hung open in surprise. You've come this far and you're still asking that, he explained. Well, after the king's meeting I realized they were quite similar to the kings of the human world, but still different somehow. Vanquish finally understood what he was saying and replied, Ah, that's what you meant. He raised 2 fingers and explained, In the underworld, kings are determined by the essence and alignment of their souls rather than actual duties. There are primarily 2 types of kings, saints and warriors. Vanquish continued. For example, Sybil is a saint and Kilm is a warrior. However, there were exceptions and kings were one of them. He continued, Each king's soul possesses considerable charm. Through this, they can lead others and move forward. Vanquish continued. Besides that, they also possess a special secret technique called King's Privilege. Subaru heard that and asked, Is the King's Privilege the ability Ruin and Sybil used before? Vanquish crossed his arms and said, The King's Privilege is a characteristic expression when a king appears so powerful that it cannot be denied. He thought deeply, then said, Subaru, keep an eye on that when you fight. Elsewhere, Subaru was quietly and seriously looking ahead. Before him was Leon, the king of the east, and dazzling light emanated from him. Leon floated in the air, looking down at Subaru imperiously, smiling. Did you think it was eternity? He bowed his head, deep in thought. Is that something that exists within Lion's soul? Leon raised his hand, deep in thought. He gripped the red aura tightly and said, Then is this a curse? Subaru's eyes widened, looking at Leon. He quickly charged at Subaru and attacked his abdomen, sending Subaru flying backward. He hit the wall from Lion's blow in pain. Subaru gnashed his teeth, closed one eye and screamed in pain. Did he try to pierce me and directly wound my soul? He looked at Leon in disbelief. Impossible. He seemed to know what Subaru was thinking and said, I know what you're thinking. He can also use curses, right? Leon said. The answer is, I can use it freely now, he explained. I absorbed your blood curse with this king's staff. Lion's information window appeared. Level 1 Supreme. Lion's King's privilege allows him to absorb another person's secret technique with his staff and make it his own. He can store up to 3 secret techniques. If the number of secret techniques is exceeded, the oldest absorbed secret technique is destroyed and his MP is restored instead. Subaru looked straight at him and said, Is your ability easy to explain? Leon said mockingly. It would be a shame to let you die without even knowing why you're dying, wouldn't it? Subaru bowed his head, deep in thought, then said, Understood. Seeing Lion's arrogant attitude, the mercy in Subaru's heart slowly disappeared. Until now, the blood curse overflowing on each floor was just a decoy. The blood curse exiting through the building's ventilation system was to block all incoming sunlight. Subaru's hair slowly turned white and his eyes glowed red. All right, since it's come to this, I'll have to show you some interesting things. Liberate those who walk under the sun, he continued. After all, it's not good to lose without even knowing why you lost, right? Leon looked at him, the corners of his mouth upturned. Elsewhere, Hirasaka Renji and Hyodo Kotetsu were fiercely fighting Ender. Blood fumed from Ender's head. She stood amidst monsters and spoke, referring to Hirasaka Renji's full power attack. There was a colossal monster on top of the skyscraper. She couldn't believe he could kill her most powerful summon with one hit. Ender clutched her left arm and said admiringly, Strong, but she spoke loudly towards the two. That's it. Hirasaka clutched his chest in pain, his face creased with many black marks. Kotetsu had black marks on his hands, he said. I understand. His face also had such marks. Kotetsu calmly stated it was poison. Ender couldn't understand that he was still standing. Hyodo Kotetsu, it's quite strange that you can still stand, she continued, looking at where Kotetsu was standing. But soon you won't be able to lift a finger. You are surrounded by Hydra's venom, the true form before I summon Typhon, Ender added. This fight was mine to win from the beginning. Kotetsu frowned, looking at her. He planned to lure this cunning woman with his strongest attack. He glanced at his hands. Now Kotetsu's fingers were falling off one by one. He pondered how he could escape this situation. Suddenly a voice echoed, Hold on. Ender's eyes widened in surprise. The two heard that voice and turned around, startled, towards the direction the voice had come from. The three saw Maria holding a cigarette and calling out, Hirasaka, right? She opened her mouth. Naru would have had to learn to focus if I hadn't been here. Maria recalled the scene where she had grabbed Mei and Kinokawa by their collars and avoided the fight, and she ran to Seahawk's location and pushed her away from there. Maria pulled everyone else out of the fierce fight. She said, All your wonderful friends would have died. Understand? Hirasaka looked at her, the corners of his mouth upturned. Although Ben tried to endure the poison, you must be Shikishima-jun's opposite. I vaguely saw you coming here before I made that attack. He recalled Maria floating leisurely in the air, unaffected by the fight. Maria said with a cigarette in her mouth, So you've decided to trust me? She exhaled blue smoke and admired. Truly scary. The blue smoke approached Hirasaka, startling him. Caught Oaks Beach. He was surprised to see the poison gradually disappearing. Ender frowned at the sight. The poison on Hirasaka's body slowly disappeared and he cried out in surprise. My body feels lighter. Then Ender charged at Hirasaka, and before he could react, Ender had already made her decision. Her eyes looked at Hirasaka with killing intent. I must kill Hirasaka Renji before he fully recovers. Suddenly an arm flew in surprisingly. In that situation her choice was Hyodo. Ah, I understand. The hand flew towards where Ender was standing. Kotetsu resolutely stabbed Ender in the abdomen. But in hindsight it seems to have been the wrong choice. Mercurius, god of thieves, his face was cold and blood splattered from Ender's body. As Hirasaka watched in astonishment, Kotetsu casually pulled his blood-stained hand out of Ender's abdomen. The others also watched the scene, their mouths agape in surprise. Ender, dying on the ground, asked in disbelief why. She glanced at Kotetsu, perplexed, and asked, Even you can move? Kotetsu held out 2 fingers and explained, My secret technique, Pantheon, allows me to summon gods from Greek and Roman mythology. He extended his hand and summoned Asclepius, continuing, That includes Asclepius, the god of medicine. Kotetsu rubbed his hands together and added, I intended to kill you the moment you let your guard down. There are countless ways to kill you. Ender lay on the ground, smiling, looking at him with tired eyes. I was always like this, wasn't I? She lowered her eyes and asked sadly, Does life never go as planned? Ender looked at where the two were standing. There were 7 people, and looking at the other group next to them, she added, With so many people here, you should have done better, of course. Kotetsu and Hirasaka were bewildered. She explained, Even if the strongest warriors of Earth gather here, Tabin's victory is already decided. She continued, As long as the King of the East is alive. The scene returns to where Leon and Subaru were fiercely fighting. Subaru quickly rushed towards where Lion's staff was, but as he manipulated the staff to unleash a blood curse attack, Subaru was surprised, unable to react in time. Blood curse. Leon looked at Kotetsu with a triumphant smirk. He looked at Lion's system board and said, Is this the Leon that Subaru is fighting? Ender lay on the ground with a tired face, saying nothing. Kotetsu spoke. Then you lost from the start. Hirasaka smiled brightly from behind, agreeing with his words. That's right. Ender's eyes widened in surprise and she asked, What? Kotetsu explained, No one will ever lose to a human deity. The scene returns to where a fierce battle was taking place. Subaru leaped and kicked Leon, sending him flying far away. Blood source X Death's fist. Lion's eyes widened in disbelief at the kick. He coughed up blood and frowned after transforming. This guy has a completely different level of power than Ender, Subaru said. I heard that becoming a king is determined by the alignment of one's soul. His right eye turned black and blood flowed. Subaru's face hardened and his voice was resolute. If that's the case, then I just need to get stronger and defeat you. King from another world. Subaru attacked Leon, sending him flying into a wall, saying, I heard that becoming a king is determined by the alignment of one's soul, Subaru said with an angry face. If that's the case, then I just need to get stronger and defeat you. King from another world. Leon, hit by the attack, bled from his mouth and gritted his teeth. He kicked, but Subaru blocked it with his arm. Leon shouted, What kind of alignment is that? Subaru was slightly surprised by Lion's response. Leon continued, panting with blood around his mouth. You are wrong. A king always fulfills their duties. The scene shifts to an abandoned building. A voice said to Leon, Your king's privilege allows you to absorb another person's secret technique and use it as your own. If there's any secret technique among ours that could be helpful, take it. Leon thought for a moment. I can only use 3 simultaneously, so it's hard to choose. Ender glanced at him to see which secret technique he would choose. Leon continued to analyze. I need to save one for the plan. Then he pointed at Huivorn and said, I'll take Huivorn's. Huivorn asked in surprise, Mine? The scene shifts to where Leon and Subaru were fighting. He was using the ultimate ice secret technique. Deep freeze. Blood flowed from Subaru's forehead. He could already feel his arm freezing. Is this another secret technique stored by Leon as his king's privilege? Since touching him freezes one, close combat seems impossible. Even if he attacks with a blood curse, he will continue to absorb it. Leon still held his staff, bleeding from his mouth, looking at Subaru. Subaru frowned. But there was one thing Subaru had to avoid at all costs. Kotetsu and Subaru held hands and emitted a rainbow-colored light. He must not absorb 1,000 blades. A rainbow-colored light flashed. Subaru confronted Leon. Leon suspected, has this guy realized that close combat and secret technique usage are impossible against me? Leon wore a triumphant expression that seemed to say, think as much as you like. Leon sweated and frowned. If I can stall for more time, the King of the West can surely turn the situation around elsewhere. Kotetsu said, I have a few questions before I kill you. Ender lay on the ground, bleeding heavily from her head and mouth. Kotetsu asked Ender, when you invaded my world, neither of you were kings yet, were you? You probably inherited power from the previous king during that time, right? What happened to the previous king? Ender replied weakly. They all died. A blue eye appeared in the sky, looking down with red lightning around it. May and the others only wrote 3 letters and said nothing. Ender thought regretfully, if that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have been part of this gamble. The Himeno sisters were defeated, smoke rising from their bodies and their faces blackened. Huivorn lost his entire right arm. Ender said regretfully, losing precious comrades. She looked at her severely injured comrades and fell silent. Ender said to Kotetsu, do you really want to know? Kotetsu was silent. The people behind him simultaneously warned Kotetsu loudly, angered, she's stalling for time, she's plotting something, kill her quickly. Kotetsu waved his hand enveloped in red energy, and replied, I have no choice, do I? Ender looked weakly at the hand aiming at her from above her blood-stained face, thinking, it's like a trial? But my blood volume has also recovered. Cruelty max level. Ender's auxiliary secret technique recovers 1 of absolute MP every second. She summoned the ground force. Grand Earth choose. A woman in black appeared. Kotetsu asked curiously, a water attack secret technique? That'll be difficult then. Hirasaka suddenly interrupted, worried. No. Kotetsu was surprised by Hirasaka's words. Udon Rusa's secret technique that keeps Sibia in perfect condition seems to require certain conditions to be met to maintain that state. That's why they kept protecting him during the fight. If he just leaves his position, the secret technique will disappear. Udon, blocking the waves hitting him with his arm, pondered. Blackwater? Ender's goal isn't water pressure, but buoyancy. Ender spoke her last words before closing her eyes. No matter how many lives we sacrifice, achieving the objective is enough. Udon clenched his feet, golden energy flowing around him. Ender continued, ultimately I completed my mission. Golden light shone, cracked a chevalier release, many golden barriers appeared. Udon gritted his teeth, angered by being tricked by Ender. Damn it, the barriers began to shatter and disappear in many places. The scene shifts to where Subaru was in an attacking stance. Suddenly Subaru disappeared, surprising Leon. Subaru moved behind Leon, and at the same time he raised his sword high. Leon sensed danger and turned around. Subaru's sword slowly descended. Before he could react, Subaru had already cut Lion's shoulder. Leon bled from his mouth and asked himself, teleportation? Ender's report made no mention of this guy having this ability. Subaru looked at Leon with an emotionless expression. He wondered, did he really get this strong in such a short time? And Leon weakly closed his eyes. But she seems to have finished her work on time. These barriers also disappeared beside Leon. Subaru was surprised and stunned at the sight. As the barriers shattered, everyone started moving again. They resumed their previous activities. One by one, all the barriers shattered everywhere. Nowhere was an exception. At this moment, as all activity returned to normal, a scream startled them. The 2 girls looked up in surprise. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger. As soon as they started moving again, people were confused by the fight between the two deities. A man in orange clothes shouted, "What's going on? Are they fighting?" Another blonde man said, "No." A man in a shirt replied, "It's a fight between two deities." A man ran quickly, shouting to everyone, "Run away quickly." Subaru, seeing the sight, sweated on his face and was flustered. "Damn it, Udon's secret technique has been cancelled." Leon smiled, holding his staff, and said, "From now on this secret technique will affect humanity." Lion's staff could store up to 3 secret techniques simultaneously. Currently it stored Ariak Subaru's Blood Curse and Huivorn's Deep Freeze. The last was a hidden secret technique with strict activation conditions that could reverse the situation for the conquerors. A method to summon deities from his world at the cost of human souls. A secret technique that brings countless deaths and resurrections, the king's privilege inherited from the previous king. Simultaneously, Leon activated the Catastrophe secret technique, inducing a fierce battle with Ariak Tiger. Ariak Subaru rapidly grew stronger after his battle with Ariak Tiger. After the battle, Subaru returned as an upgraded version with white hair and red eyes. Leon, severely injured, greeted him with a blood-stained staff. He had miscalculated Subaru's abilities, but thanks to that, the conditions for activating Catastrophe were met. Speaking of Catastrophe, it was a secret technique that could summon allied deities from any space by consuming all human souls within a 1-kilometer radius. Leon and his invasion plan involved sacrificing millions of Sibia citizens to summon deities from his homeland. To successfully activate this secret technique, 3 conditions were required. More than 10 allies within a 1-kilometer radius, the deity's MP must reach 100, and the deity's blood must be less than 5. All these conditions were met. The first condition was met from the beginning. The second condition was met by removing Deep Freeze from Lion's storage, fully restoring his MP. This was a side effect of Lion's King's privilege. 1 hit. Subaru attacked Leon powerfully. The third condition, that the deity's blood must be less than 5, was met by Ariak Subaru's attack. Leon held the staff of the previous king, the revered King Brigitta's staff. Finally, the time had come for him to use King Brigitta's king's privilege. Leon began to activate the Catastrophe King's privilege, but there was another way. Simply put, Lion's Catastrophe would not be able to activate. Subaru pointed the tip of his sword directly at Lion's neck. The first was for Ariak Subaru to cut his neck before the secret technique activated. Subaru hesitated for a moment, looking at the blade at Lion's neck. The scene shifts to the old Sibia Catastrophe castle. Bridget lay in a pool of blood, a large hole in the middle of his stomach. Leon shouted, "Bridget!" Leon cried out in pain. "Damn it, who dared to do such a thing to his majesty?" He looked at Bridget, the former king of the East, lying on the floor. Bridget said, "The executors." Leon gritted his teeth, looking at him. Leon glanced at the weak Bridget lying on the ground and continued, "The administrators know I'm trying to break away from the game." Leon sweated in surprise. "No way." Bridget looked at Leon trustingly and said, "Leon, you possess all the potential of a king, so take my place." Leon was shocked. "Your Majesty wants me to be the next king of the East. I cannot." "If it weren't for your Majesty, Bridget interrupted Leon before he could finish speaking. "Seeing me in this state, you probably think that hardship always comes before you even have time to prepare, don't you?" Bridget raised his blood-stained hand. "Receive my king's privilege." Leon carefully took Brigitta's hand. As their hands met, a powerful energy surged, and Bridget transferred his king's privilege to Leon. Bridget slowly grew weary and closed his eyes. "Please free us from the administrator's bondage." With his last strength, Bridget whispered before closing his eyes, "Everything is for our people." Thus Bridget, the former king of the East, departed this world forever. Leon held his hand, shedding tears. He cried out in pain. "Bridget!" Sunlight poured into the castle, and Leon knelt silently beside Brigitta's body. Then another person approached. "I didn't make it in time." Leon looked at her and said, "Ender, why are you here?" Ender replied, "Because I am the next king of the West." She lowered her eyes and looked at Bridget. Bridget had departed in immense pain, his body covered in wounds and his face stained with blood. Ender gritted her teeth, unable to suppress her rage. She called Leon. "Should we join forces?" Ender's eyes gleamed. She continued, looking at Leon. "I found a world that hasn't been destroyed yet. Let's invade it." Leon looked on with uneasy eyes. "Are you going to seize a world?" He replied, "Yes, it's for our people." The scene shifts to the present. Lion's pupils were still dilated. Ariak Subaru's sword. Subaru swung his sword, aiming at Lion's neck, moving faster than Leon could activate his secret technique. Just as the blade was about to touch Leon, he was still thinking of his people, and Subaru's eyes wavered. Subaru, with a sword in one hand, stopped just at the moment he could subdue him. Leon looked up at Subaru with a surprised, bewildered expression. Subaru looked at Leon and said, "Let's end this, Leon." Subaru stood still with his sword at Lion's neck, and Leon, kneeling on the ground, snorted in confusion. Leon, sweating, said, "What did you just say?" Subaru replied, recalling an earlier memory. "In a previous battle with my brother, Ariak Tiger, his heart became connected to mine." Leon frowned, thinking, soul exchange can only happen between two people with equal sensitivity. Subaru gritted his teeth and continued, "The reason you invaded us stems from the same feelings within me." "This very thing," Leon thought in confusion. "What happened to my heart?" Subaru looked sorrowful and on the verge of tears, thinking, why is Subaru showing such painful emotions for him? Subaru continued, "I know how your secret technique works. Once activated, neither of us can escape. So stop quickly." Leon hesitated for a moment, bowing his head in thought. The sudden proposal made Leon stop thinking. Just then, in that moment of hesitation, another earthquake occurred. Outside, intense energy sources were activated. With a very serious expression, Udon had bought enough time for Udon Rusa to reactivate the CCK de Chevalier. It brought the humans back to an active state, and Lion's catastrophe was no longer effective. Leon cried out in shock. He saw Subaru's pained expression and thought, was Subaru just buying time? Lion's eyes were bloodshot and wide. He thought Subaru had tricked him. He was truly a fool. Subaru looked down at him with dark eyes from above, and Leon bowed his head. He had missed a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. Lying amidst a pool of black blood, Leon closed his eyes. Leon painfully recalled Match sacrificing his life and sneered, ha ha ha. Subaru looked at Leon with a sad expression. Leon slammed his small hand hard on the floor and cried out, damn it. Subaru held his sword, stepped back and bowed his head. Why did I listen to you? Leon cried out in pain, realizing now everything's ruined. Lion's face was covered in tears and his pain was undeniable. Subaru looked at Leon with dark eyes. He asked curiously, as if realizing something, are you crying? Leon was crying. He suddenly stopped sobbing. Subaru knelt beside Leon. I said we shouldn't fight anymore, didn't I? I didn't trick you. Reconsider why you invaded this world. Subaru continued to explain. Our enemy is none other than the administrators. Leon stopped sobbing and remained blank. He calmly confirmed again. The administrators are your enemy. Leon now recognized Subaru and looked up. Wait, Leon was surprised. Are you really going to do that? Subaru clenched his fist. That's right, he said resolutely. We will defeat the administrators, Leon exclaimed in shock. That's impossible. They are beings akin to gods far beyond our comprehension. Subaru extended his hand to Leon. We still have a chance to win. Empathy between deities only occurs when both possess high sensitivity. Leon looked at Subaru's outstretched hand and continued. You should have understood my heart, shouldn't you? Elsewhere, in the middle of a white sand desert, an eerie red chair sat. Vanquish held a heart-shaped ring and smiled eerily. On this side, Subaru continued to persuade Leon. Listen to us, Leon. We'll tell you our plan. In place, Vanquish held the ring and looked at it with an inscrutable and somewhat eerie smile. In the desolate city, he stood on a balcony, looking down at the people below, and said to the person behind him, for our world to continue to exist, we have no choice but to destroy other worlds. Heaven listened from behind, arms crossed. She continued, Leon and I will take responsibility. Heaven frowned unpleasantly and asked, who will truly take responsibility for what happened here? Looking down at the desolate city, he replied, don't say that, Heaven. I will not resist the administrators and put my people at risk. Below, people walked happily. They didn't seem perturbed by the desolate city. Rather, they seemed grateful to have a place to live. Heaven narrowed her eyes dangerously and finally scratched her head and clicked her tongue. Please let me know if you need any help. Heaven demonstrated her loyalty. If your majesty is our king, we will gladly sacrifice our lives, no matter the cost. Ender glanced behind her for a moment and spoke. All right, she smiled gratefully. I'll rely on you. The flashback ended and Ender slowly opened her eyes. The outside light made her squint slightly. Standing to her right was Maria. She was exhaling cigarette smoke and was dressed like a gangster. Ender saw that she had woken up and Maria glanced at her. Lying on the floor, Ender felt her body somewhat suspiciously. Have I been treated? Finding herself alive, she asked with difficulty. Why did you save me? Someone's voice came from above. I told you. Katetsu glared at Ender. I have a lot of questions for you. He narrowed his eyes and warned, if you try any tricks, I'll kill you right here and now. At this moment, a person was sitting to her left. Hirasaka with a shining sword. Seeing the three surrounding her, Ender was silent for a moment, then whispered, my life no longer has meaning. She said no more, letting the three surround her. Then Hirasaka saw someone approaching. Subaru. Maria also saw three people approaching, including Subaru. Subaru was leading the three, still with bloodstains on his head. Leon was carefully bowing his head and Jinga was on guard behind them. Seeing Leon, Ender suddenly shot up and called out to him loudly. She angrily demanded, why are you with Ariak Subaru? What happened to your catastrophe technique? To that question, Leon said nothing. He was extremely ashamed. Subaru stepped forward and explained the situation. We requested a truce. Ender had never been so angry before. She bitterly accused, impossible. Leon, have you betrayed us? She was no longer the lofty king of the West, but like someone who had lost her country and home, cornered. In her despair, she could utter any bitter words. Have you abandoned our world? Hearing those words, Leon could no longer remain silent. He cried out, no. He hesitated and explained, I decided to participate in Subaru's plan. Ender didn't understand and gritted her teeth. A plan? Beside them, Maria began smoking a cigarette, exhaling blue smoke. This smoke enveloped Subaru's body. He warned, hey, if you talk here, the administrators will hear. He took out a red key and suggested, let's talk somewhere more private. Subaru led Leon and Jinga through the red door. They arrived at a white sand desert where there was a red geode and in front of them sat a crimson chair symbolizing the status of the person there. Vanquish was sitting on the chair and powerful rainbow-colored energy emanated from him. He rested his chin on his hand and welcomed his guests. Welcome kings from other worlds. The powerful energy emanating from Vanquish intimidated Leon and Ender, making them uneasy, not letting the two wait long. Vanquish, with a cunning smile, got straight to the point. Today's topic is how to defeat the administrators. He immediately cut them off, giving them no chance to ask questions. Firstly, I don't care if you think it's impossible or that they're invincible. What you need to do is follow our plan. Ender looked around this new space, assessing it and wondering inwardly, what kind of hellish place is this? Is it a space where the administrators can't find us? She looked at the person sitting on the throne in front of her and felt the incredibly powerful force emanating from this person. This person must be Vanquish. Ender also recognized the difference in their power. She analyzed inwardly, even if all of them gathered here, he could kill them all in the blink of an eye. She asked what she had always wondered. Then can you defeat the administrators? Vanquish replied nonchalantly. Me, no, I have no chance of winning. Ender froze at his nonchalant reply. Then why are we talking about this? As soon as she finished speaking, a black pearl ring was thrown at her feet. She had a big question mark above her head, not understanding what this ring meant. Since this matter was related to the administrators, Vanquish kindly explained, that ring is an item that can locate the administrators. He revealed his intention. I plan to use it to visit an old friend. Ender frowned, paying close attention to his words. An old friend, she asked, and he listened quietly to what she was saying. Leon already knew the plan, so he said nothing. She hesitated, organizing her words. Are you making one of the administrators an ally? Realizing Ender was so smart, Vanquish laughed and complimented. You understand faster than Subaru. Subaru, who was being teased even while silent, said shyly, Stop it, it was over. A girl as smart and rational as Ender would not be easily persuaded. She gritted her teeth and asked again, Tell me, Vanquish, how much do you know? Vanquish was very gentle today. He slowly explained, There are 9 administrators. Ender was shocked by this number. She was stunned for a moment. Vanquish continued to share information he knew about the administrators. They control 10 billion worlds divided into 8 sectors, and each extracts soul energy from the worlds under their administration. The celestial clock is a system that collects such energy, and the game is set up to force your participation for effective energy extraction. If any anomalies occur, they select executors from among the conquerors to eliminate the problem. As Vanquish was about to continue, Ender raised her hand to stop him. Wait. Ender was confused. She waved her hand and said, Wait, that's too much information to process. It's too overwhelming. Ender continued to sweat. Vanquish asked impatiently, Then how should I explain it? Subaru continued worriedly. Hey, explaining it just once won't be enough. Ender asked curiously. Wait, there are 8 control sectors but 9 administrators, then your ally is someone without a control sector? Subaru was surprised. He thought inwardly, she understood it in one go? Vanquish rested his chin on his hand and explained, I'd call them an acquaintance rather than an ally. They are fickle and difficult to trust. We can only be certain that half of them will cooperate with us. Ender hesitated to answer. But still, she continued to ask, there's a 50 chance an administrator will cooperate with us? Vanquish, sitting in his chair, replied, That's right, I plan to use his power to beat the other administrators until they listen to us. If all goes well, we can get out of this game. Not bad, wouldn't you say? Hearing what Vanquish had just said, Ender's mind wavered, and she asked herself inwardly, Not bad. So Leon chose to go against the administrators. Leon looked at her nervously. Ender thought carefully, This is my first and last chance to win. I can't miss it, she said to Vanquish. All right, I'll join you. Ender continued to ask, What do we do now? Then she recalled an earlier memory. A young man was lying on the ground. Ender called out Huivorn's name. Remda, arms crossed, calmly said, He was a brave warrior. Remda turned and left, leaving Ender alone. He continued he should be proud to have had him as a subordinate. She raised her voice and said, You're leaving without a word. Ender sat quietly and reached out her hand. Her hand gently touched Huivorn's pale face. I'm sorry for being a miserable king, she sobbed, but you didn't sacrifice yourself in vain. Ender embraced Huivorn and said sadly, Not in vain at all, Huivorn. She recalled their childhood together. Leon approached and said, We've lost Pain and Hogni. The remaining allies will receive treatment. Once they recover, they'll return immediately. Other allies were also present. Kotetsu turned around and said, If you make even the slightest suspicious move, I'll kill you immediately. Hirasaka looked up and replied, What can we do now? Leon stood still, saying nothing. She stood up, looked at Leon and asked, Then are you and I here to lend our strength to this world? Vanquish smiled, the corners of his lips turning up. It's truly surprising that Vanquish, the king of the Rainbow Kingdom, would make such a proposal, but it's really absurd, she said angrily. The one he chose is Ariak Subaru. What kind of king is he? Leon slightly bowed his head. He replied worriedly, Regarding that matter, I discovered a connection between your souls while we were fighting. Ender replied, You told me that when you stopped fighting. Leon cut her off. It's not over yet. He recalled that moment. After touching his soul, I became certain of this, Leon continued. Subaru's will is not a king's will. Ender, not understanding what he meant, asked curiously, What do you mean? Leon replied worriedly. I don't know, I've never seen anything like it before. What's inside his soul is... A dazzling aura enveloped Subaru's companions who stood beside him, and then Subaru spoke. Savior. Subaru's eyes shone like stars in the sky. Jin called Subaru with a puzzled expression. Ari, he asked, pointing at his eyes. Has Maria still not fixed your eyes? Immediately after, as if to prove Jin's question, he opened his eyes wide. One of Subaru's eyes turned red and continuously bled. Drop by drop blood slowly fell, and he was shocked. The scene shifts to the provisional headquarters of the Deity Association. Shikishima stood in the middle of the press conference and said, as we mentioned in our last report, we have accepted an invitation from the underworld to participate in a meeting with their leaders. He then announced, according to the information we gathered there. Despite the journalist's stunned expressions, Shikishima did not stop. Here, please refer to the data we provided. As soon as he finished speaking, he presented a book he had already opened. Director Hirasaka, who was watching the interview, fell deep in thought. The day after the Shibuya defense battle, the Japan Deity Association held a press conference with those who had visited the underworld. Suddenly, she smiled brightly as if she had achieved something. This way, they will be the first to announce the official results, and will take a leading position among other major powers. Returning to the press conference, Shikishima continued to explain, "The best news we got from there is," he paused for a moment then added, "that we have reached an agreement with the underworld." Shikishima suddenly became much more serious. "Now they will no longer send new gates to our world." This new information shocked all the journalists present. At the same time, Jin, covering his face, calmly listened to Shiki's words. To compensate for the losses incurred so far, Akira also smiled slightly and said, "For the future, so that we can be connected to the underworld," he continued, speaking while Seahawk was in good spirits. "We will cooperate with all nations and expand our connections." Shikishima still spoke in a calm voice. "Shall we move on to the interview part now?" Everyone quickly raised their hands. "Please raise your hand if you have a question." Outside the headquarters, the sun had already set and dusk was falling. As if returning to his usual self, Shikishima shouted tiredly. While Jin removed the covering from his head, Shikishima quickly threw himself onto the sofa and sighed as if trying to cling to it. "I'm so tired." Then Jin complimented him. "Honestly, your answers at the press conference were truly professional," Shikishima replied as if it were obvious. "I handled all these things myself." Hirasaka also offered praise but suddenly stopped speaking, leaving everyone puzzled. "You did really well. I was going to help you a little." Then Shikishima interrupted and asked, "Subaru, how are you doing now?" Subaru lightly touched his eye to reassure everyone. "I'm fine. My eyes aren't showing any strange symptoms anymore." He immediately changed his demeanor. "That's a relief. If anything feels off, let us know right away. Now our next concern is the fourth calamity," Kinokawa immediately added with vigor as if enjoying someone else's suffering. "Don't forget you also have to attend meetings with other allied nations. The same goes for online meetings with world leaders," Shikishima said in a pleading voice. "Kinokawa." She laughed coolly and refused without hesitation. "I can't." He scratched his head tiredly and asked, "Subaru, are you sure Snomori can handle the fourth calamity alone?" To that question he announced his plan. "Yes, I'm thinking of joining him with the slacker." As if to prove Subaru's words, an image of Kotetsu shopping appeared. "I'll use some of Ariak's cards," Akira asked again irritably, and Shikishima gritted his teeth disapprovingly. "That guy again?" a low voice echoed. "The one who killed me and Carrion, the fourth calamity. The Forged Emperor." According to the story, flames were falling on a beautiful and vast mountainous area. He was born on Mount Kyushu, far from Tokyo. He quietly absorbed nearby souls to increase his power. Images of the future slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. If that emperor were allowed to fully grow, the souls he absorbed would turn into powerful monsters and attack Japan. The introduction was very powerful and frightening, but the emperor still lay comfortably. Now there is a Forged Emperor sunbathing, growth stage 7. He thought while comfortably sunbathing. If the emperor continues to absorb the abundant souls of this world, he will soon create the strongest army in history. First, I'll turn this place into hell. Before the Forged Emperor could finish his plan, a polite voice echoed, "Excuse me." He replied very politely. "Yes." Subaru asked inquisitively with Jin and Kotetsu, "Are you going to be the fourth calamity?" The emperor stared blankly at them with a puzzled expression. Immediately after, Jin extended his hand and spoke as if about to use a skill. "Excuse me." The magic-infused hand approached his curious face. In an instant he screamed, "Ow!" The fourth calamity was eliminated. Kotetsu asked again with a puzzled expression, "What was the purpose of me coming here after all?" Subaru gave an awkward smile and stated the reason. "Just in case. Please enjoy the latest events in the next paragraph." As soon as he arrived home, he shouted loudly, "We're home." Ender greeted him with an expressionless face. "Welcome back." Subaru then smiled brightly. "Subaru, we've finished preparing dinner." Kotetsu shamelessly scoffed, "You damn parasites." Upon hearing that, Subaru immediately stated an unpleasant truth, "You're the biggest parasite here." Hyodo, as soon as he finished scoffing, he changed his demeanor and admired, "Looks delicious. Let's eat quickly." Hyodo, before they even sat down at the table, a voice echoed, "Subaru, did you notice?" It was Seahawk. Seahawk was playing with a cat. "Sorry for interrupting your meal." She stared awkwardly in one direction. "But," Seahawk informed, looking at the four shadows floating in the air, "we have some guests." Immediately after, Shikishima also contacted him. "Subaru, it's urgent," Subaru replied. "Shaki." As he opened the door and walked out, Seahawk continued to speak. "After hearing His Majesty's story about visiting the underworld, all the leaders of other nations want His Majesty." According to her words, the four shadows floating in the air approached his apartment. They want to capture His Majesty and take him to their own country. The blonde male deity smiled confidently, as if he had already acquired Subaru. Next to him, a black-haired president with his face covered stood mysteriously, followed by a cold and haughty female deity observing carefully. And finally, a gentle-looking leader smiled. While he carefully observed each person, Seahawk said cautiously, "Be careful." Shikishima also consoled him with a worried expression, "We're coming." Contrary to everyone's expectations, Subaru was speechless and said awkwardly, "This was because Kotetsu was seriously focusing his power around him." Lion likewise transformed into his golden deity form without backing down. Seeing this, Seahawk also prepared to fight. As if anticipating the outcome, Subaru helplessly intervened. I don't think it's necessary. A terrifying stream of various colored energies poured towards the four deities as if to overwhelm them. While Seahawk leisurely lay on the cat, they quickly resolved the situation. The world's top deity group. The end, Shikishima informed Kino from headquarters, speechless. That guy told me not to come. She immediately shouted, and Ume and Akira both cheered happily. We don't have to go. A loud noise echoed from below Subaru's building as if trying to stop them. No, Prime Minister. While Mia comforted the suffering blonde deity, a voice came from the phone. I told you not to go there. He shouted angrily into the phone. I thought only Ariak Subaru would be there, the blonde deity said in shock. But how on earth can there be 4 monsters there? Mia asked incredulously. 4? Unlike the noisy external scene inside the apartment, Subaru was full of praise. This sub is really delicious, Akira replied humbly. It's just average. The scene shifts to the Silver Kingdom in the birch forest of the underworld. Aster hurriedly announced the time. Your Majesty has 15 minutes left. Vanquish walked over, curiously. Why did you suddenly call me to this desolate place? What's going on? He got closer and closer to Sybil and called her in a low voice. Undeterred by Vanquish's demeanor, she spoke calmly. Upon hearing that one of Subaru's kin is the king of the Silver Kingdom, I asked His Majesty to find a place for us to meet. This is a very urgent matter. Sybil became more and more serious. The 8th calamity has been rewritten. Upon hearing this news, he suddenly became serious. While he gritted his teeth, she delivered shocking information. The 6-eyed executor will appear in the human world. Ruan glanced at them and asked again. The 6-eyed executor, Sybil explained, sweating with worry. They are the ones who killed the former king of the Golden Kingdom and the former king of the Silver Kingdom, who raised His Majesty. He was shocked, recalling that the two of them were truly terrifying. She helplessly spoke the truth. Abaddon's power cannot even compare to theirs. Suddenly, Sybil became urgent. We must act quickly, if this continues. Immediately after, she spoke, fearing the outcome that she and Vanquish most wanted to avoid. The future where Subaru dies will become inevitable. The scene shifts to a certain world. Mastema answered the phone. Yes. Hello. She held a blood-stained weapon and asked the person on the other end of the phone curiously. Which executor are you? Mastema calmly said. If we haven't met before, then you must be Wrath or Balance or Chaos, she said curiously. What is it? I accepted, of course, but why me? When the person on the other end answered something, Mastema immediately said, Ah, I see, yes. I'll report it right away. As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately manipulated something on the phone. Immediately after, a voice echoed. Hello, Mastema exclaimed happily. Oh, you answered, Director, she announced excitedly. We have a job to do. Executor Mema. The sun rose and soft sunlight shone on Subaru's building. Lee went out with a basket and looked up at the sky, saying, Is it okay to go out dressed like this even though it's winter? But he heard something and turned around to greet them. Good morning, Hugh. It's already afternoon, though. Kotetsu sat on the sofa and asked curiously. Where did Ari go? To that question, Lee replied as if he already knew. He went for a walk. He's probably drinking coffee by now. Immediately after, she stood in front of him and instructed. Hugh, move. I need to tidy up the sofa. Kotetsu was speechless and said with a puzzled expression, You guys seem to be having a lot of fun. Ender sighed and complained like an old mother. If you're a parasite, you should at least help with the housework. At least you. Before she could finish speaking, he cut her off. What are you guys expecting? Ender still asked again, feigning ignorance. What? Suddenly, Kotetsu asked in a low voice full of suspicion. Do you wish for this peace to last forever? Despite lowering his voice, Lean, who was hanging laundry, heard him and turned around, looking at him carefully. A strange crack suddenly appeared in the peaceful city sky. Unaware of anything, Subaru happily enjoyed the coffee in his hand and praised it. Delicious. He comfortably closed his eyes and relaxed, thinking inwardly. Subaru needs to enjoy this peaceful moment before the 7th calamity arrives. The peaceful moment did not last long. He suddenly saw something and opened his eyes. At the same time, a polite voice echoed, Excuse me, Your Majesty. I'm sorry, but, Asmodeus said, slightly embarrassed. May I sit here? Subaru generously agreed. Ah, yes. He suddenly paused as if he had realized something. Subaru looked at the tables and chairs scattered around and asked curiously, There are still many other seats. As soon as he sat down, he looked outside and admired. The weather is really nice today. He fully agreed. Yes, it is. Seeing the peaceful city under the sky, Asmodeus continued. Blue sky and white clouds, truly beautiful. Upon hearing that, Subaru also looked outside and slowly replied, Yes, it is. Confusion appeared in his wide-open eyes. The reason for this question was that he suddenly shed tears. Subaru panicked, stood up and asked, Are you all right? Asmodeus panicked and wiped away his tears. I'm fine. I'm all right. He adjusted his glasses and gently admired. I apologize, Your Majesty, you are kind. I was just a little moved by the beautiful weather. Asmodeus's explanation left him speechless immediately after. Before Subaru could calm down, he gently spoke a shocking truth. It's truly unbearable to destroy such a world already accustomed to surprise, he stammered, repeating, Huh? As if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Destroy? As he spoke, Asmodeus slowly apologized. I'm sorry, I was too hasty. After that, he extended a business card as if to introduce himself. This is the organization I work for. As soon as Asmodeus mentioned this name, Subaru quickly panicked. The Fallen World Organization. The business card appeared clearly, as if to prove his introduction. Asmodeus announced in a calm tone, "I am Asmodeus, director of the Six-Eyed Group." Immediately after, he smiled slightly, and his power was immediately unleashed, or rather an executor. Asmodeus was stunned by the sight before him, and immediately clapped his hands in admiration. "Truly amazing." Asmodeus shook his head as if he was very naive. "In such a short moment your majesty has already prepared to fight an enemy like me. In just 2 months the Ariak army has already become a brave warrior. So it's natural for my client to take notice of your majesty." Subaru, who had understood nothing so far, gritted his teeth in anger and shouted, "What the hell are you talking about?" He continued to feign innocence. "Nothing. I apologize if I offended your majesty." Like a true white lotus, Asmodeus continued to apologize, "But I sincerely apologize. Fighting is meaningless," he stated clearly in a gentle tone. "What stands before your majesty is merely a detached soul. It is not the main body, so do not think about fighting." Subaru was angry. "You can't control soul splitting." This guy took a small part of his soul from his main body and created a secondary body. "An organization? Do you want another war?" Asmodeus immediately extended his hand to stop him. "You are wrong to say that." He changed his voice sternly, threatening. "It is one of our organization's principles. We decided that it is most effective for your majesty to know in advance." "I apologize for the unkind notification." This tone made him even more unpleasant. "What the hell is this guy talking about?" Asmodeus still smiled. "Of course, the target is not just your majesty this time." Images of Subaru's companions appeared in his emphasis. "Our employees will go find your majesty's companions one by one." He frantically contacted each person mentally. "Shikishima, Seahawk, Karen, Jin, Naru." Very sharply, Asmodeus quickly noticed, startling Subaru. "Your majesty also has telepathy abilities?" He apologized again, but it didn't seem like it at all. "I'm sorry, but we have blocked that ability." He raised his voice irritably and asked, "How dare you?" Then Asmodeus speculated with a mysterious expression, "That is our organization's secret." Subaru's anger flared at his arrogant attitude. This man observed Subaru, guessing who he was. This was the first time Subaru had faced such an opponent. He remained silent, still finding it hard to believe. He not only possessed power but also made Subaru move to his rhythm. Soon after, Asmodeus looked at his watch, signaling that time was running out. Back at Subaru's house, Kotetsu continued what he had been saying earlier. "I don't know." He scanned around and continued, "What do you all expect from Ari?" Subaru, Lee without exception, stared at Kotetsu. He was still monologuing, but we had to realize that Kotetsu's 2 eyes pierced through the dust of the world, deeming this world hell. Immediately behind, a red light appeared, enough to cover the sky. It turned out that red lightning crashed down, surprising him. Lee was startled and quickly assessed the situation. Both Ender and Lee stared blankly outside while she was incomprehensible. Kotetsu was already calm, as if he had anticipated something. At the cafe, the situation grew even more tense, with lightning of all colors continuously appearing. Asmodeus still smiled nonchalantly, tapping the table. Subaru, on the other hand, was consumed by unease and anger, glaring at him. Kotetsu sat on the sofa, thinking carefully. A gate is merely a crack in the world, and what seals that crack is its substitute, or rather, the administrator of that crack. Kotetsu frowned, thinking, everyone probably feels that an administrator of the crack exists. Lee closed his eyes in thought, and Kotetsu continued to think seriously. Kotetsu continued, saying that the celestial clock would continue to cause flashing lightning to appear in the cursed world. He explained quietly as if there was no way out, and thunder and lightning continued to flash even as the scene shifted to another location. Asmodeus and Subaru were discussing in the cafe. Asmodeus said, "Ari-kun, in that case." Subaru stared blankly for a moment, looking surprised. Asmodeus pointed to a file and smiled, telling him, "Please look here." Asmodeus looked up at Subaru with an inscrutable expression. He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. In front of the city's skyscraper, lightning of various colors appeared one after another. That day, the entire world was a crack leading to another dimension. Savior of the gods, 8 calamities. The final calamity, the Six-Eyed Corporation. The final battle. Subaru gritted his teeth and clutched the file. Asmodeus said that the contents of the file were information about Akari Toharu's desperate plan. Subaru frowned. As Subaru read the documents, his face contorted with anger. Asmodeus sat in his chair, looking up at Subaru. "Please sit." Asmodeus lowered his gaze and continued, "It is now time for subordinates like us to explain to each other, because I want everyone, including Ms. Akari, to feel despair." The scene shifted to Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, where a girl closed her eyes and said, "The plan is divided into 3 stages. First, she is an employee of the Six-Eyed Corporation. Six-Eyed Corporation employee Floros." A loud sound came from in front of Floros. Jinga, in front of Floros, continued to focus on his training regardless, and Floros smiled helplessly. Floros lamented, "It's really cold." Jinga gritted his teeth, his eyes narrowed, and he didn't even leave a scratch. As the terrible sight of the future approached, Jinga said regardless, "I will continue to explain. The first stage is clear. The administrators create cracks. This world will be rewritten into a hellish landscape more terrible than any stage in history. Jinga stared at Floros without a word, gritting his teeth. Floros put her hands on her hips and continued. You're annoyingly persistent, Floros continued to explain. We, the Six-Eyed Corporation, are the elite of the elites. Every member possesses power at least 10 times stronger than what you've seen in other worlds. Those like you shouldn't even think about leaving a scratch. Floros narrowed her eyes and said, May I continue to explain? Jinga bowed his head for a moment, his face wavering. The scene shifted to a bridge spanning a river, recalling painful memories of monsters appearing on a rainy day. Jinga's family enjoyed a meal together, with rain pouring outside the window. A monster destroyed their house with one hand. Jinga stood alone amidst the chaotic scene, his house completely collapsed, but he was the only survivor. On the altar were memorial tablets for Jinga's parents and relatives. Jinga's relatives all disappeared in an instant. As the memories resurfaced, Jinga felt heartbroken, shedding painful tears and clutching his chest. His sweat-stained face was contorted in a frown. Floros said, Are you all right, Snamori Jinga-kun? Jinga looked at her, then tightly closed his eyes, controlling his emotions. Jinga clenched his fists. I decided not to believe anything. Recalling happy memories spent with his family, Jinga was in pain, and the peaceful days he thought he had were mercilessly taken away. Floros smiled dangerously, her face dark. I think that's a good reaction. It's good to feel despair. Jinga bowed his head, his face covered in sweat. No, I will not despair. Floros looked at Jinga, unable to understand him. He continued to say, I already told you. I don't believe anything you say. Jinga lifted his head, his tear-streaked face gritting his teeth. After relying on Ariak, I swore this time I would protect everything. It doesn't matter how strong you are, whatever your plan is. Floros said nothing, raising her head arrogantly. Elsewhere in Sibia, a man was trying to persuade Akira. How about it, Mr. Naruse, he said cheerfully. It was an excellent play, wasn't it? This man was Six-Eyed Corporation employee B. Fron B. Fron spread his arms and the smile on his lips hardened. This was after Akira had coldly turned away from him. Akira replied, holding a bouquet of white chrysanthemums. Disgusting. He lowered his head and held his hat. Perhaps our tastes differ. Clenching the bouquet in his hand, Akira replied, I have no intention of speaking with an enemy. Today I only brought flowers. Thunder and lightning of all colors surged, and Akira pointed with a dark expression. Bifron had always been watching Akira from behind. Akira's yellow eyes glowed as he calmly said, I will send you back to where you belong. The scene shifted to Hirosaka's apartment where Carrion held a file and Seahawk and another stood before them. It was a proposal that would drive him to despair. Carrion gritted his teeth. Even a deadline was set. What in the world is in your heads? The person who came to persuade them was Jock Crozy, a new employee of the Six-Eyed Corporation. Carrion laughed, holding file X, and said, Of course not. She was startled, her mouth agape. Why? Seahawk continued. You know nothing of what Mr. Smay went through. Crozy continued to try. This time they wouldn't do that. Carrion stuck out his tongue, teasing Crozy. Say whatever you want, the more you underestimate us, the more painful it will be when you fall. She endured, frowning with a dark expression. Carrion continued cheerfully. Are you going to devour me alive? Aren't you supposed to follow the plan? Don't go against your superior's wishes. Crozy shouted in anger. Carrion suddenly became serious, staring at him with sharp eyes. I will shatter your plan. Hirosaka and Akira's faces appeared in Carrion's mind, and he asked then, You're not all the same, are you? Hirosaka and Seahawk nodded as if it were obvious. The scene shifted to the provisional headquarters of the Deity Association, where another person began to read from a file. The first stage is the crack. In the second stage we will kill all his subordinates, comrades, family and friends, finally. I will torture them for a long time in front of Subaru before killing them. Shikishima bowed his head, looking at the file in his hand, and the person sitting behind him replied. That's right, Violet said. We have over 1,000 years of experience and achievements. Our unique methods will bring inevitable despair. You must have witnessed it in other worlds. Shikishima gritted his teeth, unable to understand. She continued, excited. Wasn't that your little sister, that weak girl? Weak? Shikishima looked out the window, holding the file, and said, Shut up. Shikishima continued. I felt this way even when I received the prophecy of the end. Violet smiled terribly. Shikishima laughed and said, That is joy. Violet tightly closed her eyes, and Shikishima continued, This time we can start with ourselves. And Toru Shikishima smiled sinisterly. Never again will I let him fight alone. Subaru slammed the table. My subordinates. Asmodeus's glasses gleamed, and Subaru said, You blocked telepathy. Asmodeus still maintained a professional smile, and Subaru was enraged. Do you think I'll despair if you isolate me? Subaru thought of all his comrades and said resolutely, My subordinates. You are underestimating them. Asmodeus thought inwardly, believing he had truly been caught this time. Asmodeus said to Subaru, In other words, is it their responsibility? He radiated powerful energy. Asmodeus smiled and said, A leader who cannot protect their subordinates cannot be trusted. Subaru replied seriously, My subordinates are also my comrades. One of them said. Back then, Majima gripped Subaru's shoulder tightly. Our subordinates are not here to be pitied or spoiled. Trust and rely on us, they said. Energy began to surge from beneath Subaru's feet. I trust them, and there is only one thing I need to do. Subaru became even stronger. Asmodeus looked up at Subaru, then smiled calmly and inscrutably. Subaru transformed into a different, stronger version. Even if you are merely a detached soul, don't think you can stop me. Subaru's red eyes glowed with a dark expression. I will defeat you here, Asmodeus. Asmodeus remained calm. My evaluation of you has risen another level. Asmodeus narrowed his eyes and assessed cheerfully. You are truly an interesting person. The scene shifted to the Sea of Souls, the Red Blood Sea, where Shiwu sat on a red chair and called out to Vanquish. Ah, Vanquish replied. It seems they've arrived. A red light gradually appeared before them. The gate leading to this dimension slowly manifested. Behind the gate an immense force pushed it open without reserve, and red energy fiercely surged from behind the gate. From behind it, Subaru grabbed Asmodeus by the neck and threw him forward at tremendous speed. Asmodeus laughed loudly, showing no fear. This is truly enjoyable. The white sand beach was stained red, and Subaru and Asmodeus stood far apart. Asmodeus said cheerfully, I thought we'd fight in the human world, but I didn't know you had the key to the throne. Subaru lifted his head. This place won't affect the human world. Asmodeus continued, the microspace created by Chio is truly fascinating. It's no wonder the administrators can't find it. Unstoppable energy surged from Subaru's entire body, and Asmodeus stood on the white sand beach with his arms outstretched. But is it all right this way? The detached soul and the main body share sensations, he continued. The administrators will track and infiltrate this place. Sharp thorns directly pierced Asmodeus's hands and feet. Another voice was heard. Don't worry, Executor. Another thorn aimed at Asmodeus's back. He fell, and thorns directly pierced his body. Sharp claws clutched Asmodeus's shoulder. I was going to abandon this world. Vanquish smiled eerily. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquish and said, enjoy yourself. Asmodeus said, are you Chio? Vanquish said nothing, making the smile on his lips even more eerie. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquish and said, who is stronger, our main body or you? Vanquish gritted his teeth. I'm not good at that, and I have no intention of fighting you, sorry. Vanquish pointed at Subaru, who stood opposite him, and continued, whether your main body comes or not, that child Tohao will defeat you. Asmodeus's eyes widened. Asmodeus continued to smile. I'm really looking forward to it, and said, next time I'll invite everyone to my throne. Vanquish replied with a merciless attitude, that's not part of my plan. Vanquish threw a punch and Asmodeus's body shattered into hundreds of pieces. The one who returned from the sea. Asmodeus's face melted and scattered into small fragments, but a sinister smile still hung on his lips. Vanquish, having dealt with him, remained silent without a word. Subaru watched them seriously and thought. In another dimension, the headquarters of Segan Corporation, where Asmodeus's throne was located, excited laughter echoed. Mestima stood with her hands on her hips and asked puzzledly, what's wrong, Chairman? Asmodeus replied, my clone was just defeated, but it didn't matter. Mestima said nothing. She was Mestima, vice chairman of Segan Corporation, and had ranked first in operator satisfaction surveys for 5 consecutive years. Beside Mestima was Villette, Segan Corporation vice chairman Villette X 925, rank A, first place. Asmodeus sat cross-legged and said casually, I found Chio's hideout. Asmodeus lifted his head. This is the information our clients need most. Asmodeus's true identity was Asmodeus, chairman of Segan Corporation, and he authenticated his driver's license. Mestima and Villette looked at Asmodeus, unable to understand. The situation might become more complicated than expected. Perhaps you two will have to act directly. Asmodeus waved his hands at the two, instructing them to leave. This must be reported immediately, Mestima said helplessly. He's always so energetic. Villette also had nothing to say. Subaru maintained a quiet, expressionless demeanor. Vanquish said, so I was observing the situation from the throne. Vanquish looked at Subaru and continued, so the mysterious executor was actually a corporation. Subaru continued, we need a plan, don't we? Vanquish replied, that is. Before Vanquish could finish speaking, a large shadow appeared behind him. Ben and Safina walked in with Ruin. Subaru saw them and exclaimed in surprise, the three kings. Sybil was also there. Subaru could not hide his surprise. Even Sibylla, why are you here? Terra also waved his hand and said, we came too. Subaru said, Terra and the others too. Safina said, we discussed this matter. Such a crack appearing would affect our goal of eliminating the gates. Safina's eyes gleamed coldly. The expansion negotiations are already complete, Safina continued. Now we only need your opinion. Subaru repeated blankly. Me, Ruin interrupted from afar. Excuse me, but I'll speak first. Ruin raised his hand. Subaru-kun, I am. Ruin lowered his eyes and said gloomily, I am no longer your subordinate. Subaru was blank for a moment, then suddenly shouted, wondering what was happening. The scene shifted to the human world, where temporal cracks continued to flash and cars sped down the street. Inside a skyscraper, someone's voice was heard. Then, Shikishima looked at the screen and said seriously, Chio and his comrades will not participate in the battle against Segan Corporation. Subaru replied, that's right. Vanquish went to the administrator. It seemed to be related to a specific cycle. He then recalled Vanquish with his arms crossed, talking about the administrator's eye. His current location is very close to another world. Vanquish continued, it's similar to how planets orbit. Subaru said helplessly, how do you know so much about the human world? Vanquish continued, and if we miss this opportunity it will take us years to meet him again. Vanquish pointed at Subaru and continued, I will go. I don't think I'll be back during the Segan Corporation project. You all will have to deal with Segan Corporation yourselves. Vanquish trusted Subaru. Upon hearing Vanquish's words, Subaru immediately frowned. Returning to the present, Jinga said, "Only we can fight against enemies 10 times stronger than this level." The phone screen displayed a voice call from the King Group. Shikishima said, "The plan is expected to begin next year, specifically on January 1st, according to the proposal." Shikishima pushed up his glasses and smiled, though it seemed impossible. Subaru sat on the bed deep in thought. Just then, Kotetsu approached and said, "It's not impossible." Kotetsu pointed to the temporal cracks outside the window which continued to flicker and said, "Utilize those cracks." Shikishima asked, "Hyodo, what exactly do you mean?" Subaru said seriously. Furthermore, after Kotetsu left, Subaru said, "The other world will lend us its strength." The scene changed and Kinokawa looked down with an expressionless face. Kinokawa slowly walked down the road and something seemed to appear. She stopped and opened her eyes wide as a golden gate slowly manifested. Kinokawa paused. She looked at the gate and exclaimed, "Ragna, Ragna, you were Kinokawa Sakura's gatekeeper. Wash up, Ragna." As the gate opened, someone's voice was heard from inside. "It's a pleasure to meet you, my warrior's proxy." Kinokawa frowned in confusion, her hair blowing in the wind from inside. A girl walked out from inside and introduced herself. "I am Safina of the Golden Land." Kinokawa watched in bewilderment, moving from one surprise to another as Safina continued speaking. "Kinokawa Sakura, annul your contract with the knight and become my proxy." Shiki was startled upon hearing this news and asked again, "Safina is taking Kinokawa?" Subaru replied, "That's right. 3 inventors are repairing the gates until tonight." Subaru said that they were currently making adjustments to make it possible. Terra and the others were in charge of replacing the gates. Watching the TV news, Subaru suggested they continue after the negotiation. Just then, Leon and Kotetsu walked past Subaru. Subaru said, "We're going outside." Shikishima clutched his head and sighed. He said, "That's not what I'm worried about," but at that moment, a TV news anchor reported, "Yesterday around noon a colossal crack appeared in the sky worldwide." The TV displayed images of multicolored cracks in the sky. "We want to state that the connection between the gates and the celestial clock has not yet been clearly identified." They interviewed some citizens. When asked, "What do you think about the cracks?" an elderly woman replied with a worried expression on her face, "It's really scary. I keep recalling scenes of monsters pouring out just like with the gates." An old man said, "No one knows what will happen. The celestial clock is unpredictable. What if the countdown ends?" But the younger people seemed to have different thoughts. A young man laughed and said, "It'll probably be fine. It's not my problem." Another old man said in terror, "This is divine punishment." The TV continued to report on the press conference. The president of the American Player Alliance criticized, "This is a result of the actions of the Japan Alliance." The TV switched to the Japan Alliance building. Furthermore, yesterday, the Japan Alliance was scheduled to make an announcement about the cracks. Ender mentioned the appearance and timing of the randomly appearing cracks. In this world, if one crack opens, others will open with it within a week. She was concerned about the risk of monsters pouring out of the cracks. Sometimes we might enter and other times there's a risk of being attacked from cracks appearing elsewhere. She thought that if monsters attacked this world, casualties would inevitably occur. However, the numerous cracks shown on TV made Chul slightly worried, yet such a high number of cracks was unprecedented. Seahawk asked, "So what's the enemy's strength?" Ender calmly replied, "Very diverse. There was a person here with the most knowledge and experience." Everyone listened to her words. "As someone who has entered the gates, I am confident that their strength is no lower than grade 4. Jinga was worried about enemies stronger than grade 4. Akira was also uneasy. They might suddenly appear in the city. Chul looked at Kotetsu and provided additional information. "If we're unlucky, enemies like Hodo or stronger might attack," Akira exclaimed in confusion. "Ha, conquerors from another world?" He was deep in thought. In a way, the gates protected this world. Hearing this, Jinga frowned, appearing slightly displeased. It was unclear whether he disliked this statement or was worried about the gates. Akira continued, "But how can we fight against them?" Ron interjected. "It's meaningless, but true. I don't think we can stop them completely. There are too many." Outside, large and small cracks still covered the sky. Someone said, "Humanity must rethink its approach." Subaru quietly watched the people discussing. He was deep in thought. The cracks appeared instead of the gates. "This is far more severe than we anticipated." Sensing movement, Subaru glanced at Shikishima, who was clutching his head and sighing. "Why did it come to this?" He frowned and gritted his teeth. "Did we make a mistake?" Suddenly an employee burst in through the door. "Excuse me." Seahawk turned to him and asked, "Is it time?" The employee nervously said, "Please go to the press conference room quickly. The reporters are making the situation worse." Outside, a reporter shouted, "Explain yourselves, come out quickly. Wasn't this your job?" Many other reporters chimed in. "You're only making the situation worse. What about the safety of the citizens?" Facing numerous accusations and sharp questions, the employee couldn't endure the pressure. He complained, "I can't take it anymore." Akira was uneasy. Hame spoke. "If the gates disappear, no one can predict what will happen next. The same goes for those from other worlds," he analyzed. "You know that the existence of beings from other worlds is a very new phenomenon, don't you? It's natural for the people of this world to want to eliminate the gates." Karen looked genuinely at Akira and Subaru. "You two haven't done anything wrong," he said, consoling them sincerely. Akira looked at Karen in surprise. Jinga remained silent. Kotetsu didn't seem to agree much with Karen's words. He retorted, "What kind of consolation is that?" he said bluntly. "In fact, our actions caused this situation." Karen glared at Kotetsu with boredom. "You," Kotetsu said, and stopped. Karen looked around and saw someone taking action. Everyone was surprised to see Shikishima stand up. Kotetsu said, "Perhaps he's ready to accept it." Jinga worriedly called out, "Mr. Shikishima." Subaru volunteered, "I'll go," but Akira stopped him. He gritted his teeth. "Don't go, no, you know better than anyone, Subaru." "I understand," he was tense but resolute. "In this situation, I'll be able to handle it best because I understand them best. It'll be fine, we've all seen a new future. The outcome is already clear," thinking of the reporters waiting outside. Akira said, "The blame won't change." He gave himself an encouraging smile. "But I'll overcome it." Shikishima didn't share it with anyone else, but he too carried a psychological burden. Others at the press conference would also struggle, especially Naruse and Tokomori, who had emotional wounds. Akira watched blankly as Shikishima volunteered to deal with the reporters. Despite his worry and fear, Akira encouraged himself. "This is the best way to fight the six-eyed corporation at our best." Subaru frowned unpleasantly after thinking something to himself. He walked behind Shiki, but even so it wouldn't be enough on his own. Shikishima irritably shouted, "It's fine, just stay here." Suddenly a gentle voice was heard. "You too, Shikishima." Both Subaru and Shikishima were stunned. The person who appeared from behind the door was a lady in a flamboyant and elegant dress. She said children should step aside. Then she smiled charmingly. Everyone gaped in astonishment. Shikishima went from surprise to panic. "Director Hisazaki, what are you doing here?" Subaru also exclaimed in surprise. "Huh?" Everyone waited in confusion for Director Hisazaki's answer. She didn't answer but instead asked, "Why isn't it obvious?" Director Hisazaki smiled kindly. "Because I'm an adult." Shikishima couldn't believe his ears. "Ha!" A meeting employee urged. "Please hurry." Director Hisazaki turned around and shouted, "What's with the noisy mumbling?" She pointed at Shiki's team and said, "You guys should keep thinking of ways to solve the crack problem." Shikishima shouted in panic, "Wait, are you going alone?" I'm here to be strong and calm," Director Hisazaki casually replied. "I came here at someone's request. Someone has to take responsibility for this, and that person should be an adult." At the same time she thought inwardly, "Because my son wants it." Then she said, "Remember." Director Hisazaki turned to face the reporters, leaving a message for everyone in the room. "You still have adults by your side, so they will take responsibility." Jinga gratefully and inwardly he softly called out, "Director Hisazaki." Shikishima was bad at controlling his emotions. He irritably muttered, suddenly appeared and boasted. Then he looked down at his trembling, sweat-soaked hands and thanked her inwardly. "But honestly, you just saved me." Hisazaki's wristwatch suddenly glowed. Someone thought perhaps the prophecy is being interrupted. In the past, Kamina tried to prophesy the future, and he was flustered. Why can't the power reach? Instead of resolving the situation, it's as if it's being severed. CB had previously explained this problem. The person who gains power in the most advantageous way is when a prediction is destroyed at the time of future prediction. At that time, what Kamina saw was the light of the end, and he collapsed. Why can't I see future victory?" Sybil saw something in the future. She muttered incompetently. "I retreated from Subaru's future." Subaru was startled by the light from the watch. Was there a clash, he thought inwardly. Can someone other than me see the future? Simultaneously, on the live broadcast screen outside the large building, Director Hisazaki appeared. She was unafraid of the camera and fluently answered reporters' questions. Looking at the woman on the screen, Julieta exclaimed, "Mom?" After the press conference, Director Hisazaki bowed to everyone. Silver rank Hisazaki Julieta was watching the news on a public screen on the street. He muttered to himself, "As she said yesterday, did Mom do it?" The person walking with Julieta was Itoshima Izuki, the one who had harassed Subaru. Bronze rank Itoshima Izuki, he gaped in astonishment. Director Hisazaki is Julieta's mom? Julieta was watching the news but paid no attention to the content whatsoever. Thoughts like, the bespectacled child was saved, right? It was dangerous, leaving a wound on his soul. I have nothing to say to those who left that wound, swirled in his head. Itoshima, seeing that Julieta wasn't concentrating, asked, "Are you listening? She's your mom." Julieta let out a rough sigh and replied, "Don't listen and don't tell me." "Shut up, ugly." Itoshima was flustered. "Still, you're really rude." Julieta glared elsewhere, lost in thought. The real problem is, he looked up at the cracks in the sky and said inwardly, "When the cracks open, when and what will appear?" Just then, a young girl quietly approached Julieta. The girl said, "I think I understand." Suddenly, hearing someone say something out of nowhere next to him, Julieta irritably turned around with a "Ha!" The girl explained, "I can," as energy surged around her body. The girl with an innocent face said, "I think I might know when the cracks will open." There were glowing lines beneath the girl's feet, which must be how she activates her ultimate technique. Julieta didn't seem to like future predictions. He frowned and asked, "Another prophecy?" Kana was Sato Kana, who had just performed the prophecy and was Kengo Sato's younger sister. In the hospital, worried shouts were heard. A nurse frantically chased a young girl with a nunchaku-like hairstyle. "Where are you going?" The nurse worried about the patient. "Your wounds haven't fully healed yet." The girl stopped and replied, "That's true, but they'll probably heal." The nurse still tried to persuade her. "Wait a moment." The girl hesitated. This girl who ran out of the hospital was Himeno Mario, Himeno Jumino's younger sister. The girl held a small globe and muttered words the nurse couldn't understand. From now on, my power will be needed. The girl muttered, perhaps. Ariak Subaru's location was displayed on the globe she held. The scene changed to the provisional headquarters of the Player Alliance. In the reception room, Julieta pointed at Kana and sat quietly next to her, saying, "So this girl can find out the order in which the cracks open. Let's use her." Shikishima and Subaru gaped in confusion. Kana looked at Shikishima and Subaru with innocent eyes. Shikishima slammed the table and stood up straight. "Wait, what did you say, Hisazaki?" After that, Shikishima immediately became serious and looked at Julieta with judging eyes. "First, how did you know?" Julieta narrowed her eyes and didn't answer. Images flashed, Kana and Kana's older brother talking together, and Kana holding a photo of her brother alone. At that moment, Kana frowned and said, Kana. Subaru looked at the blue-haired boy sitting next to her and said, "And Itoshima?" Itoshima waved his hand cheerfully and said, "You remembered." Kana placed her hands on her knees and said, "Long time no see, Ariopa." Julieta put his arm around Kana and gritted his teeth. "I'll skip the complicated details. Basically, Kana has soul-sensing abilities so she can find out the order in which gates open," Julieta continued. "If we know which gate will open first, we can take measures to deal with it," Julieta said humorously. "I really don't care. Truly bothersome." Julieta scratched his head and continued, "But Kana certainly doesn't want the city to be destroyed." Kana sat with a very serious face. Subaru said, "Soul sensing." Recalling the previous battle, Subaru thought, was yesterday's battle due to Kana's ability? Is it related to me? Kana bowed her head, recalling an image of a fierce monster charging. "About 3 weeks ago, during the evil faction incident, the house my brother and I lived in was destroyed." Kana fell to the ground and Itoshima stood in front of Kana, blocking her. Green leaves appeared directly above the monster. The leaves attacked the monster, successfully killing it. Itoshima recoiled in terror and Kana looked up at the sky. Just then, Julieta appeared before them like a god and Kana said, "Professor, Julieta saved me." Kana watched blankly as Julieta appeared in her sight, and Julieta suddenly looked strangely cool. She continued, "Currently I'm with Itoshima." Subaru shouted in madness, "So that's how it was." The director then spoke about the gate. "A blue gate suddenly appeared in the lodging I rented." Kana sat up straight and looked at the gate. Subaru said, "Blue." An image of Kamina appeared. "Her name is Kana," she said. "It is Kamina, the true king." Subaru and Shikishima were shocked by the name. Kana continued, standing before Kamina, "My divination doesn't see as far as the Northern Light Kings, but it's very suitable for closely examining the near future." Kana continued, "It's perfect for finding out the order in which gates open." Subaru was too surprised to speak. Subaru turned to Shikishima. "If that's the case," Shikishima immediately denied it. No, Shikishima rested his chin on his hand, thinking. It was a great idea, however, to completely prevent damage. Julieta got angry. "What exactly is the problem?" Shikishima continued. "There are 10,000 dungeons not just in Tokyo but all over the world, and it's very difficult to completely stop them." Before Shikishima could finish speaking, Kana cut him off. "It'll be fine." Subaru and Shikishima stared blankly at Kana. Kana showed her phone screen and continued, "I got a message that she's arriving soon." As soon as she finished speaking, someone indeed walked in from outside the door. Mario said, "Excuse me." Subaru and Shikishima looked carefully at Mario. Mario panted and said hello. Kana was delighted as soon as she saw Mario. "Who are you, Rhino? Please sit down." Mario was delighted. "Kana, you were here." Itoshima willingly gave up his seat. "Rhino, I'll stand. Please sit." Kana and Mario immediately rejoiced and held hands with a helpless Julieta beside them. Mario looked at Shikishima and Subaru and said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Rhino Shino. I became a player 3 weeks ago." Subaru continued to be surprised. "How you too?" Mario said. "My master is King Lu of the Kam dynasty and my technique can observe the movement of souls in that world." Soul Observer. A globe appeared spontaneously in Mario's hand, spinning with temporal cracks on it. Mario pointed to a specific spot and said, "This is a mark connected to a particularly large and dangerous dungeon." Mario continued to observe. "Dungeons are also soul energy, so I can determine which dungeons are about to activate." Shikishima and Subaru were mentally shocked and Shikishima shouted, "Really?" Kana continued to explain, "Kamina and Ryoto, they seem to be quite close in the other world." Shikishima also agreed. They were all comrades after all. Mario held up 2 fingers and said happily, "So we connected our clones. After that, we checked for contact from others." Shikishima gritted his teeth. "You two are truly talented." Mario continued to explain. "I will mark the dungeons that seem like they're about to activate." Kana continued, "I will check their activation order." The two put their hands together and the globe also connected. Mario said, "When combined, we can continuously monitor all dungeons worldwide." Subaru was incredibly surprised. Shikishima clapped his hands and gritted his teeth. "Approved, definitely approved." Subaru couldn't close his mouth, and at that moment Mario said, "Instead, I have one request." Shikishima looked at Mario with a curious expression. One side of Mario's face was covered by Rhino. She had an injury on her face due to her technique. Kana continued to speak. She wanted to fix it immediately. Immediately, Shikishima activated his ability. Maria Shikishima's mouth curled into a smile. "Ahaha." Mario and Kana stared blankly with wide eyes. Shikishima finished his negotiation. Energy burst from one side of Mario's face. Mario lost her composure, jumped up and frantically untied her headband. No, no, Kana shouted. Rhino. Kana's eyes widened in surprise and she let out an awe sound. One side of Mario's face was healed and there were no more scars. Julieta was silent on one side. Mario held up a mirror and checked her face. Amazing, truly, completely recovered. Kana's eyes welled up with tears of joy. Rhino, it's great, you can be a model again. Mario cried, tears of emotion. Thank you, Kana. Kana stopped crying with 2 drops of tears still lingering in her eyes. She suppressed her emotions and said, I remember that past. Mario was attacked by Himeno, her political aide, and suffered a large wound on her face. Mario finally, in the present, covered her face and bowed her head. I will save her. Mario gritted her teeth and tears flowed between her fingers. Mario continued to cry. Seeing her like that, Kana also had 2 streams of tears flowing down her face. Beside them, Subaru Shikishima was in a different version. In front of them, Kana and Mario hugged each other and continued to cry. Julieta and Itoshima also had tears in their eyes. All the situations that occurred at the provisional headquarters of the Player Alliance. 3 days later, on December 12, Minato Ward, Longji, Tokyo, Shikishima raised his head and looked up. This was a colossal temporal crack that opened as if to swallow an entire skyscraper. A dungeon opened by 2 people, Akira exclaimed. It's too big, Shikishima replied. According to information, this dungeon is an invading type from our side. Is the dungeon close to the gate? Shikishima called Kotetsu. Hyodu, the story of using a dungeon to confront an executor. Kotetsu crossed his arms and Shikishima continued. I will let you prove it, Kotetsu said seriously. As soon as we enter, everything will begin. It would be a waste if you recklessly lose your lives, Shikishima gritted his teeth. Isn't that just like Secretary Ando's last words? Subaru answered as expected. Jinga, Kinokawa and Mei have all arrived. They were clones of Subaru's 3 kings, Subaru continued. I met the 3 kings in the Blackface Stone Sea, Subaru explained. Seahawk and Hirasaka will continue to train. Harrion and Kaza will each go to another world to gain power. Shikishima let out an ah. Subaru, Akira, Shikishima and Kotetsu were all ready. Shikishima said, okay, this time we'll go with this team. This is the first battle. Only 31 days left until the invasion of the Six-Eyed Corporation. Kotetsu took the lead and entered the purple area. He said, let's go. The first mission was to enter the crack. Kotetsu walked past the barrier. He didn't forget to remind them, I haven't heard anything yet. Report if you have enough information. When he was almost out of the purple area, Kotetsu said calmly, this is the beginning. His eyes were cold and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Suddenly, Shikishima panicked and gritted his teeth. Akira was also surprised. Subaru also sensed something strange. And as if to confirm, Kotetsu stood in midair, hands in his coat pockets, and said calmly, there's no ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the screams of Shiki, Akira and Subaru pierced the sky. They were free falling. Only Kotetsu remained calm, as if he had experienced everything. He evaluated as he fell. This time, the air conditions seemed to be consistently similar. Beginner Akira asked naively, can't we choose something else? Shikishima shouted loudly. Is there anything else? Kotetsu leisurely taught. Think about invading other planets. Usually the air there isn't suitable for us. Akira still didn't understand this. Shikishima quickly replied, we'll have to control the air, it seems. Kotetsu was very satisfied with this answer. He said, that's right, in comic book terms this is why I must value my life while undertaking unfinished missions. I need to develop techniques to clear the path's obstacles, he declared coldly. Even gods will die someday. Subaru had been silent until now, and hearing that, he called Hyodu. He was shocked, for his eyes was a vast deep blue ocean. It was as if something was moving within the ocean. The sea was churned and waves surged. The group was all floating in the air, looking at the sea. Someone screamed. Monsters jumped out of the water and twined with each other. They were of all kinds and forms. They were targeting Subaru and his group. Amidst the monster's growls, someone's horrified scream was heard. Monster. A purple monster opened its mouth wide, revealing sharp, ugly teeth. It was ready to swallow everyone. It was at this moment. Subaru raised his hand and his eyes turned rainbow-colored. Control. Kotetsu's face hardened and behind him a temple of gods appeared, spinning. Shikishima extended his hand and shot forward. 5th technique. Akira also simultaneously summoned a golden arm. 5th technique. Deviation. The monsters were fiercely attacked with no time to turn their bodies. Subaru, Shikishima and Akira were all still floating in the air. Suddenly a voice echoed, drawing their attention. Get out of the way. Subaru looked in the direction of the golden light and immediately realized. Above, colossal flames burned around Kotetsu's body. Lee appeared. A satellite orbiting Kana spatial cutting sword. She immediately drew her sword from its sheath. The torn space was condensed and applied as a long-range attack. The monster gritted its teeth and cursed. Damn it, it was severely cut by Lee, with no intact part on its body. At the moment its life was cut short, there was only one thought in its head. I can't win. After the battle, Subaru's group decided to ride on the back of a whale towards land. Everyone relaxed. Shikishima sat cross-legged near the whale's tail. Akira stood in the middle. Subaru sat down and dipped his legs into the seawater. Kotetsu stood at the whale's head and said nonchalantly, Indeed, but we are attacking another world. According to the administrators, there are worlds where life can exist and worlds with populations of over 10 billion, but there are also other worlds. Kotetsu guessed that this time it would probably be a primitive world, but he couldn't say for sure. Akira was curious. In that case, wouldn't it be more convenient to conquer if there were no humans or players? Kotetsu immediately replied. Perhaps. He looked up at the sky and said, the world is vast and humans are not necessarily needed, but Subaru and Akira followed his movement and looked up. A colossal dragon had appeared in the sky as if from nowhere. Kotetsu slowly said, the monsters here have abnormally high levels. He looked at the dragon and imparted knowledge to everyone. They can continue to fight despite serious injuries. The dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide. Shikishima looked at it and said carefully, this is. Kotetsu's eyes sharpened. He hadn't spoken yet. The dragon revealed its entire body, which was deep purple all over. Golden patterns from chest to tail were eye-catching. Kotetsu declared, this guy is the boss. Thunder Dragon Uranus. And as if to prove Kotetsu's words, the dragon opened its mouth wide, filled with sharp teeth, and gathered the dragon's energy orb. Thunder Dragon Uranus level 239. Feeling it had enough energy, the dragon unleashed it on Subaru's group. This flow of power was purple, just like the dragon's body. Everything exploded in an instant, with water splashing and smoke billowing. Shikishima was hit. He covered his bleeding wound with his hand. Subaru also had to kneel from the powerful attack. He frowned in surprise. Subaru looked at the colossal dragon standing firm on the water and exclaimed, strong. Even Kotetsu, who had lost an arm, had to compliment, not bad at all. On the other hand, Akira lost his composure slightly. Losing an arm and a leg, he got angry and cursed. What the hell is this? Red flames appeared on the top of his head. Akira exclaimed in surprise, Remda, wait! Shikishima immediately said, Maria, switch places with me. Remda laughed excitedly. He said that his owner's words were always right. Remda melted into Akira's body and laughed loudly with excitement. There's a strong enemy here. I love it. Suddenly, he paused for a beat. From the side, Kotetsu, who had been observing until now, said, it's nothing. He glanced and said, even if I told you, would you need that information? Maria had just manifested and was still blankly confused. Subaru quietly listened to Kotetsu. He then explained the difference between cracks and marks. Does everyone understand? The biggest difference between cracks and marks is that marks guarantee that we can always obtain items after we conquer them. Subaru immediately guessed. Hyodu cornered Bode in another world. Kotetsu immediately confirmed. That's right, he explained that there are rarities among items. The higher the rarity, the stronger the effect. Usually, the higher the difficulty, the higher the rarity. If we wait, an opportunity to defeat that guy might appear. Subaru was startled when he concluded. So everyone can get special items. Unlike his indifferent expression until now, Kotetsu scratched his head, slightly hesitant. Still, this opportunity will be impossible. Subaru immediately cut him off. It exists. Kotetsu glanced at him after hearing that. At this time, everyone was standing on the water. Subaru said calmly, we will do everything we can. He looked up at the colossal dragon towering before him and shouted loudly, let's begin. The thunder dragon seemed to understand Subaru's words and began to attack. It spread its wings, lowered its body slightly, and unleashed a colossal stream of energy in its most majestic posture. Remda, risking danger, rushed near the dragon's mouth. Like an arrow shot from a bow, he charged with an arrogant and excited expression. When Remda attacked, the scene was brightly lit as if on fire, very dazzling. The thunder dragon was hit and flames burned on its body. It was at this moment that Maria suddenly stepped forward. A burning cigarette was held between her fingers and strange smoke billowed from it. The thunder dragon was enveloped in smoke. It said in a rough voice, too thick. Its fierce face was now covered in sweat. Maria suddenly said, is it just an illusion? The thunder dragon opened its mouth and roared loudly as if to swallow her. But Maria said nonchalantly, too predictable. Subaru quickly drew his sword. He said, let's end this. Saying that, he swung his sword and cut the thunder dragon, and it screamed. The dragon's eyes were blurry and it faintly saw a sword crossing its mouth. The thunder dragon stretched its neck long. The purple dragon was now a black burnt dragon, and its appearance was very miserable. But Kotetsu didn't give it any mercy even then. He held a scythe and rushed in quickly. He thought, the wound is still hot. The skin is thicker than expected. It'll probably be annoying. Subaru watched it and gritted his teeth. Damn it, I'll have to use blood. As soon as he thought this, rainbow-colored dots also appeared around his eyes. Subaru crouched slightly, his face not clearly visible, but blood spewed from the direction of Subaru's face as if something had exploded. Remda's eyes widened in surprise, and Maria panicked and called out Ari. A colossal thunder orb appeared in the air. The thunder dragon's eyes suddenly glinted dangerously. As expected, this energy seemed to want to activate Subaru. The moment the thunder orb approached, the light emanating from it illuminated Subaru's face, revealing that blood was flowing continuously from one of his eyes. Someone's foot had just passed by, and it was Kotetsu. He ran over and kicked Subaru, and Subaru, startled, shouted, you? But Kotetsu didn't have time to explain his recent actions. The thunder orb approached him. Kotetsu turned his back and blocked the direction of the thunder orb with half his body. Subaru, his face covered in blood, screamed in terror. Hyodu, Kotetsu was floating in the sky and black smoke continuously spewed from half his body. Maria flew over and cursed, damn it. I told you. She gritted her teeth as if very angry. I hate fighting in places like this. The victim had half his body burned. Kotetsu calmly replied, indeed, he thought, come to think of it, I had a similar conversation with the administrator. There's no reason to fight in this world. The decision has been made. Kotetsu was deep in thought. Losing an arm and a leg, he was very calm, as if it were an everyday occurrence. Kotetsu put away the sword in his hand and took out something else. It was a glass bottle containing an eye-catching green liquid. Elysia B rank item. Seeing the dragon approaching, Kotetsu clicked his tongue. Even I don't have this item. The thunder dragon's eyes suddenly widened at the effect of Elysia. Kotetsu's face remained impassive after using it. Kotetsu spread his palm, amplifying the skill's power 60-fold. The temple of the thunder god appeared and struck the dragon with a punch, shaking the entire surroundings with its impact. The dragon was incinerated, leaving only its bones. The situation unfolded so rapidly that Subaru, Maria and Remda were left dumbfounded. When the smoke cleared, Kotetsu stood tall, smoke rising from his upper body. His other hand was stretched forward, still emitting lightning. That is what I believe. Recreating a world where items exist is incredibly difficult, almost impossible to even grasp. Kotetsu thought that while this was good for his goals, there was still one thing he didn't understand. Subaru's eyes could open wide, and while one eye still bled strangely, his pupil color had changed. Kotetsu spread his palm and looked at him, speaking as if questioning himself. Is this a fight or merely a game? Nariak Toma and his team conquered the first crack. The boss was defeated, and everyone looked at the thunder dragon's glowing bones. Subaru felt his body lighten. Shikishima was also startled. Leo Shikishima, level 92, 97, he couldn't help but marvel. So the level system is shared between gates and cracks? Kira also asked incredulously. My level went up after a long time, seeing it continuously emit light, Shikishima evaluated. That's significant progress. The dragon was insanely strong. Kotetsu was very calm. He stood straight, arms crossed, waiting for the system's announcement. Kotetsu Hyodo, level 172, 173, it was as expected. Shikishima was startled upon hearing it. He almost shouted, 173? Akira was no different. He gaped in surprise and said, that's strong. Subaru quietly raised his hand and said, Hyodo is almost on par with me in my vampire state. Shikishima shouted as if finding it hard to accept, 5 times stronger than us? At this moment the system's sound suddenly echoed. Item acquired. In the light, 2 circular objects appeared overlapping. Everyone gathered to observe. Akira looked up and said, indeed, items really do drop. Unlike Akira, who stared with wide eyes, Kotetsu merely glanced at it. He said that B rank was common. Even at high levels, A rank items or higher don't always appear. The items. Subaru, Shikishima and Akira moved closer. Shikishima exclaimed in surprise. It's a rank, Akira asked. Does it depend on luck or attributes? Subaru also heard and turned to Kotetsu asking, is there anything special to it? Kotetsu himself looked at them as if speechless. The Imperial Samsara item has a thrown weapon effect and can distort causality to ignore defense. Akira read the information and repeated doubtfully, distorts causality to ignore defense? Shikishima also stopped speculating and said, in other words, it's always guaranteed. Akira marveled, it seems quite powerful. Kotetsu, who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke. It's guaranteed but not necessarily strong, Akira quickly said. With this, Shikishima also offered his reasoning. I don't think this will work on physical enemies. Akira listened to his words and replied glumly, I see, then I don't think it's enough to defeat Remda, Kotetsu slowly said, but as a tool to break through defenses it's not bad. Subaru was startled and seemed to realize something. Shikishima asked blankly again, so its applicability depends on creativity? Kotetsu looked at him and explained, utilizing items to level up quickly is how we use the cracks. Kotetsu's expression remained impassive. He said, a month before the 6 eyes appear, we will level up and collect items. That is my plan. Shikishima immediately replied, no objections. Akira looked at him and added, share the information with others too. Subaru also agreed, nodding his head. Understood, he thought to himself. I'm worried about health issues, but Maria Sanchez. Maria appeared as if summoned and said, I'm exhausted. The path to progress lay before them. Subaru's face was filled with enthusiasm. He said, let's do it. Both Shikishima and Akira were very excited, save for Kotetsu's impassive silence. Subaru quietly gazed into the distance, thinking, are the others also carrying out their respective plans well? Simultaneously, in a new location of Souls, the Blackrock Sea, a light flashed. A rainbow collided with white. Vanquish, after abandoning the blood-cursed sea and being discovered by Asmodeus, moved to a new throne and departed for the administrator's location. Someone suddenly spoke. In other words, there's currently no way to contact the ancestors? Delta scratched his head, agreeing with these words. Until they returned to the administrative headquarters, Lee gritted her teeth and cursed. Damn it. She looked at the energy source emanating from the center. Lee said, Seahawk and Hirasaka are currently confronting each other directly. Lee gritted her teeth and lamented, I can't say beforehand whether changing this vassal is good or bad, she observed, muttering inwardly. Seahawk has charged about 4 or 5 times. The distance between her and Hirasaka is growing narrower and narrower. The increase in power is abnormally extreme. The moment Seahawk and Hirasaka's energy sources collided, everything seemed to explode from the impact. Kilm and Delta suffered no damage. Lee raised her hand to block, shouting. She thought anxiously, I can't believe they're still human. This is the result of being in a soul state for too long. If this continues, their personalities might completely collapse. Lee suddenly turned around when someone called out, hey, that person was Kilm. He asked Lee, don't you think it's strange? She still didn't quite understand. She asked again, what do you mean? Kilm hesitated, then stated his conjecture. Their transformations are very similar. Subaru Ari also, after transforming into a vampire, the image of Subaru from that time immediately flashed in Lys's mind. She was startled by this discovery. Kilm crossed his arms, looked up, and thought to himself, perhaps Seahawk is truly trying to transcend her limits. Above, Seahawk was enveloped in rainbow-colored light and her eyes shone, but her face held a blank expression. She remained silent, saying nothing. Seahawk watched, thinking to herself, Hirasaka-san is still stable. Hirasaka stood tall before her then, tightly gripping his sword. Indeed, the power of their souls is on a completely different level. Hirasaka's face was impassive and he said nothing. The color of his two eyes was the same as Seahawk's. She suddenly raised one hand and stared at it. I heard a cracking sound. My palm split. Seahawk squinted, looking. There's not much time. But if my soul can endure until the battle with the Six-Eyed Corporation, that will be enough. Delta suddenly broke the silence. He said, I mean, we can just directly ask what's happening. And he made Lee and Kilm gape in surprise. Simultaneously, in another world, the Green Mire Kingdom's territory was once the Green Deep Sea Kingdom, the Cannibal Demon King's tomb. Karen and Seahawk were walking when someone called out to them. Please come this way, Uncle, Karen said unpleasantly. Thanks for guiding the way. The person who had just called was King Verdor, who stood impassively. He smiled slightly. King Verdor led the way first. Karen and Seahawk followed in turn. As he walked, he said, I was very surprised. I didn't know Subaru Ariak's vassal was related to my kin, Karen replied rudely. I was surprised too. I didn't know my nephew would be resurrected here. King Verdor tilted his head slightly, looking back at him, and said, It's been a tough road, but if we can defeat the executors and ultimately the administrators. He recalled walking hand in hand with his father when he was young. They stood on a high hill looking out at the wide and vast sand desert. My father's and my efforts won't be in vain. Verdor looked at his father. His father's eyes gazed at the desert. At that moment, Uncle Karen burst out laughing upon hearing those words, but his expression was very serious. He said to King Verdor, I'm almost there too. Verdor, who was walking, suddenly stopped. We've arrived. At that moment, a colossal cave appeared before everyone's eyes. The cave entrance was dark with no light entering, and Verdor introduced it. This is the entrance to the Forbidden Zone. Karen observed the cave, then suddenly spoke. I remember. He affectionately patted Verdor's head and said, Thanks, kid. I'll give you some pocket money later. Verdor blushed and scratched his head. He seized this opportunity to badger. You have to give a lot. Only Seahawk, who had been quiet beside him, suddenly called out, Sir. She looked up at him and asked, Are you sure about this? He immediately replied, I will return to my original body. I used my original power in this other world, he said impassively, with both hands in his pockets, but Hirasaka's body cannot endure it. Seahawk listened to him continue to speak and remained silent. To confront the executors, I must reclaim my curse. Karen turned his head to look at her and smiled. Anyway, today I'll have to say goodbye to Hirasaka's body. He squinted and said, I liked him a lot too. As soon as he finished speaking, he entered the cave. Karen didn't look back. He swung one hand entrusting, I'm sorry, but you'll have to take care of this body later. Seahawk remained rooted to the spot, holding the cat in her arms. Seahawk bowed her head. Her face was then filled with worry. She slowly replied, Understood. Good luck. In the dark, deep cave, rocks were connected to each other, forming bizarre shapes. His body was enveloped in blue flames. Judging the distance to be sufficient, he said, All right. Karen squinted, his expression very dangerous. Long time no see. Seeing the person tied up before him, he shouted coldly, I've come to reclaim my body. The blindfolded zombie emperor couldn't tell if he was looking at him. Upon hearing Karen's words, he slowly opened his mouth. His decaying face and sewn-up blue tongue were very gruesome. We knew you would come, the cannibal demon king. Karen leapt into the air. The zombie emperor's voice echoed challengingly. He swung his hand, scattering rocks in all directions. Then, according to the contract, show us if you are worthy. Karen laughed even more defiantly. He approached and Karen's face had changed. He laughed terrifyingly, the corners of his mouth torn up to his ears. It's an honor. 1,000 years ago in another world at the Black Green Kingdom Palace, an adult stood on a lawn watching a child train. Suddenly a blindfolded young man ran from afar shouting cheerfully, Wow, everyone here is well synchronized. All of them have one eye closed. Both the training man and boy turned towards the source of the sound. That person was Karen, and he brought someone with him. That person quietly followed behind Karen. His old torn clothes indicated that he was a poor person, of a very different status from those in the palace. Indeed, Karen opened his mouth to introduce him. I picked him up on the street. He has nowhere to go. This young man had a rather handsome face and green eyes like Karen's. Karen placed a hand on the other's shoulder and asked his father, Can we raise him in the palace? His father was startled upon hearing it. How, why? But he glanced at that face and paused for about 2 seconds. He waved his hand and called the young man in old clothes. Boy, come here. The father bent down to examine him, noting his height and 5 senses were intact. He looked at the young man and asked, What's your name? The young man replied with clear eyes, unafraid. Campanella. The dignified man crossed his arms and decided, All right, Campanella, from now on you can live in the palace. The king was surprised by his father's strange decision and directly said, Father. The man raised his hand, cutting him off. It's not that I'm merciful. And he stated the reason for allowing Campanella to stay in the palace. From today you, he pointed to Karu, who stood with his arms crossed behind him. That prince, you are his double. This time Karen was startled. How, wait, father. But Campanella replied very obediently. Understood, he politely bowed and swore. I will sacrifice myself for Lord Karen. Karen was enveloped in complex emotions. Sadness, pity, and a slight worry for the friend he had brought. But he said nothing. What was submerged in memory was enough. Returning to the current battle, a powerful green fist flew forth. Death Fist, it's a martial art originating from Karen, a technique that generates shockwaves. When it strikes a target, the shockwave is transmitted inside the target, destroying its interior. Thus, a human was shattered into pieces by one punch from Campanella. Maj Karen threw a punch with a similar technique. This is a very practical technique. It deals damage regardless of strength. On this side, Campanella also threw the same punch, and as the two fists collided, Karen was hit once and his body was pushed back slightly. Campanella was similarly hit once and recoiled slightly. In the battle of the two masters, specifically, Karen was laughing very excitedly while Campanella was expressionless. The shockwaves cancelled each other out, leaving pure punches. Both sides continued to exchange martial arts. Karen happily stuck out his tongue and laughed loudly. "This is great," he was excited. "Even after sleeping for thousands of years, I'm still sharp, Campanella." On the other side, Campanella assumed a stance for the next martial arts exchange. His face was still expressionless. He looked at Karen emotionlessly and said, "Campanella, that was my name." Karen's eyes widened in surprise and he smiled kindly. "You seem to have forgotten." Karen looked at Campanella, who was defending against him from the opposite side. "Campanella, recall the beautiful past. I personally cut and styled your hair." He spoke of their past together. "You were once a part of the Black-Green Kingdom." After designing the same hairstyle for Campanella as his own, Karen gazed at the face which resembled his own by 80 to 90 with satisfaction. Retainer. He even dressed his opponent in the same clothes as himself and said proudly, "You are my double." And happily said, "Then we're friends." Campanella listened and said nothing. His memory didn't seem to have recovered yet. The beautiful memory was there, but Campanella's voice suddenly changed. Immense energy surged from Karen's body, startling Campanella. Green energy surged like burning hatred, incinerating our memories. Karen said, "Ah, I am enraged. I will not forgive you. Yes, I will never forgive you. Ah, you pushed me into the abyss of despair." Memories from the palace 1,000 years ago resurfaced as vividly as if they happened yesterday. Campanella learned to perfectly imitate Karen and become a capable double. At this time he was learning to stick out his tongue and laugh like Karen's foolish laugh. Laughter occasionally echoed throughout the entire forest. Karen watched impassively, and Verdor watched from behind. Campanella turned and asked, "Is this it?" "Lord Karen," Karen replied unpleasantly. "How embarrassing. And stick out your tongue 3 centimeters more." Campanella followed, but was rebuked for still being insufficient. Verdor couldn't hold back and advised, "Uncle, don't overdo it anymore." Karen was displeased, but he had to be an excellent double. Suddenly they saw a monster composed of many agonizing faces flying in the sky. Karen asked curiously, "What is that?" On a high cliff, a mysterious blue-haired man was controlling the monster. The man muttered, "Middle God's retreat technique," and the monster's body shook, then immediately melted. Its body melted like candle wax in the air and began to fall to the ground. However, the attack immediately intensified, and its entire body turned red, pouring down like a great flood. A massive flood poured down from the mountain. This was the Gemonetus technique. A single blow from the nameless monster wiped out an entire nation. After everything passed, the Black-Green Kingdom was devastated, and the land became barren like a desert. At that time, Karen, Campanella, and the king were all on the mountain. They saved their lives. Afterward, the 3 were accepted by Vanquish. At first, Vanquish sought Campanella. He extended his hand to take the unfortunate child and then sought Karen and the king. After that, we became members of the Rainbow Kingdom. After living in the Rainbow Kingdom for some time, Campanella cut his hair and became much more handsome. One day, Karen spoke to Campanella. "Hey Campanella, I told you the Black-Green Kingdom is no more. That means you are free now." Campanella sighed. "What are you talking about?" Despite Karen's vague uneasiness, Campanella reaffirmed his loyalty. "I have devoted my entire life to His Majesty. In critical situations, I will be His Majesty's double." He entered training mode and requested, "Now, please teach me the death technique." Meanwhile, Vanquish and the king watched with amusement, curious about how Karen would react. And Karen agreed, "All right, those were wonderful days and happy times with everyone in the Rainbow Kingdom." Karen continued to happily teach Campanella to become his double. However, as we gradually rose to prominence, the administrators noticed us, and as a result, everyone was annihilated. We resisted, but immortality was too strong. So in a certain cave, Karen was injured and resting against a wall. Campanella approached. At this time his body was severely corroded, no different from a zombie, and both his eyes were injured. Feeling him approach, he said, "Campanella, you?" Campanella stopped in front of him and quietly called out, "Lord Karen." Karen still smiled as if nothing was wrong. "I apologize for showing you such a sight." He explained that Vanquish had fled to the throne and given Campanella new instructions. "From now on you will be his right hand in my place." Hearing this, Campanella remained silent without a word. He decided, "I apologize, but I cannot do that." Suddenly Campanella refused and Karen was slightly dumbfounded. "Ha," Campanella whispered, "I stole something from the Golden Kingdom's treasury." Campanella pulled out a glass orb and declared, "Now I will seal it." "Ha." Karen began to get angry, gnashing his teeth and shouting, "What are you doing?" Campanella explained his actions very rationally. "If all activity ceases, we can deceive the administrators," he smiled. "Please take time to recover. Your Majesty's body is a soul that will return to Chio." Karen held him for a moment, then laughed heartily as if he had heard the joke of the century, and as he laughed he coughed up green blood. Karen praised Campanella's recklessness. "So you snuck into the treasury to extend my life. What a truly reckless fellow. To obtain this glass orb, Campanella had to fight Lewis, the guardian of the treasury. He explained that terrible knight was guarding it. The opponent was quite strong, and Campanella also had to be careful. He said, I almost died at that time. Lewis was terrifying, his eyes filled with murderous intent as if to take the life of whoever invaded the treasury. Feeling his body weaken, Karen muttered, Ceiling not bad. His voice grew weaker and weaker as if his life was drawing to an end. Karen promised, Someday, when we fight together, I'll be with you, Campanella. Feeling his soul slowly leaving his body, Campanella replied, That would be truly wonderful. Lord Karen held the glass orb in his hand. Campanella muttered to himself, If you knew the truth of this treasure, I wonder if you would forgive me. Karen now bowed his head and his soul slowly left his body. Campanella said sadly, Nevertheless, your majesty brought in a child like me and treated me like a brother, like a friend, for which I am truly grateful. Immediately after, Campanella sat down and used the glass orb. Now a blue light emanated from the orb, enveloping both of them. Returning to reality, Maj gnashed his teeth and shouted in an enraged voice, The effect of that item isn't complete until it fully absorbs your body. The Guardian's secret technique only works on deceased targets. The target's soul is healed and enters the user's body. The user's soul remains in and protects the target's body until the master returns. Karen was enraged. To take my memories and personality and protect my body, I cannot forgive you. I will never forgive you, Campanella. Campanella heard him cry, Never, and was blankly confused. Then he was slightly surprised. In that brief moment of blankness, Karen attacked. By the time he noticed, it was already a little late. Campanella took a hit and spun like a top. That punch distorted Campanella's face and made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He still thought he couldn't understand. I don't understand. The story just now was a beautiful one between His Majesty and His Majesty's servant. His Majesty must be displeased because I'm tired. Karen charged again, shouting, Campanella, you! Campanella barely defended. Unexpectedly, before attacking, Karen posed a fatal question, his eyes brimming with tears. Why did you have to sacrifice your life for me? That question left Campanella dumbfounded and he couldn't answer. Karen turned his body, putting power into his next attack. Why can't we live together? Campanella muttered. Lord Karen. Just then, Karen's fist swung directly in front of Campanella's face. Power of death. Campanella's body flew backward without resistance. Karen continued to punch out of inertia. He additionally used the ceiling technique. When the inertia ceased, Karen stopped and watched Campanella's body fly, and tears flowed from his eyes, but no one knew if the game was over. Memories flooded back again. Once he was lying on a conference table. He muttered, I remember, Campanella. While Vanquish sat reading a book, Karen grumbled, perhaps Subaru's soul is gradually stabilizing and maturing, he wondered. I often recall memories from those days, for example, what he liked or what he was thinking. Karen, who had been blank for a long time, asked the question that had tormented him for so long. Why did Campanella have to sacrifice himself for me? The moment Karen pondered life, Seahawk was struck by lightning from somewhere. She hurriedly jumped up to avoid it, then fell face first into the sand. At this time they were in a white sand desert with a conference table and empty chairs placed on the sand. Seahawk seemed to be sparring with someone. The lightning attack just now was also the opponent's technique. She criticized her opponent to Karen. Wait, Karen, that guy shows no mercy at all. But Karen paid no attention, got up and looked back at Vanquish. Vanquish said profoundly, People know how to value themselves from birth. Karen changed from lying on the table to sitting at the table, listening carefully to Vanquish's words. In this world, people value themselves above all else. Even Seahawk didn't know why Vanquish was saying such things, but listened quietly. He said to the two, But if you are lucky, someday you might find something more precious than yourselves. Vanquish had already put his book away and was counting on his fingers again. At that time, sacrificing oneself is not a loss. In the center of Vanquish's palm was a blue gem. He clenched his hand as if holding something precious in life, then concluded, That is true life. In the middle of the vast white sand desert, Vanquish's voice echoed, The journey to find something more precious than oneself. He who finds it has found true happiness. He earnestly shared his thoughts. I believe that. He smiled as if he understood Vanquish's words. Vanquish spoke as if asking a teacher's question. Why do you think that child Campanella left? Karen hesitated. No, because he braced his hand on the table and looked up at the sky. We were together. He recalled the days when the two of them used to play pranks. Karen smiled contentedly. My feelings. He closed his eyes, satisfied with the answer he had found. Campanella, to me you are a beautiful memory. However, returning to reality, he mercilessly struck Campanella down with the power of death. That punch was strong enough to send Campanella flying like a boat without sails, and it was also the effect of the next technique, sealing. The energy emanating from Karen's body revealed how enraged he was. He watched Campanella fly with a cold gaze. However, Maj shed tears with complex emotions swirling in his heart. Campanella, you? To me, I don't know how to repay your kindness. Immediately after, Maj froze upon hearing Campanella's familiar voice. Lord Karen. As memories were unleashed, starlight emanated from Campanella's body. I remember, he confessed. I spent thousands of years here to protect His Majesty's body. Campanella was not sorry at all, on the contrary, he said, and I am proud. Karen was surprised to hear that. The starlight left Campanella's body more quickly, as if his time was running out. He smiled. I embarked on this mission, and I have no regrets whatsoever. Karen's voice choked as he called his friend's name. Campanella. In contrast to Karen's sad emotions, Campanella was joyful, even appearing elated. Has the time come? So your majesty has come to free me. Karen closed his eyes, trying to control his emotions. He replied, yes, I have wandered like a ghost for a long time. Subaru appeared in Karen's life, giving him new hope. He did not hesitate to share this with Campanella. And I have found my hope. His gaze sharpened. Now we will confront the administrators. Hearing those words, Campanella was momentarily flustered, knowing how powerful they were. It's over. Immediately after, Campanella's tears of happiness gushed forth as if he had been waiting for these words for a long time. Karen patted Campanella's shoulder and said, as if making a promise, we will win. He comforted him. So now rest. Karen smiled, his eyes full of happiness. You were faithful until the end, and I'm truly grateful for our friendship. Campanella was momentarily blank, thinking he hadn't expected to hear such cliché words. After that he smiled with relief, and Campanella's soul left his body. I will await your majesty's good news in the sea of chaos. His soul vanished with the starlight emanating from his body. Only a single last word remained, my only master. As the soul vanished, the starlight also gradually diminished and disappeared. Campanella's body fell forward. Karen stood directly in front, caught his body, allowing Campanella's body to lean on his shoulder. He whispered, yes, watch over me. Immediately after, a bright blue light shone, enveloping both their bodies. Maj Karen returned to his original body. In another world, on the throne of the Blackrock Sea, Seahawk floated on the sea, sensing and reporting, Hirasaka has disappeared. Then she looked down at the newly appeared person below. From below, Hirasaka looked up and said, as Taiga and Ariak said, when Maj reaches the other side he probably returned to his original body, she judged. Renji must have lost his contract with the other side. He returned to his original body, Seahawk calmly judged. Everything seems to be going according to plan. Behind her, Kilm approached and thunder roared. She didn't worry about lacking someone to train with. Seahawk was surprised by the sound of thunder. She glared at this moving lightning, and he said, until the war with the administrators begins. He seemed excited, as if he wanted to land a blow on Seahawk. He smiled confidently and promised, until then I will train with you. She said nothing. Her face was full of sadness. Seahawk thought of Karen. We'll go there together. Light flashed in her hand, and then she clenched her hand, firming her resolve. Seahawk clasped her hands, her fighting spirit surging. Yes, then I'll leave it to you. Verdor turned towards Karen, and he and Hirasaka walked out of the cave together. Outside, Siha and the king were waiting for them. The girl called out, Lord Karen. She was slightly curious. Why do you look like this? Karen had long hair at this time, and his face had some similarities to Hirasaka's. He explained with a laugh. It seems I've stayed in Hirasaka's body for too long. He took a lock of hair, showed it to everyone, and boasted that his hair had become long and softer. Karen marveled. It took longer than I thought. Perhaps there are similarities with Hirasaka's soul. Karen raised and spread his hand, and blue energy emanated. The energy suddenly exploded, startling and unsettling Verdor. A colossal and powerful pillar of energy seemed to pierce the sky, and the energy was truly immense. Siha and Suzil calmly faced this immense energy. On the other hand, Verdor was worried about his brother and felt uneasy. Karen, having released some energy, clenched his hand and smiling obliquely informed them. The thunder source of old has returned. Hirasaka was also dumbfounded to hear this news. Karen stuck out his tongue and laughed. How's that, Hirasaka? Were you scared? No. Hirasaka opened his eyes wide and only spoke after a long time. Amazing, but he didn't seem to be praising Karen's recent power. He was surprised to realize he had come to another world. This is another world. Karen paused for about 2 seconds. Is that all you know? It seems this is your first time here. At this moment, Siha took a few steps forward. Ha? She looked at Karen. Lord Karen, and she looked at Hirasaka. After that, she lifted her coat. Inside, small test tubes were revealed. She proposed to the two, please participate in my sample collection. Positive samples. Her eyes were filled with resolve. I want to collect as many samples as possible before the catastrophe arrives. The two replied cheerfully. All right. Karen scratched his chin, giving a thoughtful smile. Lord Vanquish did really well. In another space, 2 people stood between bookshelves that seemed to pierce the sky. Vanquish was walking through a time corridor between these bookshelves and said, it seems I can finally meet the administrators. As he walked, Vanquish marveled, I never thought I'd come back here someday. His footsteps were firm and he was lost in deep thought. This way it will work. Vanquish walked forward emotionlessly, and in his mind there was hope that his meaningless life would find meaning. Vanquish was not alone here. In the time corridor, someone's voice echoed, what meaning does life hold for you? Such trifles. He was slightly surprised to hear this question, and his expression changed slightly. The person continued, they call that a monster. Vanquish continued to walk forward. The voice wasn't questioning Vanquish, but rather seemed to be reading something, waiting for what would never return, and stating that love was more important than oneself. The person quietly chuckled. But ultimately, whatever you love. Upon hearing this, Vanquish immediately gritted his teeth. The opponent continued, you do not wish to harm them by your personal will, but you will destroy them. Like an enraged beast, Vanquish scowled, his eyes filled with murderous intent, but then he merely clicked his tongue and looked up at his opponent. In the middle of the corridor of time were several colossal wall clocks overlapping. The opponent was sitting atop this clock tower. Vanquish uttered the title of a book, A Sound of Thunder by Ray Bradbury. The opponent smiled in praise. Yes, it seems you have studied human books just as I said. He extended a book and commented. A novel is a crystallization of imagination brought to life with paper and ink. This masterpiece is truly interesting. Looking at Vanquish, he spoke again. For example, doesn't this story seem like it was written about you? My dragon mark. He looked like a young man wearing small round glasses suitable for reading, the typical image of a book-loving intellectual. He greeted him, "Long time no see, Vanquish." Vanquish was enraged. His black hair turned white and his eyes turned blood red. "No time for small talk. I don't remember becoming your pawn. I know why you called me here." Vanquish's gaze changed, becoming sharper. His words were not a plea. As if in order, "Lend me your power, Administrator Elpis." The administrator agreed. He smiled cunningly like a mad bookworm. "All right, let's make a deal now." In a mysterious amethyst orb-like space, Vanquish and Elpis began their transaction. To be precise, the administrator was a collection of souls like a human composed of cells. The administrator was a single entity formed by 10 billion souls. Through the interaction of these souls, new entities like order, chaos, anger, pessimism, and individuals were born. Souls could gather or disperse according to their mood. Administrator Elpis's interest was curiosity. Elpis tilted his head and asked, "What did we trade last time?" The atmosphere between the two began to grow tense. Vanquish gritted his teeth, not answering his question. He asked and answered himself. "Ah, that's right." He let out a mad laugh and said, "I recall Esther, Tobit, Barnabas, Maria, Carrion, and Vanquish." He delivered the answer, "I took your deaths." Unaware of Vanquish's increasingly thick murderous aura, Administrator Elpis continued to laugh heartily, saying, "But honestly, I'm too bored. I wanted to make you suffer eternal pain, but you and your friends found a way to resist the administrators. True pleasure." Despite being punished, he laughed and seemed unbothered. "But I also received a disciplinary action and was placed under house arrest." Surprisingly, Vanquish, though angry, had not attacked him yet. He sneered and gritted his teeth. Elpis laughed heartily. To stop laughing, he had to place his hand on his chest and control his emotions. Then Elpis put his index finger to his lips and said, "You're always trying to bury me." He narrowed his eyes and made a decision. "Interesting, so I will cooperate until I get bored. Then I will kill you all." If a gaze could kill an administrator, Vanquish's murderous glare would have already sent Elpis to hell 80 times over. Sunday, December 24th, Human World. Sunday, December 24th, Snamori Residence. Floros and Croc arrived at Jin's house to celebrate Christmas, bringing gifts with Violet dressed as Santa Claus. Jin opened the door and stared blankly at this group. "Huh?" Administrator Floros narrowed her eyes and said, "Mr. Snamori." She made a proposal that sounded so normal yet was somewhat shocking given their opposing statuses. "Let's have a Christmas party, Jin." Jin paused for a moment, then asked very unpleasantly, "You're my enemies, what are you doing here?" Then, without waiting for Jin's consent, the three pushed past Jin and rushed into the house. "Excuse me." Jin reacted somewhat slowly, now shouting, "Don't come in." But it was too late. The intruders were already inside the house. Floros entered naturally as if it were her own home, then turned and explained, "This is work. I need to report on deviation from surveillance." She declared arrogantly and confidently as if stating the obvious, "It leads to a Christmas party." Jin was speechless. "Damn it, stop it." He helplessly scratched his head and attempted mental telepathy with Subaru via his Ari soul link. But a voice was heard. "It's no use." Jin was startled and wary. Floros had blocked his soul link, she warned him. "You can't use soul link like last time when we're here." Behind her, Violet and Croc had already begun decorating the house. Jin's face turned black as he shouted wildly, "Hey, whose house is this to enjoy a party in?" Violet held a kettle and politely asked, "Can I use the kettle?" Jin unpleasantly rushed to retrieve the kettle. "Don't touch it carelessly." But when he got closer, the kettle was already boiling. Clearly, Violet had only asked out of courtesy. After simply decorating the living room with a Merry Christmas banner and a pre-prepared cake, Violet took the kettle and entered the room. Now Floros was satisfied. "It's warm." Violet turned around skillfully like the lady of a manor. "Please sit," and said. Everyone cut the cake and took a slice each. Floros began to ask about his well-being. "It's been 2 weeks since then. Have you gotten stronger?" Jin was speechless at such a blatant question and naturally didn't want to answer. "I'm not crazy. I wouldn't leak information to the enemy." Violet suddenly burst into laughter upon hearing this answer. Jin was slightly confused. He didn't know what he had said to trigger her laughter. Violet was a person who laughed easily, and she hadn't frowned once since coming through the door. As if this was a very interesting trip, she scratched her head and said, "As Miss Floros said, he's a good child, or am I too wary?" Jin felt a slight sense of caution from these words. He frowned and asked, "Why did you gather the three of us here instead of Ari or other close associates?" Violet focused on eating cake. Floros and Croc looked at Jin as if he were an idiot. Floros sneered, "Because you are the most honest person. I thought it would be easier to gather and analyze information that way." It was unclear if this was praise or criticism. Jin's eyebrows furrowed further. "Ah." Floros picked up a slice of cake and said, "According to our plan, you'll have to kill and torture your close associates." Then she recalled the people placed on the altar. "You won't have anyone left to kill." Bringing a red strawberry near her mouth, Floros said nonchalantly, "So there's nothing to discuss then." Unpleasant memories surfaced and Jin's face turned black. "Understood," he replied to them. "It's still the same." Eating the strawberry, Floros didn't quite grasp the information. She asked curiously, "Why?" Energy erupted from Jin's body. He said gloomily, "I cannot let my friends go through what they did again." Enraged, Jin threatened as if transformed into another person. "If necessary, I can defeat you here." Administrator Floros stared at Jin. Croc quietly observed. At this moment, Floros placed her hand on the table. Violet and Croc understood her intention. They immediately cleared the table so Floros could climb onto it and crawl in front of Jin's face. She evaluated. Flores pressed her face close to Jin's and concluded, "Ah, I see, you were hiding quite a powerful trump card, weren't you? That's why you were so calm these past 2 weeks, well done." Flores caught Jin's anxious expression. She said, "Everyone seems to have grown stronger." The indifference and confidence of a strong person were reflected on Flores's face and in Jin's eyes. Her voice still echoed, "The administrators are very happy to kill everyone." She used her hand to lift Jin's chin. "Cute human, all your emotions are written on your face." Immediately after, Flores turned her head and asked, "Did you see, gathering information from a target is also a skill?" Croc replied obediently, "I still have much to learn from my senior." Jin, realizing he was a guinea pig for the other party's training course, was extremely displeased. He gritted his teeth in anger. "What the hell are these guys?" Flores returned to her seat. She explained, "Administrators are a business organization. Since it's a company, we have to come to the target's house when necessary, and also for new recruits training." Croc diligently took notes in a small notebook like someone passionate about learning. Jin was now numb to what was happening before his eyes. Flores didn't mind speaking at length. "And since it's a corporation, there are factions within it, you know." Jin frowned slightly, and unease bloomed in his heart. "Factions." Flores rested her chin on her hand and said, "I'll tell you a piece of information. The 3 of us support the chairman, so we adhere to the 1-month ceasefire rule. But the vice chairman's side is a mess at this moment." A man in a suit walking on the sidewalk enjoyed music through his earphones, his hands in his pockets, and walked forward. He was in a very good mood, even whistling along to the melody. At the same time, at Hirosaka's house, Subaru was brightly smiling as he set off paper poppers. "Merry Christmas." This place had a much warmer Christmas atmosphere. Everyone sat at the dining table, happily enjoying the lavish food. Perhaps because he was the one who prepared the food, Chul was rather indifferent to this party. Kotetsu happily tore into a chicken drumstick. Lee, wearing reindeer antlers, smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Wow, it's been a long time since we had a Christmas party." For some reason, Ender looked displeased, a slight hint of disappointment on her face. But now was not the time for Lee to understand her worries. He reassured her, "But we made a lot. And since we've been dealing with cracks for the past few nights, tonight will be fine." Subaru gave an awkward smile and said nothing. Kotetsu was even more straightforward, tearing into his chicken drumstick. "I was going to rest." Lee laughed again. "But we haven't even celebrated yet." As if remembering something, Subaru thumped the table and stood up. "Ah," he shouted. "We need cake too," Kotetsu agreed. "That's right." Dart brought out several bottles of wine. His face was still full of displeasure. "Ari is really excited." Lee didn't look at him and focused on eating. He would be. It's probably his first time. "Subaru is that kind of kid," Andas seemed incredulous. "Really?" During their conversation, the doorbell rang outside. Subaru thought it was the cake delivery person. He joyfully rushed to the door. Yes, I'll be right there." As Subaru was happily about to open the door, he felt something strange and paused for about 2 seconds. He seemed to realize something, frowned slightly, and immediately retreated, moving away from the door. As expected, the door emitted several rainbow-colored light beams, as if cut by laser magic. It was a technique called Hand of Crack. Immediately after, the door shattered into pieces and fragments flew into the house. Fortunately, Subaru had retreated to a safer position. The person standing outside the door was the man in the suit seen on the street earlier. Subaru gritted his teeth, seeing him come and destroy Hirosaka's house door. The man stood calmly on the cut fragments and smiled. His technique continuously expanded, even affecting the inside of the house. Lee was startled seeing the flashes of light cutting through the air. Kotetsu unpleasantly closed one eye, slightly dodging this splendid, dazzling yet powerful space rupture technique. A loud roar echoed, and Hirosaka's apartment became a ruin. Everything inside was cut. The traces of the space rupture were uniform, but there were no casualties. The man walked forward. The man stepped on a plank and looked out the window, finding that the 4 people inside the house had escaped into the garden. "Oh look, everyone seems to be alive," he laughed and evaluated. Though there was no space rupture before, he took off his glasses with his hand. This person was an administrator, employee Safina from the vice chairman's faction. In the garden, Subaru's 4 people were burning with fighting spirit. Kotetsu evaluated the man in blue clothes. Subaru concluded that he was an administrator. Subaru was displeased with the administrator's double standard. "You said you'd attack in 2 weeks, didn't you?" Safina sneered and jumped down from above, mocking, "The chairman is too weak." But as he jumped, a colossal red energy hand and sharp blue energy stones attacked in coordination from above and below. As if trying to drive him to his death, the hand and stones collided and an explosion that shook heaven and earth echoed. It was Kotetsu's hand and Ender's stones. At this moment, Kotetsu quietly awaited the result. Ender indifferently wanted to know what damage their attack had done to the opponent. When the dust settled, Safina still looked unharmed. He exclaimed in admiration, "Oh, you've gotten stronger, but I am an administrator. Ordinary attacks won't work on me." Before he could finish speaking, before he even landed on the ground, a light brighter than the sun flashed. A powerful attack poured down next to his head, and Lee immediately retreated as soon as he finished his attack. Black smoke lingered next to Safina's eye, but he was unfazed. When the black smoke disappeared, he stood firm on the ground and said unpleasantly, "Listen closely, I told you, shouldn't you clean out your ears?" Lee didn't listen to him. Instead, he thought and analyzed. "My attack seems to have been neutralized." Lee, having landed, internally evaluated that this was an administrator. Kotetsu approached his comrades and warned them, "Everyone be careful," he seriously urged. "We cannot block space rupture attacks." As if understanding, Kotetsu stepped forward and called out to Ari. Kotetsu and Ender stood in front of Subaru, blocking him. Kotetsu stated his plan: "We will take turns providing support. Use his curse to kill him." Subaru followed his words and closed his eyes like a superhero. When he opened his eyes, his hair had turned white, and his eyes had even turned blood red, burning with rainbow-colored energy and fighting spirit. Subaru turned his body. "All right, let's cook him." Safana seemed largely uninterested in the four people and covered his mouth with his hand in contempt, clicking his tongue. "Look with your glasses the difference in our abilities. Let's go back in time for a moment to a certain world." This room was a colossal bathhouse and many women were attending to Safana. He was also holding two young women in the bath. Seeing the visitor, he laughed and asked, "Mr. Gaiden, what's the matter?" The person in the bathhouse was Safana, the third department head of the Six-Eyed Corporation's assassination division. As a woman passionately fed him a strawberry, he playfully asked, "Gaiden, want to bathe together?" Gaiden glared at him for such a playful name and softly said, "See you in court." Upon hearing this, Safana froze on the spot and immediately apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, please forgive me." Gaiden showed no particular emotion and indifferently delivered the information. "Vice Chairman Villette called you." Safana pondered, as it was rare for the vice chairman to call him. After thinking for a moment, he concluded it must be important. Safana immediately stood up. "All right." The women who were happily playing screamed simultaneously as he stood up. Water droplets streamed down his firm body. One woman asked, "Lord Safana, where are you going?" Another woman exclaimed, "No." Yet another whined and acted cutely. "When will you be back?" Safana looked at them and reassured them, "It's a minor matter, I'll be back soon, wait patiently here." The women obediently replied in unison, "Yes." Safana dressed neatly and left. All employees of the Six-Eyed Corporation had their own worlds. Safana's world had a colossal palace and women who adored him. At this time he exited the palace, and many people politely saw him off on both sides. Someone carefully tied Safana's hair and she meticulously tied a beautiful ribbon. There they were, Safana's gods, possessing absolute authority. When the space gate opened, Safana waved his hand. "Well then, I'm off." Before he left, the women still smiled and saw him off. But when the gate closed, the god of this world no longer existed, and the women immediately became expressionless, like robots programmed to only react to Safana. At that moment, the woman who had just stepped out whispered, looking at the expressionless women lining both sides of the road. A world full of women worshipping him. She ground her teeth and condemned it fiercely. Disgusting. She passed through the space gate and walked straight into the vice chairman's office, greeting, "Good evening, did you call for me?" The vice chairman didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "There's a job to do." The vice chairman handed over Subaru's file and said, "We must kill Ariak Subaru before the chairman's faction does. If we kill the master, all those close to him will lose their will." Villette, the vice chairman of the Six-Eyed Corporation, gave specific instructions. "Once you arrive there, kill the 3 people living with Ariak. Neutralize the enemy as quickly as possible." Safana smiled obsequiously. "You are truly lawful." Villette narrowed his eyes. "If I become chairman, all my actions will be lawful." And so, Safana ambushed Subaru's group. Returning to the present, Hirasaka's apartment was destroyed by Safana's space rupture attack. At this moment he laughed loudly in excitement. Safana continued to attack Kotetsu, satisfied. "Quite good." Kotetsu silently focused on defense, retreating. As Safana approached, Kotetsu blocked the attack and the fighting grew more intense. Safana kicked strongly and, "Good, very good." Kotetsu defended strongly, being pushed back. While defending, Kotetsu assessed the combat power of both sides. His close combat skills were similar to the opponent's, but in terms of stamina he was gradually being overwhelmed. As Safana prepared to attack at that moment, he suddenly leaped into the air and cast a spell. Kotetsu's arm bled, so he retreated to conserve strength. Ender attacked indifferently. Ruler of the Night Realm. Subsequently, a shadow appeared and dragged Safana into the air. It was a night goddess technique. Safana was completely surrounded by water, as if he had fallen into a giant water bottle. He still looked calm. He even commented casually, "Oh dear, trying to drown me?" Ender landed on the ground and looked at her opponent indifferently. She offered no opinion. Safana sneered, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Not effective enough yet." Then he extended his hand and intense blue energy erupted from his whole body. Blue flames, the night goddess's shadow and the seawater within it evaporated in the blue flames. Ender, like a taciturn beauty, merely glanced and said nothing. This was because she had already prepared her next technique. She summoned the 9-headed Hydra. Safana looked up and exclaimed, "Oh, is it poison?" He stood on the lawn and inhaled all of the serpent's venom. He said bluntly, "You clearly don't know much about executors." Then he spread his palm and a space rupture flashed. He kindly explained, "Not all curses and exterminations are equally effective. Only powerful exterminations are useful." Immediately, he used space rupture on the 9-headed hydras. Space rupture flashed around Safana and he laughed. "Goodbye." On Ender's side, a space rupture crack appeared. Safana triumphantly thought he had won. He bid them farewell. However, before his laughter even subsided, it stopped as soon as he noticed someone approaching from behind. It was Kotetsu, moving with ghostly speed. A sudden punch from behind Kotetsu interrupted Safana's technique. It was too fast for him to block, but he was unharmed. He excitedly exchanged punches with Kotetsu. However, before his punch could land, Kotetsu's foot touched Safana's shoulder, surprising even him slightly. The next moment, a fist, as if falling from the sky, flew towards Kotetsu's face. Kotetsu attacked his opponent, unleashing a rapid barrage of blows to give him no time to react. Safana inwardly assessed, he's gotten faster. Though hit by the punch, he still smiled, having detected Kotetsu's technique. This was Hyodo Kotetsu's absolute evolution, which, once accepted, allows him to perfectly adapt to all attacks. When his opponent said that, Kotetsu was not greatly surprised. He thought inwardly, as expected, all my techniques have been exposed. Outwardly, he calmly replied, even if I can't defeat you, being able to endure is enough. Just then, Subaru charged from behind. He unleashed the blood curse, Bone Storm, but Safana's eyes showed no surprise. This was because a space rupture crack immediately reappeared. It appeared next to Subaru and also next to Kotetsu. Both were surprised and dodged the space rupture, astonished by Safana's incredibly fast reaction. He simply raised his hand high and criticized, too slow, too slow. Your plan is truly simple. Safana looked at Kotetsu and exposed the three people's plan. Hyodo Kotetsu leads the vanguard with his absolute evolution, while the others, Ender and Subaru, protect the rear with various techniques. He glanced behind him and the two glared at him. Subaru's arm was already injured and bleeding. Safana said, Ari will finish me off with a curse or extermination, right? Subsequently, he looked at Lee and sneered. Only Lee is useless, right? Lee had barely participated in the battle, constantly observing from the side except for one attack. Now that he said that, even Lee felt a slight blow to his pride. From the opposite side, Safana provoked, come on, try it. His energy fiercely erupted and a space rupture flashed around Safana. He confidently provoked, let's see if you have the ability. Compared to him, you look like an ordinary person like Lee who doesn't emit energy. Lee ground his teeth in frustration and cursed, damn it. Safana didn't forget to sneer, thinking inwardly, what does damn it mean, isn't it incorrect? He calmly glared at Lee, assessing, that confusion is just an act, isn't it? Despite hearing the sneer from the opposite side, Lee still stood rooted, fearful and wary, showing no intention of joining the battle. Safana recalled Lee's actions in the previous battle. I watched the battle in Sibia and saw his special technique. I know that Lee absorbed Ariak Subaru's curse. Safana analyzed that Hyodo's words were just a trick to make him focus on Ariak. He looked at the angry Lee on the opposite side and very rationally concluded, the real danger isn't Ariak but Lee's extermination. Safana even considered the possibility that he had absorbed space rupture. But that technique has too wide a range to be used in a place with ordinary people. At this moment, Kotetsu attacked again. He dodged the space rupture and attacked Safana, who calmly evaded. In his mind, he already had a new battle plan. In other words, I'll just. At this moment, a colossal octopus tentacle attacked. However, she also had to be careful to avoid the space rupture cracks. Safana looked at Subaru. At this time, a lot of blood was flowing from his body as if he had been cut by space rupture. Safana concluded, I must kill Ariak Subaru. Recalling what the vice chairman had said, he exclaimed in admiration, you were right, vice chairman. Safana again unleashed blue flames, pushing Kotetsu back and burning Ender's tentacles. In his mind there was only the thought of acting rationally. He hadn't forgotten the hedonistic life he enjoyed in his world, and in his heart he thought of unreasonable desires. Satisfied, immediately, Safana gained momentum, and no longer playing around, he began to get even more serious. As the flames passed, he suddenly appeared in front of Kotetsu. Thinking, this is my style. Then he raised his hand and punched Kotetsu. It was as easy as eating a cookie. This time Kotetsu could not block it. He was sent flying backward by the powerful punch, sustaining much more severe injuries than before. Kotetsu coughed up blood and Safana didn't stop. In his mind, he intended to deliberately show a weakness to lure his enemy. Lee was watching the battle worriedly, and in his eyes this was the perfect opportunity to attack, as Safana had revealed a weakness. However, what Lee didn't know was that he had done it on purpose. He thought inwardly, slightly impatient, what are you hesitating for? There's a weakness here. Finally, Lee attacked. In his mind there was an urge, come on Lee, now's the perfect time to attack. Safana paid no attention to his back. He even turned his back and didn't defend behind him. Lee's target was Safana's head. He raised the staff in his hand and Lee unleashed a blood curse at Safana's head. However, due to the difference in skill, the opponent easily dodged it, and he even sneered. Only then did Lee realize his attack had missed. He worriedly glanced behind Safana, who tilted his head and narrowed his eyes, looking contemptuously. See, he thought inwardly. Furthermore, with his keen senses, Safana was fully aware that Subaru was charging. He contemptuously thought inwardly, I can feel that Ariak is approaching from behind. He focused energy in his hand, calculating, I'll cut Lee before you arrive. I won't use space rupture. It can be absorbed as planned. Safana fiercely rushed towards Lee, giving him no chance to escape, and approached him. The first name to fall will be a pawn. Feeling the killing intent from behind, only then did Lee unleash a fatal attack. The red crystal embedded in his staff glowed and multicolored space ruptures appeared. As soon as Safana approached Lee, his entire body was cut by space rupture, especially the arm he was using to cut Lee was severed. At this moment, Lee was much calmer than before. His eyes shone brightly, and there was no trace of his previous flustered appearance. Safana was surprised and fell. He didn't understand why this had happened. Lee turned his back and didn't look at the fallen Safana, saying coldly, "Executor, your research isn't thorough enough." He looked at the defeated opponent in his hand and kindly explained, "My infinite cosmic ruler can absorb other techniques." Safana lay weakly on the grass. He was very curious as to when he had absorbed his space rupture. The red gem embedded in Lee's staff glowed, and he continued, "Furthermore," as if reading Safana's mind, Lee gave him the answer. "Absorption happens at the moment of contact, even if the opponent doesn't use a technique." Upon hearing that, Safana froze. In the end, he was defeated due to a lack of knowledge. In the past, Lee had not attacked multiple times. He said, "Of course you wouldn't know, because I only absorbed once through direct contact in my entire life." Lee recalled that time, saying calmly, "He was the previous king." Safana ground his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain. He didn't know if it was due to pain or worry. Just by touching, he recalled Lee attacking him only once and immediately retreating. In the end, from that moment he had accepted his fate. It wasn't Safana's style, and he wanted to struggle one last time. Rupture. Space ruptures appeared around him, but that was his technique. Before space could activate the technique, blood splattered on his face, making him blank. The space rupture technique also stopped, and Lee's eyes shone, telling Safana a cruel truth. "The blood curse I've released so far is still lingering in the air." He turned around and said a final word. "Some things must be learned at the cost of one's life." The blood curse clung to Safana's body, and he would fall into despair and agony. The blood of the blood curse slowly covered his face, and only despair remained in Safana's eyes. To be certain, Lee cast blood curse on his body one more time and walked away indifferently. In the spacious garden of the apartment, Safana lay flat on the lawn. The blood curse enveloped him, and blue blood flowed. Subaru's group of 4 watched for a moment, then approached and looked at Safana. He was gasping, on the verge of losing consciousness. "Is he dead?" Lee replied. "Yes." Then he looked at Kotetsu and asked worriedly, "Hyodo, are you all right?" Kotetsu replied, "No problem." He put his hand on his chest and reassured Lee, healing himself. "I learned the enemy's martial arts through absolute evolution. Asclepius, the god of healing." Kotetsu wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand. "I intentionally exposed a weakness to create an opportunity for Lee to attack, but it went much smoother than expected." Subaru said with a slightly sad expression. "This time, I only played the role of bait and didn't do much," Lee consoled. "That was part of the strategy." Kotetsu diagnosed that in terms of combat power they were completely at a disadvantage. At these words, Subaru was slightly blank. Kotetsu approached Lee and continued to comment on the recent battle. 4 against 1, and it was still this hard. How pathetic. Then he suggested, "We need to conquer the cracks quickly." Upon hearing that, Lee remained silent. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Subaru agreed. "That's right." While the 3 continued to discuss, Chul suddenly delivered shocking news. "Hey, he's still alive." Safana wasn't dead yet. He was struggling on the verge of life and death. He opened one eye and coughed. His pupils wavered, unable to accept the fact that he, an executor, had been defeated by underestimating his enemy. Lee didn't show much emotion. He clarified the situation. "It's fine, he's almost dead. The blood curse has pierced his heart." Upon hearing that, Ender was relieved. "Then it's fine, it's good news that he can die." Safana gasped, exhaling more than inhaling. He was still struggling to catch his breath. He struggled to prolong his remaining life. To be certain, Ender intended to watch him seriously until he breathed his last. In his final moments, Safana inwardly lamented about the vice-chairman's reward. He recalled his conversation with Vice-Chairman Villette. "Safana, have you heard about the big problem?" At that time, Safana confidently replied, "Yes, I have to torture and kill Ariak and all his family, right? It was a strange yet enormous reward." Villette replied, "That's right." The vice-chairman of the Six-Side Corporation also mentioned that the chairman seemed to be retiring after this matter. Safana remembered being quite surprised. He asked, "Then?" He recalled Chairman Durr's disgusting face. The vice-chairman revealed his plan. "He is trying to add his soul to the administrator, sacrificing all the executors the company has." Villette crossed his arms and criticized, "That is the greatest betrayal to the employees who have dedicated thousands of years to the company." Even Safana was surprised and blank at this news. Villette's eyes were filled with resolve. "We must stop him at all costs." "Safana," then he commanded, "bring me Ariak Subaru's head before the chairman's faction act." Safana smiled and replied, "Understood." Then he held out 3 fingers and said, "I want 300 beauties as a reward." Villette thought for a moment. "Still not enough beauties?" Safana revealed his cunning gaze. "I don't think revenge can ever be enough." As the flashback about the reward ended, Safana, now having regained his voice, said with difficulty, "Don't underestimate me." Ender watched him silently, and the light faded from Safana's eyes. He coughed again. In the past, Safana was fat and short, and his plain face often caused him to be ignored. He had to grind his teeth and mutter, "They make fun of me." Women showed no interest in Safana at all, and he hated them, calling them "these damn bitches." This was due to the lack of women's attention and love. He was jealous. "They don't care about me, they just hover around those guys." At that time he was so angry that he cursed, "Everyone should die." Now, as his life slowly ended, Safana muttered, "I became an executor, so why?" His body slowly turned into smoke and disappeared, and only his last words echoed, "Why does no one love me?" Ender stood by his side, listening to the pitiful last words of someone who deserved responsibility but showed no great emotion. Safana's body turned to dust and vanished. Subaru and his 3 companions continued to observe this process. Finally, Subaru confirmed that this was the death of an executor. Merely a return to the sea. Lee curiously asked what final words he had left before he died. Kotetsu was not particularly interested. Why bother about someone who's dead? The problem is other urgent matters. Where are we going to stay from now on? Subaru exclaimed, recalling Hirosaka's ruined house, and Ender added, the rest of Krypha too. In Vice Chairman Villette's office, Secretary John reported that Safina had been lost in action during his mission. While reporting this, she appeared very dispassionate, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Villette put down the pen in his hand. What a shame, he clasped his hands and pondered. We need to think about his successor. Dragon politely asked, should we send the next assassin? Villette touched his chin and thought. The door opened. Mastema entered excitedly holding a weapon. Excuse me, John was surprised. Vice Chairman Mastema, she politely advised, learn to knock on doors. Mastema entered with a pleasant expression, acknowledging her mistake. My apologies, she smiled cunningly. Did I interrupt your conspiracy? Villette stared at her without a word. Mastema placed her scythe on the floor and said, it's not that important. She boldly sat to one side, placing one foot on Villette's desk and said, but it's not good to openly defy the chairman, is it? She threatened. Do you know that if an order comes down I could purge you? Dragon was surprised and a little worried. Villette, on the other hand, replied calmly, I'll be careful. But Mastema listened carefully to what he was about to say. Villette wanted to find out which of the administrators was the operator. He asked about the big problem. Do you know who the operator is? Mastema touched her chin for a moment in thought, then replied, Oh, I have no idea who they are, but the chairman has met them before. Are there no clues? Villette also thought for a moment and said none. Even the vice chairman doesn't know who the operator is. Returning to Jin's house, Floros had a lavish dinner, and they ate, drank, and celebrated together. After finishing the meal, she left with Violet and Croc. We've confirmed your current condition. That's all for today. See you again, Jinga shouted unpleasantly. No need to come again. Floros laughed loudly at the door and said hardly. Then she narrowed her eyes and said, the next time we meet only one of us will be alive. Jinga's eyes widened in surprise at her words. These words reminded him of a warning. They were mortal enemies. He replied indifferently, well, true. The space gate slowly opened. Floros laughed gleefully and said, it was really fun today, wasn't it? Before entering the gate, the three bid farewell. Floros smiled, well then I'm off. Violet waved her hand, see you next time. Croc bowed, thank you for your hospitality. And they entered the space gate. As the gate closed, Floros was still looking back at Jin after they all left and the space gate completely closed Jing aside. He returned home and sighed, looking at the plates on the dining table. Do I have to clean all this up? Next, Jinga put his hand in his pants pocket. He currently took out a special key. It was a key that at least hadn't been exposed yet. After opening a black door with the key and going to the other side, Jinga said, my apologies, I'm late. On this side, everyone was training together. Kinokawa, seeing Jinga arrive, joyfully welcomed him. Mei grumbled disapprovingly, you're 2 hours late. Where have you been? Jinga was flustered. I'm sorry, I'll explain that later. Then Jinga's hand changed. I need to do this. Determination shone in his eyes. He raised his reinforced hand and said, I need to adapt to the new technique as quickly as possible. In the karaoke room, while Chul and Mei were singing, an idea about conquering the cracks came up. In a small arcade, Kotetsu continued to tear into a chicken drumstick. Ender and Chul focused on singing. Only Lee was talking with Subaru. I think it's time to start using items unrelated to the battlefield. We need to get used to using them. Ender was engrossed in singing like a performer on stage. On this side, although not singing, Subaru, being perceptive, swayed the pendulum in his hand, tapping to the rhythm of Ender's song. While serving his friends, he replied to Lee, understood. He counted the items already in his inventory. We possess a large number. From now on, the main tactic will involve using items. The inventory, a basic skill of the Conqueror deity for storing items obtained by conquering cracks, has no storage limit. Only a few days remained until the Six-Eyed Corporation's landing. Information about the boss he would fight today. The Lunar Guardian, level 184, appeared on the screen. In terms of level, Subaru was far behind. Ariak Subaru, level 133. Someone was observing this battle from afar. This battle was now taking place on the moon away from Earth. December 20th, 2023, Crack. Shikishima asked him again, is it alright for Subaru to fight alone in this battle? Kotetsu replied, we need to test him. He looked at the lunar boss. The lunar boss had a fish-like lower body, held a trident, and its entire body was surrounded by electricity. If he can't handle an enemy of this level, we'll have to dig his grave for him. The trident aimed directly at Subaru, who was already in a battle stance. Suddenly, somehow, the trident grazed Subaru's neck, drawing blood. Then it rapidly flew, leaving a deep wound on his neck. Shikishima was surprised and couldn't understand this sight. Seeing his comrade collapsing, clutching his neck and spewing blood, he asked, isn't this dangerous? Both Shikishima and Kotetsu said cautiously at the same time, if he doesn't shed blood, Subaru can't kill. At this moment, the opposing king arrogantly turned and left, leaving Subaru bleeding. But he was only feigning death. Subaru, in a semi-conscious state, looked at the Lunar Guardian. There's no need to stop the blood from flowing. His eyes gradually brightened, and as he regained consciousness, Subaru could generate blood and sustain life, compensating for the power gap. It was at least 5 times stronger. This guy sensed something and stopped. Then he turned around, saw Subaru slowly rising and said, inventory. As items were retrieved, Subaru's strength gradually recovered, and his injuries disappeared. The C-rank item Tears of Typhon necklace increases speed by 30 for 10 seconds. The C-rank item Neo's Health Strange Mask increases health by 30 for 5 seconds, and finally the D-rank item Bear's Might increases concentration by 50 for 10 seconds. The two companions continued to observe, and all the wounds on Subaru's body were healing. Scars healed, and after a moment all seemed to have disappeared. Even Kotetsu was surprised by this sight. Subaru's footsteps quickened. He rushed forward with two swords, rapidly approaching the boss. The two swords danced wildly. Subaru used his Boros power to strike his opponent strongly, his eyes focused, not letting his guard down for a single moment. The Full Moon Guardian was pushed back, struggling to resist but not forgetting to counterattack. Someone outside exclaimed in surprise, "That swordsmanship is mine." By learning the power of others, Subaru gradually grew stronger. After planting his feet and taking a stance, he appeared beneath his opponent, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Due to the impact of the recent collision, he couldn't help but close his eyes and endure. Then he took a fatal blow to the chest and blood splattered. Subaru prepared to end the battle and spoke his final words, "Thank you." The Guardian's eyes gradually lost consciousness. Truly strong, in just a few seconds light flashed across half his body, and he met his death. He screamed in pain. Akira, sweating outside, said, "He did it." Kotetsu said, "For the past few days we've been using him as a kind of item training dummy. I've hit him at least 100 times. A loud shout was heard directed at Kotetsu. "Hyodo," Subaru excitedly boasted about the spoils. "I won without using blood curse or extermination." The two chatted animatedly. "Without the items, your swordsmanship is still unrefined. You'll need to practice more when we go back. This time he will definitely be able to do it, because of his absolute evolution." As everyone was about to leave, Shikishima said, "Everyone, please wait a moment." Everyone turned back and listened carefully, and the whole family was gathered. Shikishima looked at each member and said, "I have something to tell everyone. Today you can inform your families that you have become targets of the executors." The scene quickly shifts. Shikishima's father joyfully shouted, "Ryu, you're back." Shikishima immediately went to meet him. "Father, you're back, I'll carry your bag for you." Seeing his son doing such great work, his eyes shone with admiration. Shikishima replied, "I am truly strong. I am a deity. How are Mom and everyone else doing?" The two continued to talk. "Didn't you check your mail? They're still performing in Europe. They said they'd celebrate remotely this year." "How about you, father? You're free this year," he said gently and kindly. "I heard you had something to say. I'll hear it at dinner." Shikishima bowed his head in agreement. Understood. The two still got along well, just like in the old days. "How about going to Hibiki restaurant?" "I knew you'd say that, father. I've already made a reservation." "Well done, Ryu." At this moment Mizuho was eating when she saw them return. "Welcome home, Seahawk," she replied cheerfully and asked, "I'm back. Where's Hazuki sis?" "She's dealing with the cracks. She'll be back soon." Seahawk pointed to her head as if she couldn't understand. "Hazuki sis isn't a deity anymore. She lost her master, right?" Mizuho still innocently swung her feet and said, "Ah, she was like that for about a week." "A week that fast?" Another greeting sound echoed. "I'm back, Seahawk." Seahawk called out to her sister, flustered. "Sis isn't the fire dragon's proxy anymore." Hazuki appeared completely different, and a man stood behind her. "Now sis is Fire Tiger Lord Deity Amamiya Hazuki." Before her brain could even process it, Seahawk asked, "Ha?" again. On that side, Akira said in a languid voice, "Mom, I'm back." Then a loud scream echoed, startling him. "Jinga, why did you do that?" His mother angrily knocked on the boxes filling the house and fumed. "I told you if you're going to put Hirosaka's things in storage, you need to clean it up often." Akira languidly pleaded, "Mom, I have something to tell you today." But she didn't care and moved her face closer, commanding, "Clean it up first." "Yes, I'm sorry, Mom, I'll do it right now." Setting him aside for a moment, his mother asked, "Then how about Hirosaka?" "Ah," he thanked Mom for the summer gift. In another family, his parents greeted him with bright smiles. "Renji, you're back." What returned was a bright smile mixed with joy. "Welcome home." The two clung to him, frantically asking, "You've gotten handsomer. Have you been working out consistently?" Mom thought so too. The whole family chatted happily. "You haven't been in Japan lately. Do deities have to go abroad too?" He basically said that going abroad wasn't wrong either. His mother gave a loving smile. "You've just arrived in Japan, right? Let's watch the press conference again." His father stopped his wife as she was about to go. "Wait a moment, dear. Before that," then he looked at his son. "Renji, you said something on the phone, didn't you? Let's hear it first." The two listened to him carefully. "Go ahead." It seemed like an emotional reunion. Renji felt happiness in his heart. Yes. A moment later, Shikishima left his house and was waiting for someone. Subaru approached from afar, as if they hadn't met in a long time. "Mr. Shikishima, Happy New Year." "Happy New Year, and let's have a good year." Time continued to flow and it became January 1st, 2024 for the new year. The two walked and talked in the streets. "How was everyone's new year?" "We ate soba together at the hotel." Jinga was also invited and came. Subaru turned to Shikishima and asked curiously, "Ah, how about your brother? What did you tell your family?" He told them the truth and asked his two younger sisters and mother to return to Japan. "Aren't they artists? Father is a conductor, mother plays piano, and the two younger sisters play violin." Shikishima continued. But a clear expression of displeasure was visible on Subaru's face. He didn't want to interfere with their work, but it's better than risking their lives. Shikishima confessed, "I told father." He recalled the day the two met again. They ate together at a familiar restaurant that day. "All right, as Ryu suggested, let's cancel the performance and return home," he said to his father with a pained expression. "I'm sorry," but his father understood and comforted him. "Don't be sorry. You are my beloved son, and although it's regrettable, I cannot deny Shikishima's efforts. If there were no deities, there would be no music in this world. He didn't scold, but rather apologized. It's regrettable that we're putting all this burden on you. I'm truly sorry. The two looked at each other with eyes ready for forgiveness. This is nothing. Father is always grateful to me. After saying this much, Shikishima's voice choked, and his eyes welled up with tears. Thank you, Father. Returning to reality, Shikishima expressed his feelings. I wanted to say that I would protect everyone, but instead I was the one who was encouraged. Naruse and Hirasaka seemed to be in the same situation. Seahawk also said something similar. Subaru also wants to do good things. He placed his hand on his chest and confessed, we will also do everything to protect our families. As the two shared the same resolve, Shikishima rejoiced and looked forward. Reliable. Looking ahead, all the members were gathered. All right, everyone seems to be here. 3 other people approached together. Jinga and Akira were also over there. Subaru said, first let's defeat the 7th calamity, the calamity that will destroy everyone's minds, the solitary wolf plane that is, excluding the deities. 10 days remained until the Six-Eyed Corporation's attack. Northwest Fukuoka and Saga Prefecture, Genkei Sea. The scene shifts elsewhere. An emotionless woman's face, her eyes wide open. The 7th calamity, the technique that dominates solitary wolf plane Kohaku Hirakata. He didn't expect her to be defeated by B. Her body cut in two with blood continuously flowing. He still calmly spoke to himself. My apologies for interfering, Villette coldly declared. From now on I will handle all matters related to Ariak Subaru, Vice Chairman Villette of the Six-Eyed Corporation. Then he casually laid down Kohaku's body. A single moment was decided. An image of the future appeared. Memories of the future, the result of the 7th calamity, reflective solitude corruption. The mass mental destruction event of humanity excluding deities was the result of the S-rank item Kohaku Hirakata's reflective solitude corruption. A fierce battle unfolded. However, Aurora King Ariak Subaru mistook it for another technique from the outside world. He successfully destroyed it, but Kohaku stood in the middle of a large crack in the sky, and she, the caster, looked very satisfied. Kohaku Hirakata, the conqueror, successfully escaped. Next, Ender explained to Subaru. This matter was revealed because Ender had made contact with Hirakata. In the story, an image of Mario and Kana observing a map appeared which originated from the technique information of Marino Himeno and Kana Sato. Hirakata's location was confirmed. Having arrived at Genkei Sea, they moved to prevent her ability from activating. Shikishima led everyone, flustered, and asked, so is this it? Subaru looked around uncertainly and replied, it should be. Itoshima Peninsula, Nokita Beach, Fukuoka Prefecture. Then he noticed no one was there and said, there's no one here. But he saw something bluish and optimistically said, at least it's not Kohaku's technique, he replied, not understanding anything. What? Just then, Jinga recognized the 6 eyes at his reply. Akira turned his head, curious. He squinted worriedly and said, I saw it at Christmas. Its residence, Jinga added as Dato recalled the tall building. The 6 eyes kept spinning in front of them. Suddenly, a starry night sky appeared in the center of the circle. On the other side of the 6 eyes, 2 people were carefully observing it. Bet and the secretary were concentrating their energy as if prepared. He looked at the circle with a dark expression as if calculating something. Returning to the other side of the 6 eyes, Shikishima said suspiciously, really? As soon as he finished speaking, he closed his eyes as if thinking. Subsequently, Shikishima made a firm decision, and everyone rejoiced and cheered. Let's go back. Villette's eyes widened in surprise as soon as he heard that. Akira said with an expressionless face, there are no more plans for today. Subaru quickly added, what fun places are there to play in Fukuoka? He said without hesitation. Motsunabe Giblet Hot Pot. Ender also firmly stated her opinion. Octopus Carpaccio, lean, not to be outdone, said, you can't miss Motsunabe in winter. Everyone excitedly said in unison, okay, that sounds good. But Villette could no longer endure. He ran across the 6 eyes circle and stopped them, saying, no, no. Everyone asked, bewildered who he was. He introduced himself, displeased. I am the 6 eyes vice chairman, Bet. You are probably Subaru Ariak and his companions. Bet asked half threateningly with a growling voice. I can't allow you to just leave, can I? Despite his rudeness, Subaru remained calm. I want to eat Motsunabe. Villette gritted his teeth and said as if resigned, all right. The scene shifts to the dining table, Bet's seat, vice chairman's office. He spoke seriously while the pot was boiling. You all know the power of the chair, don't you? What's discussed here cannot be monitored by the administrators. Villette stood across the table and continued to explain. Bet trembled with anger as if no one was listening to him, and Shikishima wondered. Hey, why are you standing? Motsunabe needs giblets. He shouted at them, displeased. My seat doesn't have that function. While the secretary hurriedly prepared Motsunabe, Chul chewed his food and spoke seriously about the 7th calamity. Bet calmly informed them, I handled it. This is the only way we can get a chance to talk. His words drew everyone's attention to the core. Bet chewed his food and praised as if getting revenge for earlier. It's delicious, Shikishima said unpleasantly. Get to the point. Immediately after, he put down his chopsticks. In short, Bet delivered shocking news without any change in expression. I will betray the chairman. Please help me overthrow him. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise and they were bewildered. Shikishima spoke as if representing their feelings. Why, he said gently. Simply put, the chairman is trying to sell us out to the administrators. He even intends to monopolize the profits, but Bet could no longer endure. His expression hardened, unable to conceal his rage. Unforgivable. Betrayal must be met with betrayal. At his attitude, Subaru fell into deep thought but still observed in silence. Kotetsu immediately noticed something. Ah, I see, he pressed, recalling the flattened moon. Then was the previous assassin sent by you, Villette admitted, without the slightest hesitation. That's right, before the chairman could act, I intended to eliminate Subaru and hand him over to the administrators. Flores' voice suddenly echoed in Jinga's head. It seems the vice chairman's side is resolutely preparing. He then realized that his earlier prediction was correct. Subsequently, Shikishima said, What benefit is there for us in cooperating with you? Do you need my help? Bet immediately unleashed overwhelming power. Do you really think you can defeat us? Shikishima was angry, but having already been subdued could do nothing. Perhaps you are misunderstanding. Let me be clear. This is not a negotiation. Even Jinga was surprised by this terrifying power. Despite being subdued, Akira calmly glanced. Amidst his threatening words, he lightly shifted his gaze and only said one word, whether to follow me or not. Despite his threat, Lee did not waver in the slightest. Bet continued to unleash his magic, stating resolutely, This is all there is, but Kotetsu was still eating deliciously. This guy is on a different level. He's not comparable to the previous executor. Even if everyone attacks now, we can't win. Suddenly, he stopped his chopsticks and thought inwardly, worried. If Asmodeus is stronger than this guy, not caring at all about their thoughts, Villette continued to speak. Then the reward is ready. If you cooperate and defeat Asmodeus, the Six Eyes will withdraw and stop tracking Subaru Ariak. I also guarantee that I will not make any demands that are disadvantageous to you. Jinga lost his composure and said unpleasantly, How can we trust mere words? He said firmly. I never make empty promises. I have already prepared a contract. Shikishima was also surprised at the mention of a contract and asked again. While Villette introduced, he had already summoned magic. My secretary has the technique to create contracts. He continued to explain. This technique ensures that if the contract is broken, the executor will be punished. Shikishima was astonished by the sight before his eyes. A technique that can restrict an executor. Bet replied seriously. Precisely. I am staking my life. Jinga's eyes widened in surprise at his recklessness. Shikishima also couldn't believe his ears. Does he mean he'll die if he defies my words? Does it have to go that far? Bet said firmly once more. I just want to prove that I am different from the chairman. He softened his voice as if trying to persuade them. The conditions presented are already the most generous. Follow me, Subaru Ariak. As if his dignity had been touched, Jinga suddenly shouted, Ariak? Shikishima, not to be outdone, also shouted, Subaru, do you properly understand the situation? Subaru smiled lightly. I understand well. If we sign the contract, his secretary Bet becomes our ally, right? Although his thoughts were incomprehensible, he was somewhat correct. Bet was displeased by their hesitation. Is my life not enough? At the same time, Subaru calmly looked directly at him. He still asked as if enjoying himself, Jinga, do you remember what I said when I was being controlled in the ruins? Jinga was nervous but hadn't forgotten the promise made upon his return. You said we should form a team, didn't you? Subaru confirmed as soon as he heard it. That's right. Shikishima was shocked upon hearing it and shouted loudly, Subaru, your intention is. Before he could finish speaking, he continued, the name of that team is Rainbow Kingdom. I have Vanquish's permission. Our motto is we do not betray and we do not abandon our comrades. As soon as Subaru finished speaking, Shikishima froze, bewildered. Ender and Lee were also surprised by his resolve. Only Akira snickered as if amused, trying to break the atmosphere. Kotetsu still glared at him without a change in expression, and Jinga was moved and speechless. Immediately after, he regained his trust and replied with a light smile, yes. After Jinga's confirmation, Subaru solemnly informed, Villette, we, the Rainbow Kingdom, do not agree to acts of betrayal no matter the cost. Bet was speechless at his sincere words. Even if we are the ones to be slaughtered, we cannot be with you. Subaru still thanked him politely. Thank you for your offer. I apologize. At his and everyone's loyalty, he was speechless. Everyone had already stopped their chopsticks and were looking at Villette in unison. In front of them, they had already disappeared from that spot. From behind, Gaydon asked, Vice Chairman, is it truly all right to just let them go? She hesitated, as if speaking what she had long wondered. You could have dealt with them immediately. After being rejected, Villette was dejected but well aware. If I did that, Asmodeus and Mastima would immediately attack me. The moment Subaru rejected my proposal, the plan had already collapsed. The goal of bringing down Asmodeus was still the same, and he said, we will support Subaru. John received the order dispassionately. Understood, I will follow you to the very end, he muttered thoughtfully. Do not betray and do not abandon comrades. If Asmodeus is also like that, a document was delivered. May 1, 2024. The plan delivered to Subaru and Genja following the Six Eyes Corporation's landing. The Six Eyes Corporation elite proposed a desperate support plan to Akiharu Ariak, a large-scale extermination plan. At the same time, Subaru, standing on the rooftop of a building, was tasked with slaughtering Genja's family, allies and friends. In his eyes, a colossal house was visible, and each Genja would wait for and protect their family. A peaceful house before a major event. Near those houses something seemed to be present. They had already dispersed to observe the situation from those houses. The rest of them dispersed nearby to prepare to confront the executors. The entire city was peaceful and quiet. But soon the Six Eyes circle reappeared and surprisingly, Zhao was collapsing within the circle, severely injured. He was surprised by the sight before him but could no longer endure. She collapsed within the circle. Subaru, worried that he might be mistaken, shouted loudly, "Villette's secretary." As Zhao collapsed to the ground, he immediately ran and shouted loudly, "Are you all right? What happened?" Fortunately, she still had the strength to call out to Subaru. Zhao painstakingly conveyed the information. "We were assassinated." While Subaru didn't understand, she did her best. "The chairman's faction will not come to the human world." He opened his eyes wide in surprise at Dragon's words. The scene shifts to the outer world, Golden Kingdom. Deep within the palace, infinite tower ruins. Asmodeus's calculating voice echoes, "Bet you are too honest and passionate. There's no way I would share the true plan with a traitor," he informed his employees, excited. "Now, ladies and gentlemen, as expected, we begin landing in the human world." Japan time, December 11, 2024, 10 a.m., Six Eyes. The human world landing proceeded as originally planned. Zhao, collapsing on the building's rooftop painfully, tries to relay information to Subaru. "Chairman Asmodeus, the plan he spoke of is fake. He wants to destroy the human world before landing," she shouted, excited, "to neutralize all the deities who had contracted with the gates." According to Dragon's words, the gates were gradually tearing apart in the sky. She calmly replied, maintaining her composure, "Ah, I see." The scene shifts to the outer world, Golden Land. Flying through the sky, he asked, curious, "Chairman, what policy lies behind this massacre?" In contrast to the cruel plan, Asmodeus smiled gently and praised. "It's a very good question, Floros. Our client's demands were very simple. They only asked for one thing." While his bloodthirsty employees listened, he lightly informed them, "Destruction. That's all," she repeated, thoughtful, "destruction." Observing the golden-armored warriors from afar, Floros said, "Understood, good. Let's begin." She summoned her technique, corrupted Bati, Distes, god of hell. At the same time, the knights were charging rapidly. The god summoned by Floros immediately flew and attacked them. A colossal hand grabbed the small warriors. As expected, the god immediately crushed the nearby golden knights. The soldiers were terrified by what had unfolded before their eyes. The entire front line was wiped out in one attack. "What the hell is going on, monster?" Before they could even collect themselves, colossal flames attacked them. Violet was flying here and there, emitting brilliant flames. The golden-armored warriors, bewildered, realized that they were the 7 knights of the palace. The army continued to pour in. Croc also didn't miss out on the battle. Tsukuji Rahu, explode? Her technique immediately exploded the enthusiastically fighting knights. Meanwhile, Croc stood amidst the exploding bombs, seemingly enjoying the victory. While Violet Raven flew here and there, Mastema praised, "Excellent. I should start acting too." She excitedly turned her head and shouted loudly, "Boss!" In the blink of an eye, Mastema muttered in a disappointed voice, "He's gone." While she panted, Asmodeus had already passed beyond the teleportation circle. Perhaps as Moss had expected, he had already gone to the Blood Cavern King. He was in the Blood Cavern King's kingdom. Ben was bewildered by Dur's sudden appearance. A blue-clothed man suddenly appeared. "Who are you?" Before he could finish his question, he used an attacking technique. Ben was astonished by the immense power and surreal speed. Before he could even prepare, Asmodeus's attack could easily tear him into several pieces. Nevertheless, he politely greeted as if he wasn't the one who had just used the technique. "Pleasure to meet you. I am Asmodeus, CEO of the Six Eyes Corporation." As soon as the greeting was over, Asmodeus seemed satisfied and was about to deliver a final blow and say goodbye. The Blood Cavern King's eyes widened in surprise. This person is an elite among elites of the executors. Such a powerful enemy. Before he could finish speaking, his attack charged towards him. Even Ben, one of the 3 kings, could not withstand a single blow. Returning to the Golden Land Palace, Isis knelt and apologized. "I apologize." From the western sky, there was a powerful reaction from countless souls who were the blue-clothed group. She announced mournfully, "Many knights were sacrificed or injured during the counterattack." Isis shouted loudly in an enraged voice, "General Isis of the Golden Kingdom, they are." Queen Safina calmly asked again, "The Six Eyes Corporation." The scene shifts back to the Silverland. In King Ruin's room, he is resting his chin on his hand, looking bored. "Hey, now we're no longer vassals, so we can't use curses." He sat between the eyes of 2 blue dragons and looked with curious eyes at Mastema, who had appeared from the teleportation circle. She asked without the slightest hesitation, "Are you the Silver King?" Mastema held her weapon and concentrated her power. "You resemble the former king quite a lot. Perhaps she is his descendant," she suddenly exclaimed. "Oh yes, I should introduce myself first." As Mastema said she killed the former king, an image of the former king seemed to appear. Ruin was enraged by her nonchalance. Without hesitation, Moss Rand grabbed his collar, held her weapon and asked about the curse. "Yes, I can't use it." She seriously prepared to deliver a final blow. "Die, little fox." With control and an unexpected attack, Ender glared at the scythe coming towards her. Suddenly, Mastema swung her weapon hard and a foot stopped it just in time. She turned her head, unable to believe it, and gritted her teeth. In the Golden Land battlefield, Floros looked up at the sky and discovered something. Clouds, oh heaven. On the Blood Cavern King's side, Asmodeus was politely extending his hand. Suddenly his hand froze. Subsequently, he glanced with murderous eyes as if trying to find the person who had attacked in the city. Subaru was making contact. "Shikishima." Shikishima immediately replied, "I hear you." Are they trying to destroy the human world before landing? While Akira and Jinga made serious expressions, he replied, "It's as we expected." Hirasaka and Seahawk were both surprised at the same time. "Huh, really?" Hearing that, Shikishima had no choice but to explain. "Did none of you properly listen to the tactics? Where are the enemies? Honestly, there's no way they'd reveal their entire plan to us," they simultaneously agreed, as if discovering the wonders of the world. "That makes sense when you put it that way," he continued with a disgusted expression. "Of course we have to assume it's a lie to confuse us. Will Subaru be all right outside?" From the rooftop of the building he calmly replied, "Yes." While Subaru reported the situation, Delta, Kilm and Lee had already arrived in the Golden Kingdom. The enemies invading the outer world were currently being suppressed by the Taeyang nation, Kilm continued excitedly. In the Golden Kingdom, Kilm, Delta and Reed were engaged in battle. Delta was no different, delighted to be able to fight. Only Lee was seriously concentrating his power, preparing for battle. Violet and Croc stared blankly at them simultaneously. Flores asked in a growling voice, "Who are you?" Subaru's voice continued to echo. Protecting the Silver Kingdom were Carrion and Seahawk. The foot that angered Mastema was Carrion's. Subsequently he provoked brightly, as if eager to fight immediately. At the same time Javan remained calm, as if ignoring Mastema. Immediately after he spoke slowly. Regarding the Bronze Kingdom, Subaru hastily announced, "My new savior must have already arrived there." As he expected, Diamante arrived just in time, and Dee calmly watched her sister, even though his hands were frozen and he couldn't calm down. Ben shouted loudly, and Diamante, unconcerned, scolded him. "Father is getting weaker and weaker. You can't even withstand a few attacks. What are we to do?" Hearing that, Bowden spun around on the spot as if about to express his displeasure. He couldn't contain his anger and scolded, "Shut up, you rude child." Suddenly he broke his composure and struggled to make excuses. "I'm trying to do something too," his sister said mockingly. "Oh really?" Dee didn't pay attention to their conversation, broke the ice on his hand and attacked. "Is your new technique fast enough to block my curse?" Subsequently he smiled slightly and asked, "Who is this lady who isn't in the operator's information?" Despite Ben's anger, Diamante replied, "No one, just a soul, but if I had to say." Subsequently she exuded immense power, as if showing off that she was Subaru Ariak's savior. Diamante, the strongest ice spirit in history, returning to the previous meeting upon hearing the news of the Six-Eyed Corporation's landing. While Subaru and his companions were preparing to challenge the first crack, a meeting was held in the ocean to discuss the situation. After fierce discussion, everyone concluded that the Six-Eyed Corporation would attack the human world and the other world separately. Which place would be attacked first would be decided just before landing. Subaru's family and saviors. If there was a way to protect the human world, they would attack the other world first. If there was no other feasible plan, they would attack the human world. Vanquish tilted his head and clicked his tongue. "That makes sense," Safina smiled, deep in thought. Ruan just laughed loudly, calling it a tactic that targeted weaknesses. Shikishima touched his chin, thinking, "In that sense the problem lies in the other world." Akira couldn't understand why Shikishima said that. Shikishima didn't explain in detail and frowned worriedly. "There's even a slight chance they'll target our families who can't leave the human world." Safina quietly analyzed. "The Six Kings can use curses. Vanquish, the true ancestor, will manage this place in our stead. In other words, there are few people who can use curses in the other world." Ruan listened to her words in silence and agreed to some extent. "Therefore they cannot confront the executors." Ben was deep in thought. Delta, waiting for everyone's decision, crossed his legs and offered his opinion. Kilm and Kinpick will protect the other world, but honestly I wish we had a few more people." Kilm was quite confident and firmly refused. "Absolutely not." Delta was speechless with exhaustion. He gently persuaded, "We really need more people at this moment." Maj Carrion raised his hand high. "I'll go, and I won't confront the operator." Subaru was curious. "But didn't you say you could use Karen's curse?" Karen, recalling his old body and loyal friend, said, "I'm going to reclaim my body." Say was startled, and Susie, who was in her arms, was also surprised. "Lord Karen, that is," Vanquish stepped forward to explain, "that is Campanella's soul." Karen scratched his head, deciding to face the truth. This was bound to happen someday. At this time in the human world, Sunday, December 24th, at a luxurious house, night fell, and 3 people from the Six-Eyed Corporation arrived at the door to celebrate Christmas. "Merry Christmas." Jin opened the door and stared blankly at them. "Ha, Six Eyes." Floro smiled. The business director was floating. Returning to the ocean meeting, Vanquish and Karen smiled together. "Let them be." After that, Vanquish looked up at Lee and the people next to her. "It's just you all." Lee was over there. Seahawk lay listlessly on Reed's lap. Remda clung to Lewis and Hirasaka's legs. He looked at them and said, "Why don't you join the conversation?" Seahawk said unenthusiastically. "Sorry, but I'm a bit tired these days." Lee scolded angrily. "You fool, we're in a serious meeting. Who's getting up? What's the effect?" Vanquish laughed and scolded, "You're such a fool." Safina had a smile on her lips, but her words were very violent. "I'll deal with you in a moment." Shikishima interrupted this matter. "Leave them alone. There's another problem." Glancing at Ruin, Shikishima asked, "How do we fix the whole ruin left in Subaru's house?" He added, "It's not that urgent, but the problem is that Subaru's soul energy is too dispersed." Mentioned Subaru was silent. He didn't complain, but his slightly worried demeanor showed that Shikishima's words were true. Jin also chimed in. "Damn it, the cause of that hole was the 3 kings, so the situation is awkward." Safina also interjected without rhyme or reason. The attendant and the Bronze King were also helpless. Ben was silent. Vanquish crossed his arms and nodded. I understand what you're saying. This time Subaru was curious. Vanquish scratched his head and delivered the news. I didn't want to use this card, but I have an old friend stronger than the three kings. Certainly. Jin, Akira and Shikishima all exclaimed in unison. Really? Delta was also surprised. Your old friend is stronger than the three kings? Kilm was slightly surprised and asked, recalling someone. Could it be? Vanquish didn't keep everyone waiting and spoke bluntly. No, it couldn't be. I'm going to make Freeze Subaru's savior. Kilm, Delta and Remda all exclaimed simultaneously. Ha? Subaru was also slightly curious. Freeze, Jin recalled his memories of her. I met her before. She's in another world. Hearing this nickname, Delta slapped his forehead helplessly. Kilm clutched his head in pain. Jin's words echoed in his ears. She's Kilm's teacher, the teacher of Delinda, Remda, and 30 disciples. Remda, though clinging to Lee's leg, trembled and fear enveloped his entire body. Even Jin lost confidence when the person nicknamed Freeze was mentioned. She is also called the strongest spirit in history. I believe so. Subaru didn't expect her to be rated so highly. He repeated in bewilderment. The strongest in history? That person was none other than Diamante. She always wore a confident smile, and the future shone brightly, as if nothing could trouble her. Currently in the Bronze Kingdom in the palace garden, Diamante stood with her arms crossed, maintaining a confident demeanor. Floating beside her was her father, Barden. After being defeated, he could only exist in this small spirit form. Seeing the person in front of him call herself a spirit, Dur opened his information window again and calculated inwardly. Checking information. Spirit information. Seeing the information he had just looked up about this girl, he was startled and muttered inwardly, Spirit. Dur's face was filled with interest. He asked himself, the strongest, even among the spirit race? History records that during the 10 billion years administrators have ruled, it is rare for a spirit to be given the title of strongest. Spirits are generally skilled at manipulating natural phenomena, so they can only thrive in environments filled with natural phenomena. For example, the spirit stone in the West can only display absolute zero, but it is still quite a weak spirit. Diamante happily struck her fist into her other palm. I've always been waiting for this opportunity. She was excited, looking forward to this fight very much. With a smile on her lips, she said, I've lived for a long time, but this is the first time I'm fighting an executor to the death. Dur tilted his head and laughed, thinking inwardly, she's too confident, isn't she? And she even speaks kindly to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Diamante's fist flew towards one side of his cheek. The contortion of his face was real. While attacking, she said, but the crunching sound was that of glasses breaking. It was unknown which bones were broken. Dur had no time to dodge, but he could hold his ground with his legs. However, the spirit's power was so strong that the ground beneath his feet cracked. Diamante said contemptuously, disparaging his lax words, it's useless to go easy in a fight. Despite her retreat, the loud rumbling continued and the ground cracked and even seemed to collapse. Immediately after, dirt and stones flew everywhere. The spot where Dur had stood was now a wide pit almost as deep as his height. To avoid being buried alive by the dirt and stones, he used his abilities to blast away the dirt and stones in the pit, while simultaneously realigning his face and neck. I see. Saying so, Dur clutched his head. Extending one hand, a blue light flashed from his fingers. He smiled slightly and said, my mistake, I was too rude. Barden was startled at the sight. Recalling when he had suffered this attack, he hastily shouted, Dodge, Diamante. She didn't feel any danger, so she couldn't understand her father's words. Thus, Diamante took Dur's attack head-on. The blue light flew strongly towards her face like a compressed bullet. Dur was satisfied with his technique and a smile still lingered on his lips. He then noticed a detail. Dur's attack just now seemed to have no effect on Diamante. It didn't even leave a large wound on her face. It was just a slight scratch. Diamante touched her face and said, it was ticklish. Ben was bewildered and startled by her reaction, speechless. He couldn't believe his eyes and instead exclaimed in shock, no way, that's all, that one blow blew away all my defenses. Diamante calmly judged, it was just a different method. Dur now climbed out of the pit. He was also surprised. Are they really as strong as they said? He now decided to fight seriously. The strongest authority, immense energy erupted and blue flames burned from his body. It burned fiercely. The flames rose high as if to swallow Diamante. Against these blue flames, Diamante was unperturbed. The energy and dazzling light erupting from Dur's blue flame annihilation technique brightly illuminated the sky. It was like a massive sky-piercing pillar trying to engulf everything. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the sky, and another blue light seemed to suppress that light. Like cold tears on a hot summer day, the flowing water technique was truly suitable for dealing with Dur's blue flame annihilation. The flames below now burned like lava. Water pillars poured down from the sky and dense steam billowed. Ben struggled against the aftermath of the battle. He exclaimed in surprise, damn it, what's going on in the garden? Seeing Dur standing confidently on the ground. From the burning reddish area, he assessed that it not only scorched the earth but immediately turned it into a boiling lava sea. This is an unparalleled ability. Diamante looked down at the lava sea below from above. It was unknown how she was affected. It would be strange if the fire and lava weren't hot. Diamante fanned herself with her hand to cool down and some lava was on her body. Diamante said unpleasantly, damn it, it's hot. Dur lamented. Seeing that his opponent was completely unharmed, you really make me feel insignificant. That was my strongest attack. Diamante landed on the lava, because her main body was an ice spirit. As soon as she touched the lava beneath her feet, a sizzling sound erupted and steam billowed. She just said indifferently, That's right, so it's hot. Der laughed. Aren't you going to dodge? Diamante calmly made no attempt to be cunning. If the enemy doesn't move, I'll move, and if Der doesn't dodge, I'll dodge. He smiled slightly. Then I'll dodge. Diamante, feeling that this executor was quite interesting, burned with fighting spirit. She also smiled. Then do it. As soon as she finished speaking, she threw a punch, directly kicking Der in the chest. The name of this technique was White Lotus Extremity. As the kick landed on his chest, cold air erupted. The ice pillars erected behind Der were like beautiful angel wings. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, he was slightly dazed. Not only the surrounding air but also Der's body began to freeze. Diamante's recent attack ignored his defenses. While Der was dazed, he was punched in the face again. Diamante laughed teasingly. Oh my, what's wrong? She continued to punch, provoking. Dodge it, an executor ordering people to dodge. But Diamante continued to unleash White Lotus punches. As befitting the name White Lotus, the power Diamante exuded was strong enough to purify everything. Even Der's unparalleled power-imbued body. He flew backward and his body shattered into pieces. Unable to accept the fact that he was defeated so quickly, he screamed in silence, feeling his body being torn apart. No way, no way. There's no way such a powerful spirit exists. Ah, I see, I can't help but counterattack. He used another technique, Blessed Savior, enhanced stats. But before he could even recover his body, Diamante appeared before him again. She scorned Der's actions. I don't need that blessing. Der truly couldn't understand. Why didn't she need a blessing yet? She was so strong. Diamante recalled the conditions she had discussed with Subaru. At that time, she said, Hey kid, Subaru answered obediently. Yes, in front of Vanquish and his 3 disciples she declared proudly. I will be your savior, but there's one condition. I don't need stat blessings. Subaru was startled by this demand. Why? She explained as if it were obvious. Fighting is something you have to do yourself. Kilm and Remda immediately agreed. Exactly, Delta also said helplessly. Certainly, Subaru had no other choice at this time. He understood her personality to some extent. Then is this person Kilm's and the other's teacher? He replied. Understood. Returning to reality, Der in front of him had a bewildered expression, fighting soul to soul. Diamante had a victor's smile. That's what barehanded combat is. She threw a final punch, literally smashing Der's face, perfectly white. Der's body shattered into pieces. His last thoughts were just 2 words. Too strong. After defeating his opponent, Diamante was extremely contemptuous. What? Even executors suffer from curses, it seems. Truly garbage on the roadside compared to the shadow of the true ancestor. A great earthquake struck the snow-covered mountains. The moment the true ancestor sent an invitation to the ice spirit, a loud scream was heard. Don't mess with me. Vanquish gritted his teeth and cracked his knuckles. True ancestor, you bastard. Am I to be the savior of the double? Diamante and Vanquish faced each other in the middle of a frozen wasteland. I thought you'd come looking for an old friend. I didn't expect such a rude request as soon as you opened your mouth, Diamante shouted, taking a battle stance. Bring it on. Every time we meet, you make me want to fight you, Vanquish said angrily. Don't cause any more trouble, Diamante. I can't defeat you right now, Diamante provoked. Then recover quickly, get your energy back and come fight. Bring it on, Vanquish shouted angrily. All right, fine, come here. If you grant my request, I'll follow your will too, Diamante said, delighted. Good, you promised. If you lie, prepare to face me. I'll come for you myself. Diamante stretched and prepared for the decisive battle, saying, and take me to His Majesty's throne. It's been a long time since I've seen my disciples. Diamante smiled cunningly. I'll make a meal out of executors Kilm and Delta. Kilm and Delta gritted their teeth. The teacher-disciple relationship is always interesting. The scene shifts to the present. Golden Kingdom, Infinite Tower ruins. Kilm and Delta stand quietly observing, Delta said. Master has already joined the battle. She's probably fighting the enemy's leader. I don't know what she'll say if I'm late, Kilm said resolutely. We can't waste any more time, Delta clasped his hands and cursed. I'll slaughter all those bastards, Kilm and Delta fully transformed. A massive whirlwind appeared. A sudden attack broke all defenses, sweeping everyone away. Kilm and Delta stood tall in the chaos. Croc was overwhelmed by the sight before her. What is this? She thought to herself. It's a spirit's technique. The Six-Eyed Corporation employees are falling one by one. Croc gritted her teeth. The fatal weakness of cursed spirits. I must stop them. Corrupted star. Suddenly, Croc's body was cut in half. Croc's pupils constricted and she couldn't react to the sudden situation. Renji observed alone, thinking, she can't win against an instant kill technique user. Next, at that moment, a colossal hand suddenly appeared behind Renji. She sensed something strange and immediately turned her head to look. A gigantic and terrifying Great Mother Goddess attacked Lee. Croc shouted, Go, Great Mother Goddess! Renji immediately raised his shield to block the attack. A technique that can control higher beings, not bad. Kilm watched Renji and the Great Mother Goddess from one side, inwardly admiring. There's a pretty good guy here too, Delta said. Kilm, go help that golden armored girl. She can't hold out alone, Kilm replied. All right, what are you going to do? Delta looked up and pointed at another opponent who was rushing towards them. I'm going to take care of this guy. Violet tilted her head back and smiled, provoking. Oh, you're already singling me out? How delightful. Violet quickly rushed towards Delta. Love me. As Violet and Delta clashed, their two forces collided and a huge explosion echoed. Bifron held his hat and muttered, Everyone is too lively. Bifron clenched his hat tightly and frowned. I didn't expect such strong beings to appear, boss. Why didn't you tell me the others were fine? The scene shifts to another location. Maj and Mastema another battle. Maj threw scissors and Mastema threw a scythe without backing down in midair. Maj and Mastema fought fiercely. Ruin reminded, hey don't destroy other people's houses, it's too much. At this point, as the battle briefly paused, Mastema laughed loudly and said, you're quite good, who are you? Maj licked his lips and said, one of the true ancestors' vassals, the 10th King Carrion. Mastema's jaw dropped in surprise. Carrion, that's quite different from the description. And then Mastema immediately focused power into the weapon in her hand. Well, as long as you're strong it doesn't matter. Blades flew back and forth incessantly, and both sides continued to fight fiercely. Mastema said, it's enough if you entertain me. Mastema provoked, I'll show you those who destroyed your homeland. Maj's eyebrows slightly furrowed. It doesn't matter. Remembering an old face, Maj said, I've bid farewell to the past. Maj cast the technique, Bone Storm. Now I only move towards the future. Bone Storm flew, and it was the Bone Dragon Spear Soninus. Mastema couldn't react to the sudden attack. Maj, admiring the artifact, immediately rushed towards her. Maj admired. As expected, Seahawk's artifact is reliable, isn't it? Unable to use curses, Seahawk lent her artifact to Karen. Karen activates the technique and uses the magic power provided by the Blackrock Sea. Maj walked. Artifacts will block your path. My ghouls will beat you down. Mastema stood up, arms outstretched amidst the debris. Oh, relying on someone else's curse, Mastema provoked. It'll hurt. She gave an interesting smile. Alright, next. Human world, Tokyo, fire. Subaru and Maria stood before John's fallen body on the ground. Maria cast a spell. Subaru turned his head. Thank you, Maria. Maria gritted her teeth. Am I such a convenient existence? Shikishima replied. Don't say that, Maria. Go back. John, who had fallen to the ground and received treatment, got up clutching his head. John said to Shikishima and Subaru, and then immediately stood up in a hurry and said, I can't stay here any longer. I have to save the vice chairman. Shikishima was curious. Save? Subaru knew Villette had been captured. John replied sadly. Yes. John recalled the sinister faces of Asmodeus and Mastema, and Bet was being terrifyingly tortured after his plan to support them was discovered. At that time, Bet motioned with his hand from the doorway to warn Shikishima. Trust me. I'll go here and warn you. Subaru hesitated. Bet, and then Subaru said to John, who was about to leave. Subaru said resolutely, I'll participate in the rescue operation too. Take me to Villette. John wondered gloomily. Why? Subaru replied. Villette was captured trying to warn us, wasn't he? I'm going to save him, John said to them. Thank you, but no, he's imprisoned in the Six-Eyed Corporation headquarters underground dungeon. Shikishima gritted his teeth and immediately sensed something strange. The enemy's lair, Subaru said. Shiki, Subaru said unswervingly. I'm going to save him alone, Shikishima, just in case. Prepare and protect your family, Shikishima shouted in a hurry. That's absurd, I can't let you act so recklessly. At least someone. Before Shikishima could finish speaking, Jinga rushed over from afar. I'll go. Jinga showed no change in expression. Shiki and Subaru turned their heads and shouted in surprise. Jinga said realistically. I don't have a family. Among all the saviors I'm the most suitable. Subaru hesitated for a moment, but immediately cut him off. We don't have time to waste. Jinga stepped forward gallantly. Don't say anything, take me with you too. Subaru no longer hesitated and replied, All right, John, open the portal. I'll open it for you. As the door slowly opened, John barely held back his tears. Thank you, everyone, please save him. Subaru was filled with resolve, and Jinga looked down, saying firmly, Leave it to me. On a tower floating on airborne rocks, Bet hung suspended, his hands bound by chains, covered in wounds. He barely opened his eyes and uttered the name Dragon. Finally, Subaru's group arrived at this tall tower. This was the Six-Eyed Corporation headquarters. Everyone quickly infiltrated the building. Subaru commented slightly in admiration. It looks like a normal office building. Dragon, leading the way, replied as she rushed. This is Chairman Asmodeus's style. I don't know why, but the chairman quite likes human architectural styles. Subaru quietly admired. Corporation employees. The group quickly descended to the lower floors, Dragon reminded. Most of the employees have gone to attack the other world. There probably won't be anyone guarding this place, but don't let your guard down, Subaru asked with slight curiosity. Dragon, how long have you known Bet? She replied quietly. Hundreds of years. Dragon spoke of Villette with a voice full of respect. When my world was destroyed, the vice chairman came and took me in. She had deep respect for Villette. I thought I would starve to death, but he gave me food, clothes, and a place to sleep. He then extended his hand, saving Dragon's life and her life as a human. Subaru smiled upon hearing that and said, Like Vanquish and Karen, he's an important person to you too, right? She replied with a determined expression. Yes, I can't let him die. Subsequently, the group slowly descended to the 7th basement floor. Jinga, walking at the very back, asked curiously, This place is completely empty. Shouldn't there be someone guarding a place like this? Dragon, leading the way, replied nonchalantly. I don't know, maybe they really were deployed for the operation. She turned a corner, looking around. Suddenly, Dragon discovered something very surprising. Villette was tied and suspended in this area, right before her eyes. Vice Chairman, Bet called out to her with difficulty. Dragon, he barely managed to ask her, Are you all right? I'm so glad. Dragon pursed her lips, holding back tears, and then quickly pulled a lever. I'll save you right away. The chains that held him suspended in midair were released. Villette fell to the ground, but Dragon caught him. She looked at Villette worriedly. Why are you so wounded? You're too injured. She shed small tears of emotion. Still, I'm so glad you're alive. Bet looked back at her with a very gentle gaze and then looked at the other two and asked, By the way, Subaru Ariak, why are you here? He replied calmly. Asked Dragon. At the mention of her she blushed and felt embarrassed. Subaru held out a sunflower and said, I just followed along, it's nothing. And then he unleashed the power of the flower. Sunflower's Healing, a D-rank item that heals wounds and slowly recovers HP. Thanks to this item, Villette's body recovered and healed. He smiled. Thank you anyway, Villette said in an urgent voice. Thank you, Ari. The problem is what's going to happen now. Subaru also smiled at him from one side. Jinga smiled faintly, looking satisfied. Dragon smiled very happily, and then nodded, sighing in relief. Subaru suggested, Why don't you hide at my house? Bet nodded and replied, Good, thank you. Suddenly he lost control and uttered a few threatening words. But before that, the best way is to kill you three and merge with the main body. Subaru was surprised, unable to understand what was happening. Bet was also surprised by his own words. Jinga asked in a growling voice. Kill? Dragon asked Bet worriedly. Vice Chairman. He covered his mouth and tried to speak again. I don't know either. Jinga quickly cut him off. What he just said was. Suddenly Villette's eyes flashed at the same time in the Bronze Kingdom, Upper Cave Kingdom. Ben asked Diamante, unable to understand. Diamante, what are you doing? She looked around and shouted, slightly annoyed. I'm looking for their presents, Diamante complained. Damn it, they all turned to dust, didn't they? Suddenly a mirror fragment appeared behind her. Sorry, but I'm over here. Diamante turned and asked, Still alive? Wait, are you a soul fragment or something similar? Your main body is somewhere else, the mirror fragment said. You can say that or not. Those words confused her greatly at the headquarters. Villette placed his hand on the floor and said, When I first met the administrator, the first thought he told me was in the end. Bet said, What did I have to do to become this? That's all. He stood up and radiated power. Jinga and Subaru instinctively leapt far back. Subaru thought inwardly. The atmosphere suddenly changed, and then said helplessly, He's not Villette. He stood and replied to Subaru, Your words are not wrong but not entirely right either, and then explained, The administrator is a collection of beings composed of 10 billion souls. One individual is one person, and one person is one individual. Bet pierced Subaru with his gaze. A complete population. On other fronts, Croc, with cracks all over her body, suddenly spoke like a robot. I want to get closer to the administrator. Lee raised his shield and shouted, Turn him back. What are you? Floros also began to babble, controlled. What should I do to achieve that? And then she spoke like a madwoman. That's right, I have to separate my soul, Floros said nonchalantly. Assign unique personalities to each soul fragment and form them into an organization, she said before Delta. On the other hand, Mastema, with a scythe in one hand, spread both arms and said, In this way, I will be able to recreate the administrator. What I have to do next is to refine the precision of organizational management. Her eyes flashed. If I can reach such a complex and precise level, Karen, seeing Mastema talking nonstop, we can reach the level where one individual becomes one person. And then B said, That's what I thought. Based on this hypothesis, I divided my soul into 5 parts. Subaru was extremely angry. First was Asmodeus, the coordinator with a mole under his eye. Next was Bet, the administrative assistant. Next was Mastema, introduced as the strongest combatant. Next was Floros, the adversary. And finally, Croc, the new recruit. Diamante crossed her arms and asked, unable to understand, Damn it, what is this guy talking about? I can't understand any of it. Versus Dur explained from the side. In other words, the Six-Eyed Corporation is an organization created to get closer to the administrator, she replied nonchalantly. That's probably right, the mirror fragment spoke again. But eternal ice is too strong, and with this we won't be able to fulfill the administrator's entrustment, Villette said coldly. The reward for the entrustment is to become a part of the administrator, Croc added. I want that reward, Floros said coldly. Therefore Mastema glanced and said, For the first time in thousands of years I will become a single entity again. Villette suddenly changed his demeanor and began to explain, surprising the three. As a result, beams of light pierced through his body. Subaru and Jinga stood blankly. They blamed Villette for his slow reaction to the attack. Suddenly a sound of approval echoed, drawing Subaru's attention. In the Silver Kingdom's royal chamber, Ruin sat on a cushion, wondering curiously. What is this? Mastema spread both arms, showcasing her power. The executor's aura changed, she said coldly to Karen. Now we will return to a single entity. I don't need to deal with you. Mastema left one word. Well done, strong one. Karen thought he had escaped and immediately chased after him. Stop, but Mastema quickly disappeared. Karen chased after her, angered. Damn it, what is that guy doing? Ruin came looking for Karen. He turned around and asked, Fox, what's wrong? He replied hastily. I have information. Ruin said that Ariak Toharu and Snamori Jinga had died. Karen was extremely shocked by this news. On Lys's front, Croc, having received orders, fled at full speed. On Delta's front, Floros also fled at full speed. In the Bronze Kingdom's palace garden, Diamante coldly questioned the mirror fragment. Streaks of light slowly gathered in the sky. The mirror fragment soared high into the sky like a meteor. It finally cast itself into the dazzling light of the heavens and disappeared. The light streaks converged to a single point, like a second sun. Even Safina felt uneasy. Isis too sensed an ominous and utterly dreadful sign from the aura emanating from the Bronze Kingdom. Even Lee was astonished. Karen gritted his teeth, as even the most powerful beings of the other world were terrified. Ruin couldn't help but wear an angry expression, and even the 6 kings could only watch, powerless. Delta looked at his comrade. Kilm gritted his teeth. Unforgivable, we haven't reached our peak yet. This is truly humiliating. Turning back to Diamante, a shadow slowly appeared above the dazzling sky. Diamante crossed her arms and exclaimed, Wow, big sis is really having fun now. Now it's getting interesting. Who are you? The one introducing herself from above spoke to her coldly. Blue flame Goisha. Ben cried out in fear. This aura is cold and evil, he thought to himself, sweating profusely. She's comparable to Vanquish and Diamante. She raised her hand and unleashed her power. Goisha said, I'll remember your name, Diamante charged, saying, keep it coming. But even in the face of her fierce momentum, Goisha coldly replied, I refuse. I have no obligation to you. Diamante was speechless at this. She went on to say that the Portal Master's plan to plunge the human world into despair had been thwarted. Fighting you is meaningless. There's no reason to keep attacking the other world. Then she opened a teleportation portal behind her. I'm going to the human world. She said that according to the plan she would destroy Ariak Toharu and his family. Diamante quickly leapt up alongside Goisha. Muttering, she furiously swung her fist, saying, if you want to fight, then fight. Goisha coldly chanted Goddess's Blessing technique, then summoned a monster from the march of Herodiad centurions. This monster's power pushed Diamante away. Then she asked, why are you so hungry for a fight? Goisha lowered her voice and said, warriors, have you never thought about the meaning of life? Diamante shouted as if being mocked. Is that something someone who leads an army to invade another's home should say? She said. This is the strongest god I possess. She grew angry and shouted loudly, didn't you hear me, huh? Goisha put her hands together and chanted, fight forever as you wish. The monster obeyed the command and roared in anger. Then dozens of smaller monsters were summoned from this creature. Ben cried out in astonishment, what is this? Then Goisha quickly entered the teleportation portal. Diamante unleashed an ice punch at the charging enemies. But she was one step too late. The enemy successfully escaped. Diamante shouted, damn it, stop you fools. She gritted her teeth in anger, muttering selfish words, thinking she was so great. I have to punch that bastard to death. How do I get to the human world? Barden replied to her. That's impossible, Diamante said angrily. What, are you kidding me? Barden tried to explain. You truly know nothing. That is the celestial clock's mechanism. Beings from other worlds cannot enter the human world, she asked, slightly worried. But then are we just supposed to watch them overrun the human world? Barden replied, slightly irritated. Yes, Diamante tried to say. That's absurd, but he had no choice but to reply. Because we couldn't intervene in the human world in Tokyo, Shikishima was waiting for someone to return. He worriedly thought, will Toharu return safely? Suddenly a teleportation portal appeared next to Shikishima. He joyfully shouted, Toharu? But what awaited him was Goisha. This sight utterly confused Shikishima. She stepped forward and Goisha cast a slight glance at him. A small flame erupted from Shikishima's shoulder. He opened his eyes wide and then Shikishima collapsed. Goisha had incinerated him with fire. She softly chanted Jade Flower. The flame ignited on the rooftop and a few seconds later turned into a massive explosion. In the end, Shikishima vanished without a trace and Goisha said coldly. One down. Images of Renji, Seahawk and Akira flashed in her mind. These were all people close to Subaru. How many family members are left now? Not long ago, at the Six-Eyed Corporation headquarters, Seven Peaks Prison, Subaru's body was a mess from stab wounds. Jinga met the same fate. Even Dragon suffered stab wounds. Subaru's group was completely wiped out. Bet coldly looked down at them. Subaru and Jinga lay bleeding on the ground. Dragon struggled to call out to him. Vice Chairman Villette coldly turned his eyes away, her body cut into several pieces. Bet I barely managed to utter one sentence. Bet was dead, he said coldly. The entity Villette is merely a fabricated fake personality. His memories are the same. They are merely experimental data, used once and discarded. The previous Villette's memories have been erased and are now discarded. They are no longer needed. Dragon stared at him blankly. Villette's eyes glowed. I am not Bet. I am Goisha. She suddenly began to sob and then slowly incinerated in his flames. Vice Chairman Villette, he looked at her and said, don't cry, you're so noisy. You are truly troublesome. In the end, Dragon's body vanished from the world and he approached Subaru. Now he had to pass Subaru and Jinga's corpses and merge with his main body. Goisha Villette's feet were soaked in Subaru and Jinga's blood as he walked. He was suddenly grabbed by something. Then a dazzling light appeared around Villette. He was slightly surprised and looked back. A hand was tightly gripping Villette's foot. Technique, he stared intently behind him. 9 tripod creation, hand gripped his foot with all its might. In the human world, Goisha had just dealt with Subaru's close brother. She thought, how many family members does he have left? As Goisha strode forward, Katetsu suddenly appeared behind her and spoke. Shikishima died faster than I did. Goisha stopped and turned around. He calmly said, given this difference in power, it was inevitable. She immediately extended a finger to attack Katetsu. One more. He knew all of Goisha's techniques, so he raised his hand to block the attack. She extended her hand and shouted, Azure Flame, but when Goisha's flame attacked Katetsu, he repelled the attack. This sight slightly surprised her. After a moment, Katetsu slightly opened his eyes and looked around. The flame had struck a scarecrow. It cried out in pain. Save me! The doll exploded in midair. D-rank item, Awathos doll, poor doll. Its last words before dying were, save me. Goisha looked at Katetsu, deep in thought. Attack transfer item. Katetsu summoned dolls around him and said, my mission is primarily to buy time. I have no intention of fighting you right now. He turned back to where Shikishima had been incinerated. Now Tori, resurrect him. Golden eyes glowed, engulfing his ashes. S-rank item, Phoenix Eye. Shikishima slowly returned from death. His body gradually recovered. The effect of resurrecting the master from death. Even Goisha was surprised. Resurrection. He glanced and said, Ariak has 2 and each family member has 1. I gave them one each, he muttered. This guy. Shikishima opened his eyes wide, then bowed his head and coughed. Then Shikishima spoke as if it were a joke. To die already, so this is what death is like, Kotetsu reminded him. Be careful. Next time you'll really die, Goisha suddenly spoke. An attack transfer item and a resurrection item, but to me they only buy you time. Then she cast a spell. What's next? Goisha looked at the two with a cold face. Kotetsu softly said, interesting. You're pretending to be calm, but inside you've already realized that we were prepared. She paused for a moment. Goisha was accessing all the information before her eyes through Hyde Kotetsu's memories and the memories of the fragments, Goisha thought. Elite from 16 billion worlds. He must be skilled at item usage. Kotetsu pointed a finger at her and said, there's one thing for sure, a question for you. He asked, are you sure you want to focus on me? Suddenly, a teleportation portal appeared behind her. Goisha quickly turned around and the person who appeared was Subaru. He was unharmed, he held a sword and stared intently at her. This sight made Goisha frown. Ariak Subaru. He swung his sword and cut her. Killing hand nihility, killing hand decapitation. Goisha took the blow head on. She thought, why is he still alive? She was enraged. Goisha shouted, what happened to Villette? On the other side of the portal, Jinga and John were waiting. Subaru firmly said, he lost. Turning back to a moment in the past in the headquarters underground dungeon, someone reached out and firmly grabbed Villette's foot. Technique and energy flow that prevented his foot from moving. 9 tripod creation. Villette's foot slowly began to freeze. He frowned, thinking, what kind of technique is this? Subaru quickly used a resurrection item. Fortunately, the sun doesn't shine here. Then a punch landed directly on Bet's face. He charged and unleashed a flurry of punches on him. Blood soul art. Bet was repeatedly hit and confused, thinking, is it auto-activated? Do they have more than one resurrection item? What on earth have they done? Where on earth were they? Ice began to spread throughout his body, even freezing his soul. Jinga also resurrected. He held a golden apple, the A-rank item Apple of Wisdom, and subdued Bet. The apple glowed in Jinga's hand instantly and fully restoring his MP. Jinga's weakness was the low energy efficiency of his silver rank 9 tripod creation. He relied on items to compensate for low efficiency, which limited his combat power. Combat power could be improved through stronger contracts. With his gate transformation ability, Jinga summoned a 9-tailed fox-shaped gate behind him. A month ago in the Blackrock Sea, the Silver King asked Jinga suspiciously, gate transformation? He replied, that's right, you will transform from a mass-produced model to a gate made just for you. He asked suspiciously again, mass-produced? Then he asked, Jinga, were your academic grades good? Jinga replied, so-so. He said, well done, he said to Jinga. Let's begin the lesson. He explained that the stats of deities varied depending on the quality of the masters and gate's souls, and the efficiency of the gate itself. All of these were multiplied together. Jinga softly said, understood. So that's how it works. Beside them, Subaru exclaimed in great admiration, I had no idea. Kotetsu crossed his arms and indifferently said, now I understand. Jinga turned around and curiously asked, why is everyone here? Subaru innocently replied, it looked fun. Jinga clicked his tongue in displeasure. Then Kotetsu wanted to ask, why are gates divided into multiple ranks? He replied, good question. It is based on the combat power of the Golden, Silver, and Bronze kingdoms. He then explained, Golden is responsible for a small number of high-quality products. Bronze distributes a large number of low-quality products. Silver chooses the middle ground, and he subtly mocked Ruin. As expected, Silver King makes safe decisions. Ruin, who was there, suddenly stood up. Hey, are you insulting me openly? Subaru raised his hand and said, then what about 0 rank? He replied, 100 points. Subaru was utterly astonished by this answer. He explained that specially designed models had better performance than even Golden. They are the essence of Rokudama Esther and the pinnacle of perfection. Unfortunately, we cannot reproduce them. At least not for now, Subaru thought to himself. That must be really frustrating. Kotetsu suddenly spoke. Understood. Among the 3 factors, the only one that can be adjusted is the gate's efficiency. Jinga interjected. So you want to switch to another gate? He explained 2 adjustments for Jinga's new gate. First, the output will be strengthened to be equivalent to Golden rank. Furthermore, his next words astonished everyone. The number of deities will increase by 1, Subaru asked again. 2 deities? Who is the other one? Wait, don't tell me. He looked at the person before him and said, Ruin, is it you? Ruin smiled and replied, hello, it's the Silver King. Anyway, we are connected. Furthermore, for a unified team, supporting Jinga is the most efficient choice. Jinga glanced and said, so that's why you gave up your vassal role. Ruin softly said, the Silver King's card. He gently said, use it well. Returning to the scene confronting Villette after the flashback, Jinga was flying in the air using gate transformation magic. Villette was enraged that the technique would freeze even his soul, making it unavoidable. Technique as Jinga spread his arms and shouted 9 tripod deification. An enormous power surged towards Bet. No way, I can't lose a fifth of my body here. In the end his body shattered into pieces. Impossible, Villette screamed one last time before disappearing. No, Goisha's 5th soul fragment Villette was destroyed. Jinga looked at his ability and thought, good. 9 tripod state and real-time portal transformation are working without problems. Now all that's left is. He looked down and called out to Ari. Jinga asked, that's the last eye, isn't it? Are you sure you want to use it here? Subaru replied, yes, to get out of this place. He shattered the Eye of Resurrection. We need Dragon's ability. The power of the eye was unleashed. Dragon gradually resurrected. She turned around and called him, my Ari. Jinga was slightly surprised. Subaru softly said, the main body killed Villette's heart. He betrayed the person Villette cherished most. Jinga was utterly astonished at this moment. He had seen Ari get angry, but this was the first time. This was not just a moment of anger. This rage was like black magma boiling deep within his soul. He requested, "Send me back, dragon." She looked at him for a moment, and then Subaru's resolve hardened. "I will defeat Goisha's main body." Returning to the human world battle, Subaru sliced Goisha with his sword. She cried out in astonishment. "Impossible," Goisha thought. Villette was defeated. What power did he use? Subaru coldly said to Goisha. "Prepare yourself." Immediately after, Renji and Seahawk appeared simultaneously. The three prepared to fight Goisha. He firmly shouted, "I will not forgive you." Renji stared at her with angry eyes. Seahawk glared at Goisha, and the three's momentum seemed to pierce the sky. Goisha, seething, gnashed her teeth and said, "Just some ankle biters." Goisha reinforcements had arrived and more deities were detected approaching. She sensed something, and Bet's faint presence was choosing the fastest and most destructive method from the administrator. Subaru's trio pursued her. Kotetsu and Shikishima did the same. Jinga and Dragon also chased her. It was a spatio-temporal technique that instantly engulfed the Bronze Kingdom in flames. The shadow of Mastema, scythe in hand, appeared. The Supreme Royalty supported him when he was an ordinary employee. Goisha's power now covered a vast area with a 5 km radius, leaving no escape. Subaru was engulfed by that immense power, and Goisha used a technique that caused a huge explosion. After the azure flame passed, a wildly torn space rift remained in the center. She looked up at the sky in surprise. Goisha asked herself, "Disappeared?" A rainbow appeared in the sky and an orange portal appeared. This confused her. What had happened? The portal leapt from the sky. "Eternal Lord of Heaven and Earth." Subaru looked up at him, and Kotetsu looked up nonchalantly. Hands in his pockets, Imperial Samsara can absorb and control all techniques. The king of the otherworld reacted immediately. Goisha did too, as long as he was here. She changed her mind and realized that widespread destruction was impossible. First, she had to kill him. Goisha's body faltered, and a mark slowly appeared. A man emerged toweringly. This was just the beginning. The man, a hammer on his shoulder, radiated killing intent. A lone deity, refusing to accept the end, targeted Goisha. He glared at her. Kiryu IC's slow mark. All targets it touches are completely frozen for exactly 1 second without exception. Goisha was hit. For a high-level deity, 1 second is a very long time. Subaru called him. He began to gather power, his hair turning white, his eyes red. Seahawk, the Sunwalker, reacted and unleashed her power. Renji also transformed. This made Goisha stare blankly. Those who become vampires' vassals tend to grow closer to their master over time. The fastest vassals, Seahawk Amamiya and Renji Hirasaka, reached the second stage of vampirification. In addition to their souls being greatly strengthened, the sun becomes their weakness. To remedy this, those who walk under the sun are granted a technique to block the sun, but their power is weakened in return. The power weakening rate is about 90. In other words, when the Sunwalker is unleashed, the power in that unleashed state is 10 times stronger than usual. Goisha slowed down and could only watch as Subaru, Shikishima, Subaru, and Renji's trio attacked Goisha together. Hundreds of attacks per second poured down, creating an overwhelming feeling. However, in this battle, unfortunately, she glared at them. Even that level is still far from enough. Renji and Seahawk prepared their next attack. The two unleashed their full power, punching with a decisive blow that cut through the flow. 1 second of absolute dominance. At that moment, Jinga and Dragon slowly approached. For example, this is what happened in Jinga Tsunemori's eyes. Seahawk stood behind, throwing magic orbs, while Renji and Subaru charged and attacked Goisha. A huge explosion occurred. The trio was still burning with power to inflict as much damage as possible. Seahawk clenched her fist and unleashed piercing slash. Thunder Emperor, Renji and Subaru charged simultaneously. Goisha remained motionless like a tree. The trio landed powerful punches on her body. The entire rooftop was destroyed. On the rooftop of another building, Kotetsu called Shikishima. He answered, wearing tracking glasses. "We are tracking the enemy. We must use their first step by any means necessary." The observation device was operating at maximum output. Jinga shouted loudly. Ari, he clenched his fist and thought, "If I had been stronger then, I could have defeated Goisha with 9 cauldrons." While Jinga Tsunemori's extreme emotions are understandable, if he had been defeated by Villette and Goisha had been fully resurrected, everyone here would have been destroyed before they even noticed. Kotetsu thought calmly. That side is doing very well. Killing 1/5 of a soul depends heavily on Leon in the combat space. He always aims for the optimal moment to use the temporal mark. Shikishima Hyodo's scope provides support items to teams of rank A or higher. This cooperation is perfect, Renji thought, but the situation is still not good. Everyone knows that the moment Goisha gets used to this situation, everything will be over. As if you hold an important key, the initial vassal Seahawk Amamiya, 8 phases summoning technique. Her armor is slowly cracking. However, that soul vessel will soon exceed its limit and shatter. Kilminnie looked at Seahawk with slightly worried eyes, and her eyes were more resolute than ever. What guided her was her feelings for her comrades. Kilminnie smiled with great relief and then kissed her forehead as if to transmit additional power to her. Goisha looked at Seahawk in surprise. This is Amamiya's ultimate state. She used all her strength to land a powerful punch on Goisha. Lightning struck across the sky, kicking up dirt and stones. Seahawk pushed Goisha to the ground with all her might. 8-color Thunder God mode. Goisha looked at her resolute eyes and thought, this girl. She was filled with surprise. It must be temporary. but her speed surpassed Diamante's. Seahawk charged and attacked. I didn't underestimate Subaru Ariake's vassal, but Amamiya Seahawk's power surpassed Goisha's defensive capabilities. In an instant she counterattacked. Blue flame. The opponent's flames quickly put Seahawk in trouble, Goisha thought to herself. Facing the great danger, she raised her fist. Die. Seahawk charged without hesitation. Finally she kicked Goisha. Amamiya Seahawk is now in a semi-divine state. A huge explosion occurred. Goisha gnashed her teeth and transformed her body into pure lightning. Seahawk's body began to crack. This moves faster than sound every time she moved. A sonic boom occurred. Is she really human? 8-color Thunder God is a technique that continuously consumes MP to gain speed. Supporting Amamiya are curses and cracks. The two strongest powers are always ready. Savior Ariake Subaru and the strongest Hirasaka. Seahawk's body began to crack. Her eyes were filled with determination to defeat the enemy and deliver a decisive blow to Goisha. The cracks spread to her eyes. The price for this power is her body shattering like a mirror. The last flash of light erupted from Amamiya's soul and body. She closed her eyes and looked very peaceful. Seahawk thought, I'm sorry, Master, I failed your expectations. The scene shifts to the Golden Land in the other world. Kilm attacked the Thousand Autumns monster, he said. You fight really well. I don't know who you are, but you must be a fallen god. Kilm used his ultimate technique and said, see you next time. At the threshold of consciousness, immense power erupted from him, incinerating the monster. The monster slowly disappeared and Kilm looked down. Lee remained motionless like a tree and he asked, Hey, what are you spacing out about? She softly asked again. What should I do now? Kilm flew down and looked confused. Lee looked at the screen and said, Get ready, Thunder God, she said worriedly. Both you and I, Lee said, his soul fragment is coming to the human world. Goisha's flames incinerated the entire building and spread to the surroundings. Seahawk's body slowly disappeared and Amamiya's soul cocoon shattered. Unable to escape death, she looked down at her comrades. Ariake Toharu. Subaru couldn't suppress his emotions about Seahawk hiding her condition. She hadn't expected this to happen either. A part of her head flew past her two friends and fell to the ground. Subaru looked up at Goisha in anger. His heart urged him to run back to her, but Goisha was adapting to the situation very quickly. She looked completely unharmed. In a daze, Seahawk saw Toharu's hesitation and struggle. His firm shoulder seemed about to turn away at any moment. Suddenly, Seahawk shouted loudly, Go, Toharu Ariake. He lowered his head slightly. Then Subaru and Renji charged with their swords. The two slashed Goisha together, but she blocked with her arm. She looked at the two with sharp eyes. Subaru's eyes widened as he looked at her. Then he used a spatial cutting technique. Space separated from Subaru and Renji and he quickly approached her again. Goisha used flames on her limbs. Subaru charged. If now there might be an item that can save Seahawk. His eyes were now blurry rainbow colors. Quickly, I must kill him. She was slightly surprised by Subaru's attack. Goisha thought to herself, the instinct of the afterimage tells me if that afterimage spreads it will be very dangerous. Piles of dirt and stones poured down on Seahawk's head. Now the only fragment of consciousness left in her thought, if only I could live a little longer. Seahawk's eyes slowly closed. I want to live for just a few more minutes. Goisha slashed Subaru's body with her scythe. Renji called his name internally. Toharu. Subaru quickly cast hemostasis, blood soul art. Goisha frowned, thinking the afterimage is cutting itself, but she extended her flame-covered finger forward. Goisha asked herself, can I really cut it off? She punched, piercing his body. Azure light. Subaru's eyes widened as he looked at her. Goisha coldly glanced at him. Renji slashed her with his sword, but Goisha blocked with her scythe. Since knowing the existence of cracks, I have looked up at the sky for longer. Sent to an unfamiliar world, but no one asked for help. For reasons clearly different from mine, Renji continued to attack. She blocked the attack with her scythe. That person will also leave, Toharu. Goisha noticed something strange. This guy's sword is getting heavier and heavier with each attack. Renji continuously slashed her. A master in name. In the soul resonance battle with his master Toharu, Hirasaka's soul form was ready for a glorious transformation from a warrior. Yellow power spread throughout his body. Goisha seemed slightly surprised. The yellow light shone even more intensely, becoming the respondent of prayers. Renji's eyes turned yellow. Rare seed hero. He stood tall with his sword radiating an aura that overwhelmed his opponent. It was Hirasaka Renji. He glared at his enemy in the family restaurant. Renji asked, if the gates disappear. Kinokawa replied, yes, just as Shikishima said. She said with a joyful expression, if one day the gates disappear from the world, I hope we can have fun and peaceful days again. Shikishima said bluntly, why are you saying such sentimental things? Kinokawa laughed and said, why not? I want to celebrate anniversaries too. She clasped her hands again and asked, what do you want to do when the world is peaceful? As for me, I'll take over my father's hotel. Hearing that, the other three all fell into thought. Shikishima said, I'll sleep. For at least a year. Kinokawa laughed and replied, boring. Then what about you, Hyodo? He said with a thoughtful expression. I'll probably go to school and become a chef or something, Kinokawa said happily. Amazing, Hyodo. Anyway, you're good at cooking, aren't you? She asked Renji again. Then what about Hirasaka? He hesitated blankly for a moment. Me? Shikishima and Hyodo also glared at him. He softly replied, I want to continue using my power to help as many people as possible. Kinokawa said in surprise. You're really going to live as a hero for the rest of your life? Shikishima said. A charitable hero, that's not bad. He rested his hand on his chin and said, if so, I'll be your sponsor. Hayato added, if you need it, I'll provide the food, Kinokawa said wittily. Not to mention lodging, Renji said in surprise. Everyone, he said with a touched expression, are you going to take care of me for the rest of my life? The three immediately deflated and replied, no, we're not. Suddenly, Shikishima stood up and said, all right, time to go. Behind him, Kinokawa, Renji and Hayato were all ready for battle. Shikishima said nonchalantly, today we're clearing 5 2-star gates. He looked at each team member and said, everyone do your best. 8 years ago, autumn, current executor Goisha versus hero Renji Hirasaka. Renji is confronting Goisha. She thought to herself, what is this guy? His soul suddenly changed. Suddenly, Goisha's eyes widened and she had a very surprised expression. Suddenly her body was cut in two in midair. Goisha looked at Renji and evaluated herself. One strike of swordsmanship unique to a hero. She had to continuously block Renji's light attacks with her weapon. She was confronting a world-class dangerous enemy. In other words, when the Sunwalker is unleashed, hero Renji Hirasaka can fight Goisha with 100 times his power. In the distance, Shikishima observed worriedly. Akira came down from above and called Shikishima. Naruse, Shikishima also replied. He turned and said, everyone. Akira stammered, looking at Renji. That's Hirasaka-san. He continued to hesitate and asked, what's going on? Akira stared with wide eyes and the system displayed the eagle eye technique, which magnifies vision 100 times. A basic technique of the Golden Knights. On the other side, Renji seemed to ignore everything around him and focus solely on the battle. Shikishima said, apparently, during that time Goisha's blood remained at 21. 18, 17, 14, 11, 9. She closed her eyes and thought, I didn't anticipate this possibility, that someone would overpower me with force. Goisha had two choices. One was to escape using a teleportation portal as in the battle with Diamante. If I simply escape to another place, it will be as if nothing happened. Given the situation, this is the best option. Her eyes were heavy and she thought, but Renji Hirasaka is Toharu Ariak's vassal and the operator's target. If I escape now, it would leave a bad impression on the administrator. The second option, in human terms, was suicide. An unexpected series of events had driven Goisha into a situation with no other choice. Taking damage, then recovering over and over, pushed her closer and closer to her limit. Goisha gnashed her teeth and asked herself, this is truly infuriating, truly infuriating. However, believing she had no other choice, she shouted to the administrator. Renji was momentarily surprised upon seeing her. Goisha said, this is Executor 206.438 Goisha, to complete the entrustment. She said nervously, I resign from being an executor. Renji was so astonished he asked himself, resign? A system response came. Valid identification number. Hello Operations Department. Executor Goisha's application has been received. Identification number 206.438 has been approved by the administrator. From now on, all executor privileges will be revoked and you will return. Do you agree? Goisha immediately replied, yes, she said sadly, that is my wish. Suddenly a yellow light enveloped everything. Renji was stunned by a furious incantation. He wondered if that light was from the highest floor. Shikishima said, where's the inventory? Katetsu replied, clearly he resigned as an executor. Shikishima asked again, what happened when he resigned? He explained, the administrator designates final bosses, and the minimum requirement is to be an executor. They have many privileges, making them immune to attacks from ordinary deities. However, as final bosses, they also have restrictions. For instance, they cannot use their inventory. He continued with Shikishima in astonishment. Now those restrictions no longer apply. Shikishima stared blankly at Renji. A blue light appeared before his eyes. Renji was engulfed in blue flames. A loud shout woke him. Hirasaka, he snapped back to reality and muttered to himself, damn it Grizz. Suddenly a hand was placed on Renji's shoulder. He asked himself what was happening. The hand was Goisha's. She coldly touched Renji's shoulder. Freed from the executor's restrictions, Goisha could now freely use countless items, and the balance of power between the two sides was overturned. Goisha relinquished her executor rights, gained inventory access, and with overwhelming enhancement and recovery items, she overwhelmingly surpassed hero Hirasaka Renji in terms of stats. Furthermore, Goisha evaluated him as being too slow. The thunderclouds summoned by Seahawk Amamiya were disappearing. Hirasaka's power slowly returned to its original 110 level. Suddenly, Goisha roughly grabbed Renji by the collar. As he was roughly dragged by her, the wound on his eye became more prominent. Goisha threw Renji onto the street and strongly kicked him in the chest. Renji's eyes widened in helplessness. Subsequently, Goisha's flurry of attacks poured down. He sustained severe injuries to the point of spitting blood. Goisha coldly gripped Renji's hair, suspended him in the air and asked, HMPH, so you're finally awake? He coughed a few times with difficulty. She said indifferently, what a shame, Goisha said. You and Seahawk Amamiya are just beings of pure power. That small title of executor means nothing to me. I will return as a fragment, but the contracts, curses, cracks, everything I've accumulated over thousands of years has disappeared. Suddenly, one of Renji's eyes blazed. He was stunned. Goisha snarled cruelly, unforgivable. Renji's whole body blazed. She said, according to Hayato, you have a resurrection item, don't you? Goisha threw Renji onto the street and said casually, "Die then come back," she said coldly. "This time I'll torture you very slowly." As Renji's body fell onto the shattered stones of the street, the blood flow stopped and black smoke rose. From afar the voice of a young boy was heard. The boy smiled brightly and looked at him. Renji also opened his eyes wide and looked at the boy. The boy asked, "Will you still continue?" Above, Shikishima and Kotetsu were in an extremely bad mood. Shikishima muttered, "Hirasaka is still," Kotetsu thought, "checkmate." Everyone here fought using maximum enhancement items. He continued to think, if the enemy also has similar advantages, we no longer have a chance to win. While Hirasaka Renji bought time to retreat, Shikishima fell into deep thought. He called out to Udu, Kinokawa, Naruse and Fuchikami, "Come with me." Of course, Leo Shikishima had no chance either. Even so, Shikishima coldly declared, "I will save Hirasaka." On the other hand, in a mysterious space, Renji asked blankly, "Was that the boy just now?" He stood before him and replied, "A place where life and death intersect. Your body is awaiting the resurrection item's response." The boy asked him, "I want to ask while I have the chance, why are you still fighting?" Renji suddenly fell silent. The boy spoke again. "Hit, slashed, bitten, torn, burned, shot, just to die like this," the boy continued. "Because I have no talent other than fighting." Renji immediately replied, "That's not true." When the boy questioned if it was for money, fame, or status, he immediately and firmly replied, "No." The boy hesitated for a moment, then said, "Then it's for your friends, that's your ideal." Renji gently replied, "Perhaps I think so." The boy extended his hand and asked, "Then why are you abandoning your real friends to go save another world?" Renji fell silent again. The boy pressed, "After this battle you want to live in another world, don't you?" The boy asked him. "I can understand if you fight for your family and friends, but why do you want to save this world, people who have nothing to do with you?" He squinted, his voice choked with emotion, and said, "I don't understand." Renji fell silent again. Finally he spoke, "I've fought for 5 years, I've saved countless people for 8 years, but I've also experienced countless failures. Too many to count." He recalled the moment he woke up in bed and said, "I can no longer count how many nights I spent cursing my inadequacy." Memories from his time in the hospital resurfaced. He recalled, "At that time I asked him why we had to fight and if what we were doing truly mattered." He asked with an anguished expression, "What meaning do these actions hold?" Renji continued, and he replied. He recalled Shikishima saying then that they couldn't erase the world's suffering. But even so, if they could reduce it by even a single drop, he continued, at the cost of their blood, in a world where no one cries. A world where all sad tears turn into happy ones. Renji recalled that moving sight, those touching words and the phrase, "It's cruelly wonderful to be alive." Shikishima smiled and said, "Perhaps that's all the meaning there is." Beside him, Kinokawa and Udu were smiling brightly. Renji's eyes shone as he looked at them. Returning to the illusory space, he said, "At that time I thought it was truly noble. And I resolved, even if all spaces in the world disappear, I will continue to fight in some way to ensure no one cries." Renji suddenly said, "As you said." "I have," he continued, "real friends, friends he truly cherishes." Renji said with a resolute expression, "So I can entrust this world to them. No matter how far apart we are, our hearts will always be connected." The boy replied, "That's right." The boy smiled and said, "I'm glad." Renji also smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, truly." The boy asked Renji, "Are you going?" Renji replied, "Yes, of course." He briefly returned to his battle form. He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them again with a resolute expression. Before Renji's eyes stood his 5 friends. He said, "They're coming to save me." Everyone called out his name worriedly in unison. "Hirasaka, Hirasaka, Hirasaka." He looked at them and smiled happily. In the illusory space, the boy was actually Renji's younger self. The boy said, "Truly, you're rushing too much." After confronting himself, Hero Hirasaka, Renji awakened his second inherent skill. The boy smiled, extended rings of light, and said, "You forgot this. Inherent skill, companion's journey. Welcome to Amicus." Hirasaka Renji resurrected, and even if people of golden rank gathered in Goisha's eyes, they were merely weeds. Subsequently, Renji noticed the way everyone looked at each other. They had all come this far to find him. Then the flame in Renji's heart grew even larger. Everyone had risked danger to save him. Renji would never let any of them die, even if it meant sacrificing his own life. Just then an unexpected voice came from behind him. "Ren, did you forget?" He glanced back in surprise. "Your soul has now become a hero on a hero's journey. There will always be reliable companions by your side in desperate situations. Rare ranks like heroes can activate a second inherent skill, the unique skill, well, Amicus. Its effect is that friends genuinely recognized by the hero can benefit from the same inherent skill as the hero. All stats increase tenfold, and this only applies when facing world-class dangerous enemies." Everyone witnessed their strength increasing, but Goisha still calmly looked at them without any change in expression. Golden Queen Safina's Gate Transformation. Skill 4, Colossal Golden Titan. Kinokawa signaled Hirasaka. He understood and attacked. Understood. Skill 4, Titan of B. A colossal pillar of energy rushed towards Goisha. As the weapon struck, a huge explosion occurred. Renji attacked. Good. Now it's time to continuously attack her to push her back. But just as Renji was about to charge, Udu grabbed him. "Wait, hold on," Renji exclaimed in surprise. "Everyone, why?" Shikishima said. "Hey, even if you attack with full power, she'll shatter you into pieces. Even if we keep fighting, we can't win," Udu added. "Shikishima will go first." Golden Amory continued, "I'm going too." Shikishima said, "I'm sorry, but I'm counting on you." Renji said blankly, "Shikishima." Then he proposed, "Hirasaka, I have a plan, do you want to be a part of it?" Seeing that look, Renji was astonished. Shikishima would form the plan and the others would fight. It felt as if Renji had returned to an old era. He pondered for a moment, then replied with a happy smile, "Tell me." After concluding the discussion, Renji continued to control the giant and attack. No matter how many people with power equal to Hirasaka's were present, they couldn't finish her off. They were well aware of this fact. But at this moment a small figure named Fuchikami Mei appeared and was performing a portal transformation beside them. However, she did not choose the Bronze King. Mei cast portal transformation. The reason was that everyone thought it would be better for at least one person to focus on agility stats instead of everyone focusing on stat enhancements. Then a starlight-like radiance appeared and she cast her main skill, Teleport Alley, with the swift steed Sleipnir. As soon as Mei took flight, she said joyfully, "Thank goodness I found Ari." Mei quickly leapt down to where Subaru was unconscious. His heart was more than half destroyed. It was a miracle he survived. Would using an item make recovery possible? Then she summoned her inventory. Mei said worriedly. She tried hard to heal him. "I entrust everything to you. Please, wake up." She healed Subaru, simultaneously shouting, hoping he would wake up quickly. "Ari!" The scene shifts, and on this side Renji was controlling his giant to attack. On this side Kotetsu was observing the battle from above. Although his side seemed to have gained power from something, as long as the enemy could recover indefinitely with items, victory was impossible. The person who could ultimately decide the outcome of this battle was Ariake Subaru. Kotetsu's gaze softened slightly, and he continued to think, or it could be Amamiya Seahawk, but she's as battered as Subaru right now, no, perhaps even worse. Then Kotetsu continued to observe. He calmly said, "So what will you do now?" Renji also found it difficult to answer this question. He merely equivocated, "I will fight against the enemy's attack," and also agreed with Renji. "I won't leave either. I've made a contract with the true ancestor. What about you?" Kotetsu turned his head. He said, "Let's retreat. I don't think we can win by facing them head-on," and heard his words and supported him. "That's right, only you can say something like that. Do as you wish." Seeing Kotetsu helplessly turn his head, Renji felt a slight sense of empathy. "UDU." Just then, Kotetsu said to Renji, "This battle will end in a few minutes," he warned. "If you truly want to see a new world open, endure." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared, and only Enda's cold gaze followed Kotetsu. Just then an explosion occurred nearby behind Enda. Half of the giant Renji created disappeared, and Kinokawa was in the same state. As blood poured down over Kinokawa's head, she became extremely tense. Renji shouted worriedly, "Kinokawa," she merely gestured for him to be quiet. "It's just a sensory link wound. I'm fine. Focus on the battle." Then Kinokawa continued to focus on the battle. "This is a crack. The portal is gone, so why is there no effect?" Then she looked towards Goisha. Kinokawa's gaze was extremely resolute. "I will never forgive her." She charged MP to reconstruct the giant's body. Then they controlled the giant to strongly stab Goisha, sending her flying far away. Seeing that, she also lamented unpleasantly. "Why are you so persistent?" Seeing that it had an effect, Kinokawa quickly boosted Renji's morale. "All right, Hirasaka. You're the strongest among us." She told him to finish it quickly. On this side, Shikishima also ordered a finishing move. At that time, Shikishima's intention was for Renji to attack her with his most powerful blow when he gave the signal. After hearing it, Renji asked awkwardly, "Will this strategy succeed?" Shikishima reassured him. "Don't worry, you really like Subaru too, don't you?" Renji equivocated with an incomprehensible expression. "Ah yes, of course." Until the end of the battle with Goisha, Ariake Subaru stood on the boundary between life and death, recalling his past and memories filled with hatred. At that moment, Subaru vowed never to forgive Goisha. Then Subaru remembered his father and shouted, "Dad, how could you do that?" Subsequently, he recalled memories of rambling in the hospital and of his healthy mother and father walking happily together. His mother firmly believed in his father until her dying breath. "Traitor, traitor, traitor." Full of hatred at that time, a voice made him jump. Ariake Subaru quickly stood up at Mei's voice. Seeing Subaru rise, Mei shouted joyfully, "Thank goodness I barely managed to save you." Subaru said blankly. Fuchikami couldn't remain blank for long, and Subaru, feeling something was wrong, quickly put on a serious expression. Subaru looked back at Lee's giant far away. Upon closer inspection, Subaru shouted in rage, "Goisha!" Seeing Subaru's fury, Mei broke out in a sweat. Just then, a circle of light appeared, giving Subaru power. He immediately felt invigorated. This power was the skill Well Amicus, and those granted this ability instantly understood its effects. The rare grade hero helps comrades enjoy his inherent ability. Subaru quickly realized and shouted twice, "Comrade!" Returning to the time when Shikishima was explaining his intentions to Renji, he asked Renji, "Hirasaka, you really like Subaru too, don't you?" And at this moment, Subaru smiled. Subaru put a hand to his forehead and said, "As expected, Hirasaka is truly amazing. He's always someone I look up to." Then Mei briefly explained the situation on Amamiya's side. Amamiya's side already has Haji and Ryan. Hearing this, Subaru thought to himself, "Thank you, Hirasaka, everyone. Now Subaru can continue to fight. Let's use Blood Moon." Quickly, a stream of blood flew towards Goisha. The battle would end in 1 minute. A dense blood mist emanating from the Blood Moon covered the battlefield. Goisha realized this was blood. Subaru's comrades were all covered in blood to buy time, but ultimately achieved their goal. Goisha exclaimed in annoyance. Ariake Subaru? As the sunlight disappeared, Ariake Subaru's and Hirasaka Renji's auras shone even more intensely. The reactivation of Sunwalker and the Well Amicus buff combined to increase Subaru's and Hirasaka's combat power by 100 times their original. Goisha only then realized this was why they had tried to buy time. Shikishima appeared above Goisha's head. Oh, what's up? It was too late for her to realize now. He used the Seven Spirits technique on Goisha, followed by Imperial Control. Goisha said angrily, "You underestimate me too much." Azure Flame, Shikishima exclaimed. Oh dear, as expected, my attack didn't work. But it's alright. Just then, Shikishima distracted her so Subaru could attack, she exclaimed in admiration. Fast. Was Shikishima's attack merely to distract Goisha? And upon closer inspection she saw blood spurting from Subaru's hand. Red blood covered her. But Goisha quickly lowered her shield. Vortex appeared. Goisha asked curiously, "Blood?" At this moment she was enveloped by the vortex. Goisha was desperately trying to escape this harsh vortex. Ariake Subaru used 540 tons of condensed blood curse to seal all of Goisha's movements. No, Goisha was trying to focus all her power on the Azure Flame technique to immediately escape this encirclement. Hirasaka Renji's aura had reached its ultimate state, so she absolutely had to avoid it. An attack imbued with his aura, Goisha quickly exclaimed, "Alright, I'm free." Just then, Goisha escaped Subaru's blood curse. The Tributary Gate is a curse that stops everything it touches for 1 second, an ability completely unsuitable for chaotic and confusing battles. However, thanks to the river of blood and condensed blood, the Tributary Gate was free from debris. Goisha's actions were sealed for the second time that day. Akira didn't miss this opportunity and shouted, "Go, Tsunemori!" Hearing this, Jinga quickly flew over to attack. He appeared behind her. Jinga's first punch. Goisha's gaze was not yet on Jinga. S-Rank Treasure Dragon Scale. Dragon Scale automatically activates an absolute defense mechanism once when the user takes fatal damage, losing 100 of their health. But it seemed to be nothing to Goisha. Jinga's gaze quickly went to Goisha. Goisha said, "Was that attack strong enough to activate Dragon Scale? Then you're the one who defeated B." Jinga's attack failed, and he was engulfed by its power. An explosion occurred on Jinga's side. Subaru watched worriedly. Goisha said, "I didn't expect Hirasaka's attack to be a trap. This is truly a real killing technique, isn't it? You see, I've calculated all your moves. It's no use, you won't be able to do anything to me." Shikishima still spoke calmly. "Ah, I know you're hiding a final defensive card. My goal is to neutralize it." Goisha showed a surprised expression at Shikishima's words. He shouted, "Subaru!" Then Tsunemori Shikishima gave the signal, "Go!" Quickly, Mei and Renji appeared behind Goisha. Swift Steed, this technique of Fuchikami Mei allows her to instantly teleport allies through contact, and simultaneously teleport with them. Shikishima's strategy was to put Goisha in a situation where she couldn't defend or evade, and at that moment Hirasaka Renji would unleash his most powerful ultimate skill. It was an improved version of the Demon Slayer, Dragon Slaying Sword, the ultimate technique he and Lee created together. The first scene is several kilometers away from the current battlefield. Lee stood in front of a bright screen and shouted loudly that he had to find an item in his inventory that could save Amamiya, but what he received was a mechanical voice. "Amamiya Seahawk's soul has been permanently destroyed, cannot be restored to original state," Lee cursed, hitting the screen with his fist. "Damn it." At this time Seahawk lay with her eyes closed, her lips moving slightly, saying something. Anda held her in her arms and gritted her teeth, thinking, "Does he mean her soul is dead? What should we do now?" Just then Seahawk said weakly, "Take me." Hearing this, Anda quickly exclaimed, "Amamiya Seahawk," she continued to stammer, "to the battlefield, where everyone is, to where Subaru is. I want to be near them, just a little closer." Anda was very confused to hear this, but she stopped speaking when she saw Seahawk, who was in her arms, open her eyes and look at her. "Please." On the other side, Lee also fell silent, no longer angry as before. After a moment, Anda also accepted Seahawk's request. "Alright, let's go, Amamiya. When that technique activates, we'll leave." She stood up holding Seahawk. A streak of light shot up from behind Kotetsu towards the sky. After a moment he looked up at the light and muttered, "Not much time left. Everything will end soon." The scene shifts to another location. Near a place with an incredibly intense beam of light, a woman is floating in the air. Hirasaka Renji can currently control a maximum of 5 terawatts of energy. This number is estimated to be equivalent to the total energy that Niagara Falls can produce in 1 second. Its destructive power is equivalent to a tactical nuclear warhead with 1,000 tons of TNT. In other words, Hirasaka Renji's ultimate technique is an unprecedented sword strike, an invincible sword strike in history. A single sword strike as if pouring out the entirety of Niagara Falls. At this moment Goisha's eyes widened, staring directly ahead. Ultimate technique, Demon Slayer, Dragon Slaying Sword, Azure Flame. This technique of Goisha consumes MP to transform her body into a living flame, and simultaneously transforms the flame into her physical body. Therefore, as long as she has MP, she can continuously regenerate. However, Goisha, who was floating in the air, suddenly looked surprised and stared directly ahead. The MP used to regenerate her body was instantly depleted. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, damn it, With this body there's no way to block that attack, as expected. Immediately after that incredibly intense beam of light poured down, a few drops of blood splattered. The power of that single strike was so strong that it instantly depleted all of Goisha's MP. Mei, who was standing there, was also affected. Not only that, but everyone else felt the immense pressure of this attack. Even the blood barrier Subaru had erected to protect his comrades was destroyed, putting immense pressure on everyone present. Shikishima quickly looked back at Subaru beside him and asked loudly, "Are you all right, Subaru?" He was panting at this time. He endured and thought to himself, even the aftermath is this immense. I might only be able to maintain the barrier if I pour out all my MP. This is Hirasaka's full power attack. How much longer will this technique last? Every time I use a recovery item, I take fatal damage. It's over. My life ends here. When recovery items are depleted, death will come. Dazzling light filled the entire sky, brightly illuminating the entire city. Renji was floating in the air amidst a cloud of dust, holding his sword. He asked himself, panting and stammering, "How is Goisha?" Lee wondered if he had defeated Goisha. He floated in the air and muttered, "This immense destructive power surpasses my imagination. Fortunately, I was able to give the order to evacuate the entire District 23. Shikishima furrowed his brow inwardly, thinking, I think I defeated Goisha, but where is she? Then he cast Heavenly Eye. Heavenly Eye is a sub-skill of Shikishima that can detect enemies within a 1-kilometer radius. Mei also stood there blankly staring straight ahead. Did we defeat her? But just then a familiar voice was heard. Goisha, now with only her flaming head remaining, said, "I apologize for disappointing you." Mei immediately gritted her teeth and turned her head in surprise. Goisha, almost completely regenerated, came very close to her face and slowly said, "That was really dangerous just now. Not only did you make me use up all my recovery items, but I even had to use items like the sunflower potion that restore health over time. I almost died at your hands. But anyway, now everyone gritted their teeth in anger and attacked in unison." She glared at them and muttered, "The outcome is already decided." Kotetsu walked quietly below, thinking to himself, I never expected to see such an interesting scene. Hirasaka Renji was a living testament to infinite potential, awakened through soul evolution and the bond with his comrades. Meanwhile, in the air, a monster's neck was severed and it flew away. At the same time, Kinokawa also had a blade cut her neck and spat blood from her mouth. Kotetsu thought to himself, but in the end, all they gained was power within a game created by the administrators. Ultimately, they cannot resist those who control the rules. That's not the kind of power I expected from you, Ariake Subaru. At this time, everyone was desperately fighting Goisha. Subaru rushed from above shouting, "Goisha!" She looked up and turned to him. At this time, Goisha had just punched Shikishima in the chest. She said, "Ariake Subaru." Goisha quickly swung her hand and said, "It seems you've reached your limit now, haven't you?" Goisha's swinging hand cut Subaru's body, slowing him down. The power of this attack made Subaru grit his teeth and spit blood from his mouth. However, he didn't stop and continued to rush towards Goisha. He used the rift technique to attack, but as soon as he rushed, Goisha's hand was already gripping his neck. Her voice echoed contemptuously. "You guys did try, didn't you? You made me step down from my executor status. You pushed me to my limits, making me use every item I possessed. I sincerely commend you. Now take this glory and be buried with me." Subaru was strangled by Goisha and suspended in the air, but he still gritted his teeth, looking at her angrily, saying, "Goisha, I won't forgive you." But Goisha didn't care much. She said in a low, cold voice, "Die, insects." Immediately after, Goisha's blue flames spread throughout Subaru's body, and his limbs were severed and fell. Shikishima stood on another cliff, seeing the scene and shouting, "Subaru!" At this time, the blue flames disappeared, and Goisha, holding Subaru's head in the air, appeared before everyone's eyes. Shikishima looked at the sight and exclaimed in surprise, his eyes wide, muttering, "Is this a joke? How can this be? He can't resurrect again." Just then, someone ran up behind him and called Shikishima. Shikishima turned around and asked, "Tsunemori, where are Subaru's eyes?" He hesitated for a moment after hearing the question and replied, "Eyes? The resurrection item was already used in the battle with Villette, and it was the same after that." Shikishima froze on the spot upon hearing this. "What?" On the other hand, Enda still held Seahawk in her arms and looked up at the sky, muttering, "How did this happen? Does this mean Ariake might die?" As she spoke, a voice suddenly came. "Enda, stop here. Thank you, as before. I'm sorry for hurting you. Live well." Seahawk in Enda's arms smiled at her and said, as soon as she finished speaking, Seahawk disappeared like smoke scattering in all directions. Enda could only stare blankly. She silently extended her hands forward, clenched them tightly, and sobbed. Amamiya, returning to Goisha's side, she looked down at Subaru's head and slowly said, "It seems this battle is over now, doesn't it? Rest in peace." The scene suddenly shifts to another location. Subaru lay with his eyes closed, his body completely unharmed. After a moment, Subaru slowly opened his eyes and muttered, "Ha!" The first thing he saw was a shadow calling his name. It was Seahawk. She crouched there, smiling brightly at Subaru and said, "I came to save you." While Goisha glared at Subaru's head in her hand, a tragic sight covered the entire sky. The scene shifts to where he and Seahawk were lying. She said happily to Subaru, "I wish the sky here was always this blue." The two lay on their backs, looking up at the clear blue sky with no clouds blocking it. After a moment, Seahawk closed her eyes and exclaimed, "As expected, a clear day is the best, Subaru." He slowly replied to her words, "Because I was born on a clear and beautiful day, my mother gave me that name." Subaru quietly recalled the past amid Seahawk's admiring voice. She praised happily, "It's a pretty name. It suits you very well." Subaru smiled and replied, "Thank you." Then Seahawk sat up and quietly asked him, "But Subaru, is the reason you hate Goisha so much because she resembles your father?" Hearing this, Subaru honestly began to tell his story. "My father often hit my mother and me. The times my father wasn't home were the most peaceful. But every time he came home, my father would rage like a madman. Even so, my mother never left him and always supported him. Around the time my mother died of illness, my father coldly betrayed and turned away from her. And afterwards he showed no interest in us either. Perhaps I subconsciously equated Goisha and the Blue Flame faction with my bad father who ruined a peaceful family. That act of betraying John made me prejudiced against Goisha. I'm sorry I let my personal feelings cloud my judgment." At this, Subaru also sat up, his hand on his forehead, frowning. Seahawk placed a glass of water on the opposite side and replied, "It's all right. That's what makes you human. It seems we've moved to a different space. We're sitting in a cafe now," Seahawk continued. "If anything, I feel more at peace." A moment later, Subaru cautiously asked her, "So I wasn't like a normal person before?" Seahawk heard this and answered honestly, You're a bit strange." He was startled and asked, "In what way?" Only now did Seahawk explain, "Because there's no one like you. You're always striving relentlessly for everyone. Only you, Subaru, do that." As she said this, she smiled brightly. But Subaru didn't smile. He seemed very surprised by Seahawk's words. Everyone, at that moment he remembered something, immediately stood up, looked around and said to her, "That's right, I'll take Seahawk back to everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, Seahawk, who was sitting behind him, stopped him. "I'm sorry, Subaru, I can't go with you. You must have realized, right? I'm dead. I used a fragment of my shattered soul, my soul that only awaited death, to resurrect Subaru. Fortunately, I was able to save you. A vassal's soul can be the price for their master's resurrection." A moment after she finished speaking, Subaru's choked voice was heard. He turned back with tears in his eyes, gritting his teeth, and asked Seahawk, "Why didn't I forbid this for a vassal? Their master's command is always absolute." Ariak Subaru had commanded his vassals, "If Subaru were to die, no one should sacrifice themselves to resurrect him." Remembering these words, Seahawk still smiled and said in a reminiscent voice, "When Subaru issued that prohibition, Shikishima and Tsunemori were furious." She recalled their previous conversation. Jinga scolded Subaru, saying, "Damn it, Subaru, revoke the order quickly." But Subaru stubbornly said, "Absolutely not." Hearing this, Subaru shouted at Seahawk, "That's right, my order was clearly absolute, wasn't it?" She closed her eyes, said and then explained, "Perhaps the Pariara technique Subaru used on me wasn't perfected yet." At this, the two once again moved to a different space where Seahawk was lying in a bed. Indeed, as soon as she said this, Subaru's jaw dropped in astonishment. Seahawk continued to explain, "When Seahawk possessed me, how should I put it, when I was almost dying?" When she said this much, he opened his mouth in surprise and remembered. Subaru thought to himself, "I see, that must have been it. When I thought I had failed and couldn't save her." Seahawk also added, "Perhaps that's why at first Seahawk didn't have Judith's memories. In short, Subaru's command has no effect on me." Subaru was startled and couldn't believe it that Seahawk could evade the rules like that. Then he lowered his head and hesitantly asked, "Since when did you decide to sacrifice yourself for me?" Seahawk replied with a smile, "It was probably when abnormalities started appearing in my body. That's when I truly decided I wanted to do this. After the battle with Iraq, I gradually realized that I had a truly weak soul." But even with that explanation, Subaru still didn't understand. He asked her again, "Why did you keep fighting even knowing it would come to this?" Unexpectedly, Seahawk answered with an innocent laugh, "Even so, I want to become stronger. I want to constantly grow stronger by Subaru's side. I want to be Subaru's friend forever until this soul withers." The more Seahawk spoke, the more painful Subaru's gaze became as he looked at her. She stood by her bedside, extended her hand and said, "Thank you for giving me a chance to live again. Now it's time for me to go. I have no regrets. Now I'll return this life to you." The two returned to their original space. Subaru still wanted to stop Seahawk. "No," he suddenly shouted, looking at her. "Please don't. Everything isn't over yet. We promised to go to the very end together. Please stay with me, Seahawk." As he said this, Subaru's voice choked and he couldn't continue. He gritted his teeth, tears welling up, and pleaded with Seahawk, "Stay with me." Her voice echoed in his ears. Van said that life is a journey to find something more important than oneself, and that whoever finds it is a happy person. "So I am happy, Subaru." As Seahawk spoke, she looked directly into Subaru's eyes. But the more she spoke, the more tears streamed from his eyes. Subaru stammered, saying, "No, look." Seahawk interrupted him. She leaned her head against Subaru's and slowly said, "Master Karen doesn't just think that lost friends have disappeared. He thinks of the time we spent together. Now please think of us that way too. From the day we first met, every moment everyone faced difficulties, but we were always by your side." By this point, Seahawk could no longer hold back her tears either. She continued speaking, reminiscing, "Those were the most enjoyable times. Please remember me this way. Even though I could only go this far with you, let's meet again someday." Subaru's tears still flowed, but his hair turned white. After that, the two stood up together and colossal blue flames erupted around them. It was then that Seahawk said to Subaru, "Can you deliver my message?" He of course did not refuse and replied, "Yes." Seahawk began to list. "First, to my family. Tell them there's a letter on my desk and they must read it. Second, Master Kiln probably won't read the letter, but I have a secret weapon. Third is Seahawk." Seahawk suddenly stopped speaking at this point. She pursed her lips and quietly called out Seahawk's name, and Seahawk smiled, asking her to take good care of her body. Immediately after, a bright yellow light erupted. In its center was an eye with a red pupil. On this side, Lee and Enda were startled and blank upon seeing that eye. Enda stared at it for a moment, then stammered, saying, "What is this? Is it an automatically activated resurrection item? Could Amamiya Seahawk have?" She seemed to have realized something. Lee on the opposite side stood with his jaw dropped, speechless. Then from within the yellow light, Seahawk appeared, floating in the air. As soon as she opened her eyes, tears streamed down. Seahawk mumbled, calling out, "Lady Seahawk." Turning back to Seahawk, the one who just resurrected, she still spoke innocently as usual. "For now it's like this. All right, Subaru. How long are you going to cry?" Seahawk, flustered, looked at Subaru and asked. He heard her and stammered in reply, "Because you did it. But I'm sorry, my tears won't stop." Seeing him like that, she could only cross her arms and laugh helplessly. A moment later, Seahawk opened her mouth again. She called his name. "Subaru, after all, I like clear days the most. Now I don't have to see cracks or cloudy and rainy days anymore. Look at that clear sky, it's just like the day you were born." As soon as Seahawk finished speaking, the scene shifted to Goisha's perspective. At this moment, a very dazzling light of multiple colors erupted before her eyes. Immediately after, Goisha's two arms partially disappeared as if by something. Before her eyes, the resurrected Subaru now stood. Goisha stared intently at him, gritting her teeth and thinking, resurrected but not because of an item. How? It was then that Subaru suddenly opened his mouth. "I know, Seahawk." He opened his eyes, looking forward with empty eyes, and said only one word, "Ah." Goisha on the opposite side heard this, was startled, and looked at him warily. It was then that her inventory suddenly appeared, but only a few seconds after Goisha's inventory materialized, it shattered into pieces. Seeing this sight, she was horrified and immediately turned around. Seeing the fragments of her own inventory shattering, Goisha was extremely surprised and asked herself, "How was my inventory destroyed?" Not only that, but Jinga and Shikishima below were equally speechless. Even Renji couldn't believe the sight before his eyes. Subaru opened his mouth again. "Now you can no longer resurrect, nor can you escape." As he said this much, Goisha turned her body and looked at him. What met her eyes was Subaru's face, filled with hatred. He said in a growling voice, "Disappear into nothingness, Goisha." Goisha stared blankly at the shattering fragments of her inventory, thinking, inventory isn't my technique. It's like a stat sheet. All of it is an absolute system directly designed by the administrator, a realm beyond human comprehension. This is the domain of a god. Destroyed? She still couldn't believe her eyes. Conversely, Subaru, on the opposite side, raised his hand with an expressionless face and manipulated something. He thought inventory to himself. It was then that Jinga's and Shikishima's inventories also appeared behind them. Not only that, but Renji's inventory also appeared behind him. It didn't stop there. Lee's inventory also appeared behind him. Rian and Anda's group were the same as them. Behind everyone present, their respective inventories appeared. Even Katetsu, who was standing nearby, was no exception. While everyone was still reeling in surprise, Subaru's voice echoed again. "It's in the way." Then he suddenly swung his arm violently to the side. In the very next moment, everything around them became chaotic. In the very next moment, everyone was startled to see the inventories behind them simultaneously shattering into pieces. Katetsu, seeing that his own inventory was no exception, lamented and mumbled, oh dear, all the items I painstakingly accumulated over 8 years are now gone. To infringe upon the laws of the world, is this your true power, Ariak Subaru?" He looked up at him above. Goisha, floating in the air, stared intently at Subaru, thinking to herself, this guy, what in the world is happening, no matter how she thought about it. Suddenly she remembered something. The absolute system is being directly interfered with. Chaos. Goisha herself was feeling it. Subaru was taking a step forward. She didn't miss any of his movements. He's shaking the order of billions of worlds. Now Subaru's foot touched the ground below. He was in the air, but he could still touch a surface. He slowly walked forward, and the upper half of Subaru's face was already distorted by chaos. Chaos. Goisha quickly extended her hand forward, creating a blue flame orb. Azure Flame Dominion, burn, she thought to herself. Even if I use all my MP, I must burn everything to ashes without leaving anything behind. Stellar compression. Everyone present was affected by this attack. Goisha immediately aimed for Gehenna Hell and condensed it to the extreme. An ultra-high temperature beam with a surface temperature of 150,000 degrees. At this distance, even I cannot avoid injury. But if I transform into flame within 1 second, I can still endure it. Turn to ashes, Ariak Subaru. She extended her hand and aimed the flame orb at Subaru. But he calmly raised his hand and said only 2 words, eliminate. Immediately, the flame orb she had prepared slowly disappeared. A moment later, it completely vanished before everyone's eyes. Goisha's jaw dropped in disbelief. A swirling airflow, as if sucking something in, continuously rushed directly towards the 2 people in the air. Jinga clutched his throat, gasping, and said, "We're alive." But Shikishima stood there blankly and said to Jinga, "Tsunemori, did you see that? Her technique just seemed to be nullified. What is this monstrous power?" At this, the orb Goisha had just aimed was completely destroyed. Subaru's voice echoed from the opposite side, "Don't struggle anymore, Goisha, it's over." His face was still contorted by chaos. Goisha chose to escape without hesitation. Watching the direction she was fleeing, Subaru opened his mouth and said a few words, "Nullify." Immediately, the surrounding environment became extremely chaotic. While she was still turning her head to look around, Subaru had already appeared behind her. Since when? Goisha was startled and shouted, turning around. She struggled to hold on, raising her hand to create an escape route, and suddenly Goisha screamed and fell directly into that gate. She flew to the other side to a tall building. On this side, Subaru still stood in the same spot, staring intently at the place Goisha had just fled from. Shikishima below saw this and stood with his jaw dropped, thinking to himself, "She escaped?" And he loudly called out to Subaru. From above he merely opened one eye coldly and looked forward, not replying. Goisha on the opposite side seemed to have already moved to another space. She was breathing with difficulty, and suddenly Goisha opened her mouth wide and laughed. "I succeeded, I escaped. Ariak Subaru, I will definitely analyze that power of yours." It was then that Subaru's voice appeared behind her again. "Nullify." As soon as he finished speaking, Goisha's space shattered into pieces. She froze in shock and turned around. Subaru's voice slowly echoed in Goisha's ears again. Bet said, "You want to become an administrator, you crave the power of a god, but you can't. Goisha, you will die here. Now you are merely a chaotic entity." Goisha raised her hand and found that it was already distorted by chaos. She was gasping for breath after that. Goisha's entire body also became chaotic. Many fragments of her body had disappeared. Goisha thought to herself, "It's over?" After dedicating everything to the administrator for thousands of years, Ariak Subaru. Beyond any doubt he had already reached the threshold of the administrator's power. Were you the chosen one after all, or were you irrational from the start? Even when only a tiny fraction of her body remained, Goisha was still lost in thought. She painfully opened her mouth and uttered her last words, "It's truly unfair." Subaru on the opposite side simply watched silently from beginning to end. Shikishima and Jinga below watched Goisha disappear and asked themselves, did he eliminate her? Subaru remained silent. His entire face was once again immersed in chaos. He remembered Seahawk's words, "Subaru, after all, I like clear days the most." I understand, Seahawk," Subaru mumbled. He pointed his hand at the sky. Immediately, everything became chaotic. That day, the entire world was immersed in chaos. Everything was covered in chaos and nothing could be seen clearly. Gradually, a chaotic orb appeared inside the room. Kana stared at the orb in astonishment and said, "Mari, this is unbelievable. The cracks in the world are gone." It was true. There were no more cracks in the orb. Somewhere in billions of worlds, Administrator Elpis was in a room with two people, one standing and one sitting. Elpis quietly said to the other person, "Ariak Subaru." He spoke one word at a time very sparsely. "He is inventory. The absolute body created by us administrators." Another person asked Elpis, "Did he destroy it?" Vanquish sat in silence, muttering softly, "Subaru." His hands were clenched, angered by the unexpected power. But after some thought he mumbled, "Sawa." Just then Elpis shouted and scolded, "Vanquish, do you not understand the gravity of what you have done? He destroyed the inventories of billions of worlds. Since I became an administrator, there has never been anyone like him. What on earth is he? Unbelievable." Elpis spoke in a surprised voice, but the next moment he burst into ear-splitting laughter. "Truly incredible." Vanquish remained silent. The scene shifts elsewhere. Subaru floated in the air, looking up at the blue sky and mumbled, "Seahawk, what lovely weather." Then he suddenly bowed his head and looked down. Below was a huge pit where some of his comrades stood. After a moment Subaru descended. He softly called out Seahawk's name, "Saya." She looked at Subaru and said in a sobbing voice, "Lord Subaru, what should I do?" As she said this much, her eyes were already filled with tears. Seahawk's tears could no longer be held back and streamed down. "Seahawk is gone," she said in immense pain. Subaru hesitated for a moment, then said, "Yes. Seahawk asked me to take good care of this body." He too could not hold back his tears. Then they cried aloud like two young children. Lean and Anda, who had been waiting nearby, bowed their heads in pain. On the other hand, Jinga softly called out to Ariak. Then he called Shikishima, but he was now gritting his teeth, staring at one spot and muttering, "I knew it." Shikishima's eyebrows were furrowed. He hesitated as if something was caught in his throat. But at this moment Jinga continued to call Shikishima. He said it was nothing and suggested they join the others. The scene shifts to another part of the city. On the street, a thin, staggering shadow walked with difficulty, one step at a time. She was breathing heavily. That shadow was Goisha, but she was now so old and wrinkled. Goisha recalled that when she had escaped from the seat previously, she had separated her soul as a precaution and suppressed her power to stage 1 so she hadn't been detected. Damn it, what was the power Ariak Subaru used? Now I need to find a way to heal my wounds. Goisha, who was walking, suddenly stopped and looked ahead in surprise. In front of her, Kotetsu was sitting on a stone. Seeing him, Goisha was too startled to say anything. Kotetsu turned his head to look at her and called out, "Hey!" In his hand was a golden dagger. Seeing it, Goisha became terrified. Her pupils constricted and her lips trembled as she mumbled, "Hyodo Kotetsu." Kotetsu played with the dagger in his hand and said to Goisha, "Since you're someone who separates your soul at the slightest opportunity, I knew you'd do it when cornered." Only then did Goisha realize what was in his hand. She retreated in surprise, stammering, "That's a sword. That's inventory," is an item storage with infinite capacity given to administrators. Despite the inventory being destroyed and many treasures lost, items that had already been taken out still existed. Kotetsu slowly said one word at a time, "The golden deity you killed before was resurrected through the phoenix eye. We left all of that for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Kotetsu leaped down and chased Goisha. She was too frightened and ran straight ahead. Legendary item Sam returns to the Nisaya Sea. At this moment Kotetsu caught up to her. He coldly plunged the dagger into her head, then Kotetsu slowly added, "This is the end for you. Now return to the sea of consciousness." As soon as he finished speaking, Goisha's body shattered into pieces. They flew into another dimension. The scene shifts to a place that looks like the Milky Way. Seahawk was floating in the air walking with great pleasure. Suddenly she stopped, seeing someone with long hair flowing in the distance. The two stood not far from each other. The person with long hair was the Subaru of the future. He was thinking inwardly, "It seems Ariake Subaru has defeated all calamities. Thank you, Subaru from another future." He mumbled this. As he spoke, Subaru suddenly stopped and opened his eyes wide, looking ahead in surprise. Subaru immediately turned back to Seahawk behind him. "What's wrong? Why are you here?" Seahawk looked at Subaru with surprise and emotion. Seahawk smiled brightly and greeted him cheerfully. Then she spread her arms wide and asked with a smile, "You're another Subaru, aren't you? I wanted to meet you. You stayed in this lonely place watching over us." "Thank you, you're truly an amazing person." The more she spoke, the more tears welled up in Subaru's eyes. "We won just as you taught us." As she said this much, Seahawk's eyes also shone. "We won't leave you alone anymore." Subaru's face was streaked with tears. Then Seahawk ran and hugged him, praising him. "Subaru, well done." The two held each other tightly in unity and intimacy. At this moment Subaru softly said in a sobbing voice, "Well done." Seahawk was also moved, and tears welled up in her eyes. The two stood holding each other's hands tightly in the vast Milky Way-like space. The scene shifts to where Subaru's group is. Just then the bracelet on his wrist suddenly emitted a very bright light. A mechanical voice echoed, "You have received the privileged departed master's favor. Night Sun Remnant Treasure has evolved into echoing light across the night sky. Its effect is to inherit Seahawk Amamiya's techniques and characteristics." He looked at his hand and mumbled, "Seahawk." Seiya silently stared intently at Subaru. Just then, Seiya suddenly stopped as if sensing something. Then Lean and Anda looked back as if sensing something. Seiya suddenly sat down and observed everything around her. Suddenly countless eyes opened wide in the blue sky. Seiya gritted her teeth and said, "Administrator, Lord Subaru." Then she glanced behind her. Subaru had disappeared without a trace. She didn't know how. Seiya shouted worriedly, "Lord Subaru!" Shikishima and Jinga ran and asked her, "Seahawk, why are you in the human world?" Seahawk immediately said loudly, "Shikishima, Lord Subaru has disappeared. I think he was abducted by the administrator." She was extremely worried. Jinga and Shikishima were too surprised to say anything when they heard that. At this moment the eyes in the sky were still staring intently at the city, but the next moment the sky became blue again, as if everything had just been an illusion to the people. The scene shifts to where Vanquish is. He looked at the control panel and gritted his teeth, saying, "Subaru." Then Vanquish immediately turned his head and called Elpis. Elpis hadn't said anything yet, but he already heard his voice. "Master Dragon, what are you waiting for? Let's go." Elpis had now completed all preparations and was very excited, ready to depart. He said happily, "We're going to the administrator who manages Ariake Subaru's world, otherwise he might die." "Who is it?" "Difficult." Vanquish hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Then our cooperation?" Elpis replied with a cunning smile, "Yes, I accept your proposal. We will save Ariake Subaru." He sneered. Vanquish, who was opposite him, remained silent. Immediately after, Goisha died by Kotetsu's blade. In the other world's Golden Kingdom a battle was happening at this moment. Delta chuckled, looking down. And Violet also opened her mouth wide and said, "Well done, it's not over yet. You have to play with me until you die." She fell down, but Violet suddenly saw something and was startled. Delta saw this and asked, "What's wrong?" She said in a low voice, filled with surprise, "The flame that person gave me has gone out. Could it be?" Just then another voice echoed, "You think so too, Urizen." Hearing this, she looked in that direction and asked, "Befriend too?" He replied, "A teleportation portal didn't connect with Bet just now. Then that person might really be dead?" Befriend speculated and judged. Hearing this, Delta stared blankly, wondering if Ariake's group had succeeded. "With our current strength, how?" Anyway, he opened his mouth and asked what he was thinking. "Shall we keep fighting?" Violet chuckled and thought for a moment, then said, "Let's rest. I've lost interest." What a strange company, but it wasn't bad for passing the time. Just then, Befriend also raised his hand high and said, "I surrender, oh dear. Then I'm unemployed. What should I do now?" He rested his chin on his hand in disappointment. Just then, Befriend shouted in surprise. A streak of light flew from somewhere and struck him from behind. Violet and Delta, seeing this, were both startled and froze. Befriend, even after being struck by the unexpected attack, chuckled and barely managed to say before his body disappeared, "Are you kidding me?" Violet, seeing him disappear, smiled brightly and said goodbye. "Farewell, Befriend." Only Delta softly asked in a bewildered voice, "He already surrendered, so why kill him? Is it out of spite? That's not like you." Below, a person stood with their hand extended behind them. It seemed to be the person who had just attacked Befriend. Delta looked at Kilm's very angry face and said, "Kilm did it." Then Kilm frowned and mumbled, "In this world only the weak perish, it's simple." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Violet, seeing this, clutched her stomach and burst into laughter. "Scary." Delta was still confused and asked Kilm. At this moment he had already entered a door leading to another place. Then Delta looked down at Lee and asked, "Hey blonde, what's wrong?" She didn't reply to his words and remained silent. The scene shifts to where Kilm had just passed through the door. As he walked, he recalled what someone had said. "Master Kilm, I've also mastered your other techniques." That person was Seahawk. Kilm looked at the empty space where she used to stand and mumbled her name. Just then, a person sitting at a nearby table called Kilm. "Lightning God Executor Demon King, I heard the news about Seahawk through the window. Drink as a way to mourn that child." The person who said this was the Demon King. Hearing this, he gritted his teeth and turned to look at him. Just then, Diamante also entered from the door with an annoyed expression and said, "Pour me a drink." Kilm stammered and asked, "Who is master?" After taking a drink, she complained in an angry voice, "Damn it, I shouldn't have chosen that Vanquish. I don't like anything about this damn battle." Kilm also took a drink and listened to Diamante's words in silence, but the more she spoke, the angrier she became. "That damn guy, I'll kill him when he gets back." The person Diamante referred to was Vanquish. At this moment he was going somewhere. The scene shifts to Administrator Elpas's seat. Vanquish walked behind him and asked Elpas, "Elpas, what kind of person was the one named Order who took Subaru?" He listened, thought for a moment, then replied, "That person is rigid and conservative. You probably won't get along well with him." He didn't understand what he meant and asked again, "What do you mean?" But Elpas suddenly pointed at the door in front and shouted happily, "Found him, let's go." He seemed very excited on his way to find Subaru. "Let's go to Order's seat." Vanquish, seeing this, gritted his teeth and thought inwardly that Subaru could not die yet. The scene shifts elsewhere. Subaru stood on a very strange land, the Administrator Order's seat. He looked around and mumbled to himself, "Where is this place?" Then he recalled that he had just been fighting Goisha. Then he defeated her. Subaru recalled the scene of Goisha disappearing. When he met Saya, he cried aloud with her about Seahawk. Then Subaru recalled the huge eyes that had appeared in the city sky. "Am I dead?" He thought of this possibility and froze. Just then a voice echoed like a scream, startling Subaru. "Where is this place? I don't know what's going on." The person who said this was Lee. She said, seemingly very angry, "I was just fighting the invaders, or did I fall into a teleportation trap?" Then Lee approached Subaru and asked clearly, "Who are you?" Seeing this, he honestly replied, "Hello, I am Ariak Subaru." She listened, then snapped, "No, I mean, why are you here? Where are my comrades?" Just then another voice echoed from behind the two. "Who knows? You're too noisy. There's no order." "Who are you all?" The person who said this was Demon B. He gritted his teeth, his face very angry, and swore as he looked around, "Damn it, where is this damn place? If I'm not mistaken, I was attacking Abyss." Just then, another person approached with a long drawn-out voice and said, "Oh, where's my treasure?" This person was Demon God Seago Edelgar. Lee and Jinga, seeing this, said in unison, "Another one." At this moment, Subaru thought inwardly, "Are all these people here prayers?" Then he stammered and asked them, were you all also suddenly pulled here?" Hearing this, Lee replied, "That's why I'm asking you who you are." Jinga also added and asked, "In other words, you too?" Seago added, "Where is this place?" Just then, a neatly dressed person approached. He approached them one step at a time and slowly said, "Everyone has gathered, it seems. Welcome to my seat." This person was the administrator. Lee, seeing this, asked in despair, "Who is it this time?" At the moment he realized something. "They don't recognize me in this form?" As soon as he finished speaking, the administrator raised his hand and created a crack. Then he enlarged the crack into a huge eye and said, "The administrator I call is Order." Subaru saw this and gritted his teeth, unable to believe it. Lee also noticed the eye that appeared in the crack in surprise. Jinga glared at him and mumbled, "No way." Only Seago looked on with a curious expression, not thinking much. Subaru opened his eyes wide in surprise. He hadn't said anything yet, but Order interrupted their words. "I will explain in detail why I invited you here later. First, I will give you the conclusion. Now you must choose. Become my subordinate and executor, or disappear forever with your worlds. Choose one of the two." All of Subaru's group stepped forward at the same time in front of Order. Lee glanced at the person standing next to him. Subaru took a step forward and shouted, "That damn guy is the administrator." Many drops of sweat were already flowing down his face. He gritted his teeth and thought inwardly. He used the celestial clock to turn his world into a ruin. Subaru looked at the person standing in front of him and was convinced in his mind, he is the root of all evil. He took the lead, and behind him the others simultaneously rushed towards Order and attacked. Subaru's gleaming sword rose high and slowly descended towards Order. Dis stood still with his hands clasped behind his back, a calm expression still on his face, and shouted, "Stop!" At his command, Subaru and his companions all became blurry. Dis exclaimed, "Indeed, the strongest from each world. Their movements are impeccable." He clapped his hands together and then gave a signal. Immediately, the 4 people who had been in front of Dis were instantly teleported to 4 different locations centered around him. Subaru frowned and muttered, "I was forcibly teleported." He, standing in the center, opened his mouth, as everyone here already knows. "I will say it again." He began to explain again. "Administrators like myself install the sky clock in 1 billion different worlds, designate you as game participants, and manage and operate the system. The number of participants is 9. Dis looked to the side and introduced himself. "I am in charge of approximately 1.6 billion worlds, including yours." Subaru turned his head and repeated his words. "You dominate 1 billion worlds?" John, on his side, gritted his teeth. "I've wanted to meet you for so long. I have a mountain of questions to ask." His face was full of anger as he asked, "Why did you forcibly involve us in this game? What is your objective?" The light reflected off his glasses, dazzling his eyes. Dis rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Objective, you ask?" he replied indifferently. "Simply put, it is merely to warm up our universe." Lee, hearing his words, angrily exclaimed, "What did you say?" Dis asked them in return, "Are you familiar with the concept of the heat death of the universe?" Lee replied, "No, I am not." John, like her, also said, "No, I am not." Dis suddenly raised his hand, as I expected. "It's not exact, but I'll explain it simply." He snapped his fingers, and in an instant the landscape they were standing in completely changed. Above their heads hung a large ceiling and a very luxurious crystal chandelier. Subaru and his 3 companions were neatly seated on either side of a long table placed in front of Dis. Subaru scanned the surrounding landscape thinking, "I was teleported again," John said sarcastically. "There's nothing you can't do." Dis's voice echoed in the space. "Now imagine the entire universe inside this ceramic cup in my hand." Seago closed his eyes, touched the ceramic cup and exclaimed, "It's warm." Subaru did not follow suit, and just stared blankly at him. Dis lowered his head to look at the cup in his hand. The inside of the cup was still warm. His eyes widened as if he was contemplating something. However, Dis let go of his hand and dropped the ceramic cup. As time passed, the heat inside the cup gradually cooled. The cup tumbled a few times in the air before rolling on the ground, eventually becoming cold. Lee, sitting on the opposite side of the table, rested her chin on one hand. "That's only natural." Dis's next words made her hand, which was holding the cup, pause. "What if something similar happens to the universe?" Lee's face went blank and the water in the cup trembled. His voice echoed in her ears. "If left unchecked, the stars will slowly die and the universe will lose its heat. Eventually, all that will remain is complete stillness due to absolute zero." He stood upright and declared, "Of course, that is a very distant future, but we are eternal beings." John and Seago just listened to him in silence. So Dis's voice also reached the ears of Subaru and Lee on the opposite side. "We built this system to prevent that which will inevitably come someday. It is a system that steals soul energy, taking the soul energy from your worlds to warm our universe. That is the essence of this game." Lee's eyes widened and an expression of disbelief appeared on her face. "What did you say?" She suddenly stood up. "Wait a minute. That explanation just now," Lee directly exposed the hidden intention in his words. "What I just heard means that you are making us kill each other so that you can live comfortably." Dis, without any intention of hiding, frankly admitted, "Yes, I believe you understood correctly." Upon hearing the result, Lee stood stunned and speechless for a while. After some time she shouted with all her might, "For such a reason, where on earth did you get the right to do such a thing?" Dis said, "I had a very powerful executor named Goisha among my subordinates, but she is no longer with us." Subaru was dumbfounded, not understanding why he was telling this story. Dis waved his hand and revealed his purpose. "I need a replacement, but an ordinary person won't do. That's why I invited you all," he analyzed. "Everyone here has something in common. You are all powerful participants from your respective worlds. First is Hero Lee Bellin, the strongest from World 317892.234, or at least those who have experienced defeating executors. Second is Demon B, the strongest from World 1,270,150,000, all undisputed talents. Third, Demon God Seago Edelgard, the strongest from World 893,7049, Dis declared. "I will make at least one of you my subordinate executor." And the last candidate is Savior Ariak Subaru, the strongest from World 1,188,943,663. Overwhelming power emanated from Lee's entire body. "Do you expect us to obediently listen to you after giving such an explanation?" Dis's face remained calm. "I do not care about your will. Unfortunately, you haven't understood, but this is something we have already decided." Lee's eyes widened and her entire body stiffened in place. She gritted her teeth and spat out each word. "Will, you say?" Lee erupted in displeasure and shouted. "Because of your selfishness, many of our world's comrades, even my family, have lost their lives." Dis's eyes responded with indifference and unconcern. "I am unaware of such facts." Lee drew her sword and flew right up to his face, shouting, "Die!" Seago, John and Subaru, the 3 of them, had not yet reacted to the situation and were merely standing at the table looking at them. John shouted worriedly at Lee, "Retreat! Did you forget what he just said? Your world will disappear." As Lee's hand reached Dis's face, he shouted, "Stop!" again. She growled in pain and her form gradually blurred, becoming unclear. Dis again commanded, "Cancel." And as soon as he finished speaking, Lee's body began to disappear little by little. Subaru was startled, his mouth open, muttering, "That's Seago." Seago squinted, confused, not understanding what was happening. John thought inwardly, "He's already beyond the concept of power." He cursed, "Damn it." Subaru looked at the disappearing Lee and helplessly asked himself, "What else can I do?" A surge of power erupted from his eyes and went towards both of them, and he shouted loudly, "Stop it quickly." Subaru's power interrupted the deletion process Dis was using on Lee. An explosion occurred in midair and the immense force of the explosion pushed Lee's body backward. At this moment, her entire body was back to normal without any scratches. John's eyes widened in surprise at the sight. Dis thought inwardly, "Ariak Subaru, indeed you can interfere with the system." Seago's face was also filled with bewilderment. Dis's eyes behind his glasses narrowed slightly, emitting a dangerous glint. "You, I will." Subaru's eyes blurred due to his power. He screamed. When he lowered his head and saw his body was intact, he thought, was it just momentarily replaced? When he tilted his head, Subaru discovered that his arm was half gone and the annihilation was continuing. Dis stood in front of him, called his name, Ariak Subaru, and pointed his finger forward, saying, "Be careful with your body and end your life." Subaru gritted his teeth but could do nothing, staring blankly as his body disappeared. Suddenly a foot appeared from somewhere and blocked Dis's power. Vanquish and Elpis emerged from a spatial rift and smiled at him. "Hello, long time no see, Dis." Dis was slightly dazed. "You too," Elpis smiled cunningly. "Came to visit." Dis clearly saw his face and his mouth twitched as he called him Elpis. Vanquish and Elpis emerged from the spatial rift and blocked Dis's path. Subaru on his side looked at the person standing behind him and exclaimed, "Vanquish." He heard the call and turned his head. Subaru glanced at his disappearing arm. Vanquish speculated. A flickering lamp perhaps. John, standing nearby, said hey several times. He frowned and supported Lee's body, thinking inwardly, who are these people anyway? John recalled everything that had happened so far. My name is B. John and I'm very confused right now. My name is B. John. Let me say it again. I'm an investment detective living in the Pico Federation. I'm protected by the Golden Dragon and I'm the strongest player in the world. I once investigated the administrators at the request of an organization. Along the way, I encountered an executor and defeated him. The fierce battle led me to dig deeper into the clues. I infiltrated a labyrinth called Abyss. While fighting monsters inside the labyrinth, I was suddenly thrown into this place in an instant. And the people I met here were 3 of the strongest players from different universes. Of course, I also felt a similar source of power in those 3 as myself. And the one who appeared right behind them, Administrator Dis. This person's power has already transcended ethics. Even if the 4 strongest unite, they would be able to do nothing. To warm their own universe, the weak being plundered by the strong is only natural. It sounded disgusting, but there's no way to defeat someone who governs multiple universes. John looked at the people standing in front of him and thought, but who are these people anyway? He turned his gaze towards Subaru. First, that guy, a power that can counter the administrator's power. John supported Lee's body with both hands to prevent this child from disappearing. He turned his gaze back to Vanquish and Elpis. They even tore through the administrator's space to enter. John squinted and cursed. Damn it, just meeting the administrator is already giving me a headache. He sighed, looking at the immense power emanating from Subaru and the others. The situation is changing too fast. Elpis on his side gritted his teeth and asked, Elpis, what on earth is going on? Elpis replied to him with a joyful smile. I told you I came to interfere, just wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly turned his head to the side and called out to Ariak Subaru. Do you know who I am? Subaru was still a little confused. He recalled the scene where Vanquish had previously mentioned going to meet his administrator friend. Then is this person that person? Subaru said uncertainly. An administrator who can be an ally? Elpis smiled delightedly and admitted, exactly. I heard you weren't that smart, but quite sensitive, and lacking in knowledge. Subaru looked at Vanquish and repeated Elpis's words. You heard I wasn't smart. Vanquish shook his head repeatedly and raised his hands in denial. No, Lord Subaru, it's a misunderstanding. I meant it in a good way. That's right, in a good way. Subaru didn't believe his words at all and retorted, Can not being smart be a good thing? Elpis laughed and said, I saw you destroy the inventories of the entire universe and defeat Goisha. Interesting, good. He raised a finger and one of his eyes blurred. How should I handle this situation? Vanquish was startled and asked him, Hey, weren't you here to save Subaru? Elpis's eyes turned extremely menacing and he commanded loudly, Shut up, Fire Dragon. Immense power emanated from his body, engulfing the entire room. Seago was frozen stiff by that power. John was also affected, gritting his teeth and enduring, thinking, What is this damn pressure? If I don't deliberately breathe, I feel like I'll forget to breathe. Elpis faced Subaru. What I'm asking now, Subaru-kun, is what you want to do. Vanquish cursed angrily, You damn bastard. Suddenly, a reassuring voice came from the side. Don't worry, Vanquish. He heard those words and calmed down. Subaru opened his lips. I can answer that myself. He looked seriously at the person in front of him and said, The only thing I can do right now is ask for your help. John, supporting Lee and Seago on the side, listened to Subaru's proposal. Please save me. Elpis, Vanquish, and Dis were all surprised to hear him say that. Only Elpis bared his teeth and laughed excitedly. Exactly. Then tell me specifically, Subaru said again. Please help me get out of this place. I can't defeat Administrator Dis yet. Elpis raised his head, focusing on the 2 words, not yet. Subaru took a few steps closer to him and said in a small voice, I will run away for now. His face changed drastically. But someday I definitely will. Above Elpis's head a few dots appeared, indicating he didn't know how to react. John was also speechless. This guy really, Seago said, what a fool. Vanquish burst out laughing. Elpis lowered his head to hide his laughter. Subaru, with a blank face, did not react to everyone's reactions. Suddenly someone called out loudly, Dis. Elpis raised his hand and asked, Can I adopt Ari Subaru? Dis was startled, his mouth open, and asked him, Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to allow that? Elpis held out both hands trying to negotiate with him. Now let's talk for a moment. Although he said adopt, no one in the room could hear what he said next. Dis frowned, understanding his intention, and communicated with Elpis in the same manner. When Elpis replied, Dis's voice also remained unheard by anyone. Subaru looked at the two and asked curiously, Vanquish, what are they talking about? No, can you even call that a conversation? He explained. They are compressing information and speaking at super high speed, at a speed we cannot comprehend. After some time, Dis spoke again at his usual speed. Understood, he commanded the person in front of him. But you are responsible for explaining it to the other administrators. Elpis agreed comfortably. Of course, I hope the others don't hold a grudge like you, Dis said. I don't care about anything either. Elpis's face brightened and he pointed towards them. All right, now that we've talked, I'll keep Subaru-kun under my jurisdiction for now. Subaru, expressionless, crossed his arms and replied to him, Thank you. Dean asked again, Wait, you're also one of the candidates to replace Executor Goisha. How will you handle that? Elpis frowned and groaned as soon as he brought up that issue. He glanced as if he had noticed something. Elpis pointed at Seago, who was sitting in a chair, and said, Hey, that lady over there, do you want to be the new executor? She pointed to herself when called, confirming. Dean looked at Seago. That lady, What? Elpis said. Yes, she seems like someone who's only interested in exploration, a perfect fit. Seago closed her eyes and leaned back in her chair, agreeing with him. I'm alright, I'll do it. I don't really care what happens to the world anyway, John asked her. Is that even possible? Seago looked at him and replied, What's wrong with that? Elpis smiled, seemingly satisfied. Congratulations, new executor. Dean had no further objections and was fine with it. Before entering the spatial wormhole with Elpis and Vanquish, Subaru turned around and pointed at John and Lee behind him. Elpis, I want to help these two people too. Elpis granted his wish with a single word. It matters not. Releasing them would be fine, wouldn't it? He closed his eyes and replied, Do as you wish. Subaru leaned down and let John, who was carrying Lee on his back, enter the wormhole first. As he walked, he muttered to himself, I'm alive. Suddenly, someone called his name. Ariak Subaru. Subaru looked in the direction of the voice. He and Dean were facing each other. He spoke his last words like a farewell. See you next time. Subaru replied simply with one word, Okay. He entered the wormhole. Then the wormhole slowly closed and disappeared without a trace. A group of people was walking down a long corridor with countless clocks beneath their feet. Subaru looked around curiously. Is this Elpis's domain? He sincerely looked at the person walking in front of him. Lord Elpis, thank you saved my life, he said meaningfully. I haven't helped you with anything yet. Subaru stopped and paused for a moment. Elpis turned his head, smiled and touched his hat. The real test to help you begins now. At the same time, Dean on this side was heading towards a certain place with his hands behind his back. The name Elpis is bothering me again. He stopped in front of a white-clothed person wearing a mask with strange eyes and shouted a command. Begin preparations for the test. Assemble all administrators, he declared, looking straight ahead. We must ensure Ariak Subaru conquers the time-space clock. The savior of a world without war finally introduced the time-space clock. At this time, in the headquarters of the Japan Player Federation Shrine, Shikishima was presenting his opinion in a large conference room. We still don't know Subaru's whereabouts. Even with help from another world, Civil seemed unable to see him through the bracelet connection. At this, Civil bowed her head and sadly said, I apologize for not being able to help. If Subaru is invisible to me, then the hypothesis that he was abducted by the administrator is plausible. Hearing this, Shikishima and Seahawk were silent with this information, and Civil continued to state her known hypothesis. If my father fails to persuade the administrator he knows, both father and Subaru might not return. That would be the worst-case scenario. Hearing this, Lee couldn't help but worry. The worst-case scenario? Kotetsu threatened him coldly. You die. Hearing this, Lee was startled and said, Hido. She spoke metaphorically. Kotetsu replied indifferently. There's no point in speaking at length. However, at this moment, Jinga made a more positive statement. He won't die. He placed his hand on his hope-filled chest. Because Ari's connection with us hasn't been severed, Shikishima speculated that the distance was too great for it to apply to the soul, and Kotetsu analyzed. Ariak is still alive, but for now we can only wait. Staying here any longer is just a waste of time. Suddenly Subaru appeared and replied to that statement. Don't be so cold, Hido. Kotetsu squinted at him with emotionless eyes. Shikishima was too surprised to close his mouth. Jinga and Seahawk broke out in cold sweat. They didn't understand what was happening here, and Renji also said, That's right, Hodo-kun, and it continued. I know what you're thinking, Hodo. Kotetsu's face was flushed. Lee evaluated him. You're really bad, Hyu. Akira also said, What do you think you are, Hodo? But Shikishima shouted in surprise. No, look quickly, look closely, Subaru. He pointed at himself blankly. Subaru scratched his head and forced a smile, saying, I'm back. The scene shifts and workers were emerging from the ruins. Everyone seemed to be beginning repairs. Yes, thanks to your power. Goisha and the cracks have also disappeared. The number of gates worldwide has been reduced to a countable level, Shikishima continued. Only the time-space clock remains. Current time is 3 hours, 41 minutes, 22 seconds. Subaru looked at it nervously for a moment and said, Yes, at this time in Administrator Elpis's domain. Subaru asked in surprise, Participate in a test. Elpis replied, Yes, a test or rather a conquest trial, he continued. All new rare species must undergo this. Subaru wondered about the rare species. Elpis began to explain. Among players, special souls appear very rarely and are called rare species. The commonality is that they can all ignore some of the game rules. Heroes are 10 times stronger against enemies of humanity. Companions, Dios, Ex Machina, demon gods are 10 times stronger than heroes. Abilities that affect time and space, demon lords if born with it, do not recognize it themselves. Prophets see the future and cause luck conflicts. Demon gods grant followers, share skills and are 10 times stronger than Dragonkin. Administrators call this breakthrough. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise and he said, Breakthrough. Lee still didn't quite understand and asked, What does that mean? Elpis replied. The power of rare species is certainly formidable, so we make those who can use that power executors and kill those who cannot. We integrate rare species into the system and control them. Lee asked again. So you hack all the functions? Are you a gamer? I don't understand anything, Elpis explained. Currently, most rare species have already been analyzed and countermeasures have been prepared. So whether you're a hero or a demon, you won't die before leaving a will. But new species are another story. Ariak Subaru, you are a new rare species called Savior. Your ability, as evidenced by your destruction of inventories across the universe and the elimination of cracks, seems to overwrite the system. Lee shouted in surprise. Destroy inventories across the universe? And as Elpis opened the system panel, the message, Error, inventory cannot be used appeared. The world's demon said, indeed no inventory appears. Lee cried out loudly, you're kidding me, all the rare items I collected. Subaru shouted, I'm sorry, and Lee blamed him. Hey, you can't do anything, Elpis just replied, give up, and he continued. What he destroyed is the core part of the inventory. If the body and root are dead, the branches will also die. No matter how much you try, you can't bring it back, Lee cried out as if collapsing. No. Hearing this, John rested his chin on his hand and analyzed. Even so, isn't the rare species called Savior a bit too unconventional in terms of ability compared to other rare species? Elpis replied. That's right, that's why Dean is so impatient. The moment his other colleagues find out, they'll immediately want to pull Subaru-kun into their own domain. Subaru was blank. Is he that impatient? Elpis replied. That's right, and as an administrator I have to handle everything appropriately. Generally speaking, deleting Subaru-kun and his universe is the safest. Lee evaluated them. You people are truly extreme, Elpis continued to explain. Thanks to that impatience, a loophole opened for us. It wouldn't be good to delete a new species without everyone's consent, right? Now for the core issue, we want you to conquer the time-space clock which has been converted into a labyrinth. Subaru. John didn't understand. Conquer the time-space clock. Lee was even more confused. What exactly is that? Elpis explained. It's not just about clearing it. All administrators will observe your conquest process. Through their observation, the fate of Subaru-kun's universe will be decided by a vote, John realized. So that's why it's called that, Elpis said. If you succeed, Subaru-kun's existence will be protected and that world will also be freed from the game. Isn't that a bad deal? John had a premonition of something ominous. The conditions themselves are already bad. Lee turned around and asked, hey, there's no way to escape, right? However, John felt something strange as he saw Subaru grit his teeth and look uncomfortable. Seeing this, Elpis asked him, you seem disobedient. Does that mean your efforts to persuade Vanquish will be in vain? Well, it doesn't matter if you refuse the test, but you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, Elpis slowly disappeared along with the surrounding space. Elpis said, a difficult choice. What are you dissatisfied with? John squinted, trying to observe. His soul disappeared, just showing his form is this much. How do I fight an enemy like this? What exactly does he want to say? Subaru opened his mouth in anger. He's only talking about things convenient for the administrators. If you pass the test, you'll be forgiven. What right do administrators have to decide the fate of other worlds? Why should we be grateful and follow what you say? You don't need to decide what the end of our world will be. The vortex continued to flow without any reaction. At this, Vanquish laughed strangely. He, then he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, as expected, it's fun. Subaru didn't understand and shouted. Vanquish continued. No matter how strong your opponent is, if you're not interested, there's no need to follow. Do as you wish. Subaru, if you want to run away, I'll go with you. If you want to fight, I'll die with you. At this, John also said, thinking about it, he's right. Lee continued. I'll go with him too, John said. I'll show you, Lee shouted. I'll cover you. Ari was very surprised to see everyone's support and he looked at them nervously. Elpis, the two children, were now standing right next to Subaru and they were stubborn kids. The child surprised him. Elpis continued. Just honestly listen to what they say. You're still naive, but your words are still correct. Better than obedient fools. It can't be helped, I'll concede. I'll make your participation in the conquest trial my demand. If you win, you'll get a reward. How's that? Vanquish sighed and asked, why didn't you concede from the start? Elpis replied, is there a mosquito here? So annoying. Then he said, alright, about the reward. Hearing this, Shikishima exclaimed in surprise. Ha, Subaru said. The rules of the conquest trial are 4 battles and you can take up to 4 comrades. 1 loss means immediate defeat. Shikishima was startled. Wait, the rules are important, but didn't you just say something incredibly terrifying before that? Subaru replied. The reward? It seems you can be promised anything you want in the name of Administrator Elpis. He'll make it happen if possible.